Shang Hanglu had transmigrated into a book. Don't ask her how she knew. She just knew. She didn't do anything special, just went through a normal day. The only thing unusual was that before she went to sleep that night, her friend sent her a novel. The novel was called Exclusive Love, the CEO's Starlit Wife. Shang Hanglu was shocked by the title. She immediately replied, "It's 9102. Wake up please." But sadly her friend was a total airhead. Her friend replied back, "Haha, you have to read it. I can't stop reading it." Shang Hanglu was unimpressed. How could she, someone who considered herself well-educated, read such a book? Why was she even friends with someone like this? Despite her disdain, she opened the first chapter. Turns out if you're friends with an airhead, chances are you're probably an airhead too, though she wouldn't admit it and thought of herself as very clever. Shang Hanglu couldn't stop reading. Really, she couldn't stop. The plot was filled with clichés. Face-slapping, sweet indulgence, domineering CEOs. It was all very stereotypical, but the chapter breaks were well done, leaving just enough of a cliffhanger to keep her reading. To summarize the core of the plot, a kind-hearted, virtuous young woman meets a domineering CEO, and sparks fly. The CEO goes from loving his girlfriend to doting on his wife, indulging her wishes, and tormenting the antagonists in the process. She stayed up all night reading the whole book, a total of 600,000 words. She wasn't a fast reader, and by the time she finished, dawn was breaking. The next day she still had to go to work. Feeling lazy, she called in sick to catch up on sleep, though she felt a little upset. She thought to herself, "I skipped sleep to read this trashy novel, what a waste, but I, Shang Hanglu, am not an airhead. I would never be." She took a nap. When she woke up, she immediately felt something was wrong. It was as if she had been possessed by a ghost, reviewing the entire plot of the book in her mind. Now she could recite the story backwards. But more importantly, the bed in her room. Wasn't it a little too big? Shang Hanglu sat up and glanced around. Then she immediately lay back down. Oh my god. A 200 square meter bedroom. Just like in a Mary Sue novel. Holy crap. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. I must still be dreaming. She quickly closed her eyes again. Damn it, she couldn't fall back asleep. She opened her eyes again. She saw a luxurious crystal chandelier, ornate ceilings, and from her point of view, a ceiling that seemed to stretch on forever. Shang Hanglu. Could it be that I'm the long-lost daughter, finally reunited with my real family? At that moment the door opened softly, and the footsteps were light. Shang Hanglu quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. A female voice said, "Madam, it's time to wake up. You have a lunch appointment with sir today." "Madam? Me?" The woman opened the curtains and added, "Breakfast has been prepared. Would you like to have it in your room, or in the dining room?" Shang Hanglu gripped the bedsheets tightly. There was no one else in the room except the woman speaking. Shang Hanglu immediately put on a dramatic act, sitting up and dramatically placing her hand on her forehead. "What time is it?" The assistant replied, "It's 8 o'clock in the morning." 8 o'clock. Lunch is at noon and I'm waking up at 8. Shang Hanglu calmly asked, "What about my husband?" The assistant, very perceptive, said, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin has already agreed to have lunch with you. Didn't you say you wanted to look nice for the company today? Oh, so his last name is Lin." Shang Hanglu continued with the same dramatic tone, "Mr. Lin." The assistant hesitated for a moment. Some wealthy wives called their husbands Mr. in a very formal way, but Mr. Lin felt too distant, too cold. It seemed the shadow from the past still lingered. The assistant tried to defuse the situation, saying, "Mr. Lin Heng, madam. What's wrong?" Shang Hanglu. The assistant. "Madam." Shang Hanglu. She finally realized where she was. Asterisk in Exclusive Love. The CEO's Starlit Wife. Lin Heng wasn't the male protagonist at all, but a supporting character who admired the female lead later in the story. When she read the novel, she cursed him 2,000 times as a love-struck fool, a disgusting rich man, and yet just yesterday, how could she forget? But today, she had transmigrated into the role of Lin Heng's soon-to-be ex-wife. Oh wait, not quite yet. Shang Hanglu felt disheartened. She had never been married before. In the past, she was so busy with her work at the research institute that she never even had time for a relationship. But now, after transmigrating, she had a husband. And it turned out he was an idiot of a husband. Shang Hanglu was very troubled. She couldn't help but wonder, why was her life always surrounded by idiots? She decided to have breakfast to calm down. Once she knew where she was, she recalled the name of her assistant. Shang Hanglu, who had been called Ma Lin Lin in Chinese, or Mary in English, was now called Marilyn. A combination of Eastern and Western names. Shang Hanglu told her assistant, "I'll have breakfast in my room." Soon after, breakfast was brought in. It was a typical English breakfast. Roasted figs, roasted tomatoes, scrambled eggs, bacon, corn kernels, butter, jam and toast, along with a fragrant cup of black tea and a cup of black coffee. Shang Hanglu, who was used to drinking soy milk with fried dough sticks, felt disdainful. She took a bite. And then nothing happened. Shang Hanglu no longer felt upset or depressed. She wasn't even frustrated anymore. After finishing her meal, not long after, a stylist arrived to work on her look. From clues in the original story and Shang Hanglu's own deductions, she knew that Mrs. Lin in her daily life would never hire anyone to help her get ready because as a wealthy lady, she was skilled at dressing herself and enjoyed doing so. But today she had specifically hired someone to do a full makeover, aiming for that seemingly casual, yet meticulously crafted look, from head to toe nothing less than flawless, not even a single stray hair or rough skin. Shang Hanglu, being an astute person, quickly figured out that Mrs. Lin's goal was the eternal mission of every wealthy woman, to win her husband back. As a woman who had been grinding away in the field of science and technology, the most she had ever hoped for on Valentine's Day or Christmas was a personal centrifuge to make tomato soup base for hot pot with fatty beef. She had never experienced this kind of luxury treatment. Like a salted fish, she was flipped over, turned this way and that, and finally in the late morning at 11 a.m., they finished perfecting her look. The stylist then went into full commercial praise mode. Mrs. Lin, you look stunning. People with good foundations can truly pull off any style. Shang Hanglu finally had the chance to take a closer look at herself. Honestly, she instantly understood the meaning of her transmigration. This Mrs. Lin looked exactly like her. Indeed, as a wealthy lady, she was quite different from her own past self, someone who took the bus daily and didn't even bother to wash her hair when busy. Shang Hanglu had a pretty good foundation. But growing up, she had always been buried beneath black-framed glasses and plaid shirts, the quintessential outfits for those in the fields of science and engineering. Now, after some careful grooming, she held her face in her hands and looked left and right. I really look good, Shang Hanglu marveled. How can I be so good-looking? The stylist. As the rumors went, Mrs. Lin was a beauty and quite narcissistic, and it seemed those rumors were true. The stylist and the assistants hastily praised Shang Hanglu's beauty again. Shang Hanglu waved her hand. All right. Let's just exchange a little pleasantries, okay? The stylist. What's going on here? Should I praise her or not? She needed to be at Lin Heng's company before noon. She was going to visit her husband's office, but also to do a low-profile yet noble and beautiful undercover inspection as the lady of the house. Shang Hanglu had watched plenty of dramas. Even though she had never had the chance to experience such an event herself, she knew how to act the part. Her villa was located on the outskirts of the city, and it took about 40 minutes to drive to the company headquarters in the city center. Once the styling was done, she was ready to leave. Since she had to drive out from the estate's gate, it would take another 10 minutes. When she arrived at the company building, a man in a suit came to greet her. Shang Hanglu almost blurted out husband, but fortunately, her assistant Marilyn quickly said, Assistant Yuan, thank you for your trouble. Shang Hanglu. Well, the novel didn't have any illustration, so how was she supposed to know which one was Mr. Lin? They took the elevator straight up, and Assistant Yuan was neither servile nor arrogant. Shang Hanglu guessed that her own status was probably lower than his, so she behaved properly and didn't try to stir up trouble. Assistant Yuan led her to a guest reception room, where coffee and cookies were served. He said, Miss Shang, please wait. Mr. Lin is still in a meeting, but he'll be done soon. Shang Hanglu nodded. Thank you. She was surprised. After Assistant Yuan left, she hurriedly checked her wallet. Sure enough, her ID had the name Shang Hanglu written on it. Shang Hanglu. This weird sense of déjà vu. Honestly, she remembered the novel very clearly. Her subconscious had automatically reviewed it in her dreams. But still, Lin Heng was just a supporting character, not even a major one. As for her role, she was just another side character who didn't even rank high. The book had 600,000 words. Her character was simply known as Mrs. Lin. Too bad Mrs. Lin didn't even recognize her own husband. Just then, another man in a suit entered. Shang Hanglu almost called him husband again. Thankfully, Marilyn saved her again. Marilyn said, Assistant Fong, long time no see. Sorry to trouble you today. Shang Hanglu gave a faint smile, and the parrot mimicked her words. Adding mushrooms to your... Oh no, I mean trouble to you. Assistant Fong was so startled he almost knelt down. I wouldn't dare. At that moment, yet another man in a suit walked in. This place truly seemed to be a breeding ground for men in suits. Shang Hanglu, who was slightly face-blind, usually couldn't tell people apart. However, she could distinguish the particularly handsome ones. That's called selective face blindness. The man who had just walked in was exceptionally handsome. His face was sharp yet carried a refined aura. his phoenix-like eyes hidden behind a thin pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He was tall and lean, filling out his suit perfectly. From past experience, if the first two men weren't her husband, this one probably wasn't either. Her husband was in a meeting, so it couldn't be him. Don't mess with her emotions. But Shang Hanglu secretly hoped this was her husband. This man was so handsome. So, thinking no one else could hear, she whistled flirtatiously under her breath and murmured in admiration, "Hubby." With that face, he could easily be a national heartthrob in the entertainment industry. If he opened a social media account, there'd definitely be a storm of chicken coop warnings under his posts. At this moment, Marilyn looked visibly panicked. She tugged on Shang Hanglu's sleeve, trying to save face for her. Marilyn said, "Mr. Lin, Madam has been waiting for you for a long time." Shang Hanglu was utterly stunned. But she couldn't show it. Her expression was caught in a conflict between two emotions, making her look like she was in a daze. Shang Hanglu. Lin Heng. 1 second later. Lin Heng raised an eyebrow, his face exuding charm. Shang Hanglu. Wait, what? This really was her husband? Chapter 2. What is it like when, in front of others, a wife blows a flirtatious whistle at her husband? For a normal couple, this could probably be categorized as part of their marital intimacy. But as everyone knows, Shang Hanglu and Lin Heng have been married for 2 years, and their relationship is definitely a plastic marriage. The reason they got married was simple. They were of age and their parents knew each other, so they arranged a match between Lin Heng and Shang Hanglu. The Lin family is a large, wealthy family, while the Shang family was once considered a small, wealthy family. However, due to the current economic downturn, there are some internal issues with the company, and funds are not flowing smoothly. Even so, the Shang family's small fortune is still a fortune. But the internal feudal superstitions within wealthy families are heavier than those in ordinary families, since they actually have a real royal inheritance to pass down. Lin Heng had no objections to Shang Hanglu, or perhaps he had objections but kept them to himself. Shang Hanglu, on the other hand, had no objections to Lin Heng, because she was an out-and-out beauty lover, and a handsome CEO like Lin Heng was a rare sight. From a genetic and social status standpoint, it made sense for them to marry. It's often said that marriage is the tomb of love. Even if there was no love between them, marriage was certainly a tomb. According to Shang Hanglu's understanding of novels, Lin Heng, before meeting the female lead, was only interested in work. In other words, he was a complete workaholic. As for an interesting soul, he was essentially a money-printing machine, and asking for more was too much, right? Shang Hanglu also deduced, based on clues from novels, that the original Mrs. Lin in the story didn't even have a name. There was too little description, so it could only be speculated. The original Mrs. Lin was a typical spoiled young lady, a rich girl, who, after admiring her husband's good looks, began demanding spiritual connection. To demand spiritual connection from a money-printing machine was a bit excessive, don't you think? What? The female lead could make Lin Heng open up, transforming from a money-printing machine into a passionate CEO? Don't joke. A Mrs. Lin who wasn't even worthy of a name in the original text, compared to the well-developed female lead with 600,000 words of character setting, who gave her the right to make such a comparison. The above are the internal reasons for their divorce. The external reason was that 3 months later, the Shang family went bankrupt and was liquidated. Having lost her family's backing and under the influence of the female lead's charm, something like an ABO pheromone, she was about to lose her rich husband. Shang Hanglu felt completely insecure and started creating chaos. She was making a lot of trouble. She was doing it so extravagantly, making you open your eyes to see how someone could cause so many problems. Before the female lead came into the picture, Lin Heng was still a money-printing machine, but after meeting her, he gained a soul. 3 months later, Lin Heng would be a man with needs, love, and a soul. A domineering CEO and money-printing machine. He could no longer tolerate Shang Hanglu. So Shang Hanglu was kicked out, and Lin Heng pursued true love. Shang Hanglu reviewed their 2 years of marriage. She now felt very embarrassed. The 2 years of marriage between Lin Heng and Shang Hanglu were essentially like formal strangers, keeping respectful distance from one another. Now Shang Hanglu wanted to reconcile because the Shang family's capital operations had failed. In simple terms, she just wanted to extract more money from the money-printing machine. And yet, she still had the nerve to tease her husband, and it was clear that she didn't even recognize him anymore while doing it. Shang Hanglu suddenly felt overwhelmed. But nothing was an obstacle she couldn't overcome. Shang Hanglu gritted her teeth, abandoned her dignity, and flitted over to Lin Heng like a butterfly without any real affection. Her arms were stiff, and it didn't achieve the desired effect of being soft and alluring. Instead, it felt like a boss patting a capable subordinate on the shoulder in a congratulatory manner. Lin Heng. What was she doing? When her first attempt failed, she tried again, immediately wrapping her arm around Lin Heng's and acting coy. Honey, I've been waiting for you for so long. I really miss you. Others. Who are you fooling? Just a moment ago, you didn't even recognize him. Even Marilyn was stunned by her shamelessness. Lin Heng raised an eyebrow. Of course, Lin Heng had thoughts in his mind. He had a lot of thoughts about his current wife, but as long as she didn't cross the line, everything was within tolerable limits. He quickly adjusted his expression. The so-called adjustment meant wearing a poker face, making it unreadable to anyone around. He said, "Sorry for keeping you waiting. Let's go eat." As he said this, he took Shang Hanglu's arm and led her to a nearby restaurant where a table had already been reserved. The location and dishes were all arranged by his assistant. Every time Shang Hanglu came to see Lin Heng, they went to the same restaurant, sat at the same table and ate the same food. The former Shang family's young lady had plenty of opinions about her husband's robotic-like choices, but the current Shang Hanglu, eating at a company cafeteria with watered-down soup and ordering takeout with a few discount coupons, had no complaints. In fact, she thought damn rich people really know how to enjoy life. But now she was a part of that damn rich crowd. And that really felt damn great. Shang Hanglu ate happily, completely forgetting the reason she came to see Lin Heng in the first place. Not only did she forget, but she also thought that the Michelin 3-star dishes were truly delicious. From start to finish, Shang Hanglu buried her head in eating, not saying a word. Lin Heng liked quiet meals and was content with the silence, though it felt strange. But he wasn't stupid. Shang Hanglu had already given up trying to communicate in the first year. They both went on with their own business, and though they were married, it was an easygoing arrangement. Lin Heng knew exactly why she had come today. Before she even arrived, he had already anticipated what requests she might make, thought of responses, reasons to agree, and reasons to refuse. Lin Heng didn't fight any unprepared battles. In simple terms, a marriage was like a business merger. Its goal was mutual prosperity and mutual wealth. While they ate, Lin Heng quietly considered when Shang Hanglu might speak up. When she reached for the pepper, he passed it to her. Lin Heng thought this would be the moment she spoke, right? She didn't. Later, when she needed a napkin, she asked him to pass it to her. Lin Heng thought this time she surely had something to say, right? They were halfway through the meal. But she didn't. Later, when the server came to refill their tea, she exchanged a few polite words and then turned her gaze back to Lin Heng's face. Having gone through countless business negotiations, President Lin was confident this time. Shang Hanglu would surely say it. Yet she still didn't. By the time they finished their meal, Lin Heng was gripping his fork so tightly it was about to snap, but Shang Hanglu still hadn't mentioned a thing. Lin Heng was anxious. He was very anxious. When was she going to say it? Why wasn't she saying it? Why? As the master of the household's financial foundation, Lin Heng decided to give his wife another chance. As they walked out of the restaurant, Lin Heng casually said, "I'll head back to Shanghai Residence tonight." Shanghai Residence was the villa complex where Shang Hanglu currently lived. Lin Heng worked downtown and usually stayed in an apartment near his office. When Shang Hanglu heard this, she froze mid-breath. She didn't audibly gasp, but she definitely held her breath. Wait, why was he moving back home after just one meal? What happened to their plastic marriage arrangement? More importantly, if he moved back, they'd have to share a room, which implied, that. Her gaze swept over her conveniently handsome husband once more. Yes, he was ridiculously good-looking. Sleeping with him wouldn't exactly be a loss. But still, how was she supposed to handle the psychological pressure of randomly sharing a bed with a gorgeous stranger? What if President Lin had some unusual preferences in bed? And even worse, what if there was an accident with birth control and they ended up with a child? Shang Hanglu started to panic. Does an abandoned wife need a sex life? Maybe she does, but definitely not one with her husband. She immediately waved her hands and said, "No, no, no, no." Lin Heng looked at her. Shang Hanglu was firm. No, 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 that's not necessary. Marilyn, standing nearby, was stunned. She tugged on Shang Hanglu's sleeve, her silent translation, "Madam? What are you doing? Take the chance, madam." But current Mrs. Lin was completely clueless. She didn't understand hints, nor could she read the room. Shang Hanglu quickly came up with an excuse and said, "It's too inconvenient for you. I'm worried it'll be too exhausting for you to spend an extra hour commuting every day. It's just not worth it." After saying this, Shang Hanglu almost applauded herself. How considerate of her. Unfortunately, President Lin, with his calm expression and rebellious nature, didn't buy it. Especially after she'd said so many no's. It was his house, why couldn't he return to it? Lin, the stubborn young master, said decisively, "It's not tiring at all. That's settled then, I'll move back tonight." With that, he left with his assistant to head upstairs for work. This left Shang Hanglu and Marilyn standing by the car. Marilyn was thrilled. It turned out Madame was playing hard to get. What a genius strategy. Shang Hanglu, however, was furious. She felt cheated. What happened to the divorce? Where was it? On the way home, Shang Hanglu carefully reflected on what had just happened. Based on the palace drama she'd watched, the big pig-headed male leads usually hated it when someone defied them. So starting with no had been her first mistake. She then reviewed the tragic trajectory of Lin Heng and Mrs. Lin's marriage of convenience. There were three main reasons for their downfall. Their personalities didn't match. One was lively, the other reserved. The Shang family was going bankrupt in 3 months, meaning Shang Hanglu would lose her value as a marriage partner. The now worthless young lady caused endless drama, depleting Lin Heng's already limited patience. So why had she been so considerate just now? Why hadn't she stirred up some drama? Shang Hanglu regretted her actions deeply. Her natural tendency to be overly understanding had backfired. Without causing enough chaos, there'd be no divorce. And without a divorce, she wouldn't get those billions in alimony. Resolving to learn from her mistakes, Shang Hanglu decided to make a complete overhaul. She hadn't yet figured out how to stir up trouble, but she resolved to read some novels to study the typical tactics and inner thoughts of the drama-stirring female antagonists. She aimed to embody the role fully, both mentally and physically. Before she could finish downloading the novels, another thought struck her. Wait, her family was going bankrupt. Didn't that mean the billions in alimony would be worthless? And who knew if those billions would even cover the debts? Having just fallen into the deep pit of luxury and indulgence, she was determined not to climb out. Bankruptcy was not an option, not while she was still breathing, but she still wanted a divorce. After carefully weighing her options and reviewing her novels, Shang Hanglu came to a conclusion. It was fine, she could handle it, because she knew how to stir up trouble. Chapter 30. Speaking of the reason for the family business's bankruptcy, it's actually quite ridiculous. The family business was in the electronics industry, which is a field that, if it fails to keep up with the times, is easily abandoned by consumers. Before she married Lin Heng, the family had already completed an industry transformation, and it had been quite successful, so the small noble family remained wealthy. Recently, due to investments in developing a new system, the company's funds were flowing less smoothly, leading to some operational issues. But for a large company, these are just unavoidable challenges. If managed well, they can always weather the storm. So, the people in the business actually didn't think this crisis was anything particularly significant. But there's this strange phenomenon in the world called the butterfly effect. When a butterfly flaps its wings in Amazon, it could potentially stir up the air. And 2 weeks later, a tornado might hit Texas. Essentially, the idea is that a slight change in the initial conditions can cause a massive chain reaction throughout an entire system. This theory applies to the business world as well. The only difference was that it wasn't a butterfly flapping its wings. It was Shang Hanglu's brother's girlfriend. Shang Hanglu has a younger brother, a full-blood sibling, and they get along well. In the original text, the sibling relationship is summarized in just a few lines. Even Mrs. Lin, the wife of the male supporting character, didn't have a name, let alone her younger brother. Shang Hanglu had to dig through her contacts for quite some time before realizing her brother's name was Shang Hangyu. It was quite a dignified name, and he looked the part too, just a little too perfect, especially popular with young girls. He didn't really have the awareness of being a rich heir, and the girlfriends he dated were all sorts of people. According to Shang Hanglu, who had access to the script, Shang Hangyu was planning a trip to Las Vegas soon with his girlfriend. While there, they'd meet one of her acquaintances, someone in finance. The thing is, Shang Hangyu didn't actually have much money. He had just graduated from college, had no major business assets, and his trust funds were small. Real estate? He couldn't possibly sell it. But that didn't matter, casinos could lend money. With some persuasion from his girlfriend and the acquaintance in finance, Shang Hangyu ended up accumulating a huge gambling debt at the casino. Of course, his family was rich, so the gambling debt itself wasn't an issue. But his father despised gambling, especially people who gambled away borrowed money. Shang Hangyu was terrified. The acquaintance lent him money, and he fled back home. Before returning to China, this so-called financial expert told him, "Buy these stocks, you're guaranteed to make a fortune." But Shang Hangyu had no money left after his gambling losses. Then, under his girlfriend's suggestion, he pulled a reckless move. He embezzled company funds to buy stocks. It was a wildly stupid decision. Later on, the company's funds became even more stretched, and it went into a full-blown financial collapse and bankruptcy. After reviewing everything, Shang Hanglu couldn't help but feel deeply frustrated. Her brother was such an idiot. Pure gold, 5-star, completely untainted. Forget about his obviously ill-intentioned girlfriend and the even more dubious financial shark. Shang Hangyu could have just stopped gambling. Who pressured him to do it? Idiot. Shang Hanglu silently cursed under her breath. Stupid brother. Give me back my inheritance. But now, she was pretty much a woman with the script in hand, and if she could make that little butterfly flap its wings, she would have it write her name backward 100 times. In the original text, the bankruptcy of the business was mentioned briefly, with some lament about how large companies fall so easily, but it didn't specifically mention when Shang Hanglu and his girlfriend went to Las Vegas. However, Shang Hanglu knew the business went bankrupt 3 months later. Based on the timeline, her brother must have started his mess around this time. Today it was a proper Saturday. Shang Hanglu was at home. She had confirmed it with a phone call. What? Why was her cheap husband still at the company? Do you have any misunderstandings about how a money printing machine works? After finishing lunch with Lin Heng and not yet starting her chaotic divorce plans, Shang Hanglu returned home first. Her family couldn't go bankrupt. That was her inheritance. She couldn't bear to lose it. As soon as she entered the house, the servants were surprised. One of them, Aunt Wang, who had taken care of her since childhood, asked, "Young miss, what brings you back today?" Shang Hanglu asked, "Where's Shang Hanglu?" Aunt Wang answered, "The young master is at the tennis court, and his girlfriend, Miss Jian, is also there." Aunt Wang's phrasing was very considerate. She not only reminded Shang Hanglu but also told her the girlfriend's surname, in case she forgot the name and it would be awkward later. Shang Hanglu stomped in her high heels, her presence commanding the room as she made her way to the family tennis court. She had to make an impact. Her heels were 10 centimeters high and quite painful, so with each step, the pain seemed to be transferred to the little butterfly flapping its wings. The tennis court was lively with several of Shang Hanglu's college friends visiting, all with their partners, playing mixed doubles. Those who weren't on the court were sitting on the side, drinking drinks and chatting. As she entered, Shang Hanglu, the little fool, hadn't even had time to greet her before she overheard his girlfriend saying, "Hanglu, let's go to the gambling city. All my friends have been, but I haven't been yet, I want to go." Notice the little wave at the end of that sentence. Shang Hanglu shuddered and suddenly remembered how she had just spoken like that a moment ago. But nothing was more exciting than the words gambling city. "What's so fun about it?" Shang Hanglu originally said, but seeing his girlfriend pouting, glaring, and nearly in tears, he quickly changed his mind. Okay, let's go. It's not a big deal." "Go where?" Shang Hanglu shouted as she stormed over. Both Shang Hanglu and his girlfriend Jian looked at her, along with Shang Hanglu's college friends. They saw a beautiful woman with curly hair storming in with the aura of a movie assassin, looking especially imposing. Then the beautiful woman with an assassin-like vibe said, "If you dare go, I'll break your legs." Saying that, she picked up a tennis racket and banged it on the table. Bang bang, the dull sound echoed. Several people frowned, as if they could almost imagine that her words had indeed broken someone's legs. One tall, fair-skinned and bright-looking young man asked, "Who is this?" Shang Hanglu replied, "My sister." Several people immediately exchanged meaningful looks. In this circle, Shang Hanglu was quite well known. Although her earlier outburst was powerful, it caused Shang Hanglu some embarrassment in front of everyone. From a young age, he had lived under the oppressive rule of his sister and understood that playing cute was his only way out. Otherwise, he might not even keep his legs intact. Shang Hanglu approached with a sheepish grin, speaking in a soft, almost childlike voice. "Big sis, I'm already grown up. Do I still need your permission to go out and have fun?" With his handsome youthful face that still held a hint of boyish charm. You have to admit, even someone as sharp as Shang Hanglu couldn't help but fall for this act. An inheritance or a charming little brother? How could she be such a shallow person? Of course she chose the inheritance. Shang Hanglu softened her tone. She pinched her thigh hard, summoning tears as she wailed. "Do you not remember how Uncle Rong died? He was hacked to death by debt collectors. That's why Grandpa made the family rule. Anyone who gambles gets their legs broken." Shang Hanglu froze for a moment. Uncle Rong? Wait, since when did the family have that rule? And wasn't Grandpa already dead? He passed away last year, didn't he? Shang Hanglu grabbed his arms and asked seriously, "Do you still want your legs?" Her eyes sparkled with actual tears, but the murderous intent beneath them was unmistakable. Shang Hanglu didn't dare think about Uncle Rong, Grandpa, or family rules anymore. The scary older sister in front of him was far more terrifying. He quickly nodded like a pecking chick. Good, he was playing along. Shang Hanglu immediately said, "Then let me book you tickets to Australia. Skydiving, hang gliding, whatever you want." At this point, Shang Hanglu's girlfriend Jian protested softly. "But what's the point?" "He wanted to go to the casino." Shang Hanglu shot her a cold glare. Jian flinched as their gazes met. Shang Hanglu replied calmly, "Then go by yourself. Or are you hoping my dad will break his legs?" "Miss Jian, why don't you choose?" Jian fell silent, though her resentful gaze made it clear she wasn't happy about it. Shang Hanglu knew the little butterfly still had thoughts about the casino, but that was enough for today. Pushing further would only backfire. Just as she was about to leave, the tall, fair-skinned, sunny boy who had just spoken earlier said, "Leaving already, sis? Why not join us for a barbecue?" Shang Hanglu had only graduated from college recently, and his classmates were all around the same age. The boy stood out with his striking good looks, rosy lips, white teeth, and a mischievous smile. He was, well, undeniably good-looking. Shang Hanglu couldn't resist. "All right, I'll have a little. Might as well keep an eye on that little butterfly." The group gathered in the yard, grilling meat and popping open bottles of beer and champagne. Shang Hanglu seized the time to nibble on snacks while flipping through cliché novels. The hours passed quickly. Perhaps her earlier leg-breaking lecture had been too impactful. Though Jianxi sulked all afternoon, she didn't bring up the casino again. Shang Hanglu tried comforting her for a bit, but when it didn't work he gave up, which only made her angrier. Shang Hanglu didn't pay attention. She'd been drinking champagne like water and ended up tipsy. At some point she sat on the toilet, tilted her head and fell asleep. She didn't know how long had passed when she heard voices outside. "That old woman is crazy, isn't she? Yeah, she wouldn't even let us go to Las Vegas. She's so controlling. Can't even handle her own husband, and now she's back here bossing her brother around. Gross. Don't be mad, Cece. Her husband's about to divorce her anyway. Of course she's in a bad mood. We should be understanding." Then the two girls burst into malicious laughter. Shang Hanglu, having dozed off briefly, was now much more sober. But she couldn't understand, why was divorce such a big deal? It was as if a divorced woman became some damaged product that had to be sent back to the factory or sold off at a discount. What kind of outdated thinking was this? Shang Hanglu abruptly pushed open the bathroom door and walked out. Sure enough, she saw two girls gossiping in the corner, their spiteful and gleeful expressions frozen on their faces. When they noticed her, their smiles turned into fear. Shang Hanglu said coldly, "So what if I'm divorced? Lin Heng and I split up. The Shang family is my family, and Shang Hangyu is my brother. I'll handle things however I see fit. Who are you to have an opinion?" The two girls stood awkwardly, their faces stiff. Just then, a man's voice came from behind Shang Hanglu. It was calm with a hint of questioning coolness. "Divorced?" Shang Hanglu turned around to see Lin Heng walking over leisurely. "Why didn't I know about this?" Shang Hanglu froze. "Wait, you didn't know? How could you not know?" Chapter 4. According to the Fate Guide of Business Manager Lu, also known as the original story, their marriage only has 3 months of life left. To put it figuratively, it's like an old man who's about to die, with one foot already in the coffin, waiting at any moment to be laid to rest. And yet Mr. Lin said, how could he not know? Bullshit, he doesn't know. All of you CEOs are a bunch of evil vampires, capitalist swindlers. To put it bluntly, believing you would be a fool. Shang Hanglu didn't believe that Lin Heng wasn't thinking about it in his heart. But at the same time, whether it's a big, medium or small rich family, everyone cares about face. Even if the relationship between husband and wife is not harmonious or compatible, people won't know until an official divorce announcement is made. And in the announcement, it will be emphasized that they broke up peacefully. Well, it should be quite peaceful. After all arguments are handled by the lawyers, and even if they want to say something themselves, the lawyers would advise. It's best if you don't say anything. Shang Hanglu thought, fine. Unexpectedly, Mr. Lin turned out to be a performer whose talent had been buried by his financial career. Shang Hanglu used the same trick from earlier in the morning. Like a little butterfly, she flitted toward Lin Heng, sweetly calling out, "Hubby." And she learned from the previous lesson. This time, she was determined to act like the seductive and scheming female characters in TV dramas, clinging to Lin Heng's arm and not letting go. However, her 10-centimeter high heels were not cooperating. When she first wore them, she even wondered if these shoes had the ability to stand upright on their own when placed on the ground. She had been walking on thin ice all day, and now, as she turned to pounce on her husband, she lost her balance. Her left foot flung outward, and Shang Hanglu completely lost control and started to fall. As she stretched her arm to grab Lin Heng, it made her look like she was bowing before him, resembling a eunuch in a palace drama about to be dragged away and executed while begging for mercy. This was so embarrassing. Before she could hit the ground, Shang Hanglu was already mourning in her heart, filled with regret. "I hate this." But just as her hate was starting to form, Lin Heng, quick as lightning, reached out and caught her. Shang Hanglu had already lost her balance, so instead of falling, she ended up, by some twist of fate, in Lin Heng's arms. Oh, the scent of cologne was quite pleasant. A woody fragrance, very calm and stable. When Shang Hanglu looked up, she saw the smooth line of Lin Heng's jaw. At that moment, he was looking down at her, his eyes calm and distant behind thin glasses. Lin Heng helped her up and asked, "Are you all right?" Shang Hanglu, rarely honest, was momentarily stunned before saying, "Oh, I'm fine, I'm fine." Lin Heng said, Are you sure? The heel of your shoe is broken. Shang Hanglu looked down at her shoe. And indeed the heel was broken. She had seen this brand before in magazines. A colleague bought a pair as wedding shoes, and they cost nearly 10,000, but this quality. Lin Heng crouched down, allowing Shang Hanglu to place her hand on his shoulder. He lifted her foot and took off her shoe. Then he gently held her foot, turning it slightly, and asked, "Does it hurt?" Shang Hanglu answered that it didn't hurt. Only then did Lin Heng stand up, make a phone call, and ask the servant to bring new shoes, specifically flat ones. After hanging up, he helped Shang Hanglu and waited for the shoes to arrive. Lin Heng was very quiet. Shang Hanglu was also silent. In her silence, there was deep admiration for Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin's attention to detail, this simple and sincere performance, really made him a movie star who was wasted in the financial industry. The two people who had just criticized the state of Shang Hanglu and Lin Heng's marriage were even quieter. Especially Jianxi's friend. To be honest, if it weren't for Shang Hanglu, Jianxi wouldn't have stepped into this circle. If it weren't for Jianxi, she wouldn't have stepped into this circle either. She'd heard the gossip and news from Jianxi. For example, just now when someone fell in front of them, of course they would help, but wasn't it a bit too thoughtful to take off the shoes and check the ankle afterward? It didn't really look like a couple on the verge of divorce. Suddenly, her face felt very painful. She exchanged an awkward glance with Jianxi, but Jianxi didn't respond, because her eyes were entirely on Lin Heng. Of course, she wasn't staring at him, but the occasional glances she cast toward him made it impossible to believe she wasn't interested. Shang Hanglu smiled inwardly. On the outside, though, she remained very serious. To be fair, Lin Heng's face was indeed extraordinary. It wasn't that her idiot brother wasn't good-looking, but a young man who had just graduated from school and still had his credit card issued by his family. His temperament couldn't even compare to the independent, mature, and calm Lin Heng. And Jianxi's current gaze, full of curiosity and desire, though she was trying to suppress it. At this moment, Shang Hanglu had a feeling. This butterfly effect she thought was just a small butterfly flapping its wings might be more than just a small butterfly. Shang Hanglu hummed a tune. I want to climb up step by step, waiting for the sunlight to quietly watch its face, a small sky with big dreams. Lin Heng frowned. What are you singing? Shang Hanglu replied, It's Snail by Jay Cho. Doesn't it fit the situation? Lin Heng said. Are you comparing yourself to a snail being slow? It really fits. Shang Hanglu didn't expect Mr. Lin to be so good at sarcasm. But someone as wise as her, singing songs with such profound meaning, how could she lower herself to the level of a mere cash-printing machine? Mere mortals simply couldn't comprehend her intelligence. Shang Hanglu's eyes flicked with cunning as she smiled and said, I was careless just now. Let me introduce you. Miss Jian, this is my husband Lin Heng. Lin Heng. This is my brother's girlfriend, Miss Jian. Lin Heng calmly shook hands with Jianxi, his face devoid of any expression. Hello, he said. Jianxi, on the other hand, was a bit shy, lightly touching Lin Heng's hand as she murmured, Mr. Lin, I've heard so much about you. As she spoke, she lifted her eyes slightly and met Lin Heng's gaze. And then nothing else happened. Lin Heng's face remained as expressionless as ever. Shang Hanglu. I hate this. She's gone out of her way to say she's admired you for so long. Isn't this the perfect moment for a domineering CEO to raise an eyebrow and ask in a deep voice? You know me. Why does Lin Heng have this irritating look that screams, of course you should know me? Son, Mom is so disappointed in you right now. Just then, the servant brought over her flat shoes, and the group's awkward small talk came to a merciful end. Before leaving, Jianxi turned her head and gave Lin Heng a lingering glance, reluctant to part. Shang Hanglu, being as sharp as she was, didn't miss that look, though apparently Lin Heng did because he was blind. Shang Hanglu and Lin Heng left first. As soon as they walked away, Shang Hanglu asked Lin Heng, Weren't you at the office? Why are you here? Lin Heng shot her a look and said, It's Saturday. Shang Hanglu nearly blurted out, So what? Is Saturday an excuse to skip work? But then she glanced at her watch. It was already 8 p.m. Ahem. At this moment, Lin Heng asked in a low voice, What were you planning to do just now? Huh? Shang Hanglu smiled sweetly. She looped her arm through his and said with a grin, What do you mean? I was just introducing everyone. Lin Heng said flatly, You'd better be. They didn't speak again until they got into the car, which was headed to their mountain villa. In truth, Shang Hanglu did have some ideas swirling in her mind. She wanted a divorce, but she also didn't want her family to go bankrupt. The two desires seemed incompatible. No. As a woman who held the narrative strings of her story, she could and would have both. Jianxi's shy, love-struck glance at her husband, it was so sweet it made her shiver. Shang Hanglu thought to herself that her soon-to-be ex-husband, as dashing as he was might still be of some use. Since Jianxi wasn't exactly a trustworthy sort, today's efforts to dissuade Shang Hanglu from going to Las Vegas might not last. Who knows when she'd convince him otherwise? And Shang Hanglu couldn't stick to her brother's side forever. Besides, no one could resist the convergence of world lines. Everything was a choice of Steins Gate. Cough. In simpler terms, Shang Hanglu figured the safest bet was to make Jianxi break up with her brother. Of course, violently tearing the couple apart could easily backfire. But if Jianxi initiated the breakup, that would be perfect. From what Shang Hanglu observed today, Jianxi was very fond of her foolish little brother, and his money. For someone who didn't genuinely love another person, nothing was more appealing than wealth. But what if, at this moment, someone more handsome, richer, and more domineering showed up? While others might think differently, Shang Hanglu felt it was a good deal to sell her husband. As she rode in the car, her plans were clicking into place. Soon they arrived home. At this point, Shang Hanglu still didn't sense anything wrong. Not until Lin Heng, fresh out of the shower, appeared in her bedroom. Only then did Shang Hanglu retreat into the bathroom, sit on the toilet, and clutch her phone trembling. As a civilized modern woman, there was nothing she couldn't solve with Baidu. If there was, she just switched to Bing. Quickly, Shang Hanglu opened her browser and searched. What to do if you don't want to sleep with your husband? An online doctor advised. It could be due to exhaustion. Try exercising, eating more fruits, and increasing your protein intake, etc., etc. Shang Hanglu angrily closed the page. The next one suggested, maybe you're just not interested in sex. Shang Hanglu, you're the one who's not interested. Your whole family's not interested. The one after that said, careful, your husband's heart might no longer be with you. Shang Hanglu sneered. Oh please, like I'm scared of that. What do you even know? After browsing for a while, Shang Hanglu realized Baidu wasn't the same as before, and even Bing had betrayed her. Sighing, she resigned herself to her fate as she showered, trying to mentally prepare for the worst. Actually, on second thought, maybe it wasn't such a bad deal. After all, Lin Heng was so handsome. She straightened her nightgown and walked out, only to see Lin Heng leaning against the bed, reading. The light from the bedside lamp illuminated half his face, making him look like a masterpiece of art. Looking again, this really wasn't such a bad deal. Shang Hanglu stood on the other side of the bed, caught in an inner battle. How could she be like this? So shallow, so easily swayed by looks. Was she really this kind of person? Lin Heng seemed to notice her. He closed his book with a soft snap and placed it on the bedside table. The bed was so large that he had to stretch a bit, and in doing so, he accidentally lifted the hem of his shirt, revealing a glimpse of his toned abs. Shang Hanglu had excellent eyesight. Taut muscles, not overly bulky, just a thin defined layer leading down to smooth fluid lines. So good-looking. But was she really this shallow? She stole another glance. And that's when she heard it, the sound of her own heart skipping a beat. I'm sorry, but yes, she was. Chapter 5. As a researcher who believes herself to be deeply dedicated to the scientific field, Shang Hanglu has devoted her whole life to studying and research, while occasionally slacking off, leaving no time for romantic entanglements. Of course, in this colorful world with so many temptations, to say she has absolutely no time would be a lie. However, she believes that her ability to maintain such high standards is due to her exceptional sense of integrity. But when it comes to someone as good-looking and well-built as Lin Heng, Shang Hanglu can't help but tilt her head innocently. What is integrity? Can it be eaten? She quickly casts it aside. After discarding her integrity, she feels justified. Although she's not the typical Mrs. Lin, it's like an automatic computer system upgrade. The system may have changed, but the computer is still the same. Who can say this computer isn't the same as the old one? And who can say that she, Shang Hanglu, is no longer the same Shang Hanglu? She is simply too wise. Shang Hanglu mentally prepared herself, coloring herself as she went along, slowly turning into a little yellow minion seduced by Lin Heng's pajama-clad beauty. She tried to maintain a calm expression, feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement, with a touch of nervousness as she lifted a corner of the thin blanket. Lin Heng spoke. His voice was as calm and indifferent as ever. Lin Heng said, "Tell me, what do you think about the Yunsure financing issue?" Yunsure is actually the name of Shang Hanglu's company. But the former Miss Shang, now Mrs. Lin, as an already introduced character, the author couldn't even be bothered to give her a name, let alone the company. So even though Shang Hanglu has read many humorous original works, she was still confused at this moment. What to think? "Sir, I'm not Yuan Fang." Her hand, which had been lifting the blanket, froze. Could this be? Yes, exactly that. Lin Heng is so outstanding that if she didn't answer correctly, she wouldn't be allowed to sleep with him, for fear of creating a silly baby, right? Shang Hanglu quickly dismissed this thought. This is too ridiculous. In the few seconds she was stunned, she noticed that Lin Heng was staring at her. Even though there were glasses between them, his gaze still carried a hint of inquiry. Shang Hanglu instantly became nervous. Seems like she should know the answer. But the truth is she didn't know. As a person who believes in knowing what she knows and admitting what she doesn't know, Shang Hanglu honestly shook her head. I have no opinion. Lin Heng raised an eyebrow. In this dim orange light, probably due to his strikingly good looks, his calm expression seemed to carry an unspoken seductive quality. Really? Shang Hanglu nodded vigorously. Who would have known that Lin Heng's expression suddenly became serious again, as if dissatisfied with her response? He said, since we're married, I'll help you if I can, but I prefer honest people. If you have any thoughts, just tell me. Now Shang Hanglu was even more confused. What thoughts should she have? At this moment, Lin Heng seemed just like a superior asking her for a talk at work, filled with complex thoughts but refusing to say anything. TSK. A man's mind is like a needle in the sea. Though Shang Hanglu didn't know what he was referring to, she did hear the word financing. Lin Heng is so wealthy. For her, this financing must be a mind-boggling number. She couldn't just say anything. Shang Hanglu firmly said, I really don't have any thoughts. Lin Heng. Shang Hanglu emphasized, really, and I don't really understand these things. Her attitude was sincere, almost like she had honestly trustworthy written on her face. Upon hearing this, Lin Heng. In other words, he thought Yunshur was in turmoil, so Shang Hanglu would surely ask for something as she always had in the past. But not only did she not ask, she didn't even think about it. Lin Heng thought about her increasingly extravagant behavior recently. Okay, he had overestimated her. Lin Heng sighed. Shang Hanglu stood at the edge of the bed, feeling like a giant fool who couldn't even answer 1 + 1. It was such a disgrace. But then she thought even the Goldbach conjecture still can't confirm if 1 + 1 = 2, so as a small figure in the academic world, what's there to be ashamed about? Not ashamed, humph Lin Heng, that foolish financial worker. Shang Hanglu pulled the blanket back again, completely forgetting everything, just wanting to sleep peacefully. Who would have known that Lin Heng spoke up at the perfect moment? And this time Shang Hanglu even suspected it was intentional. Lin Heng asked indifferently, what exactly were you trying to do just now? Shang Hanglu had done a lot of things since she entered the story, but according to her, there was not a single thing she felt guilty about. Not ashamed, this financial dog. Even though she had already guessed that Lin Heng was asking about the time she forced her brother's girlfriend onto him, she firmly said, I wasn't trying to do anything. Lin Heng looked at her coldly. Shang Hanglu's heart didn't even skip a beat. I'm innocent. Lin always sighed again. He removed his glasses, rubbed his temples and said, go to sleep. Shang Hanglu quickly responded, yes. She dove under the covers instantly. The bedroom lights gradually dimmed automatically. It was then that she realized something felt off. Wait, that go to sleep from Lin Heng just now, why did it sound so much like meeting adjourned? Her mind went blank. Any stray thoughts evaporated entirely. Shang Hanglu now only wanted to obediently occupy the farthest corner of the bed, maybe kiss her plush Marilyn pillow for comfort, and wish for a peaceful night till dawn. God knew that she had actually entertained the idea of sleeping with Lin Heng earlier. How naive. Lin Heng, that unattainable high mountain flower, was someone like her even remotely capable of conquering him. Gripping the edge of the blanket, Shang Hanglu stared at the ceiling, frozen in place. Lin Heng was a very still sleeper. She couldn't even feel him move. Before long, her wide-open eyes started to feel strained. Staying awake in the dark proved harder than expected. Her eyelids fluttered open, closed, and before she knew it, they were battling each other. Are you asleep? Suddenly Lin Heng's voice cut through the silence. Startled, Shang Hanglu felt like she was about to jump out of her skin. But a sliver of rationality kept her in check. She didn't actually leap up. Instead, she promptly and energetically declared, reporting in. I'm asleep. Lin Heng. Silence. A suffocating, awkward silence. Then, a sigh of helplessness from Lin Heng. In the darkness, Lin Heng asked, what's been up with you these past 2 days? Shang Hanglu didn't know whether to say it was her excitement over grasping her destiny, or her joy over becoming rich overnight. Never mind, Lin Heng said again. There's a banquet in a couple of days. You'll attend with me. They say the relationship between husband and wife is like being in the same boat. Shang Hanglu gauged their relationship. It felt more like that of a boss and employee. All right, she replied. Lin Heng paused briefly. It won't be particularly interesting. Just giving you a heads up. But if you'd like to invite anyone, feel free. Consider it for your sake. Shang Hanglu's eyes darted mischievously. She beamed. All right. Her joy was so obvious that even Lin Heng could hear it. He pursed his lips. She was surprisingly easy to please. He turned slightly toward her in the dark, as if wanting to say something. But the words stopped at his lips before he swallowed them back. Sleep, he said. That word was like the chime of Westminster bells, gentle and resonant. Shang Hanglu, half asleep, drifted off, enjoying a deep and peaceful rest. The next morning when she woke up, the space beside her was already empty. Of course, considering the bed was enormous and she had been sleeping at the very edge, it wasn't surprising that the space felt particularly vacant. Soon after, Marilyn came in and asked where she'd like to have breakfast. Where's Lin Heng? Shang Hanglu inquired. Marilyn couldn't hide her delighted expression. Sir said you went to bed late last night and asked me not to wake you. Congratulations, ma'am. Shang Hanglu. That sounded like they'd fought an epic battle last night. But only Shang Hanglu herself knew the truth. Fine, Lin Heng must have heard her mumbling in her sleep about counting dumplings. The fact that he hadn't strangled her by now spoke volumes about his self-restraint. Not long after she got up, Shang Hanglu received the details for the banquet. She asked Marilyn to handle her styling while she mulled over a more pressing matter. She asked Shang Hangyu for Jianxi's WeChat ID. The clueless Shang Hangyu handed it over without a second thought and even asked Jianxi to add her promptly. Holding her phone, Jianxi was nervous, annoyed, and flustered all at once. Was this about the few things she'd said behind Shang Hanglu's back? Such pettiness. Yet, when faced with Shang Hangyu, all she could reply with was a soft, sweet, "Okay, already added her." She even included a cute sticker. After waiting nervously for a while without hearing from the other side, Jianxi didn't know whether to initiate the conversation herself. As her anxiety grew, Shang Hanglu's message finally came through. Sorry, I was at the salon just now and didn't have a chance to say hi. Jianxi began typing. It's my fault. I should have greeted you first. Before she could send it, another message popped up. But you could have greeted me first, you know? Jianxi. She changed her draft to, sorry, I'm just a bit shy. Once again, before she could send it, Shang Hanglu followed up. Don't be shy. Once you marry Xingyu, I'll be your sister-in-law. Might as well get familiar now. Jianxi. Shang Hanglu had said everything, both the nice words and the stern ones. What else could Jianxi even say? But for some reason Jianxi felt better. After all, Shang Hanglu mentioned marriage. Did that mean there was hope? Otherwise, why would Xingyu's sister, who had always acted like royalty, suddenly extend an olive branch? Before Jianxi could overthink, a voice call came through from Shang Hanglu. About last time, Shang Hanglu began. I might have overreacted. I apologize if I interrupted your fun. I can understand feeling emotional, so let's move on and not bring it up again. Anyway, there's a banquet coming up. I'll be attending with my husband, but I don't understand these things and don't have many friends. Would you like to come along? Jianxi hesitated, but the image of Lin Heng's calm profile, his deep and pleasant voice, and those long elegant fingers popped into her mind. Plus, attending such a gathering could mean access to a higher social circle. Jianxi audibly swallowed her nerves. Meanwhile, Marilyn stood nearby, her expression perfectly composed, but her mind racing. She had no idea who Mrs. Lin was talking to. But one thing was certain. Mrs. Lin was lying through her teeth. No friends? Mrs. Lin, the social butterfly whose connections, including her brief stint in the entertainment industry, could probably circle the globe. As soon as the call ended, Shang Hanglu received another one labeled, Friend 13 Tony. Confused, she picked it up. It was a man she was quite familiar with. His voice was rich and slightly husky, tinged with natural intimacy. Louise, he said. Why haven't you been around lately? Shang Hanglu's eyes widened. What? Chapter 6. Tony. This name is quite distinctive. Is it Tony Stark from the Marvel Universe? Or is it Tony the hairstylist from the village? Although she's entered a book, it doesn't seem to be a Marvel comic book. So it must be Tony, the hairstylist from the village. Thinking about it this way, Shang Hanglu felt it made sense. Yesterday, when she went to meet Lin Heng, she had been busy since early morning. The stylist Marilyn had arranged for her was called Kevin. A respectful title, Teacher Kevin. This Kevin and Tony. They both seemed like they came out of the same barbershop. The contact note in her phone was Friend 13, who had somehow ended up as her friend's hairstylist. Logically speaking, he must be a very skilled stylist. Although Shang Hanglu had just gotten her hair done, it didn't matter. She had money and could go back for another appointment. Shang Hanglu confidently said, I'll go in the next couple of days. The person on the other end of the line, having secured the business, exchanged a few polite words before hanging up. Probably due to being in the business, Teacher Tony had a very sweet way of speaking. Even though it was just a few simple phrases like take care or rest well, he made them sound so pleasant that it made her feel relaxed and happy. So even after hanging up the phone, Shang Hanglu still had a smile on her face, one she hadn't even noticed herself. Shang Hanglu turned to Marilyn and asked, "By the way, where is Tony's shop?" Marilyn was quite surprised, because the lady had once really liked and admired Tony, but now she had completely forgotten about his shop. Who says only men can be heartless? When a lady is heartless, it has nothing to do with the men at all. Marilyn was very clear about her role. She obediently gave the address. Shang Hanglu quickly searched online. The website for Tony's shop appeared in no time. She clicked on it. Wow, it looked fancy. It even had some particularly dreamy special effects. The virtual door on the website slowly opened, and a group of handsome men stood inside, smiling brightly and stretching out their arms saying, "Welcome back, princess." Oh my god. Shang Hanglu expressionlessly blacked out the screen. She turned to Marilyn and asked, "Darling, tell me again. Which shop is Tony working at?" "Huanlongxi." "Ah? It's a male escort shop, the one you love to visit," Mrs. Marilyn said casually. Shang Hanglu. "ITM used to like going there?" Marilyn continued. "Tony is really good at making you happy, he's not rude. And he doesn't make excessive requests, so you've always liked him. Whenever you went to Huanlongxi, it was to look for him. It's been a while since you've been. I thought you might have changed your taste." Shang Hanglu. "ITM, was that awesome before?" Shang Hanglu, shocked at first, then became scared. She suddenly remembered that in 3 months, Lin Heng would be divorcing her. According to their prenuptial agreement, the amount of alimony she would receive in the eyes of the wealthy would be a huge loss for her. Not to mention whether Shang Hanglu actually lost out or not. But she knew that visiting a male escort shop and maintaining a certain relationship with a specific male escort would make her the party at fault, meaning she might not even get a few $100 million. Just thinking about it made her furious. Shang Hanglu was going crazy because she had already planned how to spend that money. How could she watch it fly away like a butterfly before it even reached her hands? She looked at the homepage of the escort shop on her phone. No matter which Tony it was, they were all pretty handsome. Shang Hanglu gritted her teeth and blacked out the screen again, painfully thinking it over. "I'm not going." Marilyn was shocked and looked at her. Shang Hanglu threw the phone down and swore, "I'm never going again." Marilyn was deeply moved, tears welling up as she looked at Shang Hanglu. It must be because last night, the couple had spent such a romantic evening together, making Mr. Lin so considerate and Mrs. Shang more content with solitude. It seems like the couple still loves each other. They just lacked time and opportunity to be together before. While Marilyn was fantasizing about the 70-episode drama of love after marriage between Shang Hanglu and Lin Heng, she heard Shang Hanglu mutter quietly, "But I already made an appointment with teacher Tony. I'll just go one more time." Marilyn's tears dried up instantly. Shang Hanglu shrugged her shoulders. "Really, this is the last time, I promise." Marilyn calmly replied, "Madam, you said the same thing before you left last time." Shang Hanglu. Was it? Actually, Shang Hanglu didn't really want to visit Tony, the male escort. She was just curious. To be honest, she had only heard about male escort services in some island countries before, but didn't know they existed domestically. Now that she heard about it and saw the photos on the homepage, she had to admit, damn rich people. Rich people really know how to enjoy life. But now she had money too. Of course, she had to make the most of it. So Shang Hanglu didn't waste time and went that very evening. As soon as she arrived, she met Tony. She was slightly disappointed. It wasn't that Tony wasn't handsome. He was just not as good looking as in the photos. His skin wasn't as flawless either, and probably due to long-term smoking and drinking, Tony's voice was a bit hoarse. It sounded a little better on the phone, but hearing it in person it was more obvious. Shang Hanglu was not only a visual person, she was also sensitive to voices. So, although she wasn't disillusioned, she wasn't exactly excited either. No matter how you looked at it, her husband, Mr. Lin, was still more handsome and had a better voice. But when it came to sweet talk and those funny things that could make people laugh, Mr. Lin didn't stand a chance compared to Tony. Comparing the two, Shang Hanglu shivered. If Lin Heng found out she dared compare a male escort to him, she'd probably be losing another billion from the divorce settlement. But since she was here, she was still going to enjoy the experience. She had heard of the Champagne Tower before. This time she wasn't just going to order the Champagne Tower, but also the Champagne Tower with a twist. As soon as she ordered the Champagne Tower, countless male escorts looked at Tony with envy and jealousy. Even Tony himself was stunned. After the Champagne Tower was ordered, all the male escorts in the room had to come over to do the champagne call. Even those who weren't with a client had to drop whatever they were doing and join in, then drink the champagne from the tower. Their attitude was like stars surrounding the moon. Undeniably the center of attention. Shang Hanglu observed the expressions and actions of the male escorts. Seeing the men secretly competing for her attention and subtly battling it out, she couldn't help but think, It was just too fun. As she basked in the vanity of her money, she narrowed her eyes and felt something was off. In the distance, a female customer was holding a phone and filming. It was too far for her to see her face. Although Shang Hanglu hadn't done anything wrong, filming was obviously not okay. By the time she walked over to stop her, the woman might have already stuffed her phone back into her bag and pretended nothing had happened. Shang Hanglu shouted, "Someone's secretly filming." She pointed at the woman filming. Everyone turned their heads, and the filming woman quickly lowered her phone, looking embarrassed. One of the male escorts stood up and said, "That's my client. I'll go handle it." The manager of the store also walked over from the other side. Shang Hanglu didn't know what was happening over there. But after a while, the male escort returned, apologized, and explained that the woman had never seen a champagne tower or champagne call before. She was just curious and now she had deleted the video. The lighting in the escort club was rather dim. It aimed for a mysterious, dreamy effect. With so many people earlier, Shang Hanglu hadn't noticed, but now when the male escort spoke she focused and realized it was the friend of Shang Hanglu, the one she had met at home yesterday. Yesterday, Shang Hanglu spent a long time at Shang's place, having a barbecue and chatting with Shang Hanglu's friends. As they talked she got a pretty good understanding of their backgrounds, even verifying with Aunt Wang the housekeeper. The information she gathered was mostly accurate. At first, she had just wanted to know about Jianxi's situation. The guy in front of her was the one who had invited her to stay for the barbecue, with red lips, white teeth, and a rare, refreshing smile. Although no longer in his teenage years, he still had the fresh and sunny aura of youth. Because he was so good-looking, Shang Hanglu not only remembered his face but also his name, Xiao Zai. If she wasn't mistaken, Xiao Zai came from a well-off family. How did he end up in a male escort club? Was it a twin? Or just another random handsome guy? Shang Hanglu stared at him but didn't expose him immediately, because she knew the male escorts used aliases here, and revealing real names wasn't suitable. The seemingly innocent and handsome guy, Xiao Zai, noticed Shang Hanglu's gaze. He smiled at her and just as she was about to look away, winked at her. His expression was vivid, as if saying, "Don't expose me." Shang Hanglu immediately realized it really was Xiao Zai. She went to the bathroom, and when she came out, Xiao Zai was already waiting for her at the door. However, it wasn't convenient to talk in the club, so he led her to a storage room, which was filled with cleaning supplies. The storage room was even darker and more cramped. Shang Hanglu asked, "Xiao Zai, what are you doing here?" Xiao Zai answered casually, "Part-time job." Shang Hanglu didn't understand. Her fool of a younger brother was always eating, drinking, and playing. He didn't even want to work a full-time job, let alone a part-time one. Seeming to sense Shang Hanglu's confusion, Xiao Zai added, "It's just comforting girls. It's easy money and it's fun too." His tone sounded exactly like a naive girl talking about how great compensated dating was, as if she could enjoy herself and make money without any problems. How could it sound like he was being scammed? And looking at Xiao Zai's innocent and fresh appearance, how could it look like he was being scammed? Shang Hanglu couldn't help but say, "If you're in trouble, just tell me." Xiao Zai smiled charmingly. "Thank you, sister." Then his smile changed, turning dark as he pulled out his phone. "I made her delete the video, but before she did, I sent it to myself." Xiao Zai opened the video, and Shang Hanglu's face was clearly visible. He said, "Sister, what should we do if this video ends up with Lin Heng?" Shang Hanglu. Xiao Zai still smiled, looking even more charming. "But I'm not that unreasonable, sister. If you come here often to see me, I'll be happy." Shang Hanglu. Is he threatening me? Chapter 7. The young man in front of her had a handsome, refreshing face. The kind of person who seemed like the campus heartthrob who dominated the sports field, scoring countless points and getting endless cheers from senior and junior girls alike. However, this person was threatening her? Did he even know who she was? When she was in elementary school, she was the red scarf who helped old people cross the street. In middle school, she was a team member who respected the elderly and loved children. In college, she was a party member who lived by the principle of everyone for me, and me for everyone. She wasn't someone to mess with. To be honest, this young man was wasting his time working part-time in an escort shop. Thinking about it, Shang Hanglu was going bankrupt in 3 months, and big corporations weren't all that reliable. She patted his shoulder and said, "Xiao Zai, don't feel embarrassed. If you have any problems, just tell me. Is it because your family can't transfer funds?" Xiao Zai smiled. "Funds are easy to transfer. In the first half of this year I did an internship, and according to the reports the performance increased steadily by 10%. Shang Hanglu. So it's a breakup? Xiao Zai smiled again, his smile so charming it seemed to eclipse the whole world. He pointed at himself. Me? Breakup? Shang Hanglu. Shang Hanglu couldn't understand why such a good young man would be like this. Then what are you here for? Is it fun? Of course. Xiaozai said casually. I heard that Xingyu's older sister is famous for being a bit playful, and I was just a little curious. Shang Hanglu almost wanted to grab her ex-husband's collar and ask, What have you done? She cleared her throat and said, But I'm married now. Xiaozai said, Yeah, you're married, but you're still here. I'm surprised too. This young man's ability to mock was impressive. Xiaozai shook his phone and confidently said, Anyway, your secrets are in my hands now. You have to listen to me. So, you just want me to visit the escort shop more often? Exactly. Xiaozai smiled, his eyes squinting into crescent shapes, which looked particularly charming. Shang Hanglu. Fine. She thought to herself, this little brat probably just needed pocket money. Kids like him, the rich second generation, spend money recklessly, and the money they have comes from their parents. So it's normal to run out of cash. So boring. Anyway, she and Lin Heng would divorce in 3 months. By then, not only could she go to the escort shop and drink champagne towers, but even if she went to Vegas for a male stripper show and stuffed cash into someone's abs, no one could stop her. She dealt with this bored, broke young man and went to pay the bill. Just as she finished swiping her card, Lin Heng received a text message. The card she used was Lin Heng's supplementary card. To be honest, alcohol in escort shops was marked up by more than double. Dom Perignon wasn't cheap, and a champagne tower could easily contain 20 bottles. The price was still quite considerable. Of course, Shang Hanglu's biggest hobby was shopping, and Lin Heng knew very well that his wife had a high consumption level. The price wasn't the point. The point was that Shang Hanglu had been quietly staying at home for 2 whole days. Suddenly, a large expenditure at midnight seemed a bit strange. Mr. Lin was usually calm on the surface but was secretly very curious. He asked his assistant to look into it. The result was presented to him. Mr. Lin raised an eyebrow. He asked, What is Huanlongxi? The assistant. Would telling the truth really not get me silenced? The banquet soon arrived. This week, Shang Hanglu had been playing the role of the rich lady quietly. Every day was spent eating, drinking, sleeping, and playing at home. She was so well behaved that not only did others feel something was off, but even Marilyn was worried that Mrs. Shang was going stir-crazy at home. However, they didn't know. This was Shang Hanglu's dream life, living like a pig. But her pig life ended on the weekend. Because she was a pig in the skin of Mrs. Lin, today, she needed to put aside her pig heart and work hard to be a human being. For tonight's banquet, Shang Hanglu began preparing herself after lunch. She thoughtfully called Jianxi to help her get ready. Jianxi was very surprised. She had really been struggling with what to wear and how to style herself. When she asked Shang Hanglu, he didn't know, saying, I don't know how women dress. You should ask my sister. She's the expert. Jianxi was too scared to ask Shang Hanglu directly, afraid she might change her mind and not allow her to go. She didn't expect Shang Hanglu to be so considerate. Jianxi had never seen Shang Hanglu's closet before. It was less of a closet and more of a room that occupied the space of 2 suites. Inside, the clothes, bags, shoes, and accessories were all luxurious and exquisite. It was said that this was just the current season's wardrobe. Jianxi was very excited and asked, Can I take a look? Beneath her excitement, there was undeniable jealousy. Shang Hanglu kindly replied, Feel free to look. Jianxi whispered, I wonder how it compares to Paris Hilton's closet? At that moment, Marilyn stepped forward and said, Please don't compare Mrs. Shang to Miss Hilton. They know each other, and it's quite impolite. Shang Hanglu. I know a socialite like that. Why didn't I know about it? Marilyn spoke quietly, but her tone was powerful. Jianxi didn't dare to speak again, and could only admire the closet in silence. After Marilyn stepped out, she whispered to Shang Hanglu, Honestly, Mrs., where did this person come from? Miss Hilton isn't even an heir. And her net worth is only about 30 billion pounds. How can she be compared to you? Shang Hanglu? Not even an heir. And only 30 billion pounds? Her ego was inflated. She stepped out, turned to Marilyn and asked, My dear Marilyn, when did we have a room like this? Marilyn replied expressionlessly, When you wore nothing but pajamas and loungewear and never changed into anything else. Shang Hanglu. She awkwardly smiled. Well, there wasn't any need to go out before. The dress she wore to the banquet was custom-made, and Shang Hanglu had prepared a set for Jianxi as well. The stylist would take care of the details, but Shang Hanglu had already arranged with teacher Kevin beforehand to make sure Jianxi looked extra beautiful. And I mean really beautiful, not ironically beautiful. Teacher Kevin nodded in understanding. Is it for a matchmaking opportunity? He asked. Shang Hanglu replied, You're quite sharp. Of course, how could she not make the little butterfly pretty enough to be sold? In the evening, the 2 of them took a car to the venue. Shang Hanglu met Assistant Yuan at the entrance of the venue. He said Mr. Lin had already arrived and he would take them inside. Assistant Yuan's gaze briefly swept over Jianxi. Beautiful women always attract attention, that's one reason. However, as Lin Heng's assistant, he wasn't naive enough to make assumptions. He knew a little about Shang Hanglu's friends, but the one with her today was a stranger, so of course she caught his eye. Shang Hanglu noticed Assistant Yuan's gaze. She simply introduced, "Miss Jianxi, my friend." Jianxi gave her a grateful look. She thought she would be introduced as Xingyu's girlfriend, but she didn't want to take that title at all. Assistant Yuan just politely said, "Miss Jian, hello, please follow me." Soon Assistant Yuan led Shang Hanglu to Lin Heng. Lin Heng was dressed in a perfectly tailored suit, especially fitting and well-pressed. A deep blue suit with fine stripes, a light-colored vest, and a satin pinkish tie. He had changed to a frameless pair of glasses today. Turning his head slightly, his gaze lazily swept over them, and without the hand holding the wine glass, he silently motioned for Shang Hanglu to come closer. Lin Heng really looked quite flashy when he dressed up. Shang Hanglu didn't want to speak and felt that the whole afternoon had been a waste of time. Beauty can't be fought against. Then looking at Jianxi, her cheeks were flushed, clearly looking like a love-struck young girl. Honestly, standing like that in front of Lin Heng, she had already lost. A man like him with wealth and looks probably never lacked for women who threw love-struck glances his way. Shang Hanglu felt she wasn't too embarrassed. She walked over to Lin Heng. In front of Lin Heng's business partners this time Shang Hanglu didn't pout or act coy. Lin Heng said casually, "You're here. Was there traffic on the road?" "Not too bad." Lin Heng's friends seemed to be familiar with Shang Hanglu, greeting her politely. But Jianxi? No one paid her any attention. Because nobody cares. Shang Hanglu seized the opportunity to introduce her. Lin Heng just nodded, not even sparing a hello. Others only gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. Jianxi stood by, gripping her cup tightly, feeling hot and cold sweats running down her back. The party was not as pleasant as she had imagined, and she only felt awkward. Looking at Shang Hanglu's face, who had seemed so considerate earlier in the afternoon, Jianxi now found her unbearable. She was still wondering how Shang Hanglu could be so kind. She had purposely invited her here knowing it would be awkward. Shang Hanglu, standing next to Lin Heng, was now like an accessory. She had nothing to do but observe the little butterfly. To be honest, she didn't even know a person could have so many subtle expressions. Oh, now the little butterfly must be hating her. The little butterfly was truly interesting. Seeing it was about time, Shang Hanglu whispered in Lin Heng's ear, "I'm so bored I'll go have fun on my own." Lin Heng glanced at her. He was a bit surprised that Shang Hanglu had stuck around for so long today. He said, "Go ahead." Shang Hanglu took Jianxi and left. Not long after, they bumped into her group of close friends. Actually, Shang Hanglu didn't know Lin Heng's wife had a group of close friends. She was stopped when she passed by the group. One of the typical seductive faces said, "Where are you going? You didn't even greet us? What have you been doing this week?" Shang Hanglu first thought they were asking for a debt. Another busty woman said, "You haven't been coming out to play with us. What's going on? Are we not sisters anymore?" "Oh, that chest." Shang Hanglu's eyes were glued to it. That's when she realized it was the close-knit friend group. It was obvious, the flashy style, and the way people around her didn't want to be associated with them, plus the whispers and low murmurs. It was like a scene straight out of a standard evil female character scenario. Forget it, if the plot called for a sisterhood, so be it. After all, she wasn't going to rush to cling to the female lead's thigh, was she? She couldn't even recognize the female lead's face. Shang Hanglu said, "I was sick, had a fever, staying home to recover." The busty woman said, "Enough rest. Tomorrow, no tonight, we're going out to have some fun." Shang Hanglu looked around at the faces of the close-knit group. What a bunch of spider demons and skeletons. They said they were going out to have fun, but it sounded more like a group of female demons seeking to absorb yang energy. Shang Hanglu shivered. One of the busty women asked, "Who's that girl next to you?" Shang Hanglu. "A new friend." The busty woman raised an eyebrow. That look made her feel even more insecure than Lin Heng's eyebrow raise. Shang Hanglu whispered in Jianxi's ear when she wasn't paying attention, "I'm introducing her to a boyfriend." The busty woman slapped her chest. "What kind of guy are you looking for?" Shang Hanglu. "Rich and handsome." "You think everyone's like Lin Heng? Dream on." "Rich will do." The busty woman eyed Shang Hanglu. "Really? You won't regret it." Shang Hanglu smiled. "Introducing a boyfriend, not pimping, why regret?" "Alright, leave it to me." The speed at which these women pulled others into their circle was terrifying. Shang Hanglu didn't have to do anything. The little lotus flower was now in the demoness lair. Soon, the seductive face and the busty woman were pulling Jianxi along. Jianxi was blushing and still a bit embarrassed. Shang Hanglu took the opportunity to slip away to the bathroom. She touched up her makeup and stepped out. After a few steps, she bumped into Lin Heng. Lin Heng was in the smoking room smoking. Seeing her, he opened the door and stepped out. A faint scent of tobacco filled the air. Lin Heng looked at her and said, "Why did you bring her?" "Huh, is that not okay?" Shang Hanglu played dumb. "It's not that it's not okay, just depends on what you want to do. I saw Wang Lisha introduce her to the boss of Xingyao Building Materials. He's no saint, just letting you know." Shang Hanglu found Lin Heng more appealing now. He was actually softer than she had imagined. She asked, "So are you a saint?" Lin Heng looked at her with no judgment or assessment, just trying to understand what she was really up to. Shang Hanglu continued, "Anyway, I'm not a saint and neither is Jianxi. So, does it matter to you?" Chapter 8. Lin Heng wasn't one to be nosy, but he couldn't help himself. His curiosity wasn't out of concern for Jianxi, but rather for Shang Hanglu. Oh no, to be more precise, it was driven by his own curiosity. To Lin Heng, Jianxi seemed almost like any random passerby. This person's actions were too easy to understand, her thoughts practically written on her face. So she was just another face in the crowd, with whom he had no real connection. But as adults, we all take responsibility for the meaning behind our actions. Shang Hanglu understood the significance of her being here today, and Lin Heng did too. But it didn't matter. She was free to act as she wished. Lin Heng was simply curious about Shang Hanglu's recent behavior. Some said she had changed a lot, spending money recklessly for her own pleasure, living a completely hedonistic lifestyle, yet that hadn't changed her core personality. Others felt that she hadn't changed, but her actions seemed strange. For example, her attitude toward Jianxi. Jianxi was now Shang Hanglu's younger brother's girlfriend, and Lin Heng figured it out as soon as he saw her. Later, he learned that Jianxi was a small internet influencer. As a proper young lady from a prestigious family, it was completely normal for Shang Hanglu to be dissatisfied with her younger brother's choice of girlfriend. After all, even though Lin Heng hadn't been around much, he knew what Shang Hanglu was doing through his sources. In the past, Shang Hanglu would probably have said to Jianxi, "I don't like you, so get lost." Then she would turn to her younger brother, Shang Xingyu, and say, "If you dare see her again, I'll have our parents cut off your allowance." A few days later, she would employ a soft approach on the rebellious Shang Xingyu, and just like that, the matter would be forgotten. As for her brother's love life, when had any of his relationships ever lasted? She couldn't be bothered to care about it, let alone go through all the drama. Lin Heng calmly said, "I can't control her, but I can control you." Shang Hanglu raised her eyes to look at him. Her teeth almost ground together in frustration. What she was doing with Jianxi was really simple. Jianxi clearly didn't have the ability to steal Lin Heng from her. But Lin Heng's role was just to give Jianxi a little eye-opener. Look, not all rich people are like her useless younger brother. Some, like Lin Heng, are far more impressive. By comparison, Shang Xingyu didn't seem so special after all. Now, if she planted this seed in warm, fertile soil, Shang Hanglu didn't believe it wouldn't sprout. That was all. Of course, she only said all of this to Lin Heng because she was stretched thin. She curled her lips casually and said, "Just bored." She couldn't even be bothered to lie to Lin Heng. She was so indifferent. Who would have thought Lin Heng would nod in understanding? Doing even more boring things when you're bored. Indeed, it did seem to match Shang Hanglu's typical behavior. Lin Heng said, That makes sense." Shang Hanglu shot him a look. What logic? What makes sense? My goodness. What kind of hopeless, unlearned woman was Lin Heng's wife before? This was too much. Too enviable. Shang Hanglu wiped away a tear of jealousy. At that moment, any faint good impression she had of Lin Heng vanished in an instant. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted. He was just a pure control freak. He wanted to have total control over the thoughts of everyone around him, and that was all. Although they had only exchanged a few words, both of them had plenty on their minds, and it felt like their conversation lasted much longer than it actually did. Lin Heng's assistant came to fetch him. The banquet was also, in a sense, part of his work, so Mr. Lin snapped back into business mode and was about to leave. Shang Hanglu calmly waved him off, but inside, she was beating her chest and gnashing her teeth. Before she could even light a firecracker, Lin Heng stopped in his tracks and turned around. His face, usually deep and wise, now looked a little confused, as though he had just remembered something. Lin Heng asked, "What is Huanlongxi?" "Assistant Yuan." Shang Hanglu. Assistant Yuan, standing behind Lin Heng, winked at Shang Hanglu. Afraid she didn't catch the signal, he winked again. At the sound of Huanlongxi, Shang Hanglu's heart skipped a beat. Then it started racing and she broke out in a cold sweat, feeling guilty and anxious. The air conditioning blew, and her sweat turned from hot to cold, making her feel even more uneasy. Assistant Yuan winked again. Shang Hanglu couldn't stop herself from wondering. Was he winking because he had told the truth or because he hadn't? Though she was the one holding the script, it was the heroine's script. She didn't even have a name anymore. What could the wink of some insignificant assistant mean? How could she know for sure? This trashy novel ruined my youth, and they didn't even write it in detail. She felt uneasy for just a moment. Then she remembered. Lin Heng wasn't without a phone. A quick search would answer his question. So why didn't he just look it up himself? Shang Hanglu glanced at Assistant Yuan again and had an epiphany. Because he has many assistants. In other words, General Manager Lin, who is busy with 1,000 tasks every day, is a damn handout type. Once she understood this, Shang Hanglu became calm. She smiled, a particularly bright smile, perhaps the brightest smile she'd had since coming into this world over a week ago, trying to achieve an honest and sincere tone that would deceive no one. Shang Hanglu said, "Oh, this place, well, I don't really know how to define it. You know, there are so many stores now where you can get your hair done, and also do beauty treatments. So, is it a barbershop or a beauty salon? The Huanglong family is like that. I don't know how to explain it. But overall, it's a classy place where everyone can come together to enjoy wine, chat, and have deep conversations." She said this without any guilt. Her gaze lengthened, falling on Assistant Yuan's face, and she noticed Assistant Yuan let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that Assistant Yuan was hiding something as well. Very good, very cooperative. If someone meddled in a couple's impending divorce issues, what kind of assistant would they be? Lin Heng couldn't be bothered to verify things himself. First, because when he remembered he might not have the time. Second, even when he did have time he might forget. Assistant Yuan said, "It's like the position of a bar." At that moment, Lin Heng wasn't very convinced, but he didn't have time to verify it. But since Shang Hanglu and Assistant Yuan's stories matched, it seemed that it was the case. He stopped doubting and walked along with Assistant Yuan. Shang Hanglu returned to her group of girlfriends. The Busta sister, Xue Xiaoying, had already returned. Shang Hanglu gave her a glance. Xue Xiaoying pointed her slender finger toward the front diagonally. Looking over, Jianxi was talking happily with a man. Shang Hanglu gave her a slight bow. "Sister, you're the real expert." To Xue Xiaoying, Jianxi was just an appetizer before the main course. Nothing worth discussing. The group of girls chatted about clothes and jewelry. Not long after, the flamboyant and cheap-faced Shi Rui grabbed Shang Hanglu's arm and said, "Look over there." Her sharp nails, which seemed like weapons, pinched Shang Hanglu a little. She just said, "Over there," without specifying where. So Shang Hanglu looked around in the venue, confused, and said, "Huh? Where?" Shi Rui rolled her eyes and said, "How can you be so blind today? Of course it's that group with Yin Yao." "Yin Yao? Wait, Yin Yao?" Shang Hanglu's mind perked up. Wasn't that the name of the heroine in Exclusive Love? The CEO's starry-eyed wife? She could remember the long and spicy title of the novel clearly. How could she not remember the heroine's name? Shang Hanglu immediately started looking around. Where? After all, the novel had no illustrations. But according to the author's flowery yet exaggerated style, shouldn't the heroine be shining, emitting an aura that no male creature could tear his gaze away from? Shang Hanglu looked around and still didn't notice. Then she thought the reason might be this. It was because she didn't have a little chicken, male interest, to appreciate it, so the buff didn't work on her. She eagerly tugged on Shi Rui's arm and asked, "Where? How come I didn't see her?" Shi Rui rolled her eyes. "It's Lin Heng who's nearsighted, not you. How come you're so blind today?" She quietly told Shang Hanglu the direction. "Look at your 1 o'clock. They're gathered over there. The one in the white dress is the middle one." Then she snorted disdainfully, "Wearing white like that. Does she think it's a wedding dress? Fake purity." The girls nodded in agreement. "Exactly." Shang Hanglu looked for a while and finally found the heroine. At first glance, she was a little disappointed. Probably because the novel had been written so dreamily, the expectations were too high, so when she saw the real person, she was a bit let down. But the heroine, Yin Yao, wasn't pretty. She was really quite square. It wasn't fashionable for the delicate, fair-skinned, and gentle-looking female leads anymore. If Yin Yao wasn't pretty, that was one less reason for Lin Heng to like her. What if the plot went sideways? What was the difference between that and a pile of useless paper? How could she not be square? She took a second, more careful look. Yin Yao smiled sweetly at someone beside her. Shang Hanglu froze for a moment. Then Yin Yao smiled again. Shang Hanglu froze again. Her heart pounded. Wow. How could there be a girl whose smile was so sweet yet not sickening, fresh and not pretentious? It wasn't just a little pretty. It was incredibly pretty. So pretty that it was hard to look away. "How is it?" Xue Xiaoying asked. "She's a little pretty," Shang Hanglu said honestly, "but it was actually a lot pretty. No wonder she was the heroine. Huh, pretty. What's so pretty about her? Shang Hanglu replied. Yinyao. Shirue sneered. Where is she pretty? Those White Lotus types are so fake. Louise, you didn't say that before. Oh, it was our flamboyant and cheap team who hated the fresh and pure beauties. Got it. Shang Hanglu nodded vigorously. I'm just blind today, she joked casually. Shirue continued. And who asked you to look at Yinyao? Look at the woman next to her. She's wearing the same dress as you, Xue Xiaoying said meaningfully, and she's been looking at you more than once since earlier. Shang Hanglu hurriedly looked toward Yinyao's side. Sure enough, she saw a young woman wearing the same wine-red gown, a designer piece. However, Shang Hanglu noticed that the design of the other person's dress actually had a lot of differences from hers. It could only be considered a different piece from the same designer, the same series, and the same color scheme. Shang Hanglu was dumbfounded. As far as she knew, dressing alike meant wearing exactly the same clothes, so this didn't count as dressing alike at all, right? Looking at her girlfriends with a sympathetic expression, they looked at her even more sympathetically, and then at the other woman. Shang Hanglu became even more confused. She didn't quite understand the definition of dressing alike in the world of rich ladies. Chapter 9:12. When Shang Hanglu looked at the young woman who seemed to be wearing the same outfit, she was still a bit confused, not fully understanding the high society concept of dress collision. But when she turned around to face Shirue and the others, she immediately switched to an expression of righteous indignation. She silently performed a look of outrage. She didn't speak for now because she hadn't figured out what to say. Her logic was simple. Since this circle belonged to Mrs. Lin's sisterhood, it meant that Mrs. Lin's values were similar to theirs. It wasn't a case of them clashing with outfits, but one or two of them glaring at the girl, almost as if they wanted to shoot holes into her. If Mrs. Lin herself were here, she would probably tear the girl apart. Shirue said. She's wearing Elisab haute couture, but does she even deserve it? Someone immediately added. She's just a mistress. Is she proud of being the other woman? How arrogant. In the end, Xue Xiaoying patted Shang Hanglu's hand comfortingly and said, Whoever is ugly is embarrassed in this dress collision. Don't worry, I know for sure you're not the one who's embarrassed. Shang Hanglu quickly nodded. Wow, this sister is not only impressive in terms of her chest, but her emotional intelligence is also making me want to say wow. She quickly summed it up. Right, it's not my embarrassment. Don't look at her anymore, it'll ruin the mood. The others looked at her strangely, as if an alien had possessed Shang Hanglu. Is that all? Isn't she that cheap woman? Shang Hanglu remained silent. Honestly, she didn't just not understand the fashion world's rules for dress collisions, she didn't understand their rules for tearing each other apart either. What else could she do about this? Was she supposed to force the girl to the restroom to strip? The girl had a pretty good figure. Such bullying actually had Shang Hanglu feeling oddly hopeful. At that moment, Xue Xiaoying said, It can't just end like this. You ordered this gown for Fashion Week, and everyone knows she deliberately wore something similar today. If it wasn't intentional, then what else could it be? Shirue added. And remember, back in college, she stole Annabelle's boyfriend and shamelessly flaunted it in front of Annabelle. We confronted her, and she acted innocent. It still makes me mad to think about it. Shang Hanglu stared at the sky helplessly. College? How long ago was that? According to the original text, the author briefly mentioned that Mrs. Lin and Yinyao were acquainted. Mrs. Lin had always been jealous of Yinyao, so when she found out that Lin Heng liked Yinyao, she felt even more shaken and uneasy. She now had a clearer understanding of the situation. Mrs. Lin and the female lead were no longer just acquaintances. It seemed that the two groups, the seductive low-class clique and the fresh, pure one, had been feuding and creating drama since their school days. She suddenly wanted to say, Amitba, please lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. But she figured that if she actually said that, she'd end up becoming the one who was metaphorically beheaded by this group of sisters, her soul ascending to become a Buddha. As they talked about the college boyfriend stealing incident, it triggered a gossip switch in the former rich girls, now high society women. They got more and more excited, and their gossip became more explosive. From their words, Shang Hanglu gathered that the girl who had the same outfit was called Lu Xiaotao, a younger schoolmate from high school and college. Her family had a small trading company that went bankrupt when she graduated from university. However, that wasn't a huge problem, as she soon hooked up with Yi Songtao, the chairman of Kaihua International, and became his mistress. Shang Hanglu looked up at the sky in resignation. It's 9102 now. A mistress. Poverty truly limits her imagination. Her head was empty as she focused on absorbing the gossip, unable to contribute any herself. Her silence was interpreted by the sisterhood as being angry, very angry, about to explode at any moment. They thought for a moment that there was nothing Shang Hanglu couldn't do when it came to tearing someone apart. The consequences would be severe. Xue Xiaoying was someone with a strong voice in this circle, and she was the closest to Shang Hanglu. She asked Shi Ruwei to unlock her phone and showed Shang Hanglu a video. In the video, a man and woman entered a hotel together, took an elevator, and as the elevator neared their floor, they couldn't hold back any longer. Their actions became intimate and excessive. The footage came from the elevator's security camera, and the woman's face was clearly Lu Xiaotao's. The man, though the video was somewhat blurry, his handsome side profile and stylish clothing were evident. It didn't look like he was some chairman of a company. In other words, the mistress was using her sugar daddy's money to keep a little boy toy. Shang Hanglu was stunned as if struck by lightning. How could this Lu Xiaotao be ambitious? Honestly, if she weren't such a well-behaved woman and had more freedom, she'd also like to use Lin Heng's money to keep a little boy toy. Although she'd need one more handsome and refined than Lin Heng, which would be difficult. But it didn't matter, she had Lin Heng's money. What kind of man couldn't she find? At that point, Shi Ruwei said, I remember that today is Shen Wang's niece's birthday, and there's a birthday greeting video to be played later. What if we swap the video? Shang Hanglu said. Isn't that bad? It'll leave a big shadow on the little girl's birthday. Shi Ruwei replied. She's only 2 years old. What kind of shadow could it leave? She won't remember when she grows up. Seeing Shang Hanglu remain silent, Shi Ruwei immediately said, If you're not going, I'll go. And then she turned to leave. After she left, Xue Xiaoying said to Shang Hanglu, Lu Xiaotao used to seduce men everywhere. Shi Ruwei's boyfriend cheated on her with her. Otherwise, how do you think the video ended up in Shi Ruwei's hands? Shang Hanglu. Alright then. The high society really is chaotic. She originally planned to let Shi Ruwei handle it, since it wasn't her problem, and she usually maintained an I don't care attitude. But then she remembered that the actual organizer behind today's banquet was the Lin family. It wasn't easy for President Lin to host a reception, and he still had to work hard once he was there. She couldn't just sit back while he worked to earn the money for her to keep a little boy toy. At the key moment she had to help him or it wouldn't make sense. Shang Hanglu quickly made up an excuse to go to the bathroom and hurried to stop Shi Ruwei. The person in charge of the video was actually in the control room outside the venue. Shang Hanglu hurried there in her high heels, knocked on the door, pushed it open and froze in shock. Inside wasn't Shi Ruwei but Lu Xiaotao, the girl they'd been gossiping about for so long. She was handing a stack of bills to the staff in the control room. The money seemed to be wrapped around a USB drive. Though she couldn't see what was on the USB drive, Shang Hanglu was sure that both parties had similar thought processes. Looking at the stack of money, wow, there was quite a lot. If she were the staff, she'd take money from both sides and play both their videos because it wouldn't embarrass her. Lu Xiaotao was caught red-handed. At first she froze, but then quickly masked her embarrassment with a polite smile. She pushed the USB back into her palm, tightly gripping it, while the money was left on the desk ignored. With an indifferent expression, Lu Xiaotao said, What a coincidence. Shang Hanglu glanced at her tightly clenched fist. In her heart she made a decision. She had learned Lin Heng's calm yet powerful tone of speaking. Unfortunately, I came here to find you. Shang Hanglu blocked the exit and said, Give me the thing in your hand. A brief look of panic flashed across Lu Xiaotao's face. She quickly pretended to be clueless. What are you talking about? Shang Hanglu quickly stepped forward, grabbing her wrist. Lu Xiaotao had once learned self-defense techniques, but of course, they were useless because she had never encountered a wolf. Now with a quick twist, she applied just enough pressure on Lu Xiaotao's wrist. The delicate woman, who was used to living in a mansion, couldn't withstand the pain. She cried out in pain and her hand loosened. Clink. Something dropped to the floor. Shang Hanglu took a closer look. It was a USB drive. Lu Xiaotao was reluctant but quickly bent down to pick it up. However, Shang Hanglu not only refused to let go, but also kicked the USB drive away with her foot. Lu Xiaotao glared at her angrily. Shang Hanglu was irritated by the glare. What were these things? She abruptly let go of Lu Xiaotao's wrist and stopped the struggle. With a bit too much force, the woman in high heels, already unsteady, stumbled and crashed into the work table. The staff hurried to help her, trying to persuade her as they did. Miss Lu, please don't make things difficult for us. The organizer behind this event is Mr. Lin. You playing Mrs. Lin's video here is inappropriate. No matter how much more money you offer, I won't do it. Shang Hanglu. So she had unintentionally saved herself. Lu Xiaotao was embarrassed and hastily pushed the staff away, quickly leaving. She had only taken 2 steps when she heard Shang Hanglu say, Wait. Since she was facing away from Shang Hanglu, Lu Xiaotao couldn't see her expression, but from the voice it was calm and collected, without the usual straightforward, impulsive air that Louise had. It was unsettling to Lu Xiaotao. Click-clack, click-clack. the sound of high heels tapping on the floor. Shang Hanglu walked slowly toward Lu Xiaotao. She stared directly into Lu Xiaotao's eyes, but the latter averted her gaze. "How's your little white face? Enjoying it?" Shang Hanglu asked. Lu Xiaotao's eyes widened in shock. Shang Hanglu's face, as flawless as ever, lacked the usual arrogance, only calm. She crossed her arms and said, "As long as you're not perfect, I can always get a video of you doing something you don't want anyone to see. If my video were swapped with yours, don't you think you'd feel embarrassed?" "Don't bluff here." Lu Xiaotao tried to dismiss her. "Is it at the Peninsula Hotel?" Shang Hanglu didn't raise her voice, but Lu Xiaotao's face turned pale. "Heh, taking your little white face there, spending quite a bit, huh? Don't worry, I won't do that." Cutting off Lu Xiaotao's panicked protests, Shang Hanglu said indifferently, "I won't do it because of the setting. It's a nice girl's birthday video. Causing such a scandal would be inappropriate. But let me give you a little reminder. I don't care about any grudges we've had before or now. I'm not interested in that. Just one thing. If you ever see me again, stay away. I don't want to share the same venue with you." "This is unrealistic," Lu Xiaotao almost said. But she couldn't get another word out, because when she saw the calm expression on Shang Hanglu's face and the coldness in her eyes, she immediately felt silenced. Shang Hanglu spoke with serious intent, every word pronounced clearly. "I don't want to. So you get lost." Lu Xiaotao really did slink away in defeat. Even the staff in the control room, who had been trying to smooth things over, dared not speak anymore and quietly kept their heads down. After Lu Xiaotao left, the room temperature seemed to rise again. Shang Hanglu smiled and handed the stack of money to the staff. "Hey, since Miss Lu forgot to take this, you can keep it." Don't. The staff quickly tried to push it away. Shang Hanglu raised an eyebrow. "Should I just take it?" The staff remained silent. Shang Hanglu laughed. "I'm just kidding. I'll leave it here. Just don't tell anyone else about this." She then walked over and picked up Lu Xiaotao's USB drive. She asked the staff, "Was Miss Sure here earlier? The one in a black dress, looking really beautiful." The staff nodded and silently took out another USB drive. Shang Hanglu. So it was true. The thought process of these rich ladies seemed so predictable. What are the chances of this happening? She took Shurui's USB drive too. Curious, Shang Hanglu wondered what kind of video was on Lu Xiaotao's USB. Was it something like her own? Did Lu Xiaotao, just like her, visit a gigolo bar and actually keep a little white face? Or maybe more than one? Given Mrs. Lin's character, she could totally do something like that. Shang Hanglu was very curious, so she quickly borrowed a computer from Assistant Yuan and went to a quiet corner to watch. There was only one video on the USB. She clicked to open it. The protagonist was indeed her. However, it wasn't as intense as Lu Xiaotao's video. It was just a collection of clips of her drinking and chatting with the male hosts at Huanalong, being a bit too carefree and wild. Embarrassing at most. She didn't even bother watching it to the end, dragging the progress bar all the way to the final part. After seeing the champagne tower, she froze. A surge of anger rose inside her. Everything before this was still Mrs. Lin's doing. But this champagne tower, surrounded by champagne calls and the ridiculous behavior of grinning like an idiot, wasn't that exactly her doing? She knew this part had been secretly filmed. But Xiao Zai had said he had it deleted, right? Wasn't it only Xiao Zai's phone that had a backup? Didn't he promise her that as long as she kept visiting him, he wouldn't let the video leak? But now, this. A pretty boy with a big mouth. Shang Hanglu gritted her teeth in anger. Just as she was about to confront Xiao Zai with the USB, someone spoke behind her. "I see." The footsteps grew closer, and a long finger pointed to the inconspicuous corner of the video. Shang Hanglu widened her eyes and looked again. She vaguely saw the Huanalong sign. She turned around, looking up at Lin Heng. Perhaps it was the angle, but she felt Lin Heng's expression was especially stern at this moment. Lin Heng stared at her, his gaze chilling. "Is this the elegant establishment you mentioned where everyone enjoys wine, chats, and talks heart to heart?" Shang Hanglu. She slammed the laptop shut, pulled out the USB drive, and made the motion smooth and swift. While she vacillated between "you saw it wrong" and "you really saw it wrong," seeing Lin Heng fold his arms, raise his eyebrows, and sigh, she realized that even with 100 more chances, she couldn't say Lin Heng had made a mistake. Although Lin Heng was nearsighted, his glasses corrected his vision beyond belief. If he could see this blurry sign, who was he? Maybe he should switch careers and become Detective Conan. Shang Hanglu took a deep breath, then another. Then she said, "Yes. That's right. An establishment where everyone enjoys wine, chats, and talks heart to heart." My definition, is there something wrong with it? Yes, even with 100 more chances, she wouldn't dare say Lin Heng saw it wrong. But right now, with the courage she had, she would say her definition was definitely not wrong. Assistant Yuan, who was standing by, couldn't help but feel a chill, only to get even more chills after thinking about it carefully. Chapter 10. Word games. But Lin Heng didn't find them boring. It was simple logic. If there were ambiguous definitions in the contract that his legal team failed to identify, leading to losses in the end, then he could only consider himself unlucky. So word games weren't boring at all. Instead, they were where wisdom lay. He smiled slightly. Lin Heng rarely smiled. He wasn't expressionless, nor was he emotionally deficient. It was just that in his busy work life, there wasn't much to smile about, no people or events worthy of a smile. Of course, if you wanted that standard signing contract handshake greeting smile with the corner of the mouth turned up exactly 1 millimeter, then he could do it. Oh no, that would depend on how rich and how foolish the other person was. Generally, the richer and more foolish they were, the more Lin Heng's smile would increase. But this smile was different. Carried a bit of interest. His exceptional face suddenly radiated a different vibe, becoming more lively and magnetic. However, Shang Hanglu instinctively shivered. Goosebumps rose on her arms. She had a bad premonition. Then Lin Heng said, "Don't worry, I didn't say you couldn't go." Shang Hanglu was even more stunned. What, that's so good? Could it be that in addition to the prenuptial agreement they signed some other agreement? This relationship was not even plastic. More like paper thin. Lin Heng calmly said, "Since this is a refined place for wine tasting and chatting, how about next time we go together?" Shang Hanglu? Lin Heng, no Lin Daddy, what are you thinking? Lin Heng smiled, his smile a little dark. What's the problem? Shang Hanglu immediately shook her head like a rattle. No, I just suddenly feel that maybe it's not so refined. Shang Hanglu trembled. With 200 times her usual courage, she still wouldn't dare bring Lin Heng to a male escort shop. Assistant Yuan, who had witnessed the entire process, was sweating so much that his shirt was almost soaked. Sure enough, Lin Heng with that dark smile turned around. His gaze became sharply cold, and he shot a cold glance at Assistant Yuan. His voice slightly raised. A bar. Assistant Yuan. Lin Heng. Shall I send you to a bar to experience the work there? Assistant Yuan awkwardly replied. Boss, you see, my looks aren't quite suited for it. Lin Heng casually said. It's fine, I'll send you to Korea for a trip. The cost will be deducted from your year-end bonus. Then the one trembling became two. The word game players turned into nervous wrecks, trembling like sifted flour. The Demon King didn't continue pretending to be a friendly devil, because he still had to fulfill the purpose of today's cocktail party. Work discussions. So, he left with Assistant Yuan. Assistant Yuan stopped trembling. He would use his excellent work abilities and perfect attitude to win back the boss's favor. As for Mrs. Lin, Assistant Yuan thought about it, maybe lighting a candle for respect? When Shang Hanglu returned to the sisterhood, the birthday video for Shun Wang's 2-year-old niece just started playing. Shi Rui looked disappointed, and as soon as Shang Hanglu rejoined, she knew who had stopped her. Shi Rui felt somewhat uncomfortable and spoke with a sharp tone. Some people are just saints, repaying evil with kindness? Didn't she know who she was dealing with, that little green tea bitch, and so on? However, at this moment in Shang Hanglu's heart, all the sharp-tongued people who didn't dare face things head-on were paper tigers. Look at her, Lin Heng. He didn't even need a stick and he still made her tremble. But for now she couldn't leave, nor did she want to leave the spider sisterhood. Plastic flowers will lose their color if you don't dust them off. Shang Hanglu handed over Lu Xiaotao's USB drive and roughly explained what had just happened. The sisterhood, which initially didn't understand, was now relieved. Shi Rui was still dissatisfied. Then Xue Xiaoying asked, "What about Lu Xiaotao?" Shang Hanglu, mimicking Lin Heng's calm tone, said, "I told her to get lost and never let me see her in the same place again." Someone immediately said, "That's impossible." They had always been in the same social circle, and the chances of running into each other were high. "Well, that's what I said." Someone else asked, "What if you run into her?" Shang Hanglu lazily raised an eyebrow, meaning, "What do you think?" This expression was exactly like Lin Heng. In fact, it was something she'd learned from the old truth, harsh interrogation style of Lin Heng. It was incredibly effective. Several people immediately believed that Shang Hanglu had a way of dealing with Lu Xiaotao, that little green tea bitch, and praised her for being clever. They didn't ask more questions. In reality, Shang Hanglu didn't have a plan at all. She was just relying on Lin Heng's power to bluff, all the way through the cocktail party. Bluffing was naturally satisfying, though a bit guilty. But it didn't matter. Her sisterhood was a group of top-tier flatterers, and soon Shang Hanglu was fluffed up to the point of feeling invincible. She even considered borrowing 200 more times her usual courage to really bring Lin Heng to a male escort shop. Oh no, on second thought, forget it. Shang Hanglu realized she was just drunk. Finally, after the cocktail party ended, she took a 40-minute drive back to her villa. Before leaving, she didn't forget to take the previously brought Jianxi with her. Unfortunately, Jianxi had a Rolls-Royce waiting to escort her, and wasn't interested in a Mercedes-Benz. Shang Hanglu left with Marilyn, forgetting to ask if Lin Heng was coming, showing no awareness as a wife. The stand-up dinner left her still hungry, and after eating a high-protein, low-fat, high-vitamin meal planned by a nutritionist for several days at the mansion, Shang Hanglu felt like she was becoming a llama. No, she wasn't going to be that silly animal. She felt like she had turned into a rabbit, inside and out. Now, feeling hungry in the night, she longed for the spicy skewers she used to buy behind the research institute. Spicy skewers probably not an option. Shang Hanglu settled for a compromise, asking the driver to take a detour to grab a takeaway of spicy skewers from the shopping mall food court, while resisting Marilyn's worried and disapproving gaze. The fragrance wafted from the takeout bag, and Shang Hanglu's mouth watered. When she got home, she grabbed the takeout, asked someone to heat it up for her, and before she could hand it over, she saw Lin Heng sitting on the living room sofa, drinking a hangover tea. Shang Hanglu. She stood frozen, holding the bag. Lin Heng lifted the lid of his teacup, took a sip, still wearing his formal suit, and casually lifted the lid while glancing at Shang Hanglu. The glow of flattery faded, and Shang Hanglu suddenly recalled the fear she had just felt when Lin Heng had taken charge. Her mind went blank, so she awkwardly asked, "Do you want to have a late-night snack too?" She shook the small container of skewers, worth less than 200 yuan including the takeout box. Lin Heng took another sip of tea. The living room was quiet. Marilyn, who had seen all kinds of big scenes, was mentally exhausted these past few days, quickly stepping in to save face for her boss. Before Shang Hanglu could react to the late-night snack, she heard Lin Heng's voice. I'll have some. I didn't eat much at the party." 10 minutes later, the two hosts of the mansion, dressed in high-end custom clothes worth tens of thousands of yuan, sat at the table with top-tier porcelain dinnerware, eating skewers. Marilyn. The atmosphere was silent as they ate the skewers. As time passed, Shang Hanglu began to feel annoyed with Lin Heng. She was just being polite, but he was eating so much. She couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect you to eat this." Lin Heng glanced at her. He almost wanted to give her the same words back. But instead, Lin Heng replied, "Considering the time, it's not a bad choice, and I'm not particular about food." On the other hand, Shang Hanglu had always been particular about eating. However, Shang Hanglu didn't catch the meaning of Lin Heng's words and grumpily took the last skewer for herself. The portion was small for 2 people. So the chef, who was working overtime, brought in the carefully prepared abalone porridge but was met with disdain from the lady of the house. The chef. Don't think he didn't notice the Snack Street's packaging bag. His skills weren't even as good as the skewers from the street, and his feelings were hurt. Shang Hanglu reluctantly had some porridge, her stomach bloated, and finally couldn't stand her tight dress anymore. She went to her room to freshen up and change. She removed her makeup, took a shower and washed her hair. It took quite a while, and when she came out, she saw that Lin Heng was already in his pajamas, reading a book by the bed. Shang Hanglu was stunned. She quickly adjusted her pajamas, buttoning them up one more notch. Shang Hanglu stood on the other side of the bed, awkwardly, as if being punished like a schoolgirl. She was careful, thinking and rethinking every step. Lin Heng noticed but remained calm, reading his book. Shang Hanglu was about to speak. Lin Heng spoke first. "What's wrong? Are you planning to take me to your dragon club now?" Shang Hanglu. She cleared her throat. Today is a public holiday. This time Lin Heng nodded slightly. So, she really had planned to take him there? Shang Hanglu hurriedly asked. "Are you sleeping here?" Lin Heng turned his head to look at her. His face almost seemed to say 3 words, "What else?" After all, it wasn't the first time. Last time they had friendly chats under the same blanket, so she wasn't too nervous about it. Because she suspected Lin Heng had erectile dysfunction. At the party, he smoked menthol cigarettes, and she had heard that men who smoke menthol cigarettes are usually impotent. Applause. Shang Hanglu asked again. "What about tomorrow? Are you sleeping here again?" "I don't mean anything else, but I'm worried your commute might be inconvenient. It's a 40-minute drive and you've been working hard. You should get some rest." So considerate. But she didn't realize that her reasoning was exactly the same as last time. Lin Heng wasn't a goldfish. He remembered everything clearly. Of course, even if he didn't remember, he wouldn't change his plans or thoughts because of one sentence from Shang Hanglu. Lin Heng said, "I'll be staying here this month. It's closer to the branch office, and I have more meetings there." Shang Hanglu lost color and almost collapsed. "Heavens, are you trying to kill me?" Lin Heng saw her reaction and a hint of amusement appeared in his eyes. "It's getting late, let's sleep." Shang Hanglu remained frozen in place. Lin Heng chuckled, raised his voice and asked, Or do you want to do something else? Shang Hanglu immediately dived into the covers, closing her eyes. I'm sleepy, good night. Good night. The room fell silent, and darkness gradually took over. The next morning, Shang Hanglu spent a long time in the bathroom. It wasn't constipation. She was asking dear Marilyn, what exactly does Lin Heng dislike? Baidu and Baij had betrayed her. But Marilyn wouldn't. Once Marilyn spoke, everything would make sense. Marilyn was deeply moved by the news that Lin Heng was going to stay at the Shanghai residence, and then she was touched by the wife's actions as well. Although the wife had been acting strange lately, she was still considerate. Marilyn spoke without holding anything back. Shang Hanglu had to wake up early today to accommodate Lin Heng's schedule. They met at the breakfast table. Lin Heng had already been to the gym for a run, and she had just gotten up. But she really tried her best. During breakfast, Shang Hanglu casually mentioned, I'm quite bored at home every day. Do you think I should do something? Lin Heng. Do whatever you like. Shang Hanglu struggled for a while and then said, I've recently developed a liking for fluffy things. I think having a dog would be nice, but dogs are too ordinary. Penguin chicks are cute too. Maybe I should open an aquarium and be the curator there. Although I could only pet penguins in the zoo, it's a bit boring. I could build a penguin exhibit in the backyard too. And then I could pet penguins every day. She said it in a troubled tone. But her hand on her cheek covered the upward curve of her mouth. Because at that moment, Lin Heng's face was already half dark. How fortunate. How fortunate. Chapter 11. As everyone knows, Lin Heng hates anything fluffy. It's not that he's a chauvinist and thinks liking cute, soft things would hurt his image as a domineering CEO. He just has a slight allergy to plush items. On top of that, Lin Heng has some OCD tendencies. His suits are always perfectly pressed, not a single extra crease, and he has a very sterile vibe, almost devoid of any human warmth. He was born to do print big money things. Penguin chicks and Lin Heng? Penguins live in the southern hemisphere, while Lin Heng lives in the northern hemisphere. Moreover, penguins will always remain out of Lin Heng's sight and reach, and there's a reason for that. Lin Heng's face looked grim. Shang Hanglu secretly laughed in her heart. Lin Heng didn't say whether it was good or bad. Instead, he told the servant behind him, I want a strawberry cream cake. Yes, sir. Shang Hanglu shrugged her shoulders. Was he going to throw the strawberry cream cake in her face and tell her that she was overthinking things? Clearly, coffee, orange juice, or plain water could have had the same effect. It turned out Shang Hanglu had been overthinking. Lin Heng wanted the cake for eating. He took one bite after another, finishing the cake before getting another piece. His expression subtly relaxed. Soon, though, he remembered something irritating like the penguin chicks, and his brow furrowed again. Shang Hanglu blinked, and only then did she remember that Marilyn had told her this morning that Lin Heng loved sweets. P.S. He really loved them. So, was he eating the sweets to calm himself down? Shang Hanglu dared not speculate on his royal intent, and after devouring 2 pieces of cake at lightning speed, Lin Heng finally spoke. He said, Are you interested in the resort project that Ruin You is about to launch? Ruin You is a listed company, with many diversified projects, listed on the U.S. stock market. The Lin family is the largest shareholder, and the chairman is Lin Heng's father, Mr. Lin Maoxian. This was all introduced in the original text, so Shang Hanglu knew about it. But she quickly became confused and dazed. Shang Hanglu. What are you talking about? Lin Heng. The resort was planned last year and is still in the preparation phase. It covers 5 zones, one of which is an oceanarium. Aren't you interested in that? His tone and expression seemed to suggest. If you're not interested in that, are you really only interested in penguin chicks? Shang Hanglu, with her vase-like face, clueless and utterly unhelpful, said, Isn't that the case? How could I be interested in business projects? I'm only interested in penguin chicks. Lin Heng. Lin Heng began to reflect. He had made the same mistake again. Misjudging Shang Hanglu and overestimating the gap between humans and apes, the distance being roughly the radius of the Earth. Then Shang Hanglu shamelessly lied. I want to raise penguins. Lin Heng. Shang Hanglu. I really want to raise penguins. Lin Heng. He felt like saying, I see you're aiming for the sky. But he knew if he said that, Shang Hanglu's next response would probably be, Okay, then I'll go play in space. It was hopeless. The despair of the communication gap between humans and apes. However, Lin Heng was someone with a rich inner world, but he rarely expressed himself. After some thought, he decided to hold back. What he said was, let's discuss it next time. Such a calm response made Shang Hanglu unsure whether they should continue the topic. After all, since Lin Heng wasn't angry, what more could she say to him? They continued eating breakfast, each with their own thoughts. Shang Hanglu, not content with the silence, started acting up again. She glanced around and said, "Yesterday at the cocktail party, Rui was bragging that her husband bought her a new yacht." Then she fell silent. To be honest, since graduating from college, she hadn't asked her parents for money. She had been independent for many years, and although supporting herself was difficult, suddenly asking some rich, handsome stranger for money felt like a lot of pressure. Shang Hanglu quickly did some mental preparation. Who was she now? Mrs. Lin. And with one adjective added. Soon-to-be divorced Mrs. Lin. Has anyone ever seen a couple about to divorce still living together? She couldn't let Lin Heng be disappointed in her. Shang Hanglu said, "I want to buy one too. Should I ask for some pocket money?" Lin Heng was very generous. "How much do you want?" Greedy vase-like thoughts ran through her mind. 50 million just by a private jet. But she was too virtuous and good, so she said instead, 5 million. Lin Heng gave her a measuring look. Then he said nothing. Shang Hanglu was absolutely fed up with this silent man. But after all, when asking others for money, Shang Hanglu, from her body to her heart to her aura, was far inferior to him. She trembled as she extended 2 fingers. How about a discount? 2.5 million would work. Lin Heng furrowed his brows this time. Shang Hanglu glanced at him, quickly withdrew her gaze, then cautiously looked at him again, still deciding to stick to her plan. She pretended to not care, though she was secretly feeling small as she said, "If that doesn't work, 50 million would be fine." She hesitated and dared not look at the person offering the money. She heard Lin Heng sigh. That made her feel even more small. The situation felt like when she was in school, and the teacher, who she was worst at the subject with, called her up to the board to solve a problem. After finishing, her heart raced with uncertainty, but the teacher wouldn't confirm if she got it right or wrong, only sighing as if to say, "You still can't do such an easy problem? I've explained this already." Shang Hanglu, irritated, glared at him. Lin Heng was even more impatient. He finally spoke, 50 million. What was this, huh? As a domineering CEO, he was being so stingy? No wonder he couldn't win over Yin Yao. Lin Heng said, "Any of your cards can handle 50 million. Who do you think you're underestimating?" Shang Hanglu. Lin Heng looked at her with disdain, letting out another sigh. Shang Hanglu. Huh? In the end, after finishing his breakfast, Lin Heng left a check for 10 million saying, "Feel free to buy some jewelry, clothes or bags you like. Don't worry about Yunshi or your brother's issues. I think you're under a lot of pressure." Shang Hanglu quickly counted the zeros on the check. Huh. No one can stop her from changing her last name to Lin. From today on, she officially declares Lin Heng as her father. She hadn't even finished her breakfast, but staring at the zeros on the check was enough to fill her up. Marilyn came to her side saying, "Madam, why do you keep triggering Mr. Lin's temper? First Yunshi's stock price fluctuated. Then you angered your mother-in-law who used to care for you. Now rumors are spreading that you have no one supporting you at home, and that Mr. Lin wants to divorce you." Marilyn thought her madam was being very strange. In the past, they had called it free-spirited. Now it seemed like reckless behavior. Though she had become more restrained lately, why did it feel like she was trying to upset Mr. Lin every day? She couldn't help but worry about her. Marilyn spoke earnestly. "You signed a prenuptial agreement before, so even if you go to court, alimony won't be much. Yunshi is struggling right now. Didn't you say you wanted to keep Mr. Lin close starting from now?" Oh, so not keeping Lin Heng's heart but keeping him physically close. Looks like Mrs. Lin was quite self-aware, Shang Hanglu thought. "But I can see Mr. Lin cares about you. He's really tolerant with you. Madam, please cheer up and work on your relationship with him." Marilyn didn't know all the thoughts Shang Hanglu had in her mind and, having a narrow perspective, thought a few billion in alimony would already be a victory for the divorced wife. She continued asking, "So madam, what are you doing today? Actually, your cooking's not bad." She was clearly hinting that Shang Hanglu should prepare a loving wife's lunch. Shang Hanglu smiled. First she smiled at the 10 million check, then smiled at Marilyn. Marilyn thought, "Madam must be having a breakthrough." The next moment Shang Hanglu said, "Let's dress up nicely today. We're going to." She blurted out, "Not ruin you." "But, Huanlongxi." Marilyn. Marilyn's eyes became deadpan as if saying, "Ha woman knows wa no die why you try?" Actually, Shang Hanglu wasn't going to Huanlongxi to celebrate or to get herself in trouble. She was going to find Xiao Zai. This little brat really had no credit. If she didn't settle this score, she would make President Lin write his name backward. That was the plan. On the way to the beauty salon, Shang Hanglu received a call from Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang had been helping the Shang family for a long time, and had often taken care of Shang Hanglu when she was young. She had a high status in the Shang family. On the phone, Aunt Wang told Shang Hanglu that Shang Hanglu was upset because his girlfriend suddenly broke up with him. During the breakup, Jianxi had said many unpleasant things, and Shang Hanglu later heard from friends that she had already found someone new. Shang Hanglu, unable to accept it, knew Jianxi was introduced to her current partner through the party Shang Hanglu had taken her to. Shang Hanglu felt double-crossed, so he locked himself in his room and refused to go to work. Aunt Wang also mentioned that Yunshi called and said that today, a company from the US they were collaborating with would have a video conference. For the sake of showing respect, the Shang family had to send someone to attend. Shang father and mother were both out of town for work and very busy. Since this meeting wasn't about making decisions, it had been agreed that Shang Hanglu would attend. But who knew this little brat would ditch at the last moment because of some love drama? Aunt Wang said, "You know how to handle the young master. Please come back and talk to him. It's bad if he delays the important business." Yes, the family can't go bankrupt, and I definitely don't want to use the alimony to pay off debts. Shang Hanglu nodded vigorously. She asked, "When does the meeting start? Which company is attending? Can't we reschedule it? I'm worried Shang Hanglu might be too stubborn." Aunt Wang said, I'm not sure about these things, her tone anxious. It seems to be something called Stark Group or Stark Industries. Shang Hanglu. Here it comes. Another Tony Stark. Where's exclusive love? The CEO's starry little wife? Why is Mambai out again? Chapter 12. Shang Hanglu is the darling of the Shang family, everyone's precious gem, except for Shang Hanglu. In wealthy families, the atmosphere is often more conservative and traditional than in ordinary households. This is likely because there's a literal throne to inherit. So, as the only male heir of the Shang family and the future successor, Shang Hanglu is of course the apple of everyone's eye, except for Shang Hanglu. From what Shang Hanglu knows now, she used to dote on her younger brother quite a lot. But not to the point of making him the absolute precious gem. Although there was no overt preference for males over females in the family with 2 children, there were naturally differences in how they were treated. As a result, Shang Hanglu is currently the one most capable of disciplining this precious gem of the family. When it comes to dealing with Shang Hanglu is undoubtedly responsible, and even their father and mother wouldn't say much about it. After receiving the call, Shang Hanglu immediately instructed the driver to turn around and head back to the Shang family home. On the way, she made a few calls to the company just in case. By the time she finished making her calls, the driver had already reached the Shang family home. Aunt Wang greeted her at the door. "Where is he?" "In his room." Shang Hanglu clicked her heels as she walked to Shang Hanglu's room. She knocked on the door. No response. She knocked again and a muffled, irritable voice came from inside. "Go away." Shang Hanglu. As expected of the puppy-like younger brother. He thinks he's being fierce but actually he's still soft. He didn't even say get lost. Just go away. Okay, that's so fierce, I'm so scared. Shang Hanglu raised her voice. "It's me." There was silence from inside. Shang Hanglu. "Open the door. Do you know there's a meeting you need to attend today?" "I'm not going." "Why? Is it because of Jianxi?" Shang Hanglu immediately exploded, rushing to the door and shouting, "How dare you bring that up? Wasn't it you who meddled? For what? Because you don't like her." Shang Hanglu rubbed her nose. She felt a little wronged. Shang Hanglu spoke plainly. "It's your own fault that you weren't charming enough. She found someone better, so of course she dumped you. Don't you know what kind of girl she is?" Shang Hanglu knew, but breaking up like this left him with no face. However, Shang Hanglu went straight for his heart, leaving him no dignity whatsoever. Shang Hanglu was so furious he nearly stormed out and started yelling. Thankfully, he remembered that if he stormed out, he would lose. He angrily said, "I'm in control of my relationship with Jianxi, it's none of your business." Shang Hanglu raised her eyebrows. The little brat was getting feisty. She calmly replied, "It's not my business? Well, if you don't go to the meeting today it will be. I'll have to clean up your mess, so come out." Yes, the Shang family had to send someone to attend the meeting, and if Shang Hanglu didn't go, then Shang Hanglu would have to go instead. Shang Hanglu, as the heir, had been interning at the company since he started university. As for Shang Hanglu, she had been an excellent student back in school, as it was all about the family's reputation. But her major was unrelated to business or technology. She majored in international relations and politics. Furthermore, when she was still Mrs. Lin and Miss Shang, she was skilled in indulgence, eating, drinking, playing, gambling, except for interning. Shang Hanglu knew all too well about Shang Hanglu's behavior. Having her go to a meeting was like asking for a death sentence. Shang Hanglu sneered and took a tough stance. "I'm not going. I'm not going, and whoever wants to go can go. Don't talk to me about meetings, I'm quitting the company. If you like controlling me so much, then you go yourself." I'm definitely not going. Little brat. Shang Hanglu not only had an itch in her teeth but her hands were itching as well. Her forehead was full of angry veins, and the air around her was visibly dark with rage. She looked like she really wanted to beat him up. Aunt Wang, witnessing everything, hurriedly said, "Miss, calm down. Don't get angry with the young master. It's not good for your health." Shang Hanglu, hearing from inside, was feeling smug, enjoying a sense of revenge. He sat on the couch, his feet propped up, and as the time for the meeting drew near, his sense of breakup pain had mostly faded. All that was left was the overwhelming desire to get back at his bossy sister. He pricked up his ears to listen to what was happening outside. Quiet. He waited for a while. Still quiet. The more quiet it was outside, the more nervous he became. Shang Hanglu couldn't resist tiptoeing over to the door and listening. At that moment he heard a soft, almost breathless voice say, "1, 2. Shang Hanglu suddenly realized something was wrong, and quickly took a big step back. Sure enough, the next second a deafening bang sounded. Immediately after, his sister's cold, commanding voice echoed, "Break the door down." Shang Hanglu. What the hell? Is she out of her mind? He quickly rushed toward the door, but since his room was on the second floor, there was no back door. Special door-busting tools weren't just for show. Shang Hanglu had prepared them on the way to the Shang family, making a few quick hits, and the lock was already in jeopardy. A couple more hits and with a loud crash the door was completely destroyed. With a wave of her hand, Shang Hanglu commanded like a general leading an army of 200,000. "Get Shang Hanglu out of here." Seeing a few brawny bodyguards who were almost bursting out of their suits, marching into the bedroom with Shang Hanglu behind them, her eyes as cold as ice, Shang Hanglu couldn't help but shiver, his back heating up with nervous sweat. A few seconds later, the bodyguards returned with their report. "Report, young Master Shang has jumped off the building. He jumped off. Jumped off. Jumped off." The voices were a bit too loud, and the room was too empty, echoing continuously. Aunt Wang. Marilyn. The servants who were watching the drama. Surprisingly, Shang Hanglu remained unfazed. She ordered, "Then have the people downstairs catch Shang Hanglu and bring him up here." The bodyguards heard the command through their earpieces. "Report, Miss Shang, your prediction was spot on. Team B has already captured the young master." Shang Hanglu sneered. "Humph. Trying to fight me? You're not ready." Aunt Wang, who witnessed the whole thing. Aunt Wang's face darkened, and she started to feel uneasy. When Shang Hanglu was dragged in like a dead dog, his biological sister was sitting on the very sofa he had just vacated, crossing her legs with an air of royalty, exuding an icy cold elegance. This was all Shang Hanglu's experience from watching dramas for years. She was simply following the script and acting. But Shang Hanglu was genuinely angry. Angry at this spoiled little brother, who had more cuteness than maturity. He threatened her with a meeting and was throwing a tantrum like this? Shang Hanglu couldn't imagine the consequences of handing over the company to him in the future. Right now she held the script, and if she really managed to save Yunshi, what kind of result would she get if she handed the fruits of that labor to this immature brat? Still the same thing. Damn little brother, take good care of my inheritance. So her anger was not fake at all. This was resentment for hundreds of billions that were about to vanish. "I'll give you one last chance. Will you go to the meeting or not?" Shang Hanglu regretted jumping off the building as soon as it happened. Honestly, it hurt a lot when he fell. But to be asked like this in front of so many people, he doesn't care about his face anymore. Shang Hanglu said stubbornly, "No, I won't go. Even if I die today, I'll never go to that meeting." "Good." Shang Hanglu said coldly. She stood up abruptly and said, "If you won't go, then I'll go." She started walking toward the door. Shang Hanglu blinked in confusion. "That's it? Is that all? Wasn't this a lot of noise for nothing?" He knew his sister didn't have any real punishments planned. Shang Hanglu's footsteps slowly faded away. Shang Hanglu stood there feeling smug. He saw 2 or 3 servants come in, dragging 2 large suitcases, starting to pack his things, from clothes to toiletries to bed sheets. He didn't have time to stop them, and the servants quickly packed his belongings into the suitcases. Then, both the person and the bags were packed and sent into Shang Hanglu's car. Shang Hanglu asked cautiously, "What are you going to do?" Shang Hanglu didn't reply. They left the Shang family and drove to the nearest subway station. When the car stopped, Shang Hanglu with his luggage was pulled out by a couple of burly bodyguards. Shang Hanglu was utterly confused. What was she going to do? Shang Hanglu didn't even get out of the car. She simply turned her face to look at him. Shang Hanglu suddenly had a bad feeling. He quickly tried to squeeze back into the car, but the bodyguards grabbed him by the collar, rendering him immobile. Shang Hanglu spoke slowly, "So you won't go to work, huh?" Fine. Shang Hanglu. No, I wasn't. Shang Hanglu interrupted him. You don't want to take responsibility, just enjoy the benefits? What's that, if not being a freeloader? I don't have a freeloader for a brother. Here's 5,000, your last living allowance. You can do whatever you want from now on. The company will hold your position for 3 days. After that, you'll be terminated. Congratulations, you're finally free. She threw an envelope onto the ground and the car drove away, leaving Shang Hanglu and 2 suitcases, both utterly stunned. He was just kicked out like that? Marilyn turned her face away in worry. Madam, don't you think you went a bit too far? What if something happens to young Master Shang? Shang Hanglu blinked and said, It's fine. I left him with an NPC from the tutorial village. The bodyguard? Marilyn. I thought he was there just to hold Shang Hanglu's collar to prevent him from running off. Shang Hanglu. Actually, you're not wrong. Shang Hanglu went to Yunshi, a modern-day equivalent of Mulan going to war for her father. Now she was stepping in for her brother at the meeting. This could be quite the story. Manager Yang, in his 40s, competent in business, but a bit arrogant due to his skills, was already irritated by the presence of the Shang family's young master who had been parachuted into the company, and now this clueless young lady was showing up at the meeting? He was already mad, thinking it was normal for Yunshi to be in crisis, and it would be no surprise if it collapsed. Not only did he think this way, but his subordinates did too. And then when Shang Hanglu got out of the car, her flowing hair, her stunning figure, and cold, beautiful face, with her professional outfit barely containing her dazzling aura, it was over. It was really over. Could this young lady even pronounce all 26 letters of the alphabet in the correct order? The department from top to bottom was in despair. One young man said, Manager, maybe we should arrange to reschedule? The company's translators are all busy, and even if we hired someone now, the translation of the project plan isn't something that can be done in a day. Another young man chimed in, Yeah, and we'll need to hire a simultaneous interpreter. The 2 men went back and forth, seemingly concerned but actually undermining Shang Hanglu as an amateur. Manager Yang didn't stop them. Instead, he asked, Miss Shang, should we negotiate and see if we can reschedule? People in the office whispered with amusement. Shang Hanglu didn't get upset. She raised her phone, revealing the digital version of the project plan. No need to reschedule. I've already gone through it on the way here. She said casually, How to apply massive MIMO to mobile phones. I'm looking forward to it. Everyone froze. Wait, she really understood it. Chapter 13. Manager Yang, including everyone under her command, knew that the report on her phone was in English, because there was simply no Chinese version of the report. Why was it in English? First, some of the new terms for cutting-edge technologies were so new that the Chinese translations hadn't even been officially released yet. To avoid communication errors caused by translation, they simply didn't translate it. This was a technical issue. Second, the meeting was with Americans and they speak English, so why translate? But now, English has become so common that almost anyone can speak a few words, and it's not uncommon to meet someone fluent in it. Plus, business lady Shang Hanglu, who was part of a wealthy, worldly family, could speak English. It seemed like just a social skill, nothing more. However, Manager Yang and her team knew this industry too well, and understood the technical difficulties within the report. As mentioned earlier, the report was not translated because the technical vocabulary was too new, and even professional translators would find it difficult and time-consuming to deal with it. This young woman, who looked like a princess whispering in the emperor's ear, was reading the report on her phone while traveling from home to the office. She finished reading it? What the heck? Could it be that she's some big expert? The team stood frozen, staring at business lady Shang Hanglu, who occasionally talked to a young woman beside her. The young woman appeared calm and intelligent. Manager Yang and the team figured it out. She must have hired external help, who was handing her cheat sheets whenever needed. Humph, rich people are shameless, trying to buy knowledge with money. At this point, Marilyn, who was confused, blinked her innocent big eyes and asked, Madam, why are they staring at us? The technical team under Manager Yang had low emotional intelligence, and were deeply puzzled by what was happening. But business lady Shang Hanglu, seeing their expressions change, had a pretty good guess of what they were thinking. She said, Well, for my sake, try to act wise and mysterious. Marilyn clenched her fist and said, I'll try, madam. Among Manager Yang's team, there was a young woman wearing glasses who was skeptical of their guesses. Before the meeting started, she handed Shang Hanglu some tea and boldly asked, Miss Shang, how do you understand that report? Did you study a related field before? Shang Hanglu casually responded, It's just English. Who doesn't know English these days? The translators in the room, who had to check dictionaries and discuss with each other to understand the report, were on the verge of flipping the table, gritting their teeth. Her arrogant words made Manager Yang, and the others even more convinced that Shang Hanglu's earlier display was entirely because she had professional assistants behind her. But the truth was, Shang Hanglu really understood the report. After all, she used to be a science and engineering girl at a research institute. Even if she couldn't come up with her own papers, she had to read them, and most of them were in English. If she couldn't understand them, she would have to quit the academic world and go work at a construction site. Moreover, the research project at Yunshur, though not her field of expertise, was the specialty of the girl living across from her apartment. The two of them often had meals together, and over time she picked up some basics. Manager Yang and the others thought that Shang Hanglu was pretending to read the materials as the video conference with the Americans finally started. The American team appeared on screen, led by a brown-haired man with a team of more than 10 people, none of whom were familiar to Shang Hanglu. Although it's Stark Industries, it seems like Tony Stark himself isn't here. Shang Hanglu suspected it might be a different company with the same name. The leader of the team gave a brief self-introduction and apologized, saying, "Sorry, Mr. Tony Stark was originally scheduled to join this meeting, but due to scheduling conflicts, he won't be able to join us." "I know. Iron Man is probably out saving the world." Shang Hanglu felt quite excited. With Marvel's popularity right now, even if she wasn't a fan, she had watched superhero movies, and since she was a fan, she was extra thrilled. She asked, "Is this the same Tony Stark who graduated from MIT's Department of Electronic Engineering at the age of 15 with the highest score?" "Yes." Shang Hanglu. Could I get his signature on the contract?" The conference representative asked. "Are you an alum of Mr. Stark?" Shang Hanglu. No, I'm just a fan of his achievements. MIT was also my top choice for university. And it's not just his academics, his inventions are beyond world-leading standards, like the Quinjet. It's 10 years ahead." She couldn't stop singing his praises, using all the technical terms she knew, and it all flowed smoothly in English because of the movies. The pleasantries before the meeting were completely handled by Shang Hanglu. Her endless flattery made the representative dizzy with joy. Although she wasn't flattering him personally, it felt more like corporate and international compliments, making the other party feel delighted and joyful. As for Yunshur's team, they were dumbfounded. The speed of her speech, her vocabulary, her professional knowledge, terms like energy reactors and propulsion systems were hard to understand for anyone not in the field of communication. The translator even felt embarrassed. One of them, who was specifically assigned by Manager Yang to assist Shang Hanglu, went straight to him and said, "Manager Yang, I don't even need to step in. After seeing Miss Shang's level, I think I should apply for further training to improve my business skills. Otherwise, I feel ashamed to translate for her." Manager Yang. Is she really that amazing? He looked at Shang Hanglu with a complicated expression. He had received some prior information and had already formed a judgment, but after seeing her appearance, his suspicions were only confirmed. This is supposed to be the useless beauty. What a joke. The meeting lasted for 2 days due to the time difference. After finishing in the morning, there was more to do the next morning. Shang Hanglu went to the commercial street opposite the office building to eat. According to the ever-knowledgeable Marilyn, there was a Western restaurant with good salads. Shang Hanglu was touched by Marilyn's recommendation, but she didn't want to eat greens, so she ruthlessly declined. But she still went to that Western restaurant, though she was there for steak, large chunks of meat to make up for the sugar she had overconsumed earlier this morning. As soon as she entered, Shang Hanglu spotted Xiao Zai, the pretty boy who was waiting for his meal. He was dressed in a proper suit, looking like an office worker. Xiao Zai looked up and his gaze met Shang Hanglu's. "Xiao Zai." Time seemed to freeze. The waiter came to serve the food. "Sir, your meal is ready. Please enjoy." In the next moment, Xiao Zai, not even caring about the food in front of him, grabbed his phone and tried to leave. Shang Hanglu, with her high heels, quickly scurried over like a spider demon and grabbed his wrist, smiling as she said to the waiter, "I ran into an acquaintance, we'll share a table." If you ignored the veins on her temple and the ones bulging from her arm as she gripped his wrist, it really did look like a casual meeting between old friends. Xiao Zai was sweating cold sweat down the back of his neck. But he had no way to refuse, because he was forcefully pushed into a seat by Shang Hanglu's personal assistant. Now Xiao Zai was sitting in a nice, pricey Western restaurant. In front of him was a fragrant meal. Opposite him was a smiling beauty. Everything was so perfect. If you ignored the dark aura emanating from the beauty behind the smile. Shang Hanglu leisurely ordered her meal. Then she smiled and said, "Since you know you're about to run, you must know what you did to deserve me cutting you down, right?" "Cutting down?" Xiao Zai. The cold sweat on the young man didn't stop. He quickly said, "It's all a misunderstanding." Shang Hanglu tightened her grip on the knife, still smiling. You tell me. If I'm not satisfied with what you say, Xiao Zai. "No, please put the knife down and let's talk calmly." Xiao Zai, feeling guilty, sighed and sincerely said, "Well, it was an accident, but the consequences were caused by me. If you want me to apologize in any way or take responsibility, I will do it." Most girls, just by looking at his face, would probably forgive him by now. Shang Hanglu's smile didn't change. "Then you should strip down and run 3 laps around this commercial district naked, shouting that you work at Huanlong Corp, asking everyone to come visit, and I'll forgive you." Xiao Zai. This person was really a devil. He had heard Shang Hanglu talk about her before, and thought it was an exaggeration. Now, he only felt that if Shang Hanglu could endure this, he must be a masochist. Xiao Zai finally gave up on using slick tricks. His face, caught between youth and maturity, cleared his expression, now perfectly neutral. Xiao Zai said, "I did delete the video. I only have 1 copy stored on my phone, but there's something called cloud storage." Shang Hanglu. Xiao Zai said helplessly, "That's why I said it was an accident." Actually, Shang Hanglu knew that bothering Xiao Zai wouldn't help, but she could threaten him in return, like making the previous agreement between them void. That was her intention, but just as she was about to bring it up, Marilyn suddenly looked anxious. She leaned over to whisper in Shang Hanglu's ear, Madam, I see the sir, he's right here." Before she could finish, the doorbell rang. Ding dong, the doorbell echoed. Lin Heng and his assistant stood at the entrance, being led to their table by the waiter. His gaze swept through the restaurant. It stopped abruptly. Shang Hanglu remained unfazed. Or rather, her smile froze. She kept repeating in her mind, "I cannot be the one at fault. I cannot be the one at fault, alimony. I cannot let a single penny go." In desperation, she smiled and waved. "Husband, what a coincidence. Come sit here." Lin Heng remained composed as he walked over. The waiter pulled out a chair for him, and he sat next to Shang Hanglu with an empty seat beside him, and Xiao Zai next to that. Marilyn and assistant Yuan sat at another table. This meant that Xiao Zai and Lin Heng were facing each other. Lin Heng had no expression. Xiao Zai, however, kept sneaking glances at Shang Hanglu. This boy was sharp, knowing when to strike and never hesitating. Shang Hanglu knew full well. But she could not let Xiao Zai slip up. She quickly kicked him under the table, making sure to express her feelings by kicking several times. She thought Xiao Zai would understand. But this boy was still making subtle gestures. Shang Hanglu, furious, kicked him again. This time, instead of the expected fleshiness, her ankle was grabbed. Lin Heng's calm face turned to look at her. His gaze was calm, but his eyes were deep. He said, "Why are you kicking me?" Shang Hanglu. "Oh? What the hell?" Chapter 14. Can I be even more ridiculous? Shang Hanglu couldn't help but ask herself in her mind. She quickly found the answer. Of course she could. Shang Hanglu gave Lin Heng a wry smile. Lin Heng's face remained expressionless. Of course, for someone as deep and wise as Lin Heng, a money printing machine, Shang Hanglu couldn't understand his true thoughts. That was normal. It was fine under usual circumstances, but in this situation, she felt guilty. Crisis makes people clever. At this moment, Shang Hanglu stretched her arms, yawning, and then casually said, "Sitting for too long makes my body stiff. I probably accidentally bumped into you while stretching. Sorry." Lin Heng remained unfazed. "Did you stretch several times?" Shang Hanglu. "Still the same. Crisis makes people clever." Shang Hanglu pointed a finger and smiled brightly, saying, "My personal trainer told me that moving my legs around like this can help slim them. With the calories from today's lunch, I'll have to work out for a while." She made it sound so convincing. What else couldn't she say? She could say anything now. Sure enough, Lin Heng remained silent. It wasn't too easy to accept, but it wasn't an entirely unacceptable excuse either. He released his ankle and said, "You're already very thin." Shang Hanglu. The journey of weight loss for women is a lifelong pursuit. She acted coy on the surface but relaxed inside. Phew, that was really dangerous earlier, but it seems like I barely got away with it. Just then Lin Heng casually asked, "Mr. Xiao, what a coincidence to run into you here. Did you and Louise plan to have lunch together?" Xiao smiled widely and quickly responded, "We had an appointment." Shang Hanglu. Warning. Warning. Red alert. Apostle warning. Apostle warning. Shang Hanglu's forehead immediately sweated coldly, her heart filled with fear and regret, and her teeth were itching with frustration. I hate this. Why did I miss those few kicks earlier? I should have kicked him harder. Snapped that annoying pretty boy's shin bone in half. Let's see if he dares to act up again. Shang Hanglu dared not roll her eyes at Xiao, because Lin Heng was right there. Although he was nearsighted with glasses, Lin Heng looked like a deathly little student. She instantly radiated murderous intent. Her target was Xiao. If imagination could become reality, the dinner knife in her hand would probably turn into a deadly weapon, stabbing straight into Zhao's carotid artery. Zhao couldn't help but shudder, feeling the temperature around him drop several degrees. At this moment, Shang Hanglu smiled again. Her smile was so light, so serene, so gentle. She said, "Yes, we had an appointment. That troublemaker Shang Hanglu. I don't know why, but he refused to attend the meeting today. But someone from the Shang family has to attend, so here I am, standing in for him. But dear, I had to cancel my beauty appointment for this, so it wasn't worth it. If you want me to stand in for him again in future meetings? No way." So I called up Shang Xingyu's good friend Xiao Zai to persuade him to talk to Xingyu. She spoke in a way that seemed perfectly logical, mixing lies seamlessly with truths, making it hard to distinguish between the two. After saying this, Shang Hanglu was shocked by herself. She had never been in a situation like this before because she had been too focused on work and never had a romantic relationship. She had never faced a dramatic scenario like this. Looking at it now, could it be? Is she particularly talented in cheating? She wasn't exactly thrilled. At this point, she turned sideways and waved her hand for the waiter to refill her water. From this angle, Lin Heng was positioned behind her body, so he couldn't see her expression. Shang Hanglu then gave Xiao a glare full of dark, threatening, murderous intent. More than just one glare. Xiao. Shang Xingyu's sister must have been born in the wrong body, right? She should switch careers and become a heartless assassin. She'd be a perfect fit. Xiao Zai finally relented and said, I see. Shang Hanglu. Yes. Xiao Zai. So sister, since I helped you out, you should treat me to more meals. Shang Hanglu. Who would have known that Lin Heng suddenly interrupted and answered for her? Yes, that's right. Xiao Zai grinned smugly. Lin Heng added, since you helped Louise, it's only right that Louise and I treat you to a meal. Xiao Zai's smile froze on his face. This time it was Shang Hanglu's turn to sneer. At lunch, despite being surrounded by two incredibly handsome men, Shang Hanglu ate with exhaustion, feeling indigestion and mentally drained. Lin Heng, with his busy schedule, could only take time off for lunch thanks to Assistant Yuan's efforts. Otherwise, Mr. Lin might have just settled for a convenience store rice ball. After realizing this, Shang Hanglu smiled through tears and tightly held Assistant Yuan's hand. Well, really, thank you for taking care of Mr. Lin. The last few words were especially gritted out. It wouldn't kill anyone if Mr. Lin ate his bento in the office, but letting him out might mean the alimony she worked so hard for could die. Assistant Yuan thought he had done a good deed, and after the explanation about Huanlong Corp, he somehow developed a bit of a sense of camaraderie with Mr. Lin. He said, yes, I will make sure to take care of Mr. Lin, as Miss Shang asked. Shang Hanglu was feeling mentally exhausted. After Lin Heng left, Xiao Zai slowly ordered a dessert, planning to wait until lunchtime was almost over before heading back. Shang Hanglu also didn't plan on returning to the company early, as today she had an official, important task. So the two of them sat across from each other, enjoying their dessert. Shang Hanglu had already noticed that Xiao Zai was dressed very formally today. Actually, in Huanlong Corp, many of the male attendants wore suits, but either it was for roleplay or they styled themselves fashionably. Xiao Zai's suit today, although expensive, was quite ordinary, very formal, the kind of office commuter suit she had just seen in the meeting room. This area, aside from this commercial complex, was mostly office buildings with various companies inside. So Xiao Zai was actually working nearby? Shang Hanglu didn't hide her curiosity and directly asked, do you work nearby? Xiao Zai knew she had been attending a meeting at Yunshi. He replied, right across from you. Shang Hanglu was quite surprised. You work during the day and have a part-time job at night? Don't you sleep? Xiao Zai cheekily asked, are you worried about me? Shang Hanglu. Honestly, male attendants usually work until around 3 a.m. and then attend meetings or have a late-night snack, getting home only in the early morning. Then they go back to work the next day. But Xiao Zai was managing both shifts? Impressive. Shang Hanglu said, no, I'm just curious about how you manage to have 48-hour days. Or maybe you don't sleep at all and don't get tired? Xiao Zai knew that Shang Hanglu didn't take him seriously, considering him nothing more than a friend of Shang Hangyu, a kid of the same age. He was too lazy to waste time and just said, I only go to Huanlong Corp on weekends. Shang Hanglu couldn't help but feel emotional. See, you work during the day and have a part-time job on weekends. Then look at Shang Hangyu, who skips work just playing around. No wonder Yunshi is struggling to run properly. Your company's performance grew steadily last quarter. This is the difference between heirs. As she said this, Shang Hanglu almost wished she could switch brothers with Xiao Zai. Who knew when Xiao Zai heard the word heir? He scoffed lightly. Shang Hanglu's sharp ears caught it. But she couldn't understand. In the original novel, the Shang family was almost irrelevant, and Xiao Zai, being a friend of Shang Hangyu, was equally insignificant. But from the background check she had done after crossing over, she knew that although Xiao Zai had a younger brother who was still in elementary school, Xiao Zai had already started working at his family company, taking root early. This gave him a clear advantage, even in a future inheritance dispute. So why did he react this way? And why, as the son of the Xiao family, wasn't he like Shang Hanglu just enjoying life, but instead working as a mail attendant at Huanlong Corp? What a strange hobby. Shang Hanglu was too lazy for the guessing game and asked directly, "Aren't you an heir?" Xiao Zai raised one corner of his mouth and said nonchalantly, "Shouldn't you, sister, be playing with a non-heir?" Shang Hanglu. "What kind of spider demon am I?" Shang Hanglu replied, "From what you're saying you are the heir, right? Then you better work hard every day and make money. Or did Shang Hanglu accidentally brainwash you with some work is useless or talking about money is shameful nonsense? Listen to me, don't listen to his nonsense." As she said this, Shang Hanglu couldn't help but recall how Shang Hanglu had been acting like a useless rich kid that morning. She almost wanted to pull him out and give him a good beating. At this moment, Xiao Zai propped his face up with one hand, covering half of his face. He couldn't help but say enviously, "I always thought that when I went to the Shang family, you two siblings really had a great relationship." Shang Hanglu. "What else could it be? Can I apply to the country to switch my brother? Tell me where I can apply and I'll go change him right now." She finished speaking and realized something was off. So Shang Hanglu added, "Wait, do you not get along with your brother? I guess he's in 5th grade, around 7 or 8 years old. Annoying little brat." "I don't hate my brother," Xiao Zai suddenly said. "But my brother, he's not from the same mother as me." "Where's your mother?" Shang Hanglu asked without thinking. "She passed away," Xiao Zai replied just as carelessly. Shang Hanglu froze for a moment. So Xiao Zai's current mother was a stepmother. And his disdain for heir meant his stepmother was no ordinary person. Wait, hold on. This stepmother, taking care of the children, mistreating the biological children, taking their resources, making the original child work? Just to stay in the family. One sentence slipped out of Shang Hanglu's mouth. Xiao Zai. "Oh, this setting. Are you the modern Cinderella? Oh no, a gray boy." Xiao Zai. Thinking about it carefully, maybe he is? Xiao Zai. The more he thought about it, the funnier it got. The more he thought, the more he laughed, and in the end, he rested his chin on his hand, covering his mouth, and quietly chuckled. Chapter 15. Everyone has their untold secrets. Shang Hanglu thought that maybe Xiao Zai had his own hidden troubles. Things like stepmothers and being a discarded wife were some of the core storylines in the endless dramas of wealthy families. But since Xiao Zai didn't mention it, Shang Hanglu didn't ask. The two of them weren't even in a client and escort relationship, so opening up to each other wasn't really possible. Looking on the bright side, at least Xiao Zai's family had a legitimate heir drama to speak of, while Yunshe, if they weren't careful, they might not even have any leftover scraps. Well, not really nothing at all. At least there was the idiot younger brother, who was even worse than scraps. Shang Hanglu continued working in the afternoon. According to her casual conversation with people at the company in the morning, she actually had a position at Yunshe. It sounded pretty impressive. Supposedly, she was the public relations executive consultant, in name only. In other words, it was a position with a title but no real power. Despite that, she still received a salary every month and enjoyed full employee benefits, including social insurance. It was almost like being part of the royal family. Shang Hanglu looked at her paycheck. Well, it was fine. This money wasn't going to be of much use. But looking back, she would have probably laughed herself to sleep at the thought of being paid without doing anything. Since the last time Lin Heng had given her a check for 10 million, telling her to buy some jewelry and bags, Shang Hanglu had become quite cocky. I'm going to be a billionaire. I've already planned how I'll spend the money. Long live President Lin. Long live divorce. Long live freedom. In the afternoon, she went to her office. There was nothing in there. Well, there was a computer, but when she opened it, still nothing. Shang Hanglu had always known that Yunshe had financial problems. She actually wanted to check the company's financial statements. Logically speaking, without Shang Hanglu causing trouble, Yunshe should have avoided the bankruptcy flag by now. But today, the atmosphere in the company didn't seem optimistic. Some people supported the 5G project, while others thought it was just wasting money and making the company's operations even harder. There were plenty of rumors behind the scenes that the company was going to collapse soon. So, Shang Hanglu wanted to see the financial statements. She wasn't a professional in this area, so she thought it would be best to hire an expert to help her look over them. But these things weren't easily accessible. She would have to figure out a way. Just then her phone vibrated and she saw the name. Little fool. Oh, it was Shang Hanglu. As soon as she picked up, the furious shouting began. Shang Hanglu. Ugh, her ears hurt. Without thinking, Shang Hanglu hung up the phone. But he wasn't giving up. The second call came immediately. Shang Hanglu picked it up again. Shang Hangyu. Don't hang up. Still painful to her ears. She hung up again. The third call came in. Why did you kick me out? Shang Hangyu was so angry because he had tried dragging his heavy luggage back home, only to be locked out by the iron gates with no one to open the door for him. The gardener, who had clearly seen him, silently turned his head and snuck away. Shang Hanglu finally responded, because I can. Her attitude was definitely cocky. Shang Hangyu. I'm going to call mom and dad. I'll tell them you're abusing me. Shang Hanglu calmly responded, you're good at tattling, huh? If you hadn't skipped the meeting, I would have already told them. They said I could handle it. How could that be? Don't make things up. Shang Hangyu's tone softened because, based on past experiences, he knew it might just be true. Shang Hanglu snorted coldly. Hung up again. This time her phone didn't vibrate repeatedly. When Shang Hangyu called again, he had already switched to a much more obedient tone, sounding like the innocent little brother. Sis, I'm sorry. Good. What did you do wrong? I shouldn't have skipped the meeting and then threatened you. Continue. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Shang Hanglu spoke with a smile. I accept your apology. But forgiving you, that's up to fate. You should stay outside for now. Shang Hanglu. Click. Hung up the phone. A little while later, Shang Hangyu called again, sounding tearful. Sis, I really was wrong. Where am I supposed to stay? Am I supposed to sleep on the streets? What if there are bad people? I'm so hungry, it's so cold. Shang Hanglu rolled her eyes. It was only the afternoon. And it was summer. Xiao Zai is Cinderella. So are you the little match girl? Sister believes that you have been practicing kendo and sanda since you were young. Promise me, don't bully the hooligans on the street. Shang Hangyu. This is my real sister, huh? Shang Hanglu thought for a moment, then decided it was about time and in a great act of mercy, pointed him toward a clear path. You won't have to sleep on the street. If it's really too tough for you, you can stay at the company dormitory. You come to work, get a monthly salary and have a place to stay. How does that sound? Much better than sleeping on the street, right? Shang Hangyu gritted his teeth. He wanted to say, if it's that good then you come. You live in a mansion, eating delicious food, and I'm stuck in a dorm. His real sister was so sure of herself. However, Shang Hanglu didn't give him time to think of a comeback. She casually said, I'm just offering some advice, you know? Anyway, you won't come and in 3 days you'll automatically quit. I heard after graduation you wanted to join an investment bank, right? Shang Hangyu's heart skipped a beat. Shang Hanglu continued. Lin Heng has a lot of connections in that field. But this sentence didn't sound like, I'll help you arrange a position. It sounded more like, I'll arrange things so that they'll never hire you. Though Shang Hangyu could sometimes be foolish, this time he was very clear-headed. He reluctantly said, I'll come. Is that okay? But in his heart he was thinking, let me pretend to be soft for now and once I get home I'll pull all the tricks I can. Shang Hanglu let out a heh. She just wanted him to come first. You know, no matter how many flips Sun Wukong does, he can never get past Buddha's palm, right? And let me be blunt, when it comes to dealing with Shang Hangyu, I'm the Buddha. Round 2 of the siblings' intellectual and physical showdown came to a temporary pause. Shang Hanglu finished dealing with her brother in the afternoon and didn't stay in her office, which had nothing in it. She went out for a chat. The way she built good relationships with people in the company was very much like a wealthy lady. She had Marilyn arrange for coffee, tea, and desserts from a well-known nearby dessert shop to be sent in bulk to the office. Manager Yang and the others also got their share. Not only did they get it, but Shang Hanglu personally delivered it. She humbly said that because of the family business she had learned a little bit, but in terms of the actual business she still needed professional talent. People like Manager Yang and his team were the company's rare talent. She had just started, knew nothing, and asked Manager Yang to bear with her and guide her. After a few words she praised him in a way that made him feel very comfortable. In fact, Manager Yang wasn't a bad person. He was just proud and liked to be flattered, and Shang Hanglu's compliments were quite to his liking. Manager Yang's expression softened, and those around him were also in a better mood. As they chatted, Shang Hanglu learned quite a bit about the company's internal affairs. But she didn't mention the financial report yet. 1, she didn't want to alert the enemy, and 2, this was a sensitive issue. Asking ordinary people about it wouldn't necessarily yield any useful information. She had a rough idea in her mind. 2 ways to handle it. Either steal it or gain real power. Neither was easy. Time passed quickly as they chatted, and soon it was time to get off work. Shang Hanglu had planned to have the driver take her back, but just as it was about to be time to leave, she got a call from Lin Heng's assistant. The boss had given an order. He said to go back together. And they could have dinner on the way. A person as wise as Shang Hanglu couldn't possibly miss the hint. She decisively decided. Then let's go home. Marilyn. Madam? Shang Hanglu comforted her. The chef at home is very good, and the home environment can't be matched by anything outside. So Marilyn was fooled. The couple went back together, no need for 2 cars. Shang Hanglu's car was sent back first, and she waited at the company for Lin Heng. She waited and waited, but he didn't come. She called and Lin Heng said he was delayed by something urgent and had just set off. Shang Hanglu. I'll endure. She was forced to work overtime. Finally Lin Heng arrived with his car. He seemed quite apologetic, personally getting out of the car to open the door for her. The gesture was quite gentlemanly, and he even shielded her head from the car's roof. It seemed like he could be taught, Shang Hanglu thought to herself, feeling she could let him go and be with Yinyao now. However, a furry stray dog waddled over. It was small with a black and white coat, looking like a mix between a Chinese rural dog and a corgi. Shang Hanglu saw it. But she had a wicked thought, so she didn't say anything. The little dog staggered up to Lin Heng's feet, seemingly asking for food, rubbing against his pants. Lin Heng, not knowing what it was, glanced at it coldly. It was a good thing he glanced because the moment he did, it was clear from the visible shake in his body. Then he quickly took a big step and wrapped his arms around Shang Hanglu's waist. Tightly, without exaggeration. Even through her clothes she could feel Lin Heng's tension. Shang Hanglu. She wasn't speechless because Lin Heng was hiding behind her, leaving her exposed to the evil dog. The dog tilted its head innocently and rubbed against Lin Heng's pants again. Lin Heng flinched again. Shang Hanglu. What an evil dog. She asked on purpose. Are you afraid of it? Lin Heng cleared his throat. No, I'm just allergic. Shang Hanglu. Oh, allergic, huh? She couldn't hold back the laughter anymore. It was so hard to restrain herself. But if Shang Hanglu acted too gentle, it would be fake. She also put on a little puppy dog face and said, how about I adopt it? Our house is big and I'll just keep it in a room you can't see. It looks so pitiful. In this weather, hungry and cold. But it's summer. What coldness. Lin Heng's muscles tensed up, but he tried hard to hide it. The way he was so nervous, it was just adorable. She wanted to tease him. Is it okay? Lin Heng was silent for a long time, and Shang Hanglu was about to give up when he finally said, if you want to adopt it, then go ahead. Shang Hanglu. Hey Lin Heng, your hands haven't loosened yet. Aren't you really allergic? She wasn't feeling too good about it anymore. To be honest, the more Lin Heng was allergic, the more she wanted to play with him. Interesting. Chapter 16. The little cow and puppy made Marilyn take another car back. Shang Hanglu, on the other hand, was with Lin Heng. They pretended as if nothing had happened during the ride. Soon after getting home, a servant came to inform them that dinner was ready. Tonight's dinner was in Chinese style. Just the 2 of them, 5 dishes and a soup plus a dessert. It looked like a lot, but the portions were small, just enough for 2 people. This was also a rare opportunity for Shang Hanglu and Lin Heng to have a meal together. The chef seemed to have been inspired, either by the previous street snack or something else, as the dinner was prepared with extra care and elegance. Mrs. Lin had been a true gourmet, always articulate when it came to tasting and talking about food. That was probably why she couldn't stand dining with Lin Heng. He insisted on going to the same restaurant and ordering the same dishes every time without ever getting tired of them. Lin Heng wasn't picky about food at all. He could eat anything. As for Shang Hanglu, she wasn't completely non-picky. It's just that, aside from Mrs. Lin's rabbit dishes, every meal served to her so far had been delicious. One must be content. She already had billions, and with a Michelin 3-star chef on standby in the kitchen, what more could she complain about? They ate in silence. Lin Heng wasn't used to talking while eating, and Shang Hanglu, if unnecessary, didn't like to talk to him either. It wasn't long before they both heard a dog barking in the distance. Even though the dog's place was far from the dining room, the house was so quiet that even the slightest sound felt particularly loud. Shang Hanglu glanced at Lin Heng secretly. Lin Heng's hand was steady as ever while picking up his food. Even hearing the dog bark didn't make him flinch, and his face remained unchanged. Though Lin Heng was good at pretending earlier, he had been clearly nervous, his muscles taut. But he still didn't show fear on his face. This lack of expression, compared to the earlier one, had a certain shift in the atmosphere. Shang Hanglu inferred that, as long as Lin Heng didn't see the fluffy dog in person, he would be fine. She suddenly felt curious about Lin Heng. She once had a female relative who was terrified of fluffy animals. As long as it had fur, she'd stay far away. But Lin Heng, the typical domineering CEO, in the original story was capable of doing anything. Rich, good-looking, talented, and even had a connection with Yinyao. He could solve all the female protagonist's problems. Yet he was afraid of fluff? Thinking back to Lin Heng's earlier behavior. Shang Hanglu quickly turned her face away, trying to suppress a smile. But there was still one thing bothering her. Her female relative never allowed any pets at home. Though Shang Hanglu hadn't witnessed Lin Heng's frightening side, based on their interactions, she felt Lin Heng was a tough nut to crack. She hadn't really planned on keeping a pet, but she never expected Lin Heng to agree so quickly. As expected, men's minds are like the bottom of the sea, impossible to fathom. However, hearing the dog barking, Lin Heng was the first to break the silence, asking, "Have you thought of a name for the dog?" "I have. It's a meaningful name symbolizing good fortune," Shang Hanglu said proudly. Tell me about it," Lin Heng replied. Shang Hanglu, very satisfied with herself, said, "It's called Wang Kai." Lin Heng. The dining room fell into silence. Not just Lin Heng, but even the servants, who were usually quiet, fell silent as well. The atmosphere was suffocating. Shang Hanglu, not yet fully evolved into the blunt type, asked, "What's wrong?" "You can name it whatever you want," Lin Heng said, continuing to eat as if nothing had happened. His nonchalance made Shang Hanglu a bit upset. Why was Lin Heng being so casual about this? She knew what Lin Heng liked and disliked. She had thoroughly asked Marilyn about it beforehand. Well, Marilyn focused mainly on the dislikes part. Shang Hanglu thought she had been carefully testing the limits of what Lin Heng disliked. But it seemed like she was always safe. Shang Hanglu felt frustrated. If she was always safe, didn't that mean she was living within Lin Heng's tolerance zone? Yinyao smiled so beautifully with such a strong protagonist aura. What if Lin Heng never even noticed her, and their marriage was meant to end? There was a reason she stayed in the research institute. Because Shang Hanglu was always full of curiosity. As a good student, she didn't hesitate to ask questions when she didn't understand. "Weren't you mildly allergic to furry animals? Why did you agree to let me get a dog?" she asked. Lin Heng looked up. His sharp phoenix eyes, hidden behind his glasses, scanned Shang Hanglu. It was like the gaze of an ice-cold blade. Shang Hanglu imagined the unspoken words. "You know I'm allergic, yet you insisted on getting a furry pet?" Shang Hanglu shrank back and quickly tried to change the subject. Lin Heng leisurely finished chewing and then spoke slowly. "I'm just curious. Why did you need to ask my permission?" Shang Hanglu was stunned. Why? Did Lin Heng even need to ask why? After all, keeping a pet was troublesome. Wasn't it natural to ask your housemate for their opinion? Wait. She thought carefully about the question. Back to the point of pets being troublesome. Why are they troublesome? Because you have to scoop their poop, feed them, take them to the vet when they're sick, they might bark or make noise, and they could take up space in your shared living area, shedding fur all over the place and so on. That's why they're troublesome. But all these problems wouldn't apply in their case. Because Wang Kai would have dedicated staff to care for it, have its own room, the room could be soundproofed, and it could be kept far from Lin Heng. If they really coordinated, Lin Heng might never even see the dog. Oh, why did she even need to ask Lin Heng for his opinion? Why did she make it seem like she cared about his feelings? Shang Hanglu. She had made a major class-based mistake. But it was fine. Now that it was out in the open, she could immediately reduce her affection. Did she think all those years of playing gal games were for nothing? Shang Hanglu casually said, "I was just asking, but no matter if you agree or not, I'm still going to adopt it." "Is that so?" Lin Heng shrugged, looking casual. So casual it almost seemed like he didn't believe it. Shang Hanglu. "It was really just a casual question." Lin Heng calmly replied. I understand." "Really?" Shang Hanglu didn't want to emphasize it anymore. Based on her years of experience with gal games, wasn't her performance just now the textbook example of tsundra? Anyway, an emotional wound. This round, Shang Hanglu admits defeat. After dinner, Shang Hanglu wanted to play with Wang Kai, but was told by the servant that it was best to wait until the dog had been dewormed and received its shots before playing with it. After taking a shower, Shang Hanglu came out, and Lin Heng was again leaning against the headboard reading. He seemed to really like physical books. For the past few days, Lin Heng had been staying at the Shanghai Guan, and even Shang Hanglu wouldn't be surprised to come out of the bathroom and find him still there. Anyway, she and Lin Heng only covered themselves with blankets and had purely casual conversations. It seemed the rumors about men who smoke mint cigarettes being impotent were true after all. Shang Hanglu let herself relax and prepared to sleep. No falsehood. Just before turning off the lights, Lin Heng suddenly remembered something and casually mentioned it. "In 2 weeks, it's my father's 60th birthday. I've already prepared a gift, so you don't need to worry about it." No, don't even talk about worrying. I don't have the slightest intention of doing so." Shang Hanglu nervously gripped the corner of her blanket. She gave a soft reply. The two exchanged very superficial goodnights, and the light went out. Once the room was completely dark, Shang Hanglu's eyes snapped open. She had just remembered. 2 weeks without reviewing the original text and she almost forgot. How could she forget something so important? In the original story, Lin Heng developed feelings for Yi Niao during his father Lin Maoxian's 60th birthday party. Oh, I've been waiting for you. Thank goodness I didn't give up. Shang Hanglu was so excited, she almost sang out loud, only to be met with Lin Heng's disdain. What are you singing? Shang Hanglu, still with a smile in her voice, replied, just singing randomly. But in her mind she thought, Lin Heng, impotence is not scary, as long as you're still thinking about wanting to flirt. I'll help you and the female lead have a happy ending for 100 years. As for the male lead, what's that? Is it edible? Anyone who reads romance novels knows that the female lead and the second male lead, Lin Heng doesn't even count as the second male lead. The female lead and the nth male lead are the real true love. Shang Hanglu happily fell asleep. The next morning she woke up, still not opening her eyes. Something feels off. Did she sleep with a body pillow last night? Soft but not the cotton soft, more bouncy, very resilient and nice to touch. Felt pretty good, so Shang Hanglu rubbed it a couple of times. Then she opened her eyes. Lin Heng's face, without glasses in a high-definition version, appeared right in front of her. Shang Hanglu. She didn't have time to retreat back into her corner. Lin Heng opened his eyes. Shang Hanglu. Lin Heng didn't even need to open his eyes to know what was happening. After all, he had been the one pressed down by the ghost last night. By the time his vision cleared, there was still a moment's pause. Shang Hanglu hurriedly closed her eyes again. I must have opened my eyes wrong. I must have opened my eyes wrong. I definitely opened my eyes wrong. But the feeling on my hand. A flash of white light crossed her mind, and Shang Hanglu came up with a cheeky move. If she pretended to sleep and casually called out another man's name. She thought of her contacts list, a mix of Chinese and English names. Shang Hanglu let out a soft sound, like talking in her sleep, calling out, Edmund. She cleverly avoided names starting with L or H. Definitely not Lin Heng's English name. Shang Hanglu clenched her fist in victory. At that moment Lin Heng, still not fully awake, spoke in his husky, sexy voice right in her ear. Shang Hanglu, Lin Heng seemed to observe for a moment and muttered to himself, oh, it's just sleep talking. Shang Hanglu. You actually called yourself Edmund. Your name is Lin Heng, but your English name is Edmund. Who gave you that name? Watch me beat them to death. Shang Hanglu froze in place, unable to move. Chapter 17. When Shang Hanglu didn't realize what she was holding, she thought, this pillow is really nice. I should buy a few more for home, one for hugging horizontally, one for holding vertically. I can use them however I want. But once she realized what she was actually holding, who she was holding. Cold sweat, irregular heartbeat, insomnia, shortness of breath. Shang Hanglu felt that in the next second, she might just be sent to the hospital to get 2 prescriptions to treat her condition. The pillow in her arms was far from safe, it was a hot potato. And if it wasn't carefully handled, it could burn her. Though she didn't remember exactly how it happened, Shang Hanglu, as a diligent researcher always seeking the truth, still tried to recall and deduce how she had ended up in this predicament. First of all, last night she was very happy. She had heard some fantastic news from Lin Heng. Lin Heng's money printing machine had finally started working. He had developed an interest in the female protagonist, Yi Niao, and an important event was set to unfold in the next 2 weeks. It was like when you're grinding through rare materials in a game, and suddenly the operation team says there's a massive event with endless rewards, just for participating. It was like when you're struggling with sky-high housing prices in a first-tier city, and someone offers you a massive discount. In short, it was the kind of news that made people want to celebrate, get promoted, make a fortune, marry off their sons, and sell their husbands. Now a bit of backstory. Shang Hanglu had been sleeping quite uncomfortably during her stay at the luxurious residence at Shanghai Guan. She was someone who was carefree and didn't mind sleeping however wherever. In the past, she was fine with a 1.5-meter bed, though it was a bit cramped, she managed. But the single dormitory at the research institute was even smaller, just enough for a 1.5-meter bed, so she had to make do. Shanghai Guan's mansion, on the other hand, satisfied her bed needs. She could lie across the entire bed without issue. The problem arose when there was an extra person in the middle. Shang Hanglu had been squeezing into a corner for a few days. Each night she clutched the blanket, lying stiffly like a corpse in a coffin, never even brushing against Lin Heng's pajamas. When she received the amazing news, she got a little carried away. Humming a little tune, she fell asleep. 1 twist, 2 stretches, and then bam, successfully crossed the line. But the real issue wasn't crossing the line. It was when her arm swung and accidentally landed on Lin Heng's waist. By the way, Lin Heng's muscles? They were very well formed. Not the giant, bulky kind like a bodybuilder, but the kind with excellent resilience and softness. The sensation was, well, it felt really good to touch. After that, well, there was no after part. Oh no, she thought. Is this what they mean by joy leads to sorrow? Buddha, I swear I won't do it again. Now Shang Hanglu was half hanging off Lin Heng. Her head on his arm, one arm draped over his waist, and one leg across his. She resembled an octopus or a spider, clinging to him. As they say, it's easy to climb the mountain but hard to get down. It was difficult for Shang Hanglu to climb into Lin Heng's space, but now getting out was proving to be quite a challenge. Especially after that clumsy move she had just made. She had thought she was being playful, but the outcome was, no, Lin Heng, why are you named Edmund? Do you think you're the Count of Monte Cristo? But soon Shang Hanglu had a new idea. Since she had quietly rolled onto Lin Heng, she could quietly roll off too. Let's do it, no mercy. She tilted her head, trying to shift to the side. She rolled her body with natural ease, getting her hands and legs off Lin Heng, and she started to roll. She rolled. She kept rolling. Look how I roll. But her rolling wasn't just aimless. It was a smooth, rhythmic roll full of acting. Shang Hanglu paused for a moment, preparing for another roll. Ah! My hair! It hurt so much that her tears almost burst out. Forget the tears, she had pulled so hard that she wanted to curse aloud. And yet, she still had to pretend to be asleep. I hate this. I really hate this. But how was she supposed to get her hair unstuck from Lin Heng's pajama button? Her hair was so long, and Lin Heng's arm was still under her neck. How could she roll to the other side of the king-sized bed without breaking her hair free? Looks like she was a helpless lettuce girl now. Shang Hanglu was stuck, turning red from the embarrassment and panic, but she still had to pretend to be asleep. Just as she was about to win an Oscar for this performance, Lin Heng pulled his arm back and started unbuttoning his pajama. Shang Hanglu. Big brother. Let's talk this out. What's the deal with undressing? She tensed up, her whole body on high alert. Soon she heard Lin Heng sigh. It was light, full of helplessness, and sounded particularly mocking. While unbuttoning, Lin Heng asked, how long do you plan to pretend to sleep? Shang Hanglu. Turns out the Oscar didn't owe her a little gold man. Seeing she wasn't giving up, Lin Heng calmly said, if your hair won't come loose, I'll just cut it off with scissors. Shang Hanglu quickly flipped over from the bed. Ah! She moved too quickly, and once again, Shang Hanglu clutched her head, gasping for air. I don't want to have a bald spot in the middle. I don't want the Mediterranean look. Lin Heng said coolly. I was talking about cutting the pajama buttons. Shang Hanglu. Oh, all right. At least she wouldn't end up being a balding man. Both the main characters were too proud to let the servants see such a tragic sight. So the two of them carefully moved down from the bed, then carefully inched their way to the table. During this process, there were many one-sided dialogues like, it hurts so much. Don't walk so fast. It really hurts. Ow! Can you be gentler? And so on. They were really getting up much later than their usual time, especially Lin Heng. Meanwhile, outside the door, Marilyn, who had been listening to this series of sounds through the door crack, had her eyes wide open, her cheeks flushed, and her heart was filled with a mischievous heh. In any case, heh. The couple was so affectionate. She quietly left, and bumped into a colleague from work. Lin, you're so happy today. Did you pick up some money? Marilyn. Heh. Colleague. So creepy. At the breakfast table that morning, Shang Hanglu felt like she was being eyed by the servants. She thought it was because her hair had a small missing patch, but she didn't really think much of it. By the evening, news that the Lin family was expecting a baby soon spread to every servant's ear in the grand mansion of Shanghai Guan. And many of these servants had some connections to the main household. The news began to seep toward the main household. Meanwhile, the people involved were still lying under the blankets, chatting casually. Since taking over her brother's meetings, Shang Hanglu had started going to work herself. Every day she did nothing much, just hastily signed a few papers, browsed the internet, drank some tea, had lunch out, and occasionally got a beauty treatment. Everyone thought she was there to keep an eye on her brother, Shang Hangyu, who had just returned to work. That was part of the reason. Another part, she really wanted to see the financial reports, so she had come closer to the source to get a good look. Although, from both materialistic and idealistic perspectives, she wasn't really the proper heiress of the Shang family, and had initially come for money to avoid the family going bankrupt. But now, how to say it, the game was already halfway through, and there was no way to back out. Her gut told her that things were not that simple. She had thought about it before, the financial statements could either be stolen or she could gain real control. To be honest, managing a company wasn't easy, and winning people's hearts wasn't easy either. By the time she gained real control, Yunsher would probably have gone bankrupt 100 times. She thought that stealing might actually be feasible. So, going to the company every day chatting with employees seemed pretty necessary. No one knew that Shang Hanglu had so many tricks up her sleeve. Even her brother Shang Hangyu thought she was sent by their parents to keep an eye on him. He had actually moved into a dormitory. The room was smaller than his home's bathroom, dim and cramped, with no imported supermarket nearby. Quite terrifying. Shang Hangyu had to take a bus 2 stops to get to an imported supermarket to buy food and drinks. He planned to cook in the dorm, buying a bag of organic vegetables and imported meat, spending a quarter of his monthly living expenses, yet still feeling like he had saved money. Then he went out to eat with friends at a cheap place, not a fancy restaurant, but when it was time to pay, his card didn't work, so he paid in cash. Then he realized, where's my money? Shang Hangyu called the helpline, seeking help from his sister, the devil. Because his sister, the devil, had already successfully had their parents block his number. Recently, Shang Hangyu had come to terms with his situation. He didn't complain about the bad conditions or lack of money. He was very straightforward and said, "Sis, I'm starving, I don't have money for food." He didn't believe that Shang Hanglu would really let him starve. Sure enough, Shang Hanglu said, "Wait, I'll have someone deliver something to you." Shang Hangyu hung up the phone feeling smug. An hour later, the doorbell rang in the dorm. Shang Hangyu, wearing slippers, went to open the door. It was still that big, burly man with that familiar delivery style. What was different was that this time they carried 2 bags of rice, 2 jugs of oil, 3 bags of noodles, several bottles of seasonings, bottles of lao gan ma, and a large sack of long-lasting vegetables, completely filling the already cramped room. Shang Hanglu called, "I've sent you food, and as for the rest, just wait for your salary next month." The burly men came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Shang Hangyu silently stared at the food scattered everywhere. He exploded with rage. "Are you even human?" Shang Hanglu was silent on the other end of the phone. Long silence. More silence. Shang Hangyu felt a little regretful. He'd gotten emotional and hadn't thought it through. Had he said too much? But asking for an apology right now would be such a slap in the face. He couldn't bring himself to do it. At that moment, Shang Hanglu spoke. In a sorrowful tone, she said, "I'm not." "No, I didn't mean don't." Shang Hangyu stammered. Shang Hanglu continued in a tragic tone. "I did this to you, of course I'm not human." "No, I didn't think it through." Shang Hanglu suddenly dropped the sorrowful tone and shouted passionately, "How could I be human? I'm the savior who gave you food. Dumbass." Click. The call ended. Shang Hangyu. He wanted to slam the phone. He hesitated for a moment but didn't dare to. Because he had no money. Damn. Chapter 18. In Shang Hanglu's eyes, Shang Hangyu was the typical problem child. The kind who would only behave for 3 days before being as mischievous as ever. She couldn't predict how long this discipline would last, though. But it didn't matter, the mere problem of a Shang Hangyu. She could squash him any time. No big deal. After making sure her younger brother had enough allowance for the next month, Shang Hanglu went out to have a meal with some employees from Yunshi. She had gotten along quite well with the Yunshi team over the past few days. This time, while taking the elevator, she happened to run into Manager Yang, and they exchanged friendly greetings. Ever since that meeting, Manager Yang had finally realized that Shang's eldest daughter wasn't just about beauty, makeup, and petty drama. She had some real talent to match her golden academic credentials. He had also seen that she didn't boss people around unnecessarily, and was quite polite at work, so he no longer felt the need to challenge her. Shang Hanglu took the initiative to ask him, "Manager Yang, are you eating? Why don't we go together?" Manager Yang glanced at the group of ladies surrounding her. The female employees seemed to have some kind of special bond with her, always flocking around Shang Hanglu. Manager Yang said, "I think I'll pass. You young ones go ahead, I'll just eat in the canteen." He took a second look at the ladies and realized they were always the same batch of women from the finance department. Manager Yang was a bit puzzled. What exactly was this young lady trying to do? Just as he thought about it, but before he could ask, Shang Hanglu on her way out of the elevator casually said, "Well, I don't really have friends at home, so it's nice that the office is near the finance department. The ladies here are so kind to me. I'm not sure if the other women at Yunshi are as friendly though." So it was just because the office was nearby. Manager Yang answered casually, "They're all nice. You'll get used to it after a while." Just then the elevator reached the cafeteria floor, and Manager Yang got off. Shang Hanglu simply smiled. The most anticipated event of the month was just around the corner, and Shang Hanglu felt both excited and a bit overwhelmed, though it was more of a forced situation. First of all, she had to work diligently every day. Although she wasn't really doing anything meaningful, her time was still occupied. Especially since she had to maintain her extravagant, carefree persona in front of Lin Heng. At that moment, Shang Hanglu, who used to be an ordinary citizen, read poor, truly realized that luxury and indulgence also took up a lot of time. Especially since her group of snake spirit friends were all masters at enjoying life, each one better at wasting time than the last. While Shang Hanglu was balancing work and pleasure, she felt like she could never get enough energy. Moreover, Lin Heng's father, her father-in-law, was about to celebrate his 60th birthday, and many prominent figures were going to attend. This was an important event, and while she was going there with a more playful attitude, she still couldn't show up looking like a carefree pig. She needed to look glamorous and avoid embarrassing the Lin family. Luxury indulgence required time. Even skincare and beauty routines demanded plenty of attention. And on top of that, she was still thinking about the Yunshur situation. She finally understood how it felt to be the top student who pretended to be a failure. Being in character was really tiring. Shang Hanglu felt exhausted. But the days flew by. She worked during the day, hung out with her sisters at night, and on weekends she would chat with Xiao Xiao at the Hualong Company, shop around and indulge in luxury. The winds of enjoyment were sweeping over the poor soil of her previous life, and Shang Hanglu felt like a sprout growing in an overly rich nutrient solution, enjoying it but also feeling a bit tortured. She had always just wanted to be a pig, eating and sleeping all day. Just a few days before Lin Heng's father's banquet, Shang Hanglu decided to take a break from work that afternoon and, along with Xue Xiaoying and Shi Rui, went for a hair treatment and spa. While they were together, the conversation flowed easily. 30% of the talk was about family matters, another 30% was about fashion and beauty, another 30% was gossip, and the remaining 10% covered other things. From their conversations, Shang Hanglu could fully peek into the life of a wealthy woman, and some parts she had to deduce herself. Though she didn't fully understand it, she wasn't bored by it, because it helped her keep her character intact. That day, while sitting next to each other, they started gossiping. Shi Rui spoke first. "Hey, did you guys hear that Shen Wang seems to have a thing for Yin Yao?" Shang Hanglu's antennae immediately perked up. She had heard the female protagonist's name. Xue Xiaoying asked, "What? Where did you hear that from?" Shi Rui explained, "It's because Yin Yao's grandfather just passed away. The families are splitting up their assets, and it's been a big mess. Yin Yao has started working at the family company, and it seems like her uncle tried to sabotage her, causing her to lose a batch of goods. She should have been held responsible, but Shen Wang helped her out." A man helping a woman? Oh no, to expand on that, a single man helping an unmarried woman? That was definitely something worth looking into for Shi Rui. As she said that, Shi Rui glanced at Shang Hanglu and held her gaze for a long time, her eyes full of meaning. Shang Hanglu froze for a moment. She wasn't sure what the meaning behind that look was. Could it be that she had revealed that she thought Yin Yao's smile was charming? Xue Xiaoying interrupted. "Helping her doesn't really mean anything though. Louise once saved a stray dog on a whim. Does that mean he likes stray dogs?" Shang Hanglu stammered. "Know that well. Actually, she really did like Wang Kai." Shi Rui pressed on. "No, but there's more. Lately, both you and Louise have been so busy. You missed the last gathering, but if you had come, you would have seen how Shen Wang looks at Yin Yao. His attitude is completely different." Shi Rui and Xue Xiaoying went on to describe in detail how Shen Wang's demeanor had changed, telling the story with dramatic flair, making it sound like something out of a suspenseful novel. This topic left Shang Hanglu unable to interject. However, the more she heard about Shen Wang's name, the more something felt off. She remembered the last time at the party, when they played a video of a 2-year-old girl's birthday greeting, and that girl was Shen Wang's niece. Their glamorous and trashy group had a wide circle of friends and gossip topics. Whenever they mentioned someone, they would usually give a background introduction so everyone would be on the same page. But Shen Wang didn't get that treatment. It was as if they expected everyone in the glamorous and trashy group to know exactly who he was without needing any introduction. Who exactly is he? To be honest, the original novel was 600,000 words long. Although she remembered it clearly when she first transmigrated, she hadn't reviewed it in almost a month, so now she couldn't remember the more detailed parts. Shen Wang. Shen Wang. Louise repeated the name a few times in her mind. It seemed familiar, but she just couldn't recall it. She had that feeling when something was on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't quite organize her thoughts to express it. Xue Xiaoying and Shi Rui kept mentioning Shen Wang and Yin Yao in their conversation. Louise put these two names together in her mind, and the more she repeated them, the more they seemed to make sense. Suddenly it hit her like a lightning strike. Shang Hanglu froze, unable to believe it. How could she have forgotten this? Shen Wang. Wasn't he the male protagonist of Exclusive Love? The CEO's starry-eyed little wife? Shang Hanglu. Why didn't I remember the male lead's name? But I still remember the ridiculous title of the book? I can't possibly be this ridiculous. It didn't take long for her to figure out who was to blame. The Shen family had an old tradition, and based on the generational ranking, Shen Wang was second, so he was referred to as Second Young Master Shun. The second young master character appeared often in the novel. Everywhere she read, it was always second. There were so many seconds that she just thought of him as the ridiculous male lead while reading. Now, of course, the blame isn't on Louise, it's on the ridiculous male lead. Louise, you've been quiet since earlier. What's with that expression? Are you still bothered by it? Xue Xiaoying said in surprise. Then she sternly turned to Shi Rui, saying, I told you not to bring it up, but you just had to. Now look what's happened. Shi Rui muttered in a small voice. How was I supposed to know Louise still cares? It's been so long. Louise? Meow meow meow? What passed? What hasn't passed? She was completely confused now. She was certain this wasn't her forgotten mistake. To probe for more information, Shang Hanglu couldn't help but go along with their conversation, saying, I'm not bothered though. Don't hide it. What are you trying to hide from us? With that little issue of yours, how could we not know? Xue Xiaoying responded with a knowing look. Louise innocently said, I really don't mind. That's right. What she was using here was the well-known move. Retreat to advance. Sigh. Xue Xiaoying sighed. Stop pretending. After all this time, you still haven't told us how you and Shen Wang broke up. How could you have moved on from it? Shang Hanglu kept her face calm, but inside she was thinking, what the F***ck? What? Me and the ridiculous male lead? Shi Rui. Exactly. Why don't you tell us how you and Shen Wang broke up? Then we'll believe you when you say you don't care. Shang Hanglu. She couldn't say anything. Because I want to know more than you do. Shi Rui. See, you still won't say. Xue Xiaoying advised. I heard from Rui that Shen Wang seems to have an interest in Yinyao, and you're already married to Lin Heng, so the past should be left behind. Louise. No way. It can't be left behind. Who the hell is going to explain the ridiculous drama behind all of this to me? Amid their concern and probing looks, Shang Hanglu could only say, there really isn't anything to it. She wanted to shout, but had to play the role of a graceful lady, suffering inside. At this moment, Shi Rui, like a missile after the atomic bomb had already leveled the target, was now aiming to bombard it again to ensure no one survived. Shi Rui said with a little envy, wasn't it after you dropped out of your freshman year and applied to Cambridge's St. John's College? I remember you told us you met Shen Wang at that famous May ball. It was so romantic, like something out of a romance novel. I thought for sure you two would get married, but then you turned around and married Lin Heng. But whether it was Lin Heng or Shen Wang, both are really enviable. Look at my own. Louise. I can't take this anymore. She quickly went to wash her hands, unsure if she could touch her former golden student's now gilded diploma as a wealthy, beautiful, and successful lady. Chapter 19. Shang Hanglu had hated going to school since she was young, but her grades kept soaring like crops fertilized with chemical fertilizer. No matter how hard she tried to suppress them, they just wouldn't stop growing. Although Shang Hanglu wasn't smug about it, as she got older she began to feel more and more like, maybe I'm actually pretty smart? Originally, Shang Hanglu thought Mrs. Lin was just a rich second-generation beauty with no skills. The original story had given her that kind of vibe. But as it turns out, Mrs. Lin, though lacking in knowledge, was actually a no-skills academic overachiever. The most despairing thing in this world is that there are people who are both richer and more outstanding than you, and who work even harder. At that moment, Shang Hanglu didn't really feel like talking. Although she had been sent to MIT for an exchange after graduation, Cambridge's St. John's College is a place that ordinary people can't even apply to. How could she not feel envious? Of course, Shang Hanglu's current slump was completely misunderstood by Xue Xiaoying and Shi Rui as being unable to let go of an old love. The three of them, each with their own thoughts, silently finished the spa and then parted ways. Shang Hanglu and Xue Xiaoying came in their own cars, while Shi Rui had been dropped off by a driver. The three luxury cars drove out of the underground garage one after the other, with Shang Hanglu at the front. The turns in the underground garage were particularly sharp, and although Shang Hanglu was an experienced driver, she didn't pay much attention because of her confidence. To be honest, before today, she had never driven such a high-performance sports car. In simpler terms, the acceleration was too fast. At the turn, Shang Hanglu slightly lost control, the steering wheel tilted, and she collided gently with a black sedan that was coming from the opposite direction. It was a shiny black business sedan. With tinted windows and backlit, she couldn't see inside from her perspective. Shang Hanglu reacted quickly, slamming on the brakes. It wasn't a full collision, just a light scrape. When the scrape happened, she immediately felt something was off. She quickly pulled the handbrake, got out of the car. Honestly, this kind of traffic accident is very troublesome, as you need to talk to the other driver, wait for insurance assessors to determine fault and compensation and so on. It's all paperwork and time-consuming. Shang Hanglu hated trouble. And since the accident had happened right in the middle of the parking lot, blocking the way, it was even more inconvenient. Plus, there was the issue of compensation. The other car clearly looked expensive, something that ordinary cars kept a distance from on the road, fearing it would get scratched. It seemed the type of car where even the insurance couldn't afford to cover damages. Of course, this was just Shang Hanglu's habitual thinking. She quickly realized that regardless of whether there was insurance or not, she could just throw money at the problem and crush him with it. Crush him, crush him. Humph. Suddenly, Shang Hanglu imagined a scene from a TV drama, where money is thrown at someone's face. She thought about it for a while. Whether the person throwing money should be her face or the person getting money thrown at them, it would be thrilling either way. Just as she shuddered with excitement, the other driver got out of the car. A middle-aged man in a suit came toward her. The suit looked a bit ordinary, not like someone who could afford such a car. Sure enough, he said. Miss, you saw the location just now, it's really narrow. Both parties are at fault. I'm just a driver for someone else, and my boss is in a hurry. How about we negotiate a price and settle this privately? The driver spoke at length, but the meaning was simple. In short, it meant that Shang Hanglu, a woman with nothing but her looks and money, was being told to settle the matter quietly with money. How could she accept that? In their family, Lin Heng wouldn't even pick up a 100 yuan note off the ground because picking up money would waste time he could use to make more money. She was worried he wouldn't be able to spend his money, so no matter how she thought about it, she had to do it for Lin Heng's face and throw the money back at him. It wasn't because she wanted to mimic a TV drama scene. Really, it wasn't. Shang Hanglu straightened her face and said, "Tell your boss to come down and talk to me." The driver, sensing she wasn't easy to deal with, saw her driving a limited edition luxury car, and figured it wasn't worth arguing. He turned back to find his boss. The parked cars blocked the exit, so Xue Xiaoying and Shi Ruwei couldn't leave. Fortunately, it was a weekday and the parking lot wasn't busy. Seeing the accident, everyone just went around to another entrance, so no traffic jam occurred. Xue Xiaoying asked, "Is everything okay?" Shang Hanglu, "It's fine, just a little scrape." Xue Xiaoying, "Why not just pay some money and be done with it? What are you doing?" Shang Hanglu really wanted to say, "I've been imagining this for a long time. I've even got cash in my bag. Do you know how rare it is to carry cash these days?" But the thing is, the other party didn't want her money. Instead, they were offering to pay her. That was frustrating. She just didn't believe she couldn't get rid of this money. The driver seemed to have finished talking to the employer. He opened the car door, and the employer got out. The first thing to appear was a long leg wearing a dark gray suit. Clunk. That was the sound of leather shoes hitting the ground. Then half of the person's body appeared. He adjusted his shirt cufflinks, which glimmered with gemstones. A sharply dressed, handsome young man in a suit, pursing his lips with an impatient expression, stepped out of the car. With peach blossom eyes, a sharp nose, and a face like jade, his brows were like ink strokes, and his long lashes added to his striking appearance. Yet, his temperament seemed a little off. He didn't look particularly friendly. The handsome man quickly walked up to Shang Hanglu. Shang Hanglu had already reached into her handbag. Cash was ready. Before she could act, Shi Ruwei nudged her with her elbow. Shang Hanglu, annoyed, nudged her back. She couldn't let her friend embarrass her at such a critical moment. When it came to money for Lin Heng, she wouldn't lose. Not ever. Seeing she wasn't getting it, Shi Ruwei leaned in to whisper, but before she could speak, the handsome man's fast pace had already closed the distance and he asked, "What do you think you're doing?" Shang Hanglu froze. "Well, just a casual exchange of money, right?" Before she could respond, the grumpy handsome man added, "Don't give me that expression. The license plate of this car has never changed. You used to say it was easy to remember. Don't tell me you don't recognize it." Shang Hanglu? At this moment, Louise's heart really skipped a beat. Wait a second, this tone. She turned her head to look at the expressions of the two sisters. Each had a look of eating melon, watching the drama unfold. But the melon was so sour it looked utterly painful to consume. Even though the handsome guy didn't introduce himself, Louise figured it out. "This is Shen Wang, right?" Shi Ruwei whispered. "You're not still thinking about what happened with Yin Yao, are you?" Upon hearing this, the young handsome guy spoke sharply. "You've been married to Lin Heng for 2 years. Does this still interest you?" "Louise. So you really are Shen Wang. This really wasn't her fault. After all, she didn't even recognize her own husband at first. How could she have possibly recognized the ridiculous male lead?" Shen Wang crossed his arms, and because he was standing so close, it turned into a looking down at her from above kind of position. He spoke impatiently. "Well, what do you want from me?" "Amitabha, may the Buddha show mercy." Louise silently chanted a few words, then took a deep breath. "What do I want? I don't even want Lin Heng anymore. Why would I want you, this idiot?" Don't think I don't know everything about you, what position you and Yinyao use in bed, and what dirty talk you say. I could read it out loud to see if you'd be ashamed. Humph. Shang Hanglu kept a calm face, but her mind was full of expletives. At that moment she finally spoke. She smiled first. It was the elegant smile of a lady she had practiced in front of the mirror, sending a clear message. Everyone in front of her was just a bunch of unworthy, trashy people. Shang Hanglu said slowly, "You just said it, it's been 2 years. I don't even remember if your English name is Adam, Benjamin, or Casey. Do you think I'd remember your car plate number?" She deliberately repeated. "Car plate number? Are you kidding me?" She even mimicked foreigners by exaggeratedly waving her hand, shaking her head, and showing disbelief. Shen Wang's face turned half dark. Shang Hanglu stepped forward and patted the non-existent dust on his suit. "Since you, second young master, are being so generous, just give me the car repair fee. This way, if I don't take it, you won't be able to say I'm still thinking about you." Ha! A single sneer, most deadly. Shen Wang's face turned completely black. Yet he still had to give Louise a check. Shang Hanglu took the money and got in the car. As soon as she got in, she still felt frustrated. With a hard push on the accelerator, she drove the sports car like it was a bumper car. She slammed the car forward, causing the headlights of the black sedan to fly off. She swiftly reversed, parked neatly, and stopped right next to Shen Wang's back seat. His window was still down, and she threw the cash bundle through it, saying, "No need for change for the repair fee." Then she drove off dramatically. Shen Wang. He stared at the bundle of cash in his lap, feeling a mix of frustration and an indescribable impulse. He suddenly slammed the car door open, about to shout, "Louise, come back here." But all he could see was the car's taillights fading away. Xue Xiaoying and Shirue exchanged glances and awkwardly drove past Shen Wang. They texted each other on WeChat. "What do you think?" "I think there's a show to watch." That day, Louise's incident in the parking lot, where she angrily crashed into Shen Wang's car over the Yinyao situation, became a wild topic of gossip in the high society circle. The story kept getting more exaggerated as it spread. As for Shang Hanglu, she couldn't help but look at the check. It didn't sit right, no matter which angle she looked at it from. She took the money and went to a shopping mall to buy Lin Heng a tie clip with jewels. Then she made a special trip to his company headquarters, M&E, to deliver it to him. Lin Heng opened the box and glanced at it indifferently. He asked, "Did second young master Shen give this as car repair money?" Shang Hanglu. How did Lin Heng know about this so quickly? She felt a bit embarrassed, but then she thought, why should she be embarrassed? The more Lin Heng knew she was being wild, the better. Shang Hanglu said nonchalantly, "Yes." Lin Heng gave her another look. At this point he seemed more composed. Lin Heng calmly said, "You shouldn't have thrown the cash at second young master Shen. And with this tie clip you're losing money." Louise. She nearly rolled her eyes so hard they could have reached the sky. "Can't you just not be annoying?" Lin Heng moved the tie clip aside and stopped looking at it. His gaze quickly flashed over some files, but then he suddenly remembered something and asked, "What's your plan for the main residence in 3 days?" Maybe he meant for her to go with him. Shang Hanglu pretended not to understand. Shang Hanglu. "Well, I'll take the afternoon off, get a facial, and then drive over." Then Lin Heng fell silent. He buried his head in the files again, but finally lifted it and stared directly at Louise. "Say that again?" Shang Hanglu was confused. "Just drive there." Lin Heng's expression didn't change. "The main residence is in Long Island, New York." Shang Hanglu. "What?" Chapter 20. Shang Hanglu certainly knew where Long Island was in New York. Although geographically, some parts of Brooklyn are also part of Long Island, when people talk about Long Island, they usually think of the wealthy areas in New York. Driving there, it would take more than 10 hours by plane. She wasn't sure if she could make it to Long Island, New York if she left now. Shang Hanglu felt extremely nervous. But as proven many times before, pressure can sometimes lead to miracles. She immediately said, "Huh? Did I say I was driving there?" Mr. Lin didn't want to answer such a silly question. His office was very quiet, and Shang Hanglu's pronunciation wasn't unclear in any way. He didn't have a hearing problem, so of course, he heard her perfectly well. "What I actually meant was that I'll take the afternoon off, go for a beauty treatment, then drive home and meet you, and then we can go to the main house together. It was the car accident this afternoon that caused all the chaos. I was a bit scared, so I didn't finish what I was saying earlier." Bang! A metaphorical black pot was placed on the foolish male lead's head. Whether he wanted it or not, he had to accept it. Lin Heng continued reading the documents. He reluctantly accepted Shang Hanglu's slip of the tongue, and didn't want to fuss over such a trivial matter. Lin Heng nodded and said, Considering the time difference, I also don't want to go too early." Shang Hanglu breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, she couldn't even tolerate a tie clip and quickly threw it to Lin Heng while offering an excuse for dinner. Now Shang Hanglu just wanted to hurry home and press for all the background information about Mrs. Marilyn Lin. She stood up. You continue working. I'll head out now. Lin Heng immediately asked. Aren't we eating together? Shang Hanglu. Right. So Lin Heng hadn't forgotten. Then they ate. Screw it. She was so ignorant up to now. What's another few minutes? She didn't mind. The two of them went to the same restaurant and ordered the same dishes, eating in the same silence. Shang Hanglu drove home afterward. She had originally intended to go home, so she was in a rush and didn't notice Lin Heng's gaze on her, which held more scrutiny and examination than before. Lin Heng returned to his office. The tie clip box wasn't closed, and the gem reflected faint light, catching the eye. Earlier, he had only glanced at it in front of Shang Hanglu. Now that he was alone, he picked it up and examined it closely for a long time. Though embedded with gems, it had an elegant and classic design. Lin Heng smiled lightly and put the tie clip back in the drawer. It seemed someone's taste had changed quite a bit. Shang Hanglu returned home, initially planning to conduct a three-way interrogation on Marilyn. However, when she thought about it, it was impossible to arrange the three parties, and even if Marilyn were available, if Shang Hanglu just barged in with questions, Marilyn would definitely be suspicious. So before taking a bath, Shang Hanglu locked the bathroom door, soaked in the bathtub and began searching for information and even watched a video. The keywords were M&E, which was the headquarters of Lin Heng's company. How could a domestic company, where Lin Heng was obviously a heavenly son, have a main house on Long Island, New York? M&E of course had a Baidu encyclopedia entry. She clicked on it and saw a normal corporate introduction, but at the top, it stated that it was part of the Clemens Group. This term was highlighted, so Shang Hanglu clicked on it, and the page redirected. It was another typical corporate introduction page. It claimed to have a strong presence in various fields such as real estate, medical, telecommunications, banking, and department stores, but the description wasn't as detailed as the well-known giant corporations. It was almost like reading nothing. She carefully read again and found a line of text inserted in the middle that appeared to have been added 2 years ago. The chairman is temporarily held by M. Lin. Lin. Clearly, this referred to the Lin family. Lin Heng's father was named Lin Maoxian. Well, now Shang Hanglu knew who M was. She only left her nostrils exposed as she breathed, submerged in the water, holding her phone, staring at it. She had originally thought the Lin family was just an enhanced version of a wealthy family. But now, it seemed like it was an extraordinary family. In the warm water, Shang Hanglu felt a bit nervous. To be honest, her current luxurious behavior, clothing, food, living, was mostly mimicking a colleague at the research institute, someone she had a good relationship with. The research institute seemed like a place that didn't appear wealthy, but a small crucible there could cost tens of thousands. Equipment, reagents, and materials required approval through reports. If the approval didn't come through, there was no other option. But her colleague was different. If the approval didn't come, they just bought it themselves. Buying it themselves. A single crucible costing 20,000. This was real extravagance. Over the past month, Shang Hanglu had managed many situations with her memory of previous experiences. Lacking enough experience, she relied on improvisation. How to get divorced without revealing she was Mrs. Lin, Shang Hanglu thought, was like proving the existence of a magnetic monopole. It was an unsolvable problem. This trip to the United States was very dangerous. Just thinking about it, a key point suddenly occurred to her. Social dancing. Yes, that's right. Social dancing. And she didn't even dare call Marilyn about it. So she made the call to Aunt Wong from the family business. Social dance teacher, please arrange it. Urgent. During the day, Shang Hanglu pretended to go to work, but actually attended a crash course in social dancing. Because she was in a rush, she was scolded like a dead dog by the dance teacher, and by the end she hurriedly learned the waltz. The consequences of not exercising for a long time quickly caught up with her. Her whole body was sore. So in the evening, Shang Hanglu felt like a dead dog, wishing she could just lie down next to Wang Kai, her pet dog, and not get up again. The day before departure, Marilyn kindly asked, "Madam, is work very tiring at the company? Why don't you stay home like before?" "No, you don't understand." Shang Hanglu swallowed her bitter tears, saying pitifully, "That troublesome son, Shang Hangyu, is just too hard to deal with." Bang! Another metaphorical black pot landed on Shang Hangyu's head. He had no choice but to accept it. However, Shang Hangyu wasn't the type to be blamed. At this moment, Shang Hanglu's phone vibrated, and a strange voice said, "Are you a relative of Shang Hangyu? This is the XX District Police Department. Please come down here." Shang Hanglu. She wished she could rewind the last minute and slap herself. Was it too late? Shang Hanglu hurriedly had the driver take her to the police station and immediately contacted her lawyer. They got stuck in traffic and it took a full hour to get there. Once at the police station, it turned out that the troublemaker, that brat, had smashed up a bar. Shang Hanglu slapped her chest. I was so scared. She had thought that Shang Hanglu had been under too much pressure lately, which had caused him to act out and commit some crime. But smashing a bar? She said. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Police officer. Huh? What do you mean thank goodness? Shang Hanglu's courage grew. The officer's exclamation was nothing. Well, thank goodness no one was hurt, right? Police officer. Your brother injured his hand. Shang Hanglu. In my heart, I've already disowned him. Shang Hanglu quickly corrected herself. At least, no one else was hurt. Police officer. Here's how it happened. Recently, Shang Hanglu had been under a lot of pressure from his sister, living in a space no bigger than their family's bathroom. He ate boiled noodles and vegetables, sauce noodles with vegetables, canned meat with rice. Basically the same things every day, and his mouth almost became tasteless. His friends found out about his situation and started inviting him out for meals. But that wasn't enough. Today they decided to go to a bar and drink their troubles away. However, this bar wasn't an ordinary one. It was a shady place that charged ridiculously high prices. Shang Hanglu had recently started developing a sense of money, so he immediately refused and argued with the people there. The group that came were all proud, high-born young men, and when one refused, they all refused. The bunch of young masters smashed up the place, and the patrolling police caught them red-handed, with men standing on one side and women on the other, all taken to the police station. Yes, Shang Hanglu's injury was purely a technical issue. When smashing things with a chair, his hand slipped and hit himself. Shang Hanglu. Okay then. Among the group of young masters, some were taken away by their families. Others remained. When Shang Hanglu looked around, she saw Xiao Zai sitting quietly on his own, looking up as if staring at something, but his demeanor was very low-key. She called out to him. Xiao Zai. Xiao Zai turned his head, his eyes clear with defined black and white, his side profile smooth and handsome. He raised an eyebrow, and a distinct question appeared in his gaze. Has your family contacted you? Before Xiao Zai could reply, her idiotic brother rushed over. You're so slow to arrive. It was just an ordinary complaint. Shang Hanglu looked at her brother and felt more irritated. She couldn't help but wish she could trade him for a new one. She said, It's good that I even showed up. Hearing this, Shang Hanglu immediately became agitated. He thought, so you were planning on not coming? Recently, Shang Hanglu had been filled with resentment toward Shang Hanglu. What kind of sister would send her brother to live in the company dorms with only food but no money? He immediately said, What do you want to do lately? I've already reflected on my actions, but you've thrown me into a dorm. That's too much. We have money at home. Why should I learn to be frugal? Does learning to save a few bucks help me earn millions? Look at those people, no matter how much they save, they can't even afford a villa. What's the point of learning this? You're too harsh on me. He finished speaking with his chin raised, as if looking at her through his nose. Words are always sharp tools in arguments, and emotions can't help but fluctuate. However, facing this accusation, Shang Hanglu remained calm, very calm. She listened to him and didn't get angry. Instead, she calmly replied, You're so stupid, there's no hope for you. Shang Hanglu. Is this a personal attack? Are you attacking me personally now? Shang Hanglu continued, Of all the new companies, only 1% lasts for 30 years. Yunsure won't last forever. I don't want you to learn how to save money. I just want you to know that without the Shang family, you are nothing. And the power and money they hold are just fleeting, swept away by the tides of time in the blink of an eye. Chapter 21. Shang Hanglu froze on the spot. He turned his face away, refusing to look at Shang Hanglu. Not only did he refuse to look, but the tall and well-built young man also couldn't bear to stay in the same place for even a second longer. The atmosphere was tinged with subtle awkwardness. Shang Hanglu wasn't someone who liked to speak harshly. Doing so would make others uncomfortable, and herself as well. So she didn't like it. But since things had already come to this point, Shang Hanglu decided. Xiao Zai, is your family on the way here? A change of topic. Xiao Zai curled his lips into a smile. His gaze was so penetrating that it made Shang Hanglu feel uneasy, as if he'd silently figured out something she hadn't wanted him to know. Xiao Zai replied, I called my lawyer. He should be on the way. Don't worry about me, sister. Shang Hanglu. I wasn't. I really wasn't. I was just being polite. Xiao Zai beckoned her closer with a curl of his finger. Shang Hanglu leaned in slightly and Xiao Zai, speaking through the railing, asked, Sister, are you learning ballroom dance? Shang Hanglu. How does he know? She stared at him suspiciously. Xiaozai pointed at her shoes. Your shoes. You forgot to change them. Although her wide-legged trousers covered most of them, when she walked, the tips of her dance shoes were faintly visible. Shang Hanglu whispered. Keep your mouth shut. Xiaozai quickly mimed zipping his lips. But no sooner had he done so than he said. Why hire a teacher? I'm great at ballroom dancing. Any style you want. I can teach you. As he spoke, Xiaozai smiled again. His arched brows and bright eyes, paired with his handsome face, made him both adorable and annoyingly charming. He didn't treat the police station like a police station at all. To him it was more like his personal playground. At that moment, Shang Hanglu decided she didn't want to trade her little brother for anyone else. With her current level of intelligence, a simple-minded brother like this was easier to handle. Shang Hanglu quickly put some distance between them. Since someone is coming for you, we'll be leaving now. With that, she walked off in her dance shoes. Shang Hanglu remained rooted to the spot. Shang Hanglu, irritated, shouted, Are you coming or not? Shang Hanglu finally snapped out of it. Still sulking, he turned his face away and followed Shang Hanglu. On the car ride back, the siblings were both silent. Shang Hanglu stared out the window while Shang Hanglu played a mindless game on her phone, Candy Crush. Despite spending money to buy extra lives, she still couldn't beat the level. Meanwhile, the person next to her was even more bored. Listening to the game's sound effects, Shang Hanglu's gaze gradually shifted from the window to her screen. One person played a boring game while the other watched. Watching made Shang Hanglu furious. He snatched the phone out of her hands. Let me do it. Watching you play is driving me crazy. After a few moments, he cleared the level with ease. Shang Hanglu. It's just luck. That's all it is. Ahem. Shang Hanglu cleared his throat and handed the phone back to her. Shang Hanglu said nothing, dropped him off at his dormitory and left. When she opened the dorm door, she took one look and felt dismayed. Compared to their mansion, this place was pitifully small. On top of that, Shang Hanglu's lack of tidiness made the place a chaotic mess. Standing in the doorway, his tall frame almost filled the entire frame. Shang Hanglu awkwardly muttered, Sister, I really know I was wrong. Shang Hanglu looked at him. Her little brother, who often acted tough, was now like a pitiful puppy. It's okay if you don't forgive me, but can you stop being mad at me? She continued to stare silently. Shang Hanglu switched tactics, attempting to act cute. Just say something to me. You can't ignore me forever. It's not realistic. Finally, Shang Hanglu spoke. Get inside. Shang Hanglu. After a long pause, he replied, Okay. With a loud bang, she shut the door. Before it closed completely, she added, Don't forget we're going to Long Island tomorrow. Her little brother, brimming with excitement, barked out an eager yes. Shang Hanglu and Lin Heng took a private jet to New York. Shang Hanglu, meanwhile, traveled with their parents. At Kennedy Airport, they transferred to a helicopter that took them straight to Long Island. Because of the time difference, they arrived the evening before Lin Heng's father's birthday banquet. The helicopter landed on the lawn of the Lin family's main estate. As Shang Hanglu stepped out, she glanced around. This Lin Heng, what a sly, smooth talker. He downplayed the place, but this wasn't just a house. It was a freaking manor. Quickly suppressing her country bumpkin visiting a palace expression, she adopted a haughty air of indifference. Holding Lin Heng's arm, she strode confidently into the castle's grand entrance. Lin's parents had a strict schedule and had already retired for the evening. A maid escorted them to their room. Walking through the halls, Shang Hanglu felt like everything looked the same. After a few turns, she realized she wouldn't remember the way back. At night, she resolved, she absolutely would not wander around. She'd definitely get lost. Once inside the room, she made a mental note of this. Behind her, Lin Heng suddenly said, First time here, are you nervous? Shang Hanglu was left speechless. It wasn't nervousness exactly. After all, ever since she transmigrated into this book, there hadn't been a single day where she wasn't tense. But this was, after all, the male lead's family home. The relationship between Lin Heng and Mrs. Lin? Purely superficial. Lin Heng continued, If you need anything, just ask the butler, Tony. Shang Hanglu. Okay. Tony. Another Tony. This was the third one. Since it was already late, and with lunch planned with Lin's parents the next day, plus a banquet in the evening, Shang Hanglu knew her afternoon would be entirely consumed by grooming and preparations. Time was tight. She hurried to wash up and go to bed. However, this bed, it was at least one size smaller than the one at the Shanghai villa. No, actually it looked smaller by more than one size. Shang Hanglu couldn't retreat to a corner. And Lin Heng was lying right beside her. The rustling of the duvet and the faint dip of the mattress as Lin Heng got into bed were entirely perceptible to her. Not to mention the faint scent of minty tobacco clinging to him. Red alert. Red alert. Danger. An emergency alarm blared in Shang Hanglu's head. Even if he's impotent, there are still props to worry about. Sure enough, her instincts were correct. Lin Heng moved closer. The mattress on her side sank slightly. It didn't bounce back and there was no other movement. But his scent was undeniably close. Shang Hanglu could smell it clearly. She opened her eyes just a crack. Lin Heng was lying on his side, propping his head up with one hand, quietly watching her. A false alarm. Furious, Shang Hanglu snapped. What are you doing? Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Lin Heng raised an eyebrow. I just wanted to see how long you plan to fake being asleep. Shang Hanglu. Lin Heng added. The moment I came out of the bathroom I wondered. You slept so much on the plane. How are you still asleep? Shang Hanglu. I'm trying to adjust to the time difference. Very diligently. Lin Heng smirked faintly. Are you a koala? Shang Hanglu feigned surprise. Are you saying I'm as cute as a koala? Lin Heng fell silent, perhaps at a loss for words against her shamelessness. Shang Hanglu, satisfied, declared. Good sleep leads to a good mood, which fosters kindness and prevents people from being so mean. So, dear husband, why don't you try learning how to sleep well first? With that, she flipped over and snatched most of the duvet. Deep down, she was indignant. What's so great about Lin Heng? He's just some guy who's afraid of fluffy animals, yet he dares to compare me to a koala? The audacity. Just you wait. Tomorrow I'll get a dog and scare the living daylights out of you. The next morning Lin Heng looked less than pleased. Shang Hanglu, meanwhile, was being unusually well behaved. Or rather, she was forced to behave. Despite her bold words the night before, she had learned a humbling truth. She was the one who needed to learn how to sleep properly. Last night, Shang Hanglu had truly been a menace. Not only had she stolen Lin Heng's duvet, but at some point in her sleep, she had sprawled out diagonally across the bed, her legs sweeping across like fallen leaves in the wind, mercilessly kicking Lin Heng onto the floor. The carpet was thick, so the sound of him falling wasn't too loud. But when Lin Heng looked up at the culprit, who was still sleeping soundly while muttering, "Charge! Victory is ours." Lin Heng. He understood immediately why he had ended up on the floor. Shang Hanglu, lying diagonally across the bed, was stretched out as if marking her territory, taking up as much space as possible. If Lin Heng hadn't pinched her cheek to wake her, he might have thought she was doing it on purpose. Helpless, Lin Heng spent the rest of the night on the sofa. At over 6 feet tall, he was crammed into the small couch, weak, helpless, and pitiful. The next morning, when Shang Hanglu groggily learned what had happened, she mumbled, "No wonder. I dreamt I was competing in a water wheel race. The wheel was so heavy, I could barely get it to turn at first." Lin Heng. Shang Hanglu. But I didn't give up. I kept pushing until I finally got it moving. Lin Heng. Good for you then. Setting the sleep debacle aside, the two got up early and joined Lin's parents for breakfast. The estate was luxurious and grand. Having been overwhelmed by it the night before, Shang Hanglu now regarded the opulence with a calm detachment, skipping over any mental descriptions of the decor. Breakfast was a classic Western spread. The elegant mahogany table, polished silverware, fine bone china, and teapot adorned with delicate rose patterns all exuded refinement. But what really caught Shang Hanglu's attention? The maids were stunning. Blonde hair, blue eyes, she stole several glances at them. Although Mrs. Lin had never been to the main estate before, Mr. Lin frequently traveled between countries, so they were all well acquainted. After brief pleasantries, the group settled at the table. The atmosphere was quiet. Clearly, Lin Heng's habits came from his family. Once the meal was finished and the maids cleared the table, Mr. Lin, Lin Heng, and Shang Hanglu were served black coffee, while Mrs. Lin had red tea. Mrs. Lin Gu Wanyu took a sip of her tea, her smile warm and gentle. She asked, "It's been 2 years since you two got married, hasn't it?" Before Shang Hanglu could sound the mental alarm, Gu Wanyu's next words landed like a bombshell. "So, have you considered having children? Alert! Alert! Black level warning!" Shang Hanglu screamed internally. The room fell silent. The other 3 pairs of eyes turned to her, their gazes heavy, as if they were waiting for her to magically produce an egg on the spot. Chapter 22.1. Shang Hanglu was feeling quite frustrated right now. Although she didn't know much about high society, she had seen plenty of gossip. There were a lot of celebrity marriages into wealthy families, and even more typical cases. For example, so-and-so gave birth to a boy, and the in-laws rewarded them with a mansion and a large sum of cash. Or another person had only given birth to girls for years, and eventually got divorced, becoming a discarded wife in a wealthy family. There were countless such stories. Shang Hanglu followed their gaze and couldn't help but glance at her own stomach. Was she supposed to say, "Well, to be honest, your son smokes menthol cigarettes and is impotent. I don't know what happened before, But during the time I've been with him, we haven't had any activities in a month. So if I get pregnant, I guess there might be a meadow growing on your son's head where rabbits can happily run around. No. She still wanted to live to go back to China. So Shang Hanglu pretended to be shy and said, "You should ask Lin Heng about that." She acted cute and girly, playing the little daughter role. Shang Hanglu almost couldn't stand herself. Of course, the adults in the room knew asking Shang Hanglu wouldn't be useful. After all, she wasn't some saint, and she couldn't split herself into multiple beings. So Gu Wanyu turned to Lin Heng and said, "It's about time to consider this. Do you want it to be like last time?" Lin Heng said calmly. Gu Wanyu went silent. After a moment she said, "I'm just thinking of what's best for you." Shang Hanglu caught the scent of gossip in the air. She really wanted to ask, "What are you talking about? Tell me quickly, I want to join in." But reading the air, it seemed like she was supposed to already know. So Shang Hanglu immediately observed in silence, pretending to be a good little quail. Gu Wanyu continued, "I'm not rushing you. I'm just asking if you have any plans. Am I not allowed to ask about it in this family?" Though Shang Hanglu wasn't part of the conversation, she overheard the standard lines of a wealthy mother-in-law throwing a tantrum. After all, this was about her uterus. She thought maybe she should say something, make a declaration like how they do in TV dramas. But then she thought to herself, why should she get along with her current mother-in-law? She was about to become her ex-mother-in-law anyway. No joke. Shang Hanglu continued pretending to be a quiet and elegant quail who only drinks coffee and does nothing else. "Mother." It was Lin Heng who suddenly changed his tone. Though his expression didn't change, the aura around him shifted, and it actually became a little scary. He was clearly just the fluffy Lin Heng, yet his presence was intimidating. Gu Wanyu had intended to say more, but seeing Lin Heng like this, she stopped herself, looking frustrated. Lin Mao quickly intervened. All right, they're not unaware. The kids have their own plans. You just like to worry about everything." And with that, the issue was brushed aside. Shang Hanglu felt the black alert lifted. But suddenly a thought crossed her mind. Why had Gu Wanyu, despite being able to continue talking, stopped because of Lin Heng's expression? Was it really just to protect Lin Heng's dignity? Or? Shang Hanglu shook her head and let the thought dissipate. Anyway, it had nothing to do with her. After breakfast, workaholic Lin Heng for once decided to take a nap. The reason was obvious. The culprit, someone sneezed and mumbled, I didn't cover the blanket properly last night. And by the way, I think the bed is a little small." Last night, not only was the blanket not covered properly, there wasn't even a bed for Lin Heng. Then Shang Hanglu sneezed again. This time tears and snot flew everywhere. OCD Lin Heng looked at her and became extremely irritated. Disgusting. His tone was full of disdain. After speaking, Lin Heng pulled out a handkerchief and started wiping Shang Hanglu's face. Shang Hanglu was innocent. Who can look pretty while catching a cold? Who doesn't sneeze or get a runny nose when they have a cold? Lin Heng's OCD was making it so hard on her. She wasn't fond of Lin Heng either. As soon as she raised her face, she was met with Lin Heng's handkerchief smearing her face. Shang Hanglu. Was this a special kind of revenge from Lin Heng? However, she noticed that while he seemed to disdain her, Lin Heng's hand was actually gentle as he wiped her face. The handkerchief had a faint, pleasant fragrance, a woody note, very similar to the cologne she had smelled on Lin Heng at some party before. It actually smelled nice. The handkerchief was also quite soft. But once he finished, Lin Heng tossed the handkerchief into the trash can. His movement was so decisive that Shang Hanglu could sense a hint of disdain in it. When she looked more closely, she noticed there was gold thread embroidery in the corner of the handkerchief and looked at the brand Hermes. Shang Hanglu felt awkward. She had just used an Hermes handkerchief as if it were a disposable tissue. She glanced at Lin Heng's back. Shang Hanglu still didn't understand the deep and wise Lin Heng. If he disliked her, why wipe her face at all? Did Lin Heng have a special rule where only his handkerchiefs were allowed to touch her face, and tissues couldn't be used for blowing noses? Or was he trying to mock her for kicking him out of bed last night? Shang Hanglu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Just as she was halfway through, Lin Heng turned around. Shang Hanglu's eye twitched and she quickly looked up at the ceiling, whistling, pulling a fake smile, and awkwardly mumbled, "The weather today. I know this lamp, yes, this chandelier is really nice." The air immediately fell silent. Shang Hanglu remained determinedly focused on the chandelier, pretending like she hadn't just rolled her eyes at Lin Heng. But then Lin Heng suddenly asked, "Do you want children?" Shang Hanglu was startled. This was broad daylight. Daytime indecency, Lin Heng. You're ruining your good name, Lin Heng. She looked at Lin Heng. His phoenix eyes hid behind his glasses, and his gaze was still calm and composed, like a child who dropped an egg and was about to hatch it, with no trace of desire at all. Shang Hanglu realized this was a serious question. She also realized the answer might be quite important. Honestly, she wanted a divorce. But figuring out how to divorce without causing trouble, and still keeping her alimony intact was no easy task. She had been really trying hard for that divorce. Shang Hanglu thought for a moment. No matter what, this child should not exist, and she really didn't care about Lin Heng or his parents' feelings. So she chose to tell the truth. Shang Hanglu shook her head. Not for now. I understand, Lin Heng responded. What? It was just a survey. Shang Hanglu couldn't help but ask. What about you? Lin Heng said. I don't want one either. His answer made Shang Hanglu even more curious. Don't think she hasn't been paying attention to the absurd TV dramas and recommendations from that silly, greasy guy. And logically speaking, aside from the wealthy families, in the case of regular folks, women typically bear more household responsibilities and child-rearing duties. Also, since the uterus doesn't grow inside men, they don't feel the pain nor raise the children, so when asked if they want kids, most men would answer that they do. Of course, there are men with the dink dual income no kids concept, but they are few and far between. Men like Lin Heng with his status can easily outsource most trivial matters by spending money. And with aristocratic families caring about legacy, why wouldn't he want a child? Shang Hanglu asked. Why? Lin Heng answered plainly. Because you answered that you don't want one. Shang Hanglu? Meow meow meow. When you don't care about someone's feelings, some topics can be discussed freely. Shang Hanglu asked again. Why does my not wanting one mean you don't want one? Felt like 100,000 whys. Lin Heng sighed this time, as though this question was useless without value. Lin Heng said, you don't want one, so I can't force you to have one. Oh right. Shang Hanglu suddenly understood. But then she got curious again. So, aside from my wishes, do you want a child? Lin Heng answered immediately. As long as our marriage remains legal and valid, this issue can't be discussed without considering your wishes, so your question is invalid. No, you're changing the subject. Shang Hanglu wanted to say this, but then President Lin dismissed the conversation. He said, I'm tired. I'm going to take a nap. Then he gave her a meaningful look, full of implication. You think I need a nap because of anyone else? Shang Hanglu finally stopped talking. But feeling guilty? That's not going to happen. She'll never feel guilty in this lifetime. In the afternoon, Shang Hanglu spent a lot of time getting ready, eating only some fruit and salad for lunch, the kind without dressing, commonly known as eating grass. The result of eating grass was evident in the afternoon, as her lower abdomen became flatter, and the dress fit even better. She was wearing a smoky purple chiffon dress, deep V-neck, with layers of skirt flowing gently but delicately. She looked like a violet flower full of plant vibes. At least that's how Shang Hanglu felt. It must have been the grass from lunch making her feel this way. The dinner party was held at the Lin family's estate in the banquet hall. As evening approached, the guests began arriving. Many familiar faces from a previous cocktail party appeared, along with many unfamiliar ones, all of them either blonde-haired, blue-eyed, or with high noses. She didn't know them, but they all seemed to know her. Shang Hanglu stood next to Lin Heng, smiling until her face stiffened. Then, in the crowd of unfamiliar people, she spotted a familiar face. Someone she'd seen on TV before. Yes, wasn't that Beyoncé? Shang Hanglu screamed inside. She had even bought her CD in high school and played it repeatedly. No one better stop her from getting an autograph. But Lin Heng was just as calm as ever. Shang Hanglu, I hate this. She continued to pretend to be calm. Soon, she noticed other celebrities like Karlie Kloss and her newlywed husband, Kylie Jenner, Shakira, and Pete. Shang Hanglu. No one better stop me from asking for autographs. But following Mr. Lin around, Shang Hanglu felt there was no hope of getting an autograph. Because she was making Mr. Lin look bad. So she used her secret weapon. A bathroom escape. On her way to the bathroom, Marilyn behind her spoke. She had brought Marilyn to the party not for any special reason, but to help recognize people. Before the party started, Marilyn had received a guest list and began identifying faces. When others greeted Shang Hanglu, Marilyn would quietly tell her who they were, which family or company they belonged to. Marilyn said excitedly, even though I know celebrities aren't a big deal, I'm still so excited to see them in person. Me too. Shang Hanglu thought to herself, but kept a calm expression, as though she was used to these things. Marilyn continued. You're so composed today, ma'am. I heard that after university because of some connections you acted in Hollywood for a while, even starring in Mulan. I guess you've seen so many famous people. After she finished speaking, the composed Shang Hanglu quietly pulled out her phone from her purse. Marilyn. Ma'am? What's wrong? Shang Hanglu smiled casually. Oh, I'm just checking myself out to see how awesome I am. Marilyn. Oh? She was really shameless. Chapter 22.212. Everything is fate. Shang Hanglu silently wiped away her tears. This script of the unruly noblewoman, I, Shang Hanglu, have indeed received it. I will definitely not disappoint the original author's expectations. Shang Hanglu sneaked up to the second floor and casually entered a room. After all, with so many people around, she needed to practice how to naturally twist her ankle without being too dramatic or overacting. This was a reception room, not very large, decorated with leather sofas, a coffee table and a wine cabinet. Near the sofa, thick carpet covered the dark wooden floor. Shang Hanglu had planned to let Marilyn play Lin Heng. As soon as she entered, she heard someone shout, "Sister!" Indeed, her silly brother, Shang Hangyu, had arrived. But her little brother, the fool, didn't usually call out in such a calm, unassuming way. Shang Hanglu raised her head and sure enough, saw Xiao Zai leaning against the wine cabinet, pouring himself a glass of sparkling water. Shang Hanglu smiled brightly. Cinderella. Xiao Zai. Oh no. I mean Grey Boy. Shang Hanglu corrected herself. I remember, Grey Boy. You were showing off at the police station that you were good at ballroom dancing? Xiao Zai had a complex expression. He couldn't figure out what Shang Hanglu was up to at this moment. He quietly took a sip of his water and in a neutral tone said, Sister, you really have a great memory. Shang Hanglu. Cinderella can't be bad at dancing, can she? If she couldn't dance well, how could she dance with the prince all night and have him never forget her? It's just like mastering a skill. And I can go anywhere with it. What's going on here? Xiao Zai felt a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He had a bad feeling. What do you want to do? Shang Hanglu gave Marilyn a command. Watch the door. Don't let anyone in. Although Marilyn didn't understand Shang Hanglu's intentions, she still did as told. Once the door was closed, Shang Hanglu in her high heels walked confidently toward Xiao Zai. Click-clack, click-clack, click-clack. The sound of her heels hitting the floor was crisp and forceful. Xiao Zai's heart raced. He felt uneasy and kept retreating. Shang Hanglu pursued him without hesitation. Xiao Zai kept retreating. 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 Damn it, there's no more space. Shang Hanglu raised her slender arm and slammed it against the wall. She confidently pressed Xiao Zai against the wall in a classic boss lady move, ignoring the slight angle where she had to look up at him. She then arrogantly said, Percent. At percent and at. What? Xiao Zai raised his voice. Speak louder. And at carat and the way to fall. Please, the first 3 words, can you make them clearer, sister? Xiao Zai said calmly. Shang Hanglu with the face of a powerful CEO shouted. Can you teach me how to fall naturally and without acting when dancing? Xiao Zai smiled, very confident. Shang Hanglu thought for sure he would agree. But Xiao Zai said, Sister, what exactly are you trying to do? Do you really need to know? You ignorant little side character. Do you know I have the God's eye now? Shang Hanglu's mind was filled with wisdom as she answered herself. Just as she was about to find a way to brush Xiao Zai off, her gaze suddenly locked on a large balcony outside the floor-to-ceiling window. The reception room had a small balcony. In the adjacent room, the layout was unknown, but there was a big balcony protruding significantly, forming a T-shape with the small one. This allowed her to see anyone standing at the front of the balcony from the reception room. Likewise, the people on the balcony could see what was going on inside the room. Shang Hanglu saw Lin Heng on the balcony, and after a few seconds, a figure in a white dress joined him. It was Yinyao. A rush of blood suddenly surged to Shang Hanglu's head. Oh. She had been searching for him in her dreams, and the legendary balcony was right in front of her. Shang Hanglu stared at them excitedly. Xiao Zai noticed she hadn't spoken for a while and asked, Sister. Shang Hanglu quickly gestured for silence and lowered her voice. Hide. Xiao Zai followed her gaze. This prematurely mature gray boy immediately adopted an expression that screamed, I know what's going on. Shang Hanglu silently mocked him. You know nothing. Xiao Zai didn't just know, he insisted on grabbing a spot to watch. There was barely any room for both of them, so they had no choice but to hide in a corner, heads stacked together, listening intently. Lin Heng and Yinyao had started talking. Their mouths were moving, but Lin Heng's responses were too infrequent, and it was hard to hear clearly. Though the reception room had quieted down, the noise from the banquet hall downstairs was loud, and the background music couldn't drown it out. Shang Hanglu, with great courage, pushed open the balcony door. Sure enough, the conversation became a bit clearer. Yinyao said, The garden view is so beautiful. Lin Heng. It's okay. The symphony orchestra they invited tonight. The lead violinist is one of my favorite musicians. He plays with such a special tenderness. Lin Heng then said, The banquet is organized by my mother. The balcony is chilly at night, so you should head back to the banquet hall. Yinyao. Thank you, Edmund. You're so thoughtful. Then Lin Heng fell silent. Shang Hanglu. Lin Heng. What are you doing? Don't send Yinyao away. You're defying the will of God. Shang Hanglu was very angry. In her moment of anger, she accidentally made a sound. Xiaozai turned around puzzled. At this moment, the seductive woman outside hadn't succeeded in tempting him, and his wife shouldn't be happy, right? Then he turned around, and all he saw was boobs. The deep V dress, the way she leaned in to take a peek, and boobs. This color of dress made Shang Hanglu's skin appear even whiter. In short, boobs. Xiaozai. His face turned red, and he quickly took a big step backward to maintain a safe distance. However, the edge of the carpet tripped him up. Xiaozai lost his balance, crashed through the glass door, and fell to the floor. Shang Hanglu broke into a cold sweat. Gray boy, don't mess up my storyline. She quickly reached out to grab him, and then there was nothing after that. The weight difference was obvious. The strength difference was also clear. With a loud crash, the glass door suddenly flew open, and both of them fell to the ground. The people on the balcony turned around at the same time. They saw Shang Hanglu just propping herself up, straddling a man in a suit. Her face was filled with the fear of being caught. Shang Hanglu. Huh. Shang Hanglu was now in an extremely ambiguous position, straddling Xiaozai. They had fallen into a heap, but she, being so quick, had immediately sat up. Okay, she was still 0.1 centimeters away from being perfect. At most she was an A-. She sat up but hadn't yet gotten off him, resulting in the aforementioned ambiguous position. Shang Hanglu. She looked at the two people on the adjacent balcony. Lin Heng still had that face, that expression. It didn't give her any useful clues to interpret the scene. Then she looked at Yinyao, a sweet-looking beauty whose chin nearly hit the floor, her mouth practically wishing she could fit a fist in it. Shang Hanglu. Who am I? Where am I? Can I still survive this? Is my money still here? Or has it flown away like a butterfly? The 4 stages of a fool. She glanced at Yinyao again. Yinyao's gaze shifted between her and Xiaozai, swinging back and forth, with a look of surprise mixed with a popcorn-watching vibe. Shang Hanglu had confirmed it. My money is going to turn into butterflies and fly away. Ah. Damn, no way. The fall just now, although Xiaozai was there to cushion the blow, it still hurt. Don't underestimate the freedom of falling. It could cause a huge bump on the head. There was no need to act. Tears came instantly. Shang Hanglu's eyes were filled with tears, looking utterly miserable, as if she was the one who had just been betrayed and abandoned by Lin Heng, not the other way around. Xiaozai had hit the floor with a free fall. His head took 2 hard blows. First, he crashed through the glass door, which opened with a push, but still it hurt. Then he hit the floor. That was the damage to his head. He also had Shang Hanglu, who weighed less than 50 kilograms, but with the added force of gravity, the impact was quite significant. His insides felt like they were about to burst out. Xiaozai was briefly dazed. If this were a martial arts drama, he would have spurted blood at that very moment. Luckily, he was young and recovered quickly after the shock. When he opened his eyes, he saw Shang Hanglu looking at him with tearful eyes, as if she was really worried about him. A warm current flowed through the heart of the gray-haired young man. He and Shang Hanglu's sister, Shang Hangyu, were practically strangers. They could only exchange a few words. He didn't expect Shang Hanglu to care about him so much. Xiaozai immediately felt a bit embarrassed. He propped himself up, intending to get up. Just as he made a move, Shang Hanglu's seemingly weak arms firmly pinned him down. Xiaozai? He didn't have time to ask. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Shang Hanglu pinned him down tightly, and with one hand seemingly grabbing his collar, she actually clutched his throat. She anxiously asked, Xiaozai, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Then she began shaking him, slapping his face. Xiaozai was conscious, but his body still felt dizzy. With the shaking and slapping, his whole body felt worse. But he couldn't say anything because his throat was being squeezed. Next, Shang Hanglu shouted at Yinyao and Lin Heng. Quickly call a doctor. Xiaozai suddenly fainted. I heard he has ischemic acute cerebral infarction. It runs in his family. Xiaozai, who was being pinned down and unable to move, was so angry he wanted to jump up. You're the one with cerebral infarction. That's a common disease in middle-aged and elderly people. Your whole family is old and sick. However, Xiaozai stared with wide eyes, puffing his cheeks and glaring at her, but he didn't dare to make any real moves. Because he, unlike the mischievous Shang Hangyu, knew the seriousness of the situation. They were in the Lin family's main residence, and Shang Hanglu was the legitimate daughter-in-law of the Lin family, and today was Lin Maoxian's birthday. If he dared to cheat with Shang Hanglu here today, even though nothing happened, it certainly looked like something had. Xiaozai wasn't sure if he would walk out of that door alive. Ah, it's that serious? Yinyao said, her face filled with concern, fully believing it now. Lin Heng squinted his eyes and observed for a while, then instructed Yinyao to go downstairs and get help. He also called the family doctor, since the hospital was far away, and it would be inconvenient to transport Xiaozai. The family doctor had been on standby at the residence just in case. Since Lin Heng didn't leave, Shang Hanglu kept up her act. She didn't care whether a person with cerebral infarction needed CPR. She just started pressing on Xiaozai's chest repeatedly while urgently calling out to him. Xiaozai. Honestly, Shang Hanglu's sister was really strong. Xiaozai felt like if he didn't open his eyes, Shang Hanglu would break his ribs, effectively killing him. Xiaozai kept his performance on point and slowly woke up. It was so natural, so convincing, unlike the 2-bit acting from someone else. Shang Hanglu was still performing energetically, and her hand didn't dare stop. Xiaozai wondered what's the best way for someone just waking up to get everyone's attention. To show that, I'm awake? Should he cough a few times? Or just say, I'm awake? But President Lin didn't give him the chance to win an Oscar. Lin Heng, standing on the nearby terrace, calmly said, All right, no need to press anymore, he's awake. Shang Hanglu. Let me press, President Lin. What Lin Heng just said didn't sound like no need to press anymore. It sounded more like no need to act anymore. Her heart felt so cold. Shang Hanglu finally stopped pressing. I tried my best. I really tried my best. She quickly got off Xiaozai. Xiaozai quickly stood up as well. But as soon as he stood up, he felt pain all over his body. The fall just now wasn't a joke. Xiaozai couldn't help but groan in pain. It sounded incredibly genuine, and Lin Heng raised an eyebrow, seeming to reconsider the situation. Soon, Yinyao returned with several servants, and the family doctor rushed over as well. They placed Xiaozai in a nearby room. Since they didn't have hospital equipment here, after hearing Yinyao's account of his cerebral infarction history, the doctor initially thought it was just a mild concussion and some bruises, but insisted that Xiaozai should go to the hospital for further examination. While waiting for the examination, Xiaozai secretly glared at Shang Hanglu. And Shang Hanglu silently moved her head away, pretending she didn't see anything. Xiaozai. This person. Xiaozai hurriedly explained. Sister Hanglu probably misremembered. It was my dad who had cerebral infarction, not me. There's no family history of it. Shang Hanglu said. Yes, I must have remembered it wrong. Xiaozai thought this is more like it, Sister Hanglu would never sabotage him. Then Shang Hanglu said. But after such a big fall, in case something like a ruptured spleen or internal bleeding happens, even though the chance is low, it's better to get checked just in case. Xiaozai. This person. She has no bottom line. By pushing things in a more serious direction, Shang Hanglu made everyone want to send Xiaozai to the hospital. No one wanted to take responsibility. So Xiaozai didn't have much of a choice. He was unceremoniously sent away. The maids at the manor were incredibly efficient, from notifying Xiaozai's father to the examination, getting him into the car, and having the car leave. All of it took no more than 10 minutes. The situation was a bit dramatic. Shang Hanglu stole a glance at Lin Heng's expression. She thought Lin Heng would believe that she and Xiaozai had just tripped and fallen, that's all. But then she thought, no, this is it. She and Xiaozai just tripped and fell by accident. Nothing happened. It's Lin Heng and Yinyao who should really have something going on. Shang Hanglu was so angry her head was throbbing. What did Lin Heng say on the terrace earlier with the female protagonist? Originally, Yinyao genuinely liked the concertmaster of the orchestra. It wasn't just showing off. So naturally she had some good feelings towards the Lin family, who had invited him, and that's why she talked with Lin Heng on the terrace. Originally Lin Heng, who had been immersed in high culture since childhood, also liked this violinist, which is why Gu Wanyu invited him. Originally, the two of them should have hit it off over their shared interest. Look at this lazy Lin Heng. Head. Hurts. She's really got a headache. Lin Heng, hearing her compliment him, some of which were even lies, fell silent. Lin Heng walked toward Shang Hanglu. At this moment, Yinyao, with envy in her voice, said, I really shouldn't have listened to the rumors outside. Your relationship as a couple is truly great. Shang Hanglu? What? Little sister, where on earth did you get that conclusion from? Chapter 23. Shang Hanglu looked at Yinyao with a face full of horror. She was so shocked that Yinyao couldn't help but touch her own face, wondering if there was something on her face, or if she had said something wrong just now. Yinyao asked, Isn't that right? Shang Hanglu's eyes widened even further. She really just wanted to curse. Can the female protagonist please use her brain? What does Lin Heng have to do with me? I'm just doing my job, promoting him to you. Shang Hanglu suddenly realized something was off. She, as the representative of the seductive and wicked group, and Yinyao, the representative of the fresh and pure beauty group, were always on opposing sides. Even if the female protagonist was inherently innocent and kind, she was old enough to read the atmosphere. Shang Hanglu thought things were like this. First, let's assume. If a couple, whom you thought didn't have a strong relationship, suddenly have the wife talking about how excellent her husband is, even if you're secretly attracted to how excellent he is, you wouldn't openly admit it. You'd only say something like, "Your husband is so nice. You two have such a good relationship." And then there's this type of feeling in the world. The man who isn't your type may still make you feel jealous when you see him deeply in love with another woman, and you naturally have thoughts like, "I wish I could have that kind of love too." So, focusing on this point, Shang Hanglu realized that simply promoting Lin Heng with words wouldn't be enough to make Yinyao fall for him, especially since Lin Heng was married. She needed to make the female protagonist feel like, "I wish I could have this kind of love." Shang Hanglu figured out the correct approach. She simply didn't explain herself and said, "I didn't realize this before you pointed it out." "Sure enough," Yinyao said. "I didn't realize Mr. Lin was so considerate. I really envy you." Shang Hanglu blushed dramatically, putting on an act of a shy little girl. "Quick! Keep envying me. And then hurry up and take him away from me. Little sister, I'm watching you." But she knew she should shut up now. Because Lin Heng was already very close to them. She would rather die than compliment Lin Heng in front of him. That guy was so dense and clueless, so disappointing to the female protagonist, how could she praise him? Lin Heng walked over, saw the two of them chatting, and noticed Shang Hanglu's expression. "Lin Heng. Something's wrong." He observed more carefully. "Lin Heng. Definitely something's off. What the hell is she thinking?" Naturally, Lin Heng interrupted. "What are you two talking about?" Yinyao, completely unguarded, said, "Edmund, Louise was so cute just now. After she gave the compliment, she didn't even realize it. When I pointed it out, she was stunned." Lin Heng asked, "Complimenting who?" "Shang Hanglu." "Shut up. My scheme hasn't even succeeded yet, and you're already exposing it. Do I have no dignity?" She rushed over and grabbed Yinyao, quickly saying before she could answer, "I was complimenting Yinyao. Before I misunderstood her, but now I realize how great she is." Yinyao was momentarily stunned. She didn't understand why Shang Hanglu was lying. She wasn't insulting anyone, just complimenting them. But everyone at the party was really good at reading the atmosphere. Yinyao thought Shang Hanglu must be embarrassed, so she followed her lead and agreed. Shang Hanglu also went along with it, quickly changing the subject. They chatted a bit more, and Yinyao went downstairs, winking at Shang Hanglu as she left. Shang Hanglu fake smiled and waved her goodbye. She watched Yinyao's figure get farther and farther, then looked around. Everyone was gone. Where did the others go? Only Lin Heng was still there. Shang Hanglu was even more frustrated. Where is everyone besides Lin Heng? Lin Heng was standing right in front of her, still wearing that expression. No, wait. On closer inspection, his gaze was sharp. He now looked like he was interrogating her. Shang Hanglu relaxed her facial expression. "No need to be nervous, Lin Heng is just an ignorant love-idiot CEO. What's there to be worried about?" Then Lin Heng spoke. "I heard my name. Weren't you just complimenting Yinyao?" Shang Hanglu froze. She immediately retorted, "I didn't ask what you and Yinyao were talking about, so don't ask me what we were talking about. This is, everyone is equal. Long live equality." Lin Heng crossed his arms and leaned against the wall casually. Yinyao first complimented the garden view, then mentioned she liked the violinist we invited today. I told her the balcony was windy and suggested she go back inside. After pausing, Lin Heng added, "I thought you could hear everything from the reception room. I was inside the reception room. It's so far away, how could I hear anything?" Shang Hanglu played dumb. After all, if she didn't say she heard it, no one would know she did. Oh, there was Xiaozai. It's fine, she could silence him. Seeing Shang Hanglu try to cover up, Lin Heng didn't mind. After all, he was telling the truth. He raised his hand, making a gesture as if saying, "I'm done, it's your turn now." Shang Hanglu, who had just been celebrating equality, was now silent. Lin Heng continued. "Although the conversation was interrupted, during my chat with Mr. Xiao, I roughly heard you talking about me with Yinyao. I just wanted to confirm the details, not that I misunderstood, right?" Shang Hanglu. She was mentally exhausted. Start over. Her heart was bleak. She had lost all face inside and out. Shang Hanglu wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground. She almost wanted to say, "While I was increasing the female lead's favorability towards you, why did you automatically raise your favorability towards me? What in the world is going on today?" But when she carefully looked at Lin Heng's expression, his gaze was probing with a hint of "you'd better come clean." Felt like, was Lin Heng thinking she was scheming something? After all, she had never praised Lin Heng, and often secretly mocked him. It was normal for Lin Heng to be paranoid. Also, who would be so weird as to ask someone if they had just complimented them? Shang Hanglu felt a flicker of joy. She casually explained, "Just a little commercial mutual flattery, so outsiders won't think there's some family crisis at our house." She looked up and found Lin Heng's hand reaching toward her face. Shang Hanglu first froze. This gesture. She had seen it in dramas before. There were two choices. She glanced around. Was Lin Heng going to hit her? Kiss her? Or hit her again? None of those, please. At this point, Lin Heng's hand was already cupping half of her face. Shang Hanglu was so shocked, she almost lost color. Lin Heng turned her face to the side, looked at it, then quickly took her arm and looked at it again, frowning. Shang Hanglu's heart was in turmoil. Could it be that I've accidentally got some other woman's perfume on me? No. I haven't cheated. Lin Heng said. You scraped your skin, didn't you feel it? Shang Hanglu tilted her head. Huh. Lin Heng frowned and started lecturing her like a parent. You were so focused on Xiao Zai's injury earlier, why didn't you check if you were hurt first? Your elbow's scraped and there's a bit on your face. I haven't checked your legs, it's a small injury, but what if it gets infected? Don't you understand these things as an adult? Shang Hanglu stood there like a little schoolgirl mentally grumbling. Mr. Lin. This character doesn't match. He looks like a typical domineering CEO. Hasn't even said a word to Yinyao, no wall pushing, and here he is fussing over these trivial matters like a mother. Where's the CEO attitude? Lin Heng directly called the doctor, even though the doctor had just left. At this point Marilyn came to ask, Sir, madam, it's getting late, the first dance is about to begin. Shang Hanglu replied, I'll go right away. Finally, she was done being lectured. It was just a scraped skin. But Lin Heng said, cancel it. Marilyn looked at him. Shang Hanglu also looked glaring at him. Lin Heng was, after all, a legitimate CEO, especially good at issuing orders. So as soon as he spoke, even though Marilyn was Shang Hanglu's personal assistant and usually listened only to her at home, she couldn't help but obey him now. Lin Heng said, please ask my parents to take our place. Tell them Louise just had a fall. Marilyn. Understood, sir. What do you mean, understood? Shang Hanglu ran out saying, it's just a scrape, a little disinfectant and bandage will do. Don't cancel the opening dance, I'm fine. What would happen to the plot if she didn't dance? What would happen to her embarrassing fall? What about the embarrassment for the servants again? So many things. If she didn't get to complete them, how would the favorability drop? Shang Hanglu immediately felt this wasn't okay. Canceling the dance was definitely not okay. She added, it's a big birthday banquet. The first dance shouldn't be cancelled at the last minute, right? But Lin Heng said, it's just a birthday party. It's his birthday, so he should dance the first one himself. Wouldn't that be more meaningful? Lin Heng decisively made the call. Cancel. No. I have objections. Let me dance. Please let me dance. Going to the hospital is worse than dancing. Shang Hanglu was so eager she almost rushed downstairs. But since Lin Heng wasn't going to dance, she couldn't just hold a gun to his head and make him go, could she? She regretted it. Regretted it so much. If only she knew, she would have stayed in a room practicing the script. She didn't know Lin Heng was upstairs, with Yinyao also on the same floor, and didn't know their conversation was so awkward. If she had stayed downstairs, maybe Lin Heng and Yinyao would have connected better, she wouldn't have fallen, and more importantly, the dance would have continued without all this mess. Shang Hanglu immediately proved with action that it was just a small scrape, not a big deal. She moved her arms and legs, showing off some dance steps, spins, a few rounds back and forth, then jumped a few times in place. See, I'm fine. I can dance, no problem. No problem. No problem. No. But her words trailed off, and before she could finish, there was a crack sound. Shang Hanglu lost her balance and fell against Lin Heng. Lin Heng hurried to support her, panicking so much that his glasses nearly slipped off. She saw her left foot turn inward, her ankle hitting the ground. She twisted it. Yep, twisted it. She twisted it. Ah. Ah. Shang Hanglu screamed, tears filling her eyes. She wasn't trying to be dramatic. It really hurt. Ah. And Lin Heng looked at her with a blank expression. It was as if he was saying, see. Chapter 24. The doctor arrived just in time. The treatment was timely. She was sent to the hospital quickly. So when Lin Heng was carrying Shang Hanglu downstairs, Shang Hanglu clutched his suit jacket, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed longingly at her first dance, which had just begun. Shang Hanglu bit her lip, looking utterly unwilling, like a little child standing in front of a candy store, refusing to leave and claiming she would die if she couldn't have any candy. Lin Heng sighed. Is this really how badly you want to dance the first dance? It's not that I want to, it's that I must. I have my mission to complete. You totally don't understand my professional spirit. Shang Hanglu wanted to grab Lin Heng's collar and yell at him. But, having the perspective of a god, what was the point of getting angry at the clueless CEO? Ugh, the world isn't worth it. Shang Hanglu turned her gaze away. No, it's just okay. Liar. Just now your eyes were almost bleeding with jealousy. Of course, dear Marilyn wouldn't expose her mistress, and the other servants wouldn't either. As for Lin Heng directly ignored Shang Hanglu's lie. As they walked to the car, Lin Heng started lecturing. If you're not used to wearing such high heels, then don't wear them. Who's forcing you to wear them? If you wear them then fine, but why jump around? Is jumping the way to prove you didn't break your ankle? Now look, you've twisted your ankle. Isn't this your own fault? Each sentence seemed like a nagging mother's concern. Lin Heng continued talking, getting Shang Hanglu into the car, and then getting in himself from the other side. Shang Hanglu lowered her head, listening to the scolding. She had regretted it earlier and now she regretted it even more. Ugh. Can someone please turn off Lin Heng's mother mode switch? The group went to the hospital and registered for emergency treatment. Shang Hanglu sat in a wheelchair, already changed into a hospital gown, being pushed by a nurse for further checks. In a queue, she ran into Xiao Zai, who was also in a hospital gown and wheelchair, with a nurse pushing him along. The two locked eyes exchanging stares. The air suddenly fell silent. Xiao Zai gave a mocking smile. Heh. It was a single lethal sneer. Shang Hanglu couldn't help but cover her face in embarrassment. Just a few minutes ago, she had been focused on sending Xiao Zai to the hospital with her grand plan. Now, heaven you spare no one. They stayed in the hospital until midnight before Shang Hanglu was discharged and returned to the main mansion. The diagnosis wasn't very optimistic. She had sprained her ankle and needed to wear a plaster cast for 3 to 6 weeks to heal. Now Shang Hanglu sat in a wheelchair, her foot in a cast, feeling weak and helpless. Although she had changed clothes at the hospital, her makeup was still on, and she hadn't showered. With the cast on her foot, she couldn't do much on her own. While on the way to the hospital, Lin Heng had helped. He had been her personal heavy lifting machine, carrying her whenever she couldn't walk. One had to admit, Lin Heng's muscles weren't just for looks. Now Shang Hanglu had to remove her makeup and take a bath. There was a wheelchair, but who takes a bath in a wheelchair? She would definitely need someone to help her. Logically, as long as Lin Heng didn't mind, it would be perfectly fine for him to help, both emotionally and practically. But Shang Hanglu wasn't okay with it. Being seen by Lin Heng, even though he probably had already seen everything, still made her uneasy. It wasn't about physical loss. It was a psychological burden. The two entered the bedroom. Lin Heng removed his cufflinks, tossed his tie aside, took off his suit jacket and vest, rolled up his shirt sleeves and said, "Should I carry you into the bathroom? Mother Mo, please spare me." Shang Hanglu quickly cupped her face and pretended to act shy. "I don't want you to see me without my makeup." Shang Hanglu had a strong obsession with her appearance, something Lin Heng could never understand. But Lin Heng didn't intend to understand. So he didn't push her and said, "Then I'll find someone to help you." Soon besides Lin Heng, someone else arrived. Shang Hanglu looked up. Wasn't that Marilyn? Shang Hanglu could have shot death rays at Lin Heng with her eyes. She thought Lin Heng wouldn't bring in someone like a Barbie doll. At least he could have chosen a stronger maid. But Marilyn? What was Marilyn like? Though she was slightly more curvy than Shang Hanglu, she was a whole head shorter and was the cute, chubby type. Could she really carry her? The two of them together in the bathroom? It would be a miracle if they didn't both end up falling over. But Marilyn was someone who took care of her every day. Shang Hanglu couldn't help but say, "Marilyn, should you get someone else to help? Having another girl see her. She really wouldn't mind." Marilyn tilted her head. "Thank you for your kind offer, madam." No. Kindness aside, Shang Hanglu didn't want to end up with a broken leg. Marilyn bent down, one hand under her armpit, the other supporting her knee, and then, Shang Hanglu tensed up, her whole body rigid. "It's over. Not my third leg, but my other leg." After a brief moment of floating in the air, she didn't feel any falling sensation. Shang Hanglu opened her eyes a crack. Marilyn was walking as swiftly as a gazelle, not even winded, directly carrying her into the bathroom. Shang Hanglu. What the heck? Marilyn was basically a powerhouse. Strong shoulders, sturdy hands, elegant manners, and a smart mind. Looks like being a rich family's personal assistant isn't as easy as it seems. Shang Hanglu couldn't help but ask, "How much do you make in a month?" Marilyn. "Madam, I receive an annual salary." Shang Hanglu. "How much is that per year?" Marilyn quoted a number, not including the year-end bonus. Shang Hanglu. "Damn. Coach, I also want to be an assistant." The next day, Someone from the Shang family came to see her. It was her father and mother. The sprained ankle wasn't a huge problem but not small either. In Chinese culture, when it comes to bone and joint injuries, there are always some home remedies, like drinking more bone broth. Her parents gave her some advice and then left for home ahead of schedule, as they were busy with work. Afterward, her idiotic brother came to visit. The reason he didn't come with their parents was simple. He couldn't get up. He was truly a spoiled brat. Shang Hanglu brought someone with him. Xiao Zai stood beside Shang Hanglu grinning. It didn't look like they were here to visit a patient, but more like they were here to watch a joke. Both of them were empty-handed, so it seemed like they were really here to watch the fun. Shang Hanglu said, "Isn't the feng shui here bad, sis? Do you know? Yesterday Xiao Zai fell too, hit his head, and later went to the hospital for a checkup. But it wasn't as serious as yours. He just had a mild concussion. He'll be fine after some rest." Shang Hanglu's eyes widened. How come I didn't know? Of course I knew. I fell with Xiao Zai, and after that I fell again. I had one more fall than him. Isn't that just fantastic? But Shang Hanglu chose to remain silent. Her brother was too dumb to explain this to. Even though nothing really happened with Xiao Zai, it looked like something might have, since they both fell together. She was already confused by the whole nothing happened versus looks like something happened dilemma. Could her idiot brother, who only thought about eating, drinking, and playing, ever understand? She had just managed to wriggle out of a crisis using her own intelligence, and she wasn't going to step into another one. But then her idiot brother suddenly had a moment of clarity. He said, "Wait, you two went to the hospital one after the other, and both fell on the second floor, could it be?" Shang Hanglu's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Zai's smile also froze a bit. Shang Hanglu continued, "Could it be that the floor on the second floor is too slippery? Sis, you should talk to your cleaning lady about that." Shang Hanglu. Fine. She had overestimated her brother. She was going to make him write the word Shang backwards. Xiao Zai had suffered too much under Shang Hanglu's hands last night. When he woke up this morning, he saw a bruise on his chest, all from her pressing his chest when he was being resuscitated. Xiao Zai took pleasure in her suffering, but he was also curious about how she fell again. But Xiao Zai's question was a little convoluted. He first asked, "Did something happen after that?" Unfortunately, Shang Hanglu was too sharp in a bad way. She looked up and said, "Huh?" Xiao Zai asked naturally, "Otherwise, how did you fall again?" Shang Hanglu. She was speechless. If he wanted to ask her how she fell, just ask directly. He had already laughed at her enough at the hospital yesterday. Was she supposed to be afraid of a little kid's teasing? She looked at Xiao Zai. He was a handsome young man with features that seemed to have been favored by the heavens. But why was he so indirect in his character? If he could be more direct like Shang Hanglu, she'd think it was fine. But then Shang Hanglu thought about it. Last night when Xiao Zai went to the hospital, his dad didn't go, busy trying to talk to Lin Heng. His stepmother and cheap brother definitely didn't go either, so in the end it was the servants who took care of him. Shang Hanglu suddenly understood Xiao Zai's behavior better. She was deeply moved and couldn't help but say, "Xiao Zai, you." Xiao Zai looked at her seriously. "Shang Hanglu, you're really too gray." Xiao Zai. Shang Hanglu, the idiot, immediately asked, "What do you mean gray? Why is Xiao Zai so gray?" Shang Hanglu was completely unmerciful to her brother. "I'm talking to Xiao Zai, what's it to you?" Shang Hanglu. "I'm your real brother." Fine, the idiot still wanted to compete for attention. Shang Hanglu immediately used her skill, changing the topic. She asked, "Oh, by the way, didn't you say you had something to tell me yesterday? There were so many things going on yesterday, sorry for the delay." "What is it?" Shang Hanglu was foolishly led away by her. "Isn't your 13XXX number out of service?" Shang Hanglu remembered that her current personal number wasn't the one Shang Hanglu had reported. "I'm not sure. I only have the Sue number. Maybe Marilyn has the other one." Shang Hanglu. "That was at least your old work number. Can you check it? I've been getting calls for you on my phone." Her work number. As far as Shang Hanglu knew, Mrs. Lin in her life, apart from being a rich young lady and a wealthy housewife, had only done one job, acting. More specifically, she had acted overseas. "What's the matter?" Shang Hanglu had a general idea. "Isn't the new Mulan being filmed? Vanity Fair wants to invite you and the new Mulan actor to do a feature, and also an interview with you personally." Shang Hanglu was shocked. An interview? She could act out sudden amnesia. But she was actually a bit curious about the personal interview. After all, she thought Mrs. Lin's achievement was only Mulan, and if they wanted a personal interview, it would have been 2 years ago. She asked, "A personal interview?" Shang Hanglu. "I have the title and framework they suggested." Shang Hanglu took it and looked at it. It was in English with the title written as, "Is it a win or a loss?" After Mulan, She gave up a future filled with limitless brightness, but gained the man behind the Clemens group. Chapter 25. Shang Hanglu asked, "Are you willing to do an interview?" To be honest, Shang Hanglu never dared to even think about being on the cover of Vanity Fair. The magazine's cover was always graced by supermodels, famous celebrities, U.S. presidents, or business moguls, none of whom had anything to do with her, Shang Hanglu. And compared to Vanity Fair, Shang Hanglu was more interested in magazines like Nature and Science. The difference? She subscribed to the latter too, but the former, she rarely even touched once a year. Then, looking at the interview outline and content, forget it, she'd rather fake an amnesia from a car accident. Shang Hanglu said, "I'm not going." Shang Hanglu didn't think too much. Why? Weren't you always so keen on being in magazines? Shang Hanglu rolled her eyes so high they might have gotten stuck at the back of her head. What would she even do there? Expose her empty brain to reporters, let them write it up, print it and announce it to the world? Shang Hanglu said, "Look at this outline. It makes it seem like I can't do anything without Lin Heng. It's so insulting." Shang Hanglu took another look and agreed. "Yeah, that's really insulting." "Good boy, you get it," Shang Hanglu thought, feeling pleased. Shang Hanglu continued, "But you still know how to dress up, watch shows and buy things. Oh, and torture me, acting as the overseer." The air suddenly grew silent. Shang Hanglu paused for a long time before forcing out, "Shut up." Shang Hanglu. "But it's the truth, right? Did he say something wrong?" Xiao Zai gave Shang Hanglu a meaningful look, and she figured he probably wanted to ask something, but with Shang Hanglu around, some things couldn't be said. Shang Hanglu acted oblivious, pretending not to notice. Soon after, Xiao Zai and Shang Hanglu left, and on their way they bumped into Lin Heng. Lin Heng's gaze swept indifferently across both their faces, nodding instead of greeting them. He gave Xiao Zai a closer look. "Hasn't this person been showing up a bit too much lately?" Lin Heng had just returned from the headquarters. Clemens' headquarters was in Manhattan, New York, and this time, he needed to stay for a while to handle various matters. He finished work earlier than usual today and came back early. Correction. He expedited the work and made time to come back earlier. Because Lin Heng had noticed since Shang Hanglu fell, she had been looking off, like something wasn't right. Did she really care that much about the first dance? Was it that serious? The person who cancelled the first dance was none other than him. And now Shang Hanglu had twisted her ankle and was a bit down? In any case, Lin Heng came back early to check on her situation. However, Shang Hanglu didn't care whether Lin Heng came back early or late because she never paid attention to what time he came home, or whether he even came home at all. In fact, if Lin Heng didn't come home, Shang Hanglu was happier because she could enjoy the big bed all to herself. Poor Lin Heng didn't realize that the bed ranked higher than him. Lin Heng asked, "Did you take your medicine today?" Shang Hanglu weakly replied, "I took it." "That's good." Lin Heng. Shang Hanglu. The two exchanged a wordless glance. Shang Hanglu looked up wanting to ask, "Bro, why are you standing in front of me?" Luckily at this moment, a maid came in to ask if they needed dinner, breaking the awkward silence. They both answered yes. And then silence again. At this point Lin Heng said, "I didn't expect you to care so much about the first dance. Even though it was cancelled this time, there will be another opportunity next time. Don't be discouraged." Shang Hanglu gripped the armrest of her wheelchair tighter. She wanted to shout. Shout at Lin Heng. She wasn't discouraged. She wasn't discouraged, she was disappointed. To be more specific, she was very disappointed in you, Mr. Lin Heng. And she didn't care at all about the first dance. It had nothing to do with the dance. What she was waiting for was the plot. However, when she looked up at Lin Heng's calm face, which he thought was so understanding, Shang Hanglu. "No, I'm hurt inside." "Hurt? Ah." Shang Hanglu turned her head, taking a deep breath. She was really so angry that she was gasping for air, wanting to shout but unable to. But she couldn't say anything, and that only made her angrier. Lin Heng stepped forward and gently patted her back. "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Shang Hanglu's anger escalated to another level. "Get your damn hand off me." Soon, the family doctor arrived, and the diagnosis was that the madam's emotions were running high, showing some overbreathing symptoms. However, at this point Shang Hanglu had already reached a state of zen. What else could she do but accept it? At this rate, someday Lin Heng would make her so angry that she would literally vomit blood. Shang Hanglu moved on. Life was tough, but at least she had a few billion to fall back on. She wasn't concerned with money. Oh no, she just had to keep looking forward. What else could she do? Thinking positively, at least Lin Heng had been in contact with Yin Yao privately. Maybe Mr. Lin had developed feelings for Yin Yao, but he was just so poker-faced that he didn't say anything? At this moment, Shang Hanglu thought of the events that were about to unfold. Yin Yao wouldn't be heading back home immediately. She would stay in New York for a bit. 2 days after the banquet, that is, tomorrow night, Yin Yao would have a fight with her mother and storm out of the hotel. She planned to find a nice restaurant to have dinner and forget about the unpleasantness. However, due to the death of the Yin family's elder, several branches of the family were embroiled in a division of assets, causing a lot of chaos. Coincidentally, the several cards Yin Yao had on her were all urgently frozen, and she didn't have enough cash to pay the bill. Plus, she had forgotten to bring her phone in her hurry. The waiter at the restaurant thought she was trying to dine and dash and was about to call the police. At that moment, Shen Wang appeared and helped her. Originally, this was meant to be a scene where the male lead would earn some favor points, but Shang Hanglu decided to take advantage of the situation for Mr. Lin. In the original story, this part was described in great detail, as the hero saving the damsel in distress and stepping in to resolve the crisis are common romantic tropes. So the clever Shang Hanglu remembered the name of the restaurant. She searched online and sure enough it existed. Shang Hanglu had made up her mind. If the world wasn't going to follow the plotline, then she wouldn't feel bad about stealing the male lead's opportunity to gain favor points. After all, their family's Lin Heng had fallen behind by a large margin. She was in a hurry. Lin Heng couldn't fall behind any further. So Shang Hanglu turned her wheelchair around and said to Lin Heng, "I've been at home the whole time since coming to New York, but tomorrow I want to go out for dinner." At this moment Lin Heng had just come out of the bathroom. Shang Hanglu wouldn't have been surprised, but when she looked she was stunned. Lin Heng was only wearing a bath towel and was drying his hair. As the towel rubbed against his hair, she couldn't see his whole face, just part of his chin, but his upper body was fully exposed. His V-line was smooth and well-defined, and his hair was still wet, giving off a steamy aura that made him look especially different. They always missed each other's bath times, so Shang Hanglu had hardly ever seen the president after his bath. Lin Heng was also the type to button up his pajamas all the way to the top, almost as if he had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Shang Hanglu stared for a moment. Then she stared some more. And then she stared again. She wiped away her drool. First, she silently thanked Lin Heng for his semi-nude charity. Then, her mood became even more melancholic. Sigh, such a good Lin Heng with such a nice physique, and here he was stripping in front of her. Why not do this in front of Yin Yao instead? Lin Heng didn't wear glasses so he couldn't see what Shang Hanglu was doing, but he could feel her gaze. Suddenly Lin Heng thought maybe he should dry his hair more often like this? He replied, "Just let Marilyn arrange it. Don't be too late coming back." Shang Hanglu sighed. Lin Heng was really such a disappointment. His money printer couldn't fix the emotional wall. Shang Hanglu could only say, "I want to go with you. Can we go together tomorrow night?" Lin Heng looked up at her. But he couldn't see clearly. He put on his glasses and saw the earnestness in Shang Hanglu's eyes. Lin Heng had already decided. Yeah, maybe he should dry his hair like this more often. Okay. Lin Heng replied. The next evening, Shang Hanglu was fully prepared. Well, not really. She had just asked Marilyn to make a reservation in advance, because in the original story, it mentioned that the restaurant had 2 floors, and Yin Yao's seat was on the first floor by the window. Shang Hanglu had already gone there once earlier that day to scout the place. She chose a seat on the second floor by the railing and had Marilyn book it for her. Her battle plan was simple. First, she and Lin Heng would arrive early to avoid running into Yin Yao. When Yin Yao entered, she would have Marilyn go downstairs to wait. If Yin Yao ran into any trouble, she would have her call right away. Of course, she would also keep an eye on things upstairs, and if the situation progressed, she would have Lin Heng go downstairs to help. Because, according to the original story, Yin Yao and the staff had a little argument before Shen Wang appeared. Shang Hanglu planned to steal Shen Wang's chance to earn favor before the little argument happened. The plan was perfect. That evening, Shang Hanglu and Lin Heng arrived at the restaurant. They sat down at their reserved table, and not long after Yin Yao walked in with Marilyn going downstairs to wait. Everything was progressing smoothly. Shang Hanglu and Lin Heng had their dinner. She looked down. And damn it, Yin Yao was still eating. Why was she eating so slowly? Shang Hanglu said, "I want to have dessert." So they added dessert. She slowed down the pace, finished, then looked down again. Yin Yao was still eating. Shang Hanglu. There was nothing else she could do, so she said, "The desserts here are so good, I want to add more." Before long, more dessert arrived. Shang Hanglu kept eating. Or rather, shoveling it into her mouth. French cuisine tends to look like a small portion, but it fills you up once you've eaten it all. Shang Hanglu was already stuffed to the brim, but still added 2 more pieces of dessert. Finally, after finishing the second piece slowly, she looked down again. Yin Yao was finally having her dessert. But the way she was eating and the size of her bites, Shang Hanglu was about to cry. She really couldn't eat anymore. But crying, Shang Hanglu ordered more dessert. Lin Heng swirled his wine glass and asked, "What's wrong?" This person had been fine just a moment ago, but after eating 2 pieces of tiramisu she was crying? Shang Hanglu sniffled, almost about to puke. But she had to say, "It's so delicious I'm moved to tears." Lin Heng, "I like the desserts here too. Want to order one more?" Shang Hanglu. Tat. Chapter 26. Lin Heng must be the devil. Facing the perfect tiramisu on her plate, the ratio of cocoa powder and cream was just right, with the sweetness and bitterness blooming together on her taste buds, perfectly blended. Normally, if Shang Hanglu had just eaten a piece, she would have thought it was some kind of earthly delicacy. But now she was so full. To be specific, she was very, very full. And yet she had to eat it while pretending to love desserts. Shang Hanglu felt her acting was being heavily challenged. She ate the piece so slowly, the sweet cream in her mouth only left a greasy aftertaste. She wanted to throw up. Really, she wanted to throw up. Then there was Lin Heng, the so-called dessert-loving Lin Heng, sitting there with that expression of, "I don't mind, I'll just make things convenient for her. Shang Hanglu, I'll eat. What else can I do?" Her gaze kept drifting downstairs, and in her heart, she felt a sense of martyrdom. As she ate, she thought, "Lin Heng, you better remember, all your future likability is being exchanged by my cleverness and my stomach." After a painfully slow progress of finishing 1/3 of the small tiramisu, finally, Yinyao finished eating. She called the waiter to pay the bill. The waiter tried several cards, but none of them worked. Yinyao checked her wallet, counting even the pennies, and still didn't have enough cash. She looked embarrassed. At that moment, Shang Hanglu's phone vibrated. Marilyn was calling to remind her. Shang Hanglu didn't answer. Hanging up and pretending to just notice Yinyao, she said to Lin Heng, "Look, isn't that Yinyao?" Lin Heng followed her finger to look. Then with an expressionless face he asked, "Who?" Shang Hanglu could bet that Lin Heng, wearing glasses, had no vision problems whatsoever. "He must have seen Yinyao, don't act dumb." Shang Hanglu said, "Yinyao, the girl who talked to you on the terrace during the banquet." Lin Heng glanced at her again and then realized, "Oh, so her name is Yinyao. What?" This was the female lead. How could Lin Heng, who had a little emotional connection with the female lead, not recognize her? What the hell? Shang Hanglu couldn't believe it. "You don't recognize her? You really don't recognize her?" Lin Heng replied matter-of-factly, "Why should I recognize her?" Shang Hanglu. She felt desperate in front of Mr. Lin Heng. Yes, desperate. But now, having already reached a zen-like state, Shang Hanglu knew she had to look forward immediately. Otherwise, she might actually have to perform a dramatic vomit blood scene in front of Lin Heng someday. Not recognizing her was fine. They had already met before. Now they could just get to know each other better. Shang Hanglu continued with her plan. She said, "Look, she seems to be in trouble. Shouldn't you go help her?" Lin Heng followed Shang Hanglu's gaze and observed for a while. He quickly figured out what Yinyao's problem was. Her cards had been frozen, and she couldn't pay the bill. Lin Heng remembered Yinyao's last name and recalled the recent family disputes with the Yin family. He thought it over for a moment and raised his hand to signal the waiter. His hand was still raised after a second. Shang Hanglu, struggling, leaned forward and quickly pressed his hand down. Shang Hanglu warily said, "What are you doing?" Lin Heng said, "Call the waiter over, take her bill, and we'll pay it together later." No way. This was the moment for Mr. Lin Heng's grand entrance, as the handsome savior in their time of crisis. "You can't just pay the bill, meal fee, without letting Lin Heng show off." "No, you can't," Shang Hanglu immediately vetoed, and cleverly gave her reasoning. "A woman like Yinyao wouldn't come here to eat alone, right? She's by herself and her cards aren't working, so she must be in some kind of trouble. She's alone in a foreign country. It must be so unsettling. Just a minute ago she was arguing with the waiter, and the next minute she's not paying the bill anymore. It would be weird. Since my leg isn't convenient, can you step in for me? I think that would be more proper." This roundabout reasoning made her sound like a little death-seeking elementary school student, always finding a way to draw attention. Since Shang Hanglu even mentioned her leg, Lin Heng thought for a moment and decided to go downstairs. She leaned against the railing, watching as Lin Heng walked toward Yinyao, spoke to the waiter, and then smartly didn't rush back up. Instead, he chatted with Yinyao for a while. Yinyao said a few things. Lin Heng said a few things. And they seemed to be planning to continue talking. Shang Hanglu at a distance couldn't hear what they were saying, but in her heart, she was already making victory signs. Good. Their likability definitely increased. This wave was stable. Shang Hanglu was overjoyed in her heart when suddenly, someone pulled out a chair across from her and sat down uninvited. She was still watching Lin Heng talking to Yinyao downstairs. Lin Heng couldn't possibly perform a shadow clone jutsu, could he? Shang Hanglu sat up straight. and then she saw Shen Wang sitting across from her. His expression was unfriendly. Shen Wang looked good but had a bad temper. He was the top-tier boss among the CEOs. His eyebrows were raised, clearly showing, "I'm not happy," and "I'm running out of patience." He looked like someone who needed a beating. Yes, exactly, Shang Hanglu really wanted to beat him up. But then she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. After all, she was the one who had planned the whole operation to steal the male lead's likability. Shen Wang looked displeased. Could it be that he was just about to play the hero and save the damsel, but Lin Heng beat him to it? So now he was here to settle the score with her? Shang Hanglu rolled her eyes inwardly. Does the male lead even have any guts? She's just a helpless, disabled woman, and if he had the courage, he'd go face Lin Heng directly. At this moment, Shen Wang grumbled. Lin Heng left you here and went downstairs to flirt with other women? Shang Hanglu. No, stupid male lead, open your eyes and see who the woman downstairs is. I heard you and Lin Heng were set up for an arranged marriage. I didn't expect Lin Heng to have no basic respect for his own wife. Shang Hanglu was even more speechless. Look at that accusation he just threw at her. If she were to say it out loud, it'd scare you. The one who told Lin Heng to go was me, she replied. The woman downstairs is Yin Yao. Shen Wang froze. What's wrong with Yin Yao? Shang Hanglu. You male leads, both of you, don't underestimate the original female lead. When her halo shines, you'll both get slapped in the face. Shang Hanglu could only say, I'm not sure why Yin Yao's card isn't going through. I saw it. I twisted my ankle and can't walk. I want Lin Heng to go down. Shen Wang snorted coldly. You sure are generous. Shang Hanglu snorted back. Of course she was generous, not just generous but also big in more ways than one. Nothing's too big for her. Don't you have the habit of ignoring those you recognize in a crisis? Shang Hanglu had planned to say this, but she miscalculated the effect of her cold snort. The momentum was there, but after the motion, she wasn't sure if her stomach had tightened or loosened. The food that had been packed to the brim suddenly began to revolt. She wanted to throw up. She really wanted to throw up. Shang Hanglu quickly maneuvered her wheelchair, veering off and heading toward the bathroom, speeding through the restaurant with the electric wheelchair almost like a bumper car. Shen Wang noticed her change in expression and rushed after her, asking, Are you okay? What the hell do you think, idiot? Shang Hanglu was indeed in trouble, but she couldn't tell him. Because if she did, it'd likely be a string of Shang Hanglu held her breath and sped toward the ladies' restroom. As soon as she reached the door, she quickly stood up and hopped in like a rabbit on one leg. Even the domineering Shen Wang, with all his confidence, knew better than to enter a women's restroom. He stopped outside, ready to ask how Shang Hanglu was doing, when suddenly a loud bleh echoed from inside. Shen Wang's face immediately turned dark. Anyone, no matter who they were, would lose any goodwill toward someone vomiting or the visible result of it. Moreover, the stereotype of a young married woman's vomiting, it suggested something more. Shang Hanglu, was she pregnant? Everyone knew that Lin Heng and Shang Hanglu had been set up in an arranged marriage. It was very traditional, not modern at all. So their relationship was just like that, respectful in public but not showing any romantic chemistry. Shen Wang, still holding some romantic ideals, had heard rumors circulating recently, which began among the servants and eventually reached the upper-class social circle. He had received a lot of gossip about Shang Hanglu recently. He had heard that Shang Hanglu and Lin Heng might have developed some affection for each other. Though neither of them had shown it publicly, they might even be in the honeymoon phase and maybe soon there would be a baby. When he heard Shang Hanglu vomiting, his face darkened even further. Could it be that she was carrying Lin Heng's child? After a moment, the sound of the toilet flushing was heard, and Shang Hanglu limped out of the restroom, holding onto the wall for support. She looked slightly weak. Could she not be weak? She wasn't some sports champion. After all, she had hopped out. Seeing Shen Wang waiting outside, Shang Hanglu wasn't shy. She held her hand out. Water. The second young master obediently handed over the water. Shang Hanglu rinsed her mouth, cleared out the food she had overeaten, and felt much better. Though now she was a little hungry. Shang Hanglu rubbed her belly, considering whether to order more food. Shen Wang saw her doing this. Shen Wang. Could it really be? Now that Shang Hanglu felt better and Lin Heng had earned more of the female lead's favor, she was in a good mood. Though, maybe she was getting a little too smug. She set down her injured leg and took a few large steps forward. Then, ow! Her ankle hurt sharply, and she lost her balance, stumbling forward. Shen Wang, not playing the role of a door guard, was quick to react. He caught her and held her steady. Shang Hanglu, shaken, looked up. And there she saw Lin Heng coming up the stairs. His eyes, behind his glasses, moved between Shang Hanglu and Shen Wang before settling on Shang Hanglu. His poker face didn't change, but his gaze had a hint of curiosity. Upon a closer look it seemed cold. Shang Hanglu. Why does this always happen to me, a respectable young woman? Why? A few billion is really hard to make. She spoke up. Please let me explain first. Chapter 27. You listen to my explanation. I'm not listening. In Shang Hanglu's mind there was inevitably a replay of this scene, and she wasn't sure where she had seen it, maybe in some drama. Although Shang Hanglu had a heart that loved watching silly dramas, she never thought that one day such ridiculous lines would flow out of her mouth so naturally and smoothly. It definitely wasn't her fault. This had to be blamed on the ridiculous male lead and the ridiculous second male lead. Shang Hanglu quickly stood up, disdainfully swatting away Shen Wang's hand and hopping toward Lin Heng. Midway, she suddenly remembered to thank him. She turned around and casually said, "Thanks for helping me." Then she hopped towards Lin Heng. Shen Wang's heart sank. To be honest, the relationship between ex-boyfriend and ex-girlfriend was quite subtle, especially for someone like Shen Wang, who was good-looking and since childhood surrounded by girls. His relationships with others always seemed to have a dominance, and he couldn't help but be a little narcissistic. He always felt that only when others couldn't forget him, could he truly not forget them. Even though Shang Hanglu had married, the way she married was clearly out of spite. Who breaks up and then marries someone else just a few months later? It was way too fast. At that time, Shen Wang had held in his anger. But after 2 years, all the grudges had disappeared. It was just that the recent car accident made him realize, I'm still mad. Looking at the positive side, even if Shang Hanglu married Lin Heng wouldn't necessarily give her happiness. But now? Why is Shang Hanglu hopping around faster than a rabbit? Does she really like this boring man Lin Heng? Shen Wang's heart was full of doubt about Shang Hanglu's taste and self-doubt. However, Shang Hanglu of course was disgusted by Shen Wang. This guy had bad intentions. Even if not, he was a disaster. He should just help her without getting too close. But no, he had to move his body closer, causing her to fall right into his arms in front of Lin Heng. That was so annoying. Shang Hanglu said to Lin Heng, "I wasn't feeling well earlier, so I went to the bathroom and wasn't paying attention to my feet. I almost tripped, but Mr. Shen, always happy to help, assisted me. That's all." Shang Hanglu tried to sound as sincere and reliable as possible, aiming for that pure, unadulterated, 100% fresh milk vibe. The effect. This way, her few billion wouldn't fly away like butterflies, right? Lin Heng responded calmly. Shang Hanglu's heart was in turmoil. After all, Shen Wang's ex-boyfriend status was quite special, and anything he did could be suspicious. She turned to Shen Wang and asked, "Mr. Shen, what I said is correct, right?" Shen Wang froze for a moment. He felt a mix of emotions, difficult to describe. It was just a little help. Was it really necessary to immediately declare her loyalty to Lin Heng and ask him to testify? Shang Hanglu used to be wild and free-spirited. She wasn't this kind of person. Was it really like this? Did she like Lin Heng this much? Shen Wang replied sourly. Correct. Does Mr. Lin really have such a small heart? Shang Hanglu immediately shot him a furious glare. What the hell is this ridiculous male lead trying to do? Shen Wang, even more unyielding, seemed like a territorial rooster about to fight, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Heng wasn't at all provoked. With the skill of using 4 tails to move 1,000 pounds, he said, "Mr. Shen, you're overthinking. Louise is just playful and active. I should thank you for helping her." With that, he turned the wheelchair, so that Shang Hanglu's back was facing Shen Wang. Lin Heng's smile was polite but distant and detached. He said, "Then we'll take our leave." Saying that, he pushed Shang Hanglu away. They walked farther and farther. Shen Wang had little contact with Lin Heng, but he had heard many rumors about him. Rumors said that Lin Heng was cold to people and decisive in his decisions. Seeing him today, it was indeed true. Just then, Shang Hanglu and Lin Heng's voices gradually faded away. Lin Heng, supposed to be cold, asked Shang Hanglu, "Does your foot hurt?" "It hurts." "Take it slow if your foot is hurt. No need to rush." "Mr. Shen helped you, he helped you. I have eyes I can see. What's there to panic about? So much for cold." Shen Wang thought that Lin Heng would be uncomfortable in his heart, but to his surprise, Lin Heng didn't care at all. Does this mean Louise actually doesn't care about him at all anymore? Shen Wang couldn't really describe what was going on in his heart. Probably felt not good. Shang Hanglu and Lin Heng returned home. Although the journey was quiet, within the silence, Shang Hanglu was quietly admiring Lin Heng's wisdom in her mind. She was mentally sending out waves of admiration towards Lin Heng, firing them one by one, not caring if he received them or not, just sending them unilaterally. Lin Heng was truly too wise. Shang Hanglu felt that the wisest sentence she had ever heard since transmigrating into the book was, "I have eyes and I can see." Wow, that's so pretentious. The idiot male lead must be a fool. Shang Hanglu silently wrote this down in her little notebook. Really, today she learned something new in the art of being pretentious. Shang Hanglu was in a good mood, and as usual, Marilyn helped her with her bath. Because she was so slow, no, let's say extremely slow, Lin Heng went to another bathroom. Shang Hanglu hummed a little tune as she removed her makeup, applied a face mask and washed up. Marilyn saw her master in a good mood and decided to share some news to make her even happier. Marilyn said, "Madam, I wasn't on the first floor today. I was helping you check if Miss Ian had any troubles." Wasn't her card frozen? And then Mr. Lin went to help? Shang Hanglu hummed in satisfaction. Yes, not only did General Manager Lin go to help, but she also saw him talking a few more words with Yin Yao. She was quite pleased with his progress. Didn't Mr. Lin help her and talk to her for a while? Do you know what Mr. Lin said? Shang Hanglu's leg, which was resting on the edge of the bathtub, gave a little shake. She lifted her face mask. What did he say? Marilyn, who had witnessed and overheard the entire conversation, began her recount. Lin Heng went downstairs and by this time the waiter had tried several cards, but all of them were declined. Seeing Yin Yao checking her wallet, which only had loose change, the waiter, already displeased, started to grow impatient. The restaurant was high-end and guests had to wear formal attire, but seeing the loose change in Yin Yao's wallet, the waiter looked down on her, his patience wearing thin. Yin Yao wanted to borrow a phone, but she remembered that they had exchanged cards in the US, and she couldn't recall her mother's number. She was feeling awkward and helpless when Lin Heng spoke in English. "Please charge Miss Yin's bill together with table 12. Saying this, Lin Heng handed over his card along with a generous tip. The waiter, eager to collect the money, accepted Lin Heng's card and immediately settled both bills. Lin Heng waited by Yin Yao's table for a moment until the waiter returned the card. Yin Yao's face turned red, probably from embarrassment. She stammered, "Mr. Lin, thank you for helping. Once I return to the hotel, I'll repay you as soon as possible. Could you give me a contact number?" Lin Heng replied, "Miss Yin, it's not necessary. You remember me?" Yin Yao recalled that last time on the terrace, although Lin Heng had been polite, he never mentioned her surname. She had assumed he didn't remember her. She looked up and saw Lin Heng's upright, handsome features and a unique, imposing aura. Her face flushed even more. Yin Yao said, "Please don't refuse. You've already been very gentlemanly in helping me. I can't take advantage of you." Lin Heng was silent for a moment. Then he calmly responded, "Miss Yin, this amount isn't large for either of us. To be honest, it was my wife who asked me to help you. You are a very charming woman, though I may be overthinking it. But I don't want any misunderstandings between my wife and me during the process of lending and repaying the money. So, Miss Yin, really, it's not necessary." After speaking, Lin Heng glanced up and saw Shang Hanglu peeking at them over the railing, only to quickly hide, pretending she hadn't been watching. A slight smile curled on his lips. But of course he quickly suppressed it. Yin Yao didn't miss Lin Heng's smile. A strange feeling of restlessness began to rise in her heart. Although Lin Heng had praised her as a charming woman, she didn't feel the praise at all. It was just polite talk. Yin Yao smiled and said, "Louise is truly lucky." With that, the conversation ended, the card was returned to Lin Heng, and he went upstairs. In the bathroom, Marilyn relayed the entire story to Shang Hanglu. Shang Hanglu leaned back in the bathtub, swirling her fingers, her face flushed. She couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "He really pissed her off." Honestly, was there anything more irritating than this? Could she not swirl her fingers? If she didn't, she feared she might lose control and start hitting people. Could her face not be red? It wasn't because of Lin Heng, but because of the hot water. How could Lin Heng be so good at wasting opportunities? Did he invest in a special skill for this? Shang Hanglu angrily returned to the bedroom. Lin Heng had not yet returned. She covered herself with a blanket, rolled herself into a little spring roll, and lay on the side of the bed farthest from him, pretending to sleep. However, the anger was so intense she couldn't sleep. Not long after, Lin Heng returned, and the mattress beside her dipped. Shang Hanglu was half furious and felt that just digesting the anger alone wasn't enough. She needed to get revenge on Lin Heng. Shang Hanglu remembered that last time, she had accidentally kicked Lin Heng off the bed while sleeping. This time she would repeat the trick, pretend to sleep, then kick this clueless guy off the bed to reflect. Shang Hanglu showcased her acting skills, worthy of an award. She first lay horizontally on the bed, arms and legs spread out. After a while she shifted to Lin Heng's side and began kicking. "Kick. I'm kicking. Get down. I'm not sharing a bed with this idiotic male character." However, after a few kicks, Her legs were pressed down by Lin Heng, and then her hands were both grabbed by him. He pulled her close. Lin Heng had trapped Shang Hanglu in his arms. She couldn't move. Lin Heng spoke softly, almost as if talking to himself. Your sleeping posture. It's fine normally, but if you move around like that and hurt your wound, what should we do? Shang Hanglu froze in place. She didn't know whether to continue pretending to sleep, or pretend to sleep more, or keep pretending to sleep. A mere Lin Heng who's afraid of furry things. A mere Lin Heng who's afraid of furry things and likes to talk a lot. What's there to be afraid of? But, truthfully, in this situation she was a little afraid. Shang Hanglu instantly backed down. Chapter 28. What to do? What to do? What to do? At this moment, should she push Lin Heng away with strength and say, "You underestimate me. I'm not someone obsessed with good looks." Or should she remain silent, pretending to be a pitiful little weakling? Shang Hanglu was stuck in a dilemma. Soon she realized she didn't really have much of a choice. If she didn't pretend to be asleep now, how could she explain snatching the blanket from Lin Heng just moments ago? And if she didn't pretend to be asleep, how could she explain trying to kick him out of bed earlier? The blanket thing wasn't a big deal, but the kicking, Shang Hanglu thought. This was no ordinary problem. But was the distance between them too close? Shang Hanglu kept her eyes closed. But this wasn't a problem that could be solved just by closing her eyes. Humans have 5 senses. Aside from vision, there are still 4 other senses. The temperature, the warmth, the touch. Shang Hanglu felt like she was sweating internally. Her presence was too noticeable. She really hoped a village guy would jump out and shut down her 5 senses. Since she had no choice but to pretend to be asleep, Shang Hanglu had to do it very naturally. Because the distance was so close, and the sensations were shared by both of them. Shang Hanglu knew she couldn't keep her body stiff. How could someone who's asleep have a stiff body? But, should she really relax her body now? Wouldn't that be insulting Lin Heng's muscles and looks? She needed to apologize to Lin Heng. So Shang Hanglu had no choice but to start mentally hyping herself up with an AQ style of self-hypnosis. Lin Heng isn't Lin Heng. I'm not me. I'm a penguin, a penguin, a penguin, a penguin. Penguins are so cute. Yes, right now the one holding me is an emperor penguin. And I am the world's most adorable little Lulu. Oh no, I should say the world's cutest baby emperor penguin. I'm a baby, I'm a baby, I'm a baby. Feel it. This broad, warm embrace, this cozy touch. How could it not come from a penguin mama's care? And the brain. It's the most powerful and dangerous organ in the human body. Thinking about it this way, Shang Hanglu really started to feel like she was a baby penguin. And Lin Heng's embrace was like the big, fat penguin mama. And it actually felt pretty safe. Before long, Shang Hanglu fell asleep. Her sleeping posture was really bad, and her sleep quality wasn't great. With all the fantasies in her head, she had many dreams, occasionally mumbling in her sleep. Her sleeping posture was so poor, Lin Heng naturally suffered. He was already a light sleeper, and now he was half awake, half asleep. In this state, Shang Hanglu started to mumble in her sleep. Soft, blurry, a murmur escaped her throat, and Lin Heng couldn't make it out clearly. Perhaps after clearing her throat, her second murmur became much clearer. In the quiet bedroom of the estate, where the faint scent of wood lingered in the air, on the large bed adorned with a romantic atmosphere, the couple in each other's arms, one of them suddenly shouted. And at #and. Lin Heng still couldn't hear clearly. But he remembered that last time, Shang Hanglu had called his English name in her sleep. When she intentionally called him hubby, she would often do it in a coquettish way, but when she called his English name it was rare. Perhaps because she had studied in the UK, her British accent was so pure, and when she spoke English it sounded so captivating. Lin Heng waited for her next utterance. Then Shang Hanglu mumbled, "Mom." Lin Heng. Huh. Shang Hanglu nestled into his arms and snuggled again. In her dream she was now in Antarctica, a baby emperor penguin. Oh, this soft, fluffy fur. This penguin's bouncy belly. This cute round face. Shang Hanglu. "Mom!" she shouted happily. In the silent bedroom, Lin Heng, lying in bed. He jolted awake in shock. Well, guess I'll just go back to sleep. The next morning, Shang Hanglu woke up feeling refreshed. To be honest, she really liked penguins. Last night she had another dream about penguins. It couldn't have been better. Shang Hanglu rediscovered her dream of opening an aquarium and raising penguins. Yes, raise one. No, a whole group of penguins would be worthy of her title as a noble lady of the high society. But Lin Heng was a man who was afraid of allergic to fluffy things. However, Shang Hanglu is not pretending, because she is not afraid of him disliking her. She's afraid he doesn't dislike her. Shang being someone who will argue based on reason until the end. At the breakfast table, Shang Hanglu took out her phone and said to Lin Heng, "Honey, I want to show you something very cute." Saying this, she played a video of an emperor penguin and its chick. She said, "Look, this penguin mom and its chick. Their interaction is super cute. Isn't it adorable?" Lin Heng. Parent-child. No, that's not it. Shang Hanglu continued. Actually, after the female penguin lays the egg, she lets the male penguin incubate it. So technically, the penguin in the video should be the penguin dad. But calling it mom sounds smoother. What do you think? Lin Heng. If we change mom to dad? Still not quite right. Shang Hanglu said. Look, penguins are so cute. Shouldn't we let more people in the world know how adorable they are? Lin Heng. This is even less the point. Shang Hanglu smiled and said, So honey, I want to raise penguins. Lin Heng elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin and quickly responded. Rejected. Shang Hanglu. How infuriating. Oh. Lin Heng, being a cash machine, has a major trait. No matter where he is, he has to be working. Shang Hanglu even believed that Lin Heng's family had opened so many branches just to satisfy his need to work. In this huge mansion, the number of servants overwhelmingly exceeds the number of the owners, yet it still feels lacking in liveliness. Shang Hanglu suddenly realized, where's my mother-in-law? Lin Heng's dad probably also needs to work, but from what Shang Hanglu understands, Gu Wanyu is not exactly a strong woman character. Since she doesn't need to work, then where is my mother-in-law? Shang Hanglu asked Tony, the third butler of the manor, and found out that it was because her schedule and her mother-in-law's didn't align, which is why they hadn't met. Gu Wanyu is particularly health-conscious and has lived abroad for a long time, so her circle of friends is also abroad. Even though she doesn't work, she is busy with socializing. At first, Shang Hanglu thought it might be better not to meet, since the last time she had breakfast with Gu Wanyu, it left her with indigestion. She didn't want a second helping of that. But unexpectedly, that afternoon, the third Tony came to deliver a message, saying that Madam had invited her to lunch. By the way, in Shanghai Guan, Marilyn calls her Madam. But here, Gu Wanyu is the Madam, while Lin Heng and she are young master and young mistress. The hierarchy is quite apparent. Since Gu Wanyu had called her, Shang Hanglu had no reason to refuse the lunch invitation, so she went. Before going, however, she did a little research. The last time they had eaten together, Gu Wanyu had brought up the topic of children, but Lin Heng had stopped her, saying, Do you want to do this like last time? Like last time? What exactly did that mean? Shang Hanglu recalled that last time it was about the Shang family going bankrupt, Lin Heng's heart being with Yin Yao, and Lin Heng's mother, who originally liked Mrs. Lin, no longer supporting her because of her actions. Mrs. Lin had been isolated in the Lin family. Shang Hanglu guessed that Lin Heng's like last time probably referred to the incident when Mrs. Lin and Gu Wanyu had fallen out. Shang Hanglu called Marilyn and purposely asked, Darling, my mother-in-law invited me to lunch, but I don't want to go. She will definitely ask about that issue from last time. Actually, she had no idea what that issue was. Her ignorance didn't matter, as long as Marilyn was clever enough. As expected, Marilyn said, Madam, are you bothered by last time's matter? Actually, you don't have to be so resistant. You can just think of it as a routine health check. Shang Hanglu continued to play along, but it can't be treated as a health check. Marilyn replied, It's just a mental block. You see, even things like fallopian tube imaging and follicle testing are sometimes part of regular checkups, right? Your mother-in-law just wants to check on you, and you're unwilling, so there's some tension. But it's no big deal. If you soften up a little, it'll be fine. Shang Hanglu finally understood. So that was it. There's nothing she can't figure out. She is indeed so wise. It was simply about the young couple not having children for 2 years, and her mother-in-law worrying that she couldn't conceive. So, her mother-in-law wanted her to get checked to see if she could have children, but she was unwilling, leading to a conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Now she understood. At lunch, Gu Wanyu and Shang Hanglu sat in the restaurant. For the meal, there were some vegetables, just the tender tips seasoned lightly with chicken broth, a little shrimp with scrambled eggs, a bit of buttered asparagus and clear stewed beef. The entire table was green and light in flavor. Looks like her mother-in-law didn't really intend to invite her for a meal. Shang Hanglu sat down, said nothing and just quietly ate. After all, Lin Heng was also quiet when eating. But not long after, Gu Wanyu took the lead and said, Louise, last time I was too abrupt, but you need to understand me. You've been married for a long time, and there's been no movement. I'm really worried. Shang Hanglu nodded. I understand. Gu Wanyu then began to give examples. Her friends' children had become grandparents, her other friends had also become grandparents, and the granddaughters of her friends were particularly cute. Then she immediately got to the point. So what about you and Lin Heng? Shang Hanglu lowered her head and ate without saying a word. Well, mother-in-law. This isn't a matter of whether she can have children. It has surpassed the realm of medicine. It's about whether she's the Virgin Mary. Seeing that Shang Hanglu wasn't reacting dramatically, Gu Wanyu asked, "The medical level here is quite advanced. I've already made an appointment with a doctor. Would you like to take some time to see him?" At this moment, Shang Hanglu finally finished her meal. She put down her chopsticks, calmly wiped her mouth like Lin Heng had done earlier. Shang Hanglu said, "I could go, but for efficiency, to make sure it's more scientific and comprehensive, I suggest." "You can say anything, Louise. What can't the Lin family provide for you?" "I suggest that Lin Heng and I go together for the checkup." Shang Hanglu smiled at Gu Wanyu. "You know, infertility isn't just the woman's problem, most of the time. It's actually the man's issue. Don't you think so, Mom?" Chapter 29. Shang Hanglu completely understands why Mrs. Lin would get so upset. This child's inability to conceive isn't just her problem, so why is all the pressure being put on her? They've even scheduled a test. Rich and powerful women like Mrs. Gu are always scheming, and there's even more tension between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. The hidden implication of this action is clear. If you can have a child, then do it. If you can't, get lost. Mrs. Lin probably isn't planning to leave, so the test that Gu Wanyu arranged is definitely not something she'll go for. If the test results show everything is fine, that's one thing, but if they reveal there's a problem, won't that be like falling into a pit? No wonder there's a conflict between Gu Wanyu and Mrs. Lin. After all, this move was bound to cause one. However, Shang Hanglu isn't afraid. What's there to be afraid of? Not only is she not afraid, she welcomes it. After all, it won't affect her alimony. Shang Hanglu says whatever comes to her mind and expresses herself freely. A test? Sure. According to statistics, in cases of infertility in the country, it's mostly due to male infertility, while the female partner's health is usually fine. And looking at Lin Heng, who smokes mint cigarettes and is suspected of having erectile dysfunction. Yes, she's implying that it's not her body that's the problem, but Lin Heng's. Let's all get tested, haha. After confronting Gu Wanyu, Shang Hanglu felt quite pleased with her depth and wisdom. She was proud of her quick wit, confident it would result in a double-edged effect. Gu Wanyu must be furious. She'll definitely report to Lin Heng. It's tough to get along with a mother-in-law in high society. Haha, I'm so clever. Shang Hanglu was eagerly waiting for the storm her mother-in-law would unleash. But after waiting and waiting, Gu Wanyu suspiciously asked, "Really?" Shang Hanglu wasn't sure what to say and replied, "Really?" Then Gu Wanyu stopped eating and Shang Hanglu suspected it was because she couldn't eat. Gu Wanyu started making a phone call. The call was answered quickly, and Gu Wanyu spoke in English fast and fluent, with medical terminology mixed in. Soon the call ended. Gu Wanyu put down her phone, let out a deep breath and looked at Shang Hanglu. Shang Hanglu was nervous on the outside but smug on the inside. "Come on, let the angry barrage of gunfire come at me." "Louise, I just called my health consultant," Gu Wanyu said. "I consulted her, and she said there are many reasons why young couples can't conceive. If we're considering physical functions, then assuming the problem lies solely with the woman is indeed a deep-rooted prejudice." Gu Wanyu continued, drinking some water. "So, Louise, I've been biased against you in this matter. Fortunately, you reminded me, and I've already arranged a checkup for both of you with my consultant. I'll encourage Edmund to go too." That was the sound of Shang Hanglu accidentally spraying water. Cough, cough, cough. That was the sound of Shang Hanglu choking after spraying water. Lin Heng's cleanliness obsession came from Gu Wanyu. This water spraying action was very much disliked by Gu Wanyu. But Gu Wanyu forced herself to stay calm, suppressing the urge to leave, and instead said to Shang Hanglu, "Louise, my advice is that you and Lin Heng should get checked if you have any issues." Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. Should she loudly protest, "I'm not sick. Something doesn't feel right." Then maybe say, "I'm sick." That doesn't feel right either. For the first time, Shang Hanglu was at a loss for words when it came to confronting someone. She stood there, stunned. However, she neither warned Lin Heng nor informed him beforehand, which led to not only her but also Lin Heng, whose expression turned blank at the dinner table. Shang Hanglu felt a huge sense of comfort psychologically. She looked at Lin Heng like a comrade in arms. "Big brother, I really tried my best." Yes, to drag Lin Heng down with her. Who knows how hard she worked? Lin Heng shot her a sharp look. But he didn't immediately respond. Later, after returning to his room from the study, Lin Heng told her, "No need for the checkup." Shang Hanglu lay in bed pretending to sleep. "I'm not here, I'm not here, I'm not here. I'm asleep, I'm asleep, I'm asleep. Lin Heng won't come and blame me, won't come and blame me, won't come and blame me. After all, Mr. Lin is not some kind of monster." Sure enough, the room grew quiet. Then her cheek started to hurt. Shang Hanglu, in her heart, scrunched up her face. "Teacher, someone is bullying me here." On the outside, she was pretending to be Sleeping Beauty. Mr. Lin seemed a bit annoyed and coldly said, "Stop pretending to sleep." "No, I'm already pretending this far. I'm definitely not getting up." Shang Hanglu firmly clutched her blanket and started snoring. Hoo. She was doing it on purpose, practically putting a label on herself. "Look, I'm asleep." Lin Heng was furious. He said, "Although the appointment was cancelled, I can arrange your checkup anytime, just for you." The next second, Shang Hanglu sat upright on the bed, her hair a mess but her eyes were clear. Pretentious Shang Hanglu said, "If you have any instructions, just tell me." Lin Heng. Shang Hanglu put on a business smile. Lin Heng. Shang Hanglu. "Are you going to speak? Or should I just go back to sleep?" Lin Heng was too lazy to argue with Shang Hanglu. He said, "I have some work left unfinished and I'll be staying in New York for a few more days. But I've already arranged for your return. Is that okay?" Today Lin Heng was inexplicably tricked. He immediately decided that he couldn't let Louise and his mother be in contact. Shang Hanglu blinked. Lin Heng would stay in New York, and she would return to China. Doesn't this mean she could be all alone at Shanhaiguan, doing whatever she wanted? Shang Hanglu jumped off the bed. "Great! This is perfect." The last two words were forcibly stopped by Shang Hanglu when she saw Lin Heng's cold stare. Shang Hanglu sat back down, pretending to shed a few crocodile tears. Shang Hanglu blinked. "Hubby, I'll miss you." Lin Heng. "I'd be a fool to believe you." Shang Hanglu returned to China. Before she even got back, her sisters already knew. Shang Hanglu was busy buying souvenirs for her sisters, counting the heads in various WeChat groups. She aimed to spend the most money, buy the most luxurious gifts, and give them to the most people. If she didn't make General Manager Lin spend money, no, that would be embarrassing. Her sisters hadn't seen her in over a week, but honestly it wasn't much of a big deal, since it had been less than half a month. In China, it's common to not see someone for that long since everyone was busy. But they still planned a welcome dinner, so the sisters reserved a private room at the club. Shang Hanglu made her grand entrance with gifts. Then, she was met with a chorus of sympathy from her sisters. "Oh my gosh, Louise, what happened to you?" Shang Hanglu had left with 2 perfectly good legs, but she returned with 1 good leg and 1 in a cast. What happened to her in New York? Shang Hanglu naturally couldn't say this was the result of her own wild actions. She could only say, "It was an accident," and throw in some juicy gossip from the banquet to divert their attention. Sure enough, the sisters started gossiping, and temporarily forgot about Shang Hanglu's leg. As for their seductive and cunning group of women, they had a history of rivalry with the pure and innocent beauty group. Women often gathered together to complain about the other side. Even the rich ladies weren't exempt. Shirwei said, "By the way, I heard some news recently that might make you uncomfortable." When I heard it, I was disgusted. Tell us. Yin Yao just came back from New York, and recently she's been very close with DY. They met up for dinner and talked about some personal matters. But DY actually couldn't stand Yin Yao, thought she was too uptight. She was complaining to one of my sisters, and my sister told me. Gossip usually comes in this form. On the surface, I couldn't stand B, but I wouldn't say anything directly and instead complained behind B's back. But this didn't stop the eager crowd from enjoying the drama. Shang Hanglu was the first to speak up. "What? Tell us more. Remember the rumors about her and Shen Wang? Whether or not they have something going on, I don't know. But this time, Yin Yao has developed some feelings for a man she shouldn't have." Shirwei immediately added, "This isn't made up," she said it herself. One of the sisters, unable to handle the suspense, asked, "Who is it? Stop keeping us in the dark." "This person," Shirwei said mysteriously, "is Louise's husband, Lin Heng." "Wow." The room immediately erupted in shock. A married man. And he's Louise's husband. Then, when you think about it, Shen Wang and Shang Hanglu had been exes, and recently there were rumors of something going on between Yin Yao and Shen Wang. Lin Heng and Shang Hanglu were a married couple, and now Yin Yao said she had some feelings for Lin Heng. Suddenly, Xue Xiaoying said, "Do you all remember how Yin Yao's 2 ex-boyfriends looked and acted?" Everyone looked confused. Xue Xiaoying continued, "Don't you think that Yin Yao's taste in men is quite similar to Louise's?" "Actually, you're right. I think so too." The sisters chattered on, making it seem like Shirwei's gossip was the truth. If it's true, Shang Hanglu actually believed it. Once gossip is passed around once, the likelihood of it getting distorted is low. Besides, Shirwei was part of their close-knit circle, so she had plenty of reliable sources. There was no need to make up rumors about Yin Yao. So, this news was most likely true. Yin Yao had developed some feelings for Lin Heng? Shang Hanglu slammed her hand on the table. Her perfectly done makeup eyes glistened with tears. Her sisters stared at her, stunned. They expected Louise to be angry, but they didn't expect her to be this angry. Could the rumors about Louise and Lin Heng's relationship warming up be true? Shang Hanglu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She thought about the gossip, and the more she thought, the happier she became. The happier she became, the more she thought about it. She couldn't help but slam her hand on the table again. Heaven rewards the diligent. Yin Yao, you finally fell for him. Chapter 30. Shang Hanglu was truly moved at this moment. In this absurd world where the plot doesn't follow the expected script and the characters don't fit their roles, she was the only one, a clever little player, still struggling to piece things together, aiming for the perfect ending of single, and wealthy. This was such a difficult and extraordinary task, comparable to the intricate schemes of a palace drama. The motivational quotes shared on WeChat finally had the effect they were meant to today. Yes, yes, effort will be rewarded. Yes, yes, as long as you work hard, you will definitely succeed. This bowl of chicken soup for the soul. Shang will drink it with respect. However, Shang Hanglu's joyful tears shocked the women around her. They not only didn't think she was happy, but they also thought she was immersed in a dual fire of sadness and anger. The private room fell silent. At that moment, the group of friends didn't know what to say. To be honest, Shang Hanglu wasn't the leader of this vibrant and lowly gang, but she was definitely their typical representative. On the surface, this circle looked high class, but in reality, its intellectual depth was about the same as that of a high school cheerleading squad in the US. They compared appearances, bodies, family backgrounds, education levels, and who was better at socializing. Of course, husbands or boyfriends were also important comparison factors. And they had their own scoring system. After a round of evaluations, they could calculate who the leading figure in this circle was. Mrs. Lin was undoubtedly one of those so-called leading figures. She had good relations with many people in the circle, although there were also people who disliked her, but they could only continue disliking her because, even if they disliked her, they couldn't do anything about it. In such occasions, even if they were just pretending, no one would really make things awkward. Shang Hanglu slammed the table, and after a brief silence, everyone began to indignantly speak up. Too much. This is just being a mistress. No wonder she's so close to Lu Xiaodao. The same type of person. I used to think Yin Yao was all prim and proper, pretending to be a white lotus, but turns out she's just a green tea. The women around her each chimed in. But while saying all of this, they were also observing Shang Hanglu's expression. This time, with Yin Yao and the camp issues, everyone had stronger opinions. But with Lin Heng's conditions, even if his personality was terrible, beautiful women would still be rushing in. This wasn't the first time after all. In the past, Shang Hanglu would have only complained a little, and they all knew her relationship with her husband was rather average. Marriage was essentially just a partnership. Shang Hanglu wasn't at parties or working as a male escort, and in private, she was much wilder than Lin Heng. She had no time to worry about lipstick stains on her husband's shirt. So what made her change her attitude now? They were talking bad about Yin Yao but thinking about Lin Heng and Shang Hanglu's relationship in their minds. Even if they thought like this, they wouldn't ask outright. Instead, they tried to comfort her, saying, "Louise, don't be sad, don't be angry. There will be opportunities to deal with her." Shang Hanglu was confused. Who said she was sad? She was incredibly happy. She was so happy she almost wanted to set off fireworks. Shang Hanglu wasn't planning to hide it. After all, this was her sisterhood, and they all knew her relationship with Mr. Lin was more like plastic. She wiped away her tears with a tissue and said, "I'm not sad, really, I don't care about these things. How could Yin Yao make me unhappy?" Yes, she didn't make her unhappy. Because right now, Yin Yao was her little source of happiness. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the room fell silent again. Logically and emotionally, even if a marriage is purely transactional, such things still cause unhappiness. Because it doesn't affect feelings but it affects interests. So how could Shang Hanglu be happy? The women soon realized. Louise is definitely putting on a brave front. 2 or 3 of the friends who were really close to Shang Hanglu got angry. They stopped cursing Yin Yao and began to scold Lin Heng. Their logic was simple. Because relationships are mutual, if Yin Yao was acting this flamboyantly, it must be because she encountered something and got involved with Lin Heng. Lin Heng must have given her unnecessary signals. Shirui said. How could Lin Heng be so careless? It seems like all men are the same, filthy. Shang Hanglu was stunned. Careless? Mr. Lin's impotency, and you want him to still be careful? Shui Xiaoying said. Yeah, the red flag at home is still flying, while outside there are colorful flags fluttering. He's calling it brother and sister, bosom friends, and doesn't even feel embarrassed. It's really disgusting. No. Lin Heng becoming the one at fault wouldn't make her get more money. And maybe if Mr. Lin got furious and hired a top lawyer, she would be the one who got screwed. Shang Hanglu decided to defend Lin Heng's reputation. You're misunderstanding. I'm not upset, and it has nothing to do with Lin Heng. No, don't say anything. Sister, when did you become such a self-sacrificing, submissive woman? I feel so sorry for you. Were you pretending to care about me before? Shang Hanglu was really angry. No, don't act like this. I promise, Lin Heng didn't have anything going on with Yin Yao. No brother-sister thing, no bosom friends. Even if there was, it would be in the future. If it's happening now, she would go crazy with joy. I really can't listen to this anymore. Shui Xiaoying said. How can you be so sure? Are you watching Lin Heng 24/7? Shang Hanglu had no reply. Am I opening my eyes to the truth? Are you implying that it's Yin Yao who seduced Lin Heng, and that Lin Heng is blameless? Shirwei retorted sharply. Wasn't it you who used to hate this kind of reasoning? Didn't you always say that when a scumbag cheats, both the scumbag and the mistress should be punished equally? I. Shang Hanglu stammered. She couldn't exactly say they were wrong, but she couldn't say they were right either. Shirwei and Shui Xiaoying spoke in unison. You're still defending Lin Heng? Look what he's done to you, Louise. What kind of potion has he poisoned you with? Shang Hanglu. Okay, the more she tried to explain, the worse it got. She chose to stay silent. Was it not fine to keep quiet? 2 days later, Lin Heng returned from New York. Shirwei was also at the airport. She had been on vacation abroad, and while waiting for her flight, she just happened to run into Lin Heng. It would have been fine if they hadn't crossed paths, but once they did, Shirwei became furious. Look at this man. This refined beast, this man of hypocrisy. What exactly has he done to their direct and lovable Louise? Shirwei was boiling with anger as she stepped forward to confront Lin Heng. But she was stopped by a bodyguard. The burly man had a fierce look and was obviously not someone to mess with. Shirwei wasn't unfamiliar with bodyguards, but she'd never seen one this intimidating. She immediately felt a little apprehensive. But an angry woman isn't one to back down. Shirwei called out to Lin Heng. He looked over. At first he didn't recognize her, and even the second time he still didn't remember. But he did recall seeing her around Shang Hanglu quite often. Lin Heng walked over, signaling for the bodyguard to relax. Lin Heng didn't know exactly what Shirwei wanted to say, but he certainly didn't expect her to immediately begin criticizing him. Shirwei said, You're something, aren't you? Go to New York and what do? What kind of potion did you give Louise? Don't think that everyone doesn't know what you've been up to. Yes, Louise defends you and so does Yin Yao, but everyone has their eyes open. Love doesn't happen with just one hand clapping. If it wasn't for you, would Yin Yao be behaving like this? Lin Heng's face was emotionless. He seemed to be in a bad mood. In truth, he was still processing what Shirwei was saying, completely confused. Seeing his expression, Shirwei was even more certain of her assumptions. She said, Before, you and Louise weren't exactly close, but at least you gave each other space and that was fine. I really don't understand. If you don't love Louise and you're only hurting her, then why would you make her fall in love with you again? Lin Heng remained emotionless. Shirwei was starting to feel a little uneasy because of his no expression and the intimidating bodyguard behind him. Her impulsive anger faded, and she pretended to stay calm as she said, Anyway, take care of yourself. After putting on her act, she quickly shook her hair and left. Lin Heng, on the other hand, stayed where he was, still expressionless. Or perhaps he was just stunned. Forget about Yin Yao, that wasn't important. Louise fell in love with him again? Fell in love again? When did she first fall for him? And when did she fall for him the second time? Lin Heng took off his glasses and wiped them with a handkerchief. He wondered to himself, was he blind? Lin Heng had initially planned to go back to the apartment near M&E since he had an important meeting the next morning, and it was more convenient for commuting. But now he changed his mind and decided to head back to Shanhaiguan instead. At this moment, Lin Heng couldn't quite explain what he was feeling. But one thing was certain. He wanted to see Shang Hanglu. He didn't have any clear reason for it, but he felt that if he saw her now, maybe some of the doubts that had piled up earlier could be resolved. The drive took an hour, and even the mighty CEO couldn't do anything about the traffic jam. When Lin Heng arrived at home, the butler had already been informed of his arrival, so despite it being late at night, the lights in the villa were still on. Lin Heng entered the house and took off his suit jacket. It was summer, and even though the air conditioning in the car and house was set to a constant 21 degrees, Lin Heng still felt hot from rushing, and the jacket felt stuffy. Lin Heng asked Marilyn, Where's Louise? Marilyn replied, Madam just left in the car. She said she'd be a little late tonight. It was already past 11, and she had just left not long ago, but hadn't said exactly why she'd be late. Lin Heng remembered the excitement he had seen when he told Shang Hanglu to go back to China. He took out his phone and dialed Shang Hanglu's number. Marilyn timidly asked, Sir, do you need to talk to Madam about something? Lin Heng heard her and pursed his lips, not replying. Marilyn didn't dare ask again. The first call went unanswered. He dialed again, and this time the call was picked up quickly. Shang Hanglu's voice was faint as she said, "Shoo! How dare you answer the phone?" Then came the sound of the call ending. Lin Heng stared at the phone screen as the call ended and the screen automatically returned to the dialer page. If he wasn't mistaken, the voice he had just heard was a man's voice. In the middle of the night, a strange man in Shang Hanglu, he didn't know where, telling her to be quiet and saying, "How dare you answer the phone?" Lin Heng. Chapter 31:8. Shang Hanglu had just returned and, despite her leg being in a cast, went straight to work at Yunshur. Even though Yunsher's office had nothing in it, she still insisted on going. And she made quite a fuss about it. Because of her cast, she had Marilyn buy her cushions, blankets, and all sorts of things, transforming the office into a rest lounge. Despite her apparent dramatics, her colleagues, who could see the state of her office, didn't gossip behind her back. Instead, they all gave her sincere greetings. Well, whether they were truly sincere was another matter. Maybe it was just because they had all accepted her generosity, and they didn't dare question, why exactly was this pampered heiress coming to work from 9 to 5 every day? When Shang Hanglu first arrived, she had given them a reason. With a delicate demeanor reminiscent of Lin Dayu from Dream of the Red Chamber, she gently touched her forehead, sighing wistfully. "You see, I have no friends and life at home is terribly boring. It's suffocating. I'd probably fall ill from idleness. So I thought coming to work would make my life feel fuller and more meaningful." And somehow, this group of ordinary office workers, whose salaries were at most 20,000 a month, actually believed her. They bought into the idea that Shang Hanglu came to work in search of the meaning of life. Among them, only one person saw through it all. Silently, he mocked. "You guys, earning an average of 10,000 a month, actually feel sorry for a billionaire heiress who will inherit a fortune in the billions?" Heh. And the only clear-headed person in the room was Shang Hanglu. Unfortunately, Shang Hanglu had neither the right nor the freedom to speak his mind. As soon as he returned from Long Island, New York, fresh off the plane, he was unceremoniously sent back to his dormitory. What a tragedy. Oh. Truth be told, before she transmigrated into this book's world, Shang Hanglu didn't like working either. And even after transmigrating, her dislike for work hadn't lessened in the slightest. She hadn't come to Yunshur with her cast-covered leg to gain sympathy. She had no choice but to come. She had wanted to see Yunshur's financial reports for a while. But if just anyone could access them, wouldn't that be a disaster? She had two options. Either seize real power in the company, allowing her to view whatever she wanted, or steal the documents. The first option? Let's not make life too hard for herself. By the time she actually gained real power, the opportunity would be long gone. So, she was left with the second option. Last week, she had to fly to New York for Lin Maoxian's 60th birthday, which delayed her plans. When she returned, she used the excuse of sending souvenirs to her colleagues to casually chat with a few girls in the finance department over WeChat. A few of them mentioned that Yunshur was about to have a company retreat, a 2-day, 1-night trip to a 5-star resort in the countryside. To ensure business continuity, the employees were divided into 2 groups. But even so, the number of people in the office would be significantly reduced. The security systems would remain unchanged, but there would be fewer eyes and ears around. And right before holidays or company events, employees tended to slack off and lower their guard. After considering everything, Shang Hanglu decided that this was a great opportunity. So, the day the first group left for the retreat, she made her move. Since she had been preparing for this for a while, there wasn't much to do during the day. She left work as usual and went home. Then, after a while, without telling Marilyn her whereabouts, she took a car back to the company. Shang Hanglu had an access pass to the building. As an honorary, non-working airborne executive, she could go to any floor without restriction. The only thing she couldn't access was the location of classified documents. But that didn't matter. Because before she left work today, she had already swiped an employee badge from one of the finance girls. Tomorrow, she'd just have to find a way to return it. She took the elevator up. The office building at night was eerily quiet, making the heavy mechanical sounds of the elevator even more unsettling. A cold wind blew through the halls, and Shang Hanglu couldn't help but get goosebumps. Ding! The elevator arrived. She wheeled herself out, maneuvering her electric wheelchair toward the finance office. Located deep within this floor, the finance office was usually quiet even during the day. Now, standing at the hallway entrance and looking down to the end, under the fluorescent lights, the office was an empty, dark void. It looked haunted. Shang Hanglu, feeling a little guilty about sneaking around, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She rubbed her arms, trying to smooth down the goosebumps, but it didn't work. Staring at the dark abyss ahead, she was suddenly disappointed in herself. Afraid? Afraid of what? She had grown up immersed in Marxism and scientific materialism. How could she believe in ghosts? She wasn't scared. After all, the red scarf she wore as a child was dyed with the blood of fallen revolutionaries. Clearing her throat, she decided to sing for courage. Arise, ye who refuse to be slaves. Yes, she was singing the national anthem. Humming the melody off-key, Shang Hanglu wheeled herself confidently across the hallway. At least now she wasn't scared. Her mind was too busy trying to remember the next lyrics. What came after the most dangerous moment? She couldn't remember. Her sense of national pride took a hit. She arrived at the finance office. Still fuming over her memory lapse, she angrily swiped the badge. Angrily entered the office. Angrily turned on the computer. Angrily copied the documents. Everything she did was fueled by anger, because she still couldn't remember the national anthem's lyrics. The data transfer reached 80%. Victory was near. Just then, she heard the sound of a door opening from the neighboring office. Footsteps. Someone was coming. Panic surged through her. Who the hell was this? And, was it even a person? A chill ran down her back. She quickly turned off the screen and hid behind a desk, squeezing her eyes shut. Why close her eyes if she was already hiding? Because she wanted to look but was too scared to. She forced herself to peek through a tiny slit. A figure entered, backlit by the hallway lights. She couldn't make out any features, just a tall, shadowy silhouette with no face. Shang Hanglu. Was it a person or a ghost? Before she could freak out, her phone suddenly vibrated. The glow from the screen cast an eerie light on her face. The shadowy figure yelped and stumbled backward, slamming into the glass door with a loud thud. Then a trembling voice cried, "Who are you? Are you human or a ghost?" Shang Hanglu. Oh, come on. That voice. Wasn't it her idiot little brother? And just like that, she wasn't scared anymore. Chapter 32. A second before, Shang Hanglu really thought that this little fool, Shang Hangyu, had suddenly stopped being a fool. Had he figured out her intentions? Wasn't this how it always went in TV dramas? Those young masters who seemed stupid and reckless were actually just pretending, hiding their true abilities so they wouldn't be seen as threats in the family inheritance battle. Then, Shang Hangyu lived up to her expectations. When it came to being a fool, there was no such thing as hiding his abilities. Not in this lifetime. He truly was the original, purebred, brainless younger brother who once embezzled company funds. And yet, he sneaked into the finance department in the middle of the night, only to steal reimbursement slips and company stamps? If he was going to use the company's account, he would still need approval from leadership. How much could he possibly claim without signatures? Not even enough to pay off a credit card bill, let alone buy 2 handkerchiefs to wipe away her crocodile tears. At that moment, Shang Hanglu was at a loss for words. Shang Hangyu, however, was convinced that Shang Hanglu had snuck in with ill intentions. Seeing her silence, he assumed she was guilty and boldly held up 5 fingers. This amount? 50,000? Or 500,000? It couldn't possibly be 50 million. If bribing him cost 50 million, she'd rather get caught. As she tried to guess the number, she fell silent again, pursing her lips with an expression that showed her patience was running thin. Shang Hangyu suddenly felt a little uncertain, but he quickly toughened up. Just $5,000. Not even enough for you to buy a pair of shoes, and look at you hesitating. Why are you being so stingy with me lately? Am I not your biological brother? Shang Hanglu answered matter-of-factly, to be honest, no, you're not. And for once she was telling the truth. Shang Hanglu. Shang Hanglu frowned. And $5,000? You can't squeeze 5,000 out of anywhere else? You're actually asking me for 5,000? How are you not embarrassed? Are you that broke? I am that broke. Shang Hangyu shot back immediately. Shang Hanglu. You treat me like those evil stepsisters in Cinderella. If I ask for more, you wouldn't give it to me anyway, right? Shang Hangyu cried, putting on an exaggerated display of heartbreak. Crocodile tears, a signature trait of their family. So, if you're going to bribe me, this is the amount. Not a cent less. Absolutely not. My dignity is already suffering an extreme insult. Shang Hanglu was speechless. A rich young master, throwing a tantrum over $5,000. Alright, maybe not just a tantrum. The kid was really down bad. She reached out and patted his shoulder. But don't you think accepting this 5,000 would be an even bigger insult to your dignity as a young master? Shang Hangyu tilted his head. I don't care. That would be an insult from money, not from you. I'm willing to be insulted by money. Well, this guy actually had a way with words. Shang Hanglu looked at him with newfound interest. Maybe making him live in the dorms and work a real job was having an effect. She silently extended his sentence in her mind. She transferred the money and took her USB drive ready to leave. Shang Hanglu followed her out, but instead of letting her take the elevator, he grabbed her arm. Sis, what exactly did you come here to copy? So secretive, sneaking around like some kind of spy. What could Yunsher possibly have that you don't already have access to? If you needed something, couldn't you just have them deliver it to your desk? Shang Hanglu glanced at him. Shang Hanglu, despite being tall and good-looking, somehow always gave off a fluffy, silly vibe. Like a penguin. Not a cute emperor penguin chick, though. More like a king penguin, one of those oversized giant kiwi-looking goofballs. Shang Hanglu replied coldly. Didn't I just bribe you? Shut up. But yeah, you bribed me to keep quiet, not to not know what you copied. In fact, because you bribed me, that means you can tell me everything. This logic. It actually made perfect sense. And it came from Shang Hanglu of all people. Shang Hanglu quickly reached out and touched his forehead. No fever. Shang Hanglu. She sighed dramatically. Hanglu, some people are meant to use their brains and some aren't. Since you're not, maybe you should stop. What if you overheat and damage it? Shang Hanglu. Enough. Stop the personal attacks. Just let me see it. Their sibling bickering was nothing new. Shang Hanglu instinctively refused. No. Shang Hanglu. Show me. Shang Hanglu. No way. Shang Hanglu. If you don't, I'll just grab it. She almost shot back with another refusal, but then for once she actually thought it through. The Shang family had 2 kids. Unlike the Xiaos, there was no inheritance battle. So why was she the only one carrying the burden of Yunsher's financial crisis? She wasn't the type to suffer alone just to shield her family. Shang Hanglu had both an obligation and a responsibility to share this burden. She handed him the USB drive and changed her tune in an instant. All right, take a look. Shang Hanglu. His sister suddenly not being stubborn felt so wrong. Should he go check online? Maybe ask on a forum? Urgent, need answers ASAP. His curiosity won out, and he took the USB back to his office. Inside, only a desk lamp and his computer were on. No wonder she hadn't noticed he was here earlier. He plugged in the drive and quickly figured out what was inside. Financial reports. Executive summaries. A bunch of messy, complicated data. He frowned. What do you need this for? Shang Hanglu replied. I'm going to have a professional look at it and assess the situation. Her field of study had nothing to do with accounting, and though she had been self-studying finance during work hours, it was just the basics. She believed in letting experts handle expert matters, it was more efficient that way. But Shang Hanglu? He could actually read financial reports. He had always been raised by the Shang family according to the standards of a future successor. The more he looked at the reports, the heavier his expression became. He couldn't help but ask, our business was doing fine last year, so why did the bank reject our financing request? Shang Hanglu shrugged. How would I know? Shang Hanglu frowned. The 5G project is definitely the way forward. We need money to develop it, but isn't this a dead cycle? Shang Hanglu shrugged again. How would I know what to do? Perhaps because Shang Hanglu had always been the one making decisions, Shang Hanglu had this belief that she should know everything and be able to handle any problem. At this moment, Shang Hanglu truly felt fear for the future. He recalled what his sister had said back at the police station about the survival rate of companies. Lowering his eyes, his long eyelashes trembled slightly, revealing his concern. Sister, what should we do? This time Shang Hanglu didn't just shrug. She stepped forward, motioning for Shang Hanglu to lower his head, then ruffled his hair. Since we've found the problem, we'll solve it. There will be a way. There will always be a way. As she said this, it sounded like she was comforting Shang Hanglu, but also like she was reassuring herself. Shang Hanglu fell silent, his eyelashes drooping. He finally said, you're right. There will be a way. I'll think of something. At that moment, Shang Hanglu suddenly felt that her brother wasn't so useless after all. Seeing him take responsibility in a crisis, she was just a little bit moved. In the silent office building, Shang Hanglu suddenly looked up and asked, then can I stop staying in the dorm and go home instead? No. Shang Hanglu was deeply moved, then immediately rejected him. Shang Hanglu. It was getting late. The siblings went their separate ways, and before parting, Shang Hanglu repeatedly emphasized that tonight's events should not be mentioned to anyone in the company to avoid unnecessary panic. Shang Hanglu nodded enthusiastically, indicating he understood. When Shang Hanglu returned to the Shanghai View Villa, she noticed the house was unusually dim. Even when she came home late from gatherings with friends, there was always someone waiting for her. It was never this dark. As soon as she stepped inside, Marilyn quickly came up to her and said, Madam, the master is back. Then she gave Shang Hanglu a meaningful look, trying to pass on some information. But Shang Hanglu felt nothing at all, because she had nothing to hide. If she had been at the Huanlong Club tonight, maybe she'd feel a little guilty. But she had only gone to the company, and the only man by her side was her own younger brother, who was kind of an idiot. What was there to be nervous about? Besides, what was there to be afraid of with Lin Heng? A man who was scared of fluffy animals? The next second Lin Heng appeared. He walked out of the bedroom, already changed into his pajamas, looking relaxed. But his aura was sharper than ever. Shang Hanglu suddenly felt a chill down her spine. But she quickly reminded herself, what am I afraid of? Lin Heng approached her unhurriedly and asked, "You're back." Their words overlapped as Shang Hanglu also asked, "You're back." Silence. Well, that was obvious. Lin Heng immediately asked again, "Where were you just now? Why didn't you answer my call?" Shang Hanglu frowned. Was she being paranoid, or was Lin Heng checking up on her? Wait a minute, weren't they supposed to be a superficial couple? She looked at Lin Heng again. His expression was neutral. He still had that face that was charming yet always cold, giving off an air of restraint. He really didn't seem like a jealous husband. Shang Hanglu had a sudden realization. Right, not every man gets excited by NTR scenarios. For the sake of her billions, Shang Hanglu decided not to play any tricks this time. She answered honestly, "I was at Yunshi. The one who grabbed my phone earlier was Shang Hangyu. Didn't you recognize his voice?" No. Because the man who had hung up earlier had deliberately altered his voice, Lin Heng hadn't recognized it. Lin Heng didn't say anything, just looked at her. Shang Hanglu could tell what he meant. He really hadn't recognized the voice. She pulled out her phone and dialed Shang Hangyu. "Why ask me? If you want to know, ask Shang Hangyu directly." She put the call on speaker and placed her phone on the table, exuding confidence. Shang Hangyu quickly answered. Shang Hanglu spoke on Lin Heng's behalf. "Shang Hangyu, tell me. Was I with you at Yunshi just now? Your brother-in-law wants to know." Brother-in-law. Shang Hanglu thought Lin Heng would feel awkward and remain silent. But to her surprise he answered straightforwardly. "Yes. Hangyu, good evening." Shang Hangyu was dumbfounded on the other end. What was this situation? Brother-in-law asking if he was with his sister? He wasn't some secret lover, why ask him that? Shang Hangyu didn't answer immediately. He ran the question through his head and quickly realized. Could it be that his brother-in-law saw the USB drive and figured out that they had stolen the financial reports tonight? Yes. His sister had emphasized this. It must not be revealed. So Shang Hangyu firmly said, "No, I've been in my dorm the whole time. I wasn't with my sister." Upon hearing this, Lin Heng turned to Shang Hanglu and raised an eyebrow. Shang Hanglu stared at her phone in disbelief. Wait, what? Chapter 33. Shang Hangyu? Shang Hanglu's voice changed tone. Originally, she had the confidence of go ahead and investigate. Let's see what you can even find. But with Shang Hangyu's so-called clever interference, she was now in a full-blown panic. She could accept becoming an abandoned wife. That aligned with the original story. It would even allow her to be rich and single. Perfect, no problem at all. But she absolutely could not be labeled a cheating woman. If President Lin hired a top-notch lawyer, wouldn't she end up losing everything, down to her underwear? Even though she wasn't actually a cheater. But this. Shang Hangyu's so-called clever maneuvering had completely thrown Shang Hanglu into chaos. A rush of blood surged through her veins, and a cold sweat broke out all over her back. She glanced at Lin Heng sitting across the table. He had been looking at his phone, but now he slightly lifted his gaze. His eyes were as cold as water. Shang Hanglu's heart turned ice cold. Her hot sweat turned into cold sweat. She shivered. Meanwhile, Shang Hangyu was feeling quite pleased with himself. Wow, he was so clever. Look, his brother-in-law was so sharp. He must have figured out that his sister had stolen financial reports. His sister must have lied to him. Well, in that case he had to cover up for her properly. Big sis, why are you calling me? Weren't we just together a moment ago? Shang Hangyu. Get over here this instant. Shang Hanglu was so furious that the veins on her forehead twitched. Immediately. Right now. At once. Shang Hangyu sensed that something was wrong. Wait. His sister hadn't stolen Eminy's financial reports. If she had stolen Yunshi's and gotten caught by his brother-in-law, so what? Something wasn't adding up? Did you hear me? Shang Hanglu continued to roar in rage. Shang Hangyu, without thinking, blurted out. It's already midnight. You live in the Villa District. How am I supposed to get there? You want to send someone to pick me up or reimburse my taxi fare? Shang Hanglu. A dignified young master of Yunshi, and he was this stingy now? She was speechless. Fine, I'll reimburse you. Just get over here. Though their testimonies had conflicted, Lin Heng's suspicions unexpectedly eased at this moment. Shang Hanglu and Shang Hangyu had always had a close sibling relationship. something rare among wealthy families. If they had colluded in advance, Shang Hanglu wouldn't have made the mistake of calling Shang Hanglu herself just now. And if Shang Hanglu had truly been somewhere else and wanted Shang Hanglu to cover for her, he definitely would have. Between his sister, family, and his brother-in-law, an outsider, his choice would be obvious. So why had Shang Hanglu lied instead? Most likely for the same reason that Shang Hanglu had been vague earlier. Lin Heng leaned back on the sofa, interlocking his fingers over his knee. He asked, "Where were you, and why didn't you answer my calls?" Shang Hanglu only replied that she had been with Shang Hanglu at Yunshi, carefully avoiding any mention of what she had been doing. This was a classic technique, being deliberately vague while still answering the question. And it was effective. It implied that she wasn't hiding who she was with, but rather what she had done. So Shang Hanglu's lie, claiming they weren't together, must have been for the same purpose, to cover up what she had done. Lin Heng concluded. Hanglu is right. He's staying in the dorms, so it's inconvenient for him to come over now. We'll talk tomorrow. Shang Hanglu's ears perked up. Key detail, Lin Heng had said, talk tomorrow, not drop it. That meant the crisis was not over. What Shang Hanglu couldn't figure out was, sometimes President Lin seemed absolutely disgusted by NTR situations, and other times he acted like he didn't care at all. So, did he care or not? She wheeled herself closer, stopping right across from Lin Heng. She stared at his face, looked again, and again. She rubbed her eyes, then looked again. Lin Heng's face was still Lin Heng's face. His gold-rimmed glasses were still the same gold-rimmed glasses. His poker face was still that same poker face. Nope, she couldn't tell. President Lin's thoughts were like needles at the bottom of the sea. Impossible to grasp. But she absolutely could not gamble with her ultimate goal. Single and wealthy with billions in her bank account. She made up her mind. Let him come over. Let's clear things up so you don't misunderstand. Lin Heng was slightly surprised at Shang Hanglu's frankness. Earlier, her confrontational approach had been fueled by anger over being wrongfully accused. But now she was genuinely open. Lin Heng raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his gaze. You're afraid I'd misunderstand? Shang Hanglu nodded matter-of-factly. Of course I'm afraid you'd misunderstand. If Lin Heng misunderstood, would there be any good outcome for her? She had figured it out by now, she was destined to be dumped. And yet, she still had to worry about whether Lin Heng wouldn't dump her, forcing her into a fate where she could only rely on her billions for company. What a difficult life. So tragic. She'd probably cry herself awake in her sleep. Lin Heng let out a soft oh and said nothing more. Shang Hanglu remained sitting in front of him. Silence. More silence. Even more silence. They continued to look at each other in silence. Shang Hanglu appeared calm, but inside she was a mess. Lin Heng was still the same Lin Heng. His thoughts unreadable. Shang Hanglu was calculating in her mind, wondering just how high Lin Heng's imaginary green hat value had soared. Normally, she didn't care about Lin Heng's affection level, but when it came to the matter of putting a green hat on him, she had no choice but to be concerned. Shang Hanglu asked, "Do you want a divorce?" She had no idea that Lin Heng had already figured out everything with just a few clues. So she asked cautiously. Lin Heng glanced at her. Seeing her looking uneasy yet trying to suppress it, Lin Heng thought, was she afraid he'd misunderstand and ask for a divorce? Did that mean? Lin Heng asked, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Shang Hanglu didn't answer. A brief silence. Lin Heng immediately responded, but I can give you an answer. For now. Then gurgle. Shang Hanglu's stomach growled. She had been so focused on stealing the financial reports earlier that she was too nervous to eat dinner. You were saying? Shang Hanglu asked curiously. Bring a late-night snack. Lin Heng raised his hand and called for the servant. The topic was cut off. Shang Hanglu glared at her own stomach. You useless thing. I don't know you anymore. 2 portions. She turned her frustration into hunger. Lin Heng sighed. I can't eat much, but I'll accompany you. Shang Hanglu scratched her cheek. I meant, I need 2 portions for myself. Lin Heng. Shang Hanglu continued guiltily. Actually make it 3? No need. President Lin crossed his arms and rejected her coldly. When Shang Hanglu was hungry, she felt like she could eat a whole cow. In reality, she only managed 1.5 portions. Since wasting food was bad, the other half was finished by the same cold-hearted President Lin who had just said, no need. After they finished eating, Shang Hanglu arrived. On the way over, his brain finally started working. The more he thought about it, the more he realized something was off. Think about it, middle of the night, his sister didn't come home, her husband called, and a man answered the phone. Even though their marriage was kind of plastic. Could it be? Had his brother-in-law misunderstood that his sister was cheating? And what did he just do? What did he just do? Even if his sister had cheated, he should have helped cover for her, let alone the fact that she hadn't. Sitting in the car, the more Shang Hanglu thought, the more he regretted it. By the time he arrived and saw Lin Heng and Shang Hanglu sitting silently on opposite ends of the sofa, the atmosphere tense, his heart dropped in fear. Fear that his sister was about to skin him alive. Shang Hanglu shouted, "Brother-in-law, my sister was with me just now. We were at the company. You have to believe me, she absolutely wasn't cheating. Seriously." Lin Heng and Shang Hanglu turned their heads. Lin Heng's expression remained unchanged. Shang Hanglu, on the other hand, was shaking with fury. Just a moment ago he had provided an alibi, and now he was immediately overturning it. On top of that he said, she absolutely wasn't cheating. Which sounded a lot like, I swear she totally did cheat. This idiot little brother. Was he here to clarify things or to make them worse? Shang Hanglu forced a smile. Say that again, I dare you? Shang Hanglu. My sister really was with me. She wasn't cheating. Silence filled the room. Shang Hanglu was so mad she laughed. I was threatening you, not asking you to repeat it. Shang Hanglu. His sister's instructions were too hard to understand. Online request for an IQ upgrade. Urgent. For once Lin Heng, the usually domineering CEO, played the role of peacemaker. Alright, I know you were at Yunsher, Lin Heng said. From what I know, Yunsher is currently having a company retreat, and business isn't very busy. So, it's unlikely you were working overtime for business reasons this late. Then what exactly were you two doing? Since Shang Hanglu had sworn on his sister's innocence, his credibility was at stake. He couldn't go back on his word. With the spirit of a martyr, he lifted his chin and said, I'm not telling you. Shang Hanglu was surprised. Was Lin Heng really this easy to fool when it came to green hat matters? Then she hesitated. But, the financial report thing. The reports were a small matter, but billions of dollars were a big deal. Besides, she had kept it from Yunsher's people to avoid alerting certain figures. Lin Heng wasn't related to Yunsher anyway. Fine, she might as well tell him. Shang Hanglu made a snap decision. She pulled a USB drive from her pocket and said, I went to copy the financial reports. Then she handed the USB drive to Lin Heng. Sis? Shang Hanglu's voice cracked. Didn't you say not to tell anyone? What kind of traitor move is this? But out of everyone present, Shang Hanglu had the least say in this matter. Lin Heng asked a servant to bring his laptop and immediately started looking through the files. There wasn't just the financial report. Shang Hanglu had also compiled a bunch of other data. When Shang Hanglu had glanced at it earlier, he had only caught part of the report. Lin Heng, however, was fast. While not quite speed reading, he could take in 5 or 6 lines at a time. And unlike Shang Hanglu, who was just as in training, Lin Heng was a full-fledged president. There was a fundamental difference in their abilities. He quickly found something suspicious. The venture capital firms rejecting the funding request. It's odd, Lin Heng said calmly. Right now, 5G projects are highly favored by investors. In my opinion, it's not that the business isn't good enough. Someone might be deliberately trying to discredit Yunsher. Wow. So much data, and he found a key issue this quickly. No wonder he's rich. Lin Heng closed the laptop for now. I'll take a closer look tomorrow and ask around to see what's going on. Oh. That sense of security. Shang Hanglu suddenly felt confident about avoiding bankruptcy. She scooted closer and wrapped her arms around Lin Heng's arm, fawning, Hubby, you're amazing. Lin Heng adjusted his glasses. Suddenly, he felt a little pleased. Then Shang Hanglu sat down on Lin Heng's other side and grabbed his other arm. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Lin Heng. With a blank expression, Lin Heng coldly pulled his arm away and silently pushed Shang Hanglu aside. Shang Hanglu. Rejected. What did I do wrong? Chapter 34. Lin Heng remembered how he met Shang Hanglu. Not just a brief encounter in passing, but the first time they actually spoke. It was hard to forget. At a banquet. More precisely, it was an event where 80% of the attendees were single men and women. A large-scale matchmaking gathering disguised under a grand-sounding title. A charity gala. A perfect excuse to raise funds while also playing matchmaker, 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Heng had, accidentally ended up there. Of course, President Lin would never admit he had been tricked into attending. Just like he would never admit that he was actually afraid of furry animals, rather than just being allergic to them. Anyway, the banquet was boring. After making a couple of symbolic bids on auction items he hadn't even looked at, he slipped outside for some fresh air during the standing dinner portion. If he had to put a time limit on that fresh air break, it would last approximately 2 hours, until the event ended. So Lin Heng he openly took refuge behind a neatly trimmed hedge in the garden and lit a cigarette. As the first exhale of smoke drifted into the autumn night, he gazed up at the sky. Tonight, the night sky looked particularly clear. The garden was quiet, thick with the scent of greenery. Very quiet. No, wait. There was a faint sound of sobbing. The sound came from deeper within the garden. The tall hedges, meticulously trimmed to a person's height, were adorned with vibrant red roses. But the dim lighting in the garden, further obscured by the dense foliage, left the deeper areas shrouded in darkness. Normally, he wouldn't have paid attention. It wasn't unusual for people to retreat somewhere private to let out their emotions. But that night, for some reason, Lin Heng did step forward. After walking a few meters, the hedge ended, and to the left, a small pavilion shaped like an elegant birdcage came into view. Inside stood a woman in an evening gown. More accurately, she was crying. No, sobbing uncontrollably. From afar, he had only heard faint weeping. But now, standing closer, he saw a woman who was crying with complete disregard for her makeup, tears streaming down her face. At the same time, she was stomping on something with her high heels, mumbling something under her breath. She looked quite unhinged. Lin Heng remained still. But she noticed him. Through her sniffles, Shang Hanglu glared at him and snapped, "What are you looking at? Never seen a woman cry before." Lin Heng raised his hands in surrender and immediately turned to leave. "Hey, wait a second." Shang Hanglu called after him. "Got a handkerchief? Or a tissue? Lend me one." Lin Heng thought for a moment, then pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to her. As he stepped closer, he finally saw what she had been stomping on, a photograph of Shen Wang, riddled with holes from her high heels. Shen Wang. Lin Heng knew of him. You could say they were acquainted, but Lin Heng had long since filed him under the not worth knowing category. Shang Hanglu took the handkerchief. A moment ago, she had been a furious, almost feral woman, but now in a much softer voice she murmured, "Thanks." Then she roughly wiped her face and blew her nose. Lin Heng. The cleanliness-obsessed President Lin instinctively took a step back. Then another. Shang Hanglu glanced at him. "What's your name? I'll buy you 10 new ones." "No need. Just to be clear, I'm not trying to get your name and number." "I know. Really, don't bother." After wiping her face, she seemed calmer. Perhaps having someone nearby helped her regain control, or more likely she still had some dignity left. Shang Hanglu twisted the dirty handkerchief into a ball. "Well, congratulations. You got to witness my pathetic moment, Mr. Nameless Stranger." To be honest, most women get a little hysterical after a breakup. The only difference is whether someone sees it or not. The guy in the photo? That's my ex-fiancé. We were engaged. Now we're not. As for why we broke up, look, I may not be extraordinary, but I'm still the precious daughter of my family. Yet, in his family's eyes, I was never good enough. If they didn't want me, they should have just said so. It's not like I wanted them either. Her eyes welled up again. Then she picked up the torn photo, shredded it further, and tossed it into the trash along with the dirty handkerchief. Ugh, whatever. I'll find someone better looking and richer than him. Shen Wang can go eat dirt. At that moment, Lin Heng suddenly pointed at himself. "Shang Hanglu." Lin Heng said, "I'm better looking and richer. Want to marry me?" What he meant to say was, looks and money shouldn't be the only criteria for choosing a husband. Marriage required careful consideration, discussing finances, family expectations, interests, and even drafting a prenuptial agreement. But before he could elaborate, Shang Hanglu replied, "Sure. I dare to marry. Do you dare to take me?" Lin Heng. Lin Heng had agreed to ask around for her, but these kinds of matters wouldn't be resolved overnight. Shang Hanglu wasn't in a hurry either. After all, there was no point in rushing. And stress could cause premature aging, which would affect her stunning beauty. Going bankrupt and losing her looks? That would be the real tragedy. For now, Shang Hanglu stayed relatively quiet. She didn't have much choice. She had a cast on her foot. The doctor said it was just a sprained ankle. She'd need the cast for 3 weeks, though depending on her recovery, it might extend to 6. To be honest, she probably has about 7 weeks left, just a little over a month and a half before she gets divorced. This is a critical period. Should she really keep dragging around with a plastered leg during such a critical time in her relationship? The business circle sisters absolutely don't agree with that. She had been quiet, which made the sisters worry. After all, since the last time when Shiru revealed that Yinyao liked Lin Heng, Shang Hanglu hadn't gone out with them, which made people start to worry. The sisters thought they should teach that little b** to Yinyao a lesson. Just because she had a pure and innocent face, she shouldn't think she could do whatever she wanted. However, in a social circle, it's impossible to go too far, so the business circle sisters secretly set up a lot of little traps for Yinyao. The first time was a coincidence, the second time was a coincidence, the third, fourth time. With the help of her friends, Yinyao finally understood. As for this, Yinyao felt a little angry but also helpless. That night, Yinyao dialed Louise's phone and said, "Louise, there's something I want to clear up with you in person. Do you have time tomorrow?" From the other side, loud music blared. Wait. I can't hear you. Let me step outside." After a while, Louise picked up the phone again. Yinyao couldn't help asking, "What are you doing?" Shang Hanglu had actually gone on a team-building trip with a second batch of cloud tech employees. The resort had everything you could need, and it had already formed its own business circle locally. A group of normally conservative young girls suggested they try something different. Since they usually didn't go to bars, they thought about going to one. There was a lively bar there, mostly full of young people, so the group decided to go. And they brought Shang Hanglu along. They said they had no experience and didn't know what to do inside, so it was obvious that Louise was the seasoned one. Shang Hanglu. Fine. Shang Hanglu explained to Yinyao. "I was just at a rave." Rave? This word sounds so outdated. Yinyao suddenly fell silent. After a while she remembered. "I thought you injured your ankle. How did you go raving?" Shang Hanglu. "It's fine, my upper body is okay. I can just shake my head. It was so fun." Yinyao. Who was it that said Louise had been feeling down lately and hadn't even been going out? Who said Shang Hanglu was so upset she cried and that her eyes were red and swollen from crying too much and she didn't want to go out? Shang Hanglu asked. "What were you about to say?" Yinyao cleared her throat and quickly said, "Do you have time tomorrow? I'd like to meet you and clear up some misunderstandings. I'm in XXX. Shang Hanglu gave the location. "It's okay, it's nearby. I'll drive over tomorrow," Yinyao said. They agreed on the time and place. The next day, Shang Hanglu met Yinyao at a cafe in the resort. Yinyao still looked fresh and beautiful today, especially when she smiled, so sweet. Shang Hanglu couldn't help but look at her several times. Yinyao touched her face and asked, "Is there something on my face?" "No, it's just that you look particularly beautiful." At first, Shang Hanglu was going to say this, but remembering their positions she changed her words. No, don't worry, I actually really like your outfit." At this moment, Yinyao thought that Shang Hanglu still cared, and last night was just an act. "Louise, about Lin Heng, you misunderstood." Yinyao got straight to the point. "Last time in the US you were there too, and you know Lin Heng helped me pay. I was really grateful. I used to think Lin Heng was a colder person, but this time I had a change of opinion, so I told my friends I had some feelings for him, but I meant it in a non-romantic way." Then Shang Hanglu's jaw dropped. "What did you say?" Yinyao swore again. "I don't have romantic feelings for Lin Heng." Shang Hanglu. Silence. Shang Hanglu. More silence. Shang Hanglu. The good news like a soap bubble burst. It was gone. Shang Hanglu's disappointment was obvious as she said, "Oh." But Yinyao thought she didn't believe her, so she quickly said, "I swear, don't misunderstand." Shang Hanglu waved her hand. I don't misunderstand. To be honest, little sister, please let me misunderstand." However, she couldn't say that. So Shang Hanglu could only sigh. Looking on the bright side, at least there's some good feeling there. Even if it's just platonic, it's still something better than no progress at all. Shang Hanglu quickly added, "I really didn't misunderstand. How could I misunderstand you? You two only said a few words that day after all." Yinyao sighed in relief, her face lighting up with joy. "I'm so glad you believe me." As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed Shang Hanglu's hand that was resting on the table. Her small hand held it tightly, warm and soft. As she held it, Yinyao's fingers gently, almost imperceptibly, traced Shang Hanglu's palm. Shang Hanglu froze. This vibe. Is something not quite right? Chapter 35. Shang Hanglu tried to pull her hand away. She couldn't. Yinyao's grip was surprisingly strong. But this seductive handshake style. Shang Hanglu was a little taken aback. "Female lead, wake up. I'm your defeated opponent. Can you please just give me a cap at this point?" Since she couldn't pull her hand away, Shang Hanglu could only say, "Missing well your hand." Yinyao seemed to realize and released her grip. Sorry, I wasn't aware. I was a bit anxious just now and grabbed your hand." Shang Hanglu waved her hand. "It's fine. No need to be so nervous. Anyway, Yinyao, my little ray of sunshine, is no longer my sunshine. My opponent's betrayal has really broken my heart." However, at this point, Yinyao stared at Shang Hanglu for a while. Shang Hanglu was feeling down and didn't notice. Then Yinyao sighed. "Louise, I've realized you actually have such a good personality." Sigh, not believing in gossip is easier said than done. Although I knew it, actually practicing it is really hard. Shang Hanglu was a little confused. Is it time for some professional flattery? Yes, it's time for some mutual flattery. She thought hard for a few rainbow compliments she usually heard from her girlfriends. Wow, your chest, the elasticity, the softness, the shape. Amazing. If I were a man, I'd beep. Ahem. Yinyao wasn't flat-chested, so let's reject that. I really want your bag. Is it custom-made by the brand just for you? Yinyao's bag. Not sure about the next one. Then there's also. Go. Crush those little bitches on the opposite side. This way you'll live up to your majestic aura. The more Shang Hanglu thought about it, the more desperate she felt. What kind of people are these girlfriends of hers? Either materialistic or fighting and killing. Can't they learn from others and praise each other's soul in terms of quality, spirit, and character? Yet, even though Shang Hanglu gave a cold reception, Yinyao didn't stop her compliments. She said, "At the Lin family banquet in New York, I felt you were different from what the rumors said. You were very straightforward and real. Later, because of some family matters, I went to eat, but when it came time to pay, I found that my card was frozen and I couldn't pay the bill. Although Mr. Lin helped me, he told me that he hadn't noticed me at first, but it was you who encouraged him to help. I've never encountered such a situation before. It was so embarrassing. Luckily, you stepped in to help. Thank you so much. Really so heartfelt." Shang Hanglu scratched her face. She was a bit stiff. How can you make someone feel so embarrassed? She usually deals with the best of the best by being even more extreme, so she doesn't fear being criticized, but when it comes to compliments, especially like these, she doesn't know how to handle them. Moreover, her intention back then wasn't pure. She just wanted to help Lin Heng improve Yinyao's impression. But now Yinyao was thanking her so seriously. Her conscience is in turmoil. It's been so long, I would have forgotten if you didn't remind me. It was just a small thing, you don't have to be so formal. Yinyao, however, said, "In our circle, who really does small things? Every action has a purpose, so your small favor is rare." Shang Hanglu's face turned a bit red. "No, stop complimenting me. Please. Treat me in a straightforward and rough way. I think if it weren't for those misunderstandings, we could become friends." Shang Hanglu finally nodded. Then she shamelessly asked, "Since that's the case, can I ask you, what kind of person do you like? I'll tailor a boyfriend for you based on your preferences." She wisely kept the second part of her sentence to herself. "I've actually always liked a certain type of man. It's not really a secret." As soon as the topic came up, Yinyao smiled a little shy. "I like someone who is upright and kind with a sense of justice. It's best if their personality is open and honest. I don't like lovers who are always guessing about each other. Sometimes being a little shy is fine too. As for looks, of course, it's best if they're above average." Yinyao looked at Shang Hanglu and smiled slightly. "But the most important thing is the feeling. I can't quite explain it." "Got it, the feeling type most tricky." Shang Hanglu was fully prepared. She paused for a moment. This description sounded a bit familiar. Then Shang Hanglu realized, isn't this exactly like Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin is barely upright and kind. He can be considered to have a sense of justice, open and honest, occasionally shy, and his looks are above average. Shang Hanglu couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This is a sure thing. After chatting a bit more with Yinyao at the cafe and trying to gather some intel, Yinyao was even more pleasant to talk to than she expected. The time flew by, and when Yinyao had to leave, Shang Hanglu returned to the city with the others. That night, Lin Heng came home for dinner. Shang Hanglu heard from Marilyn that Lin Heng hadn't come home when she wasn't around, but now that she was back, he came back too? It was clear he didn't want her to be comfortable. This petty man. Lin Heng was in the living room, his suit already changed into casual home clothes, without his usual entourage of bodyguards and assistants, so there was no sense of distance. He had just finished a phone call and opened his laptop, not sure what he was busy with. Shang Hanglu, on the other hand, was observing Lin Heng carefully. Correction. Pretending to read while secretly watching her current husband and future ex-husband. She compared the characteristics of Mr. Lin with Yinyao's future lover requirements that she had just heard. Then Shang Hanglu reached a conclusion. This is a 90% sure thing. Shang Hanglu couldn't help but laugh. Lin Heng, hearing the laughter, didn't raise an eyebrow, didn't even glance over. He said, "Sit opposite me." "Shang Hanglu? Dad Lin, what's this about?" But Shang Hanglu still obeyed. Lin Heng finally glanced at her. Really just one glance. He said, "Your book hasn't been turned." Shang Hanglu. Wait, wasn't Mr. Lin busy? How could he notice whether her book was turned or not? Does he have a third eye like Erling Shen? Lin Heng continued. "If you want to look, just look openly. Look to your heart's content." Shang Hanglu. "I wasn't looking at you." As if she were some love-struck fool, that was an insult to her character. Was she the kind of person who would be aroused by appearance? "I was just observing you. Like how you would observe the GNZ-11 galaxy through the Hubble Space Telescope." Lin Heng. She could really make spying sound so fresh and refined. Lin Heng continued typing away on his computer and asked, "GNZ-11 galaxy? Since when did you become interested in astronomy? Shang Hanglu raised her neck high. You don't know the half of it, and I know even more. What was that? It was almost like a tongue twister meant to confuse people. I don't know how much you know, but I do know why several venture capital firms stopped funding Yunshur. Lin Heng finally paused, pushed his glasses and nonchalantly asked, would you like to know? Louise. A mere fluffy Mr. Lin. He dared to put words in her mouth. However, in Shang Hanglu's world, dignity wasn't worth a thing. She immediately changed her tone. I do. Please, Mr. Lin, the scholarly and talented one, forgive my ignorance and tell me. Lin Heng. She was being overly flattering now. He closed his laptop, decided to take a break, and had a servant bring him tea and cookies. He drank some tea, ate some cookies, then drank more tea and ate more cookies. It was a loop. But he didn't speak. Shang Hanglu refilled his cup. She poured while rolling her eyes, teasing drink, drink, drink and choke on it. Finally Lin Heng spoke. He said, I asked several venture capitalists, and there are indeed people behind the scenes slandering Yunshur. The financial reports of listed companies are made public every year. At this point Louise froze. What had she been working so hard for? Well, at least she'd gotten some other reports. This wasn't a total loss, she thought with a bit of relief. Yunshur's situation isn't great. Plus, there are so-called insiders who leaked internal information, including Yunshur's current operations and this quarter's financial reports, giving everyone more reason to believe the rumors about Yunshur's mismanagement. And this information came from a financial company that has some ties with Yunshur, which made people more inclined to believe that this insider information was true. The name of the financial company is Buzheng Financial. You should be familiar with it by now. Lin Heng thought that by mentioning the name, Shang Hanglu would immediately understand. But she still looked confused, like a student who failed their level 4 exam and was staring at an ALTS paper full of unfamiliar words. Lin Heng. He wasn't sure whether she was unwilling to accept it, or if she really didn't know. Lin Heng sighed. Specifically, the people involved are your uncle and aunt. Upon hearing this, Shang Hanglu put on a deeply troubled and wise expression. Edmund, thank you, I understand now. No need to thank me, it was nothing, he replied. That night, before going to bed, Lin Heng came out of the bathroom and overheard Shang Hanglu on the phone. What were our aunt and uncle's names again? Lin Heng. Shang Hanglu continued speaking quietly on the phone. No, of course I know who they are. I just didn't save their names in my phone, and after such a long time, how would I remember their names? You're so smart and clever, so why don't you tell me what our great-great-grandfather's name was? No, at least tell me what our great-grandfather's name was. If you can answer that, I'll admit I lost. A few seconds later. All right, I admit I lost. Shang Hanglu's voice grew irritated. I just don't remember. Hurry up and tell me. The siblings' conversation continued. Lin Heng held a towel, drying his hair. He did it without anyone noticing. He kept drying his hair. Then Lin Heng thought about Louise's deep and solemn face just now, and her phone call. Lin Heng. He knew Yunshur was doomed sooner or later. Chapter 36. During lunch at school, Shang Hanglu was surrounded by groups of girls. Not these girls, then it's those girls. They had already tried all the fancy restaurants nearby. Shang Hanglu's social schedule was so busy that she had no time to care about Shang Hangyu. And what did Shang Hangyu eat every day for lunch? The company cafeteria. For a rich young man, that was quite a hard life. However, today was different. Shang Hanglu for the first time invited Shang Hangyu for lunch, and the two went to the Western restaurant they had visited the last time with Xiao. The siblings ordered. Shang Hanglu. 1 salad, 1 orange juice, that's enough for me. My appetite isn't great these days. Shang Hangyu. Jealousy makes one irritable. Then Shang Hangyu ordered. I'll take one of these sets and one of these, this and one of these plus this. He pointed at the menu like a detective flipping through pages. Haven't you eaten before? Why so much? Shang Hanglu asked bluntly. I have. Shang Hangyu no longer cared about saving face. You don't know, I've been going through a tough time recently. The culprit was still Shang Hanglu. Shang Hanglu couldn't help but ask. Is it really that hard in the dorm? I remember your monthly salary, according to normal standards, isn't low at all. At this moment, Shang Hangyu suddenly looked a little embarrassed. Well, it's okay, I've kind of gotten used to it lately. Oh, Shang Hanglu said. Well then, keep it up. Shang Hangyu. That's all you've got to say. The dishes arrived and they started eating. Sure enough, 1 salad couldn't satisfy the carnivorous Shang Hanglu. So she started eating from Shang Hangyu's plate. Shang Hangyu, like a silly dog, didn't mind. However, he also seemed a bit down and asked, Is it really my little aunt? Shang Hanglu, the fake one, didn't know who her little aunt was, so she didn't feel any sadness or sentimentality. Lin Heng told me about it, she replied. I see. If it was your gossip, I'd have thought it was false, but since it's brother-in-law asking, it must be true, Shang Hanglu said. Shang Hanglu. Hey! But why? Uncle earns a lot of money every year. No, it's got nothing to do with Uncle. The family business went down, but does my little aunt benefit from it? She's been so kind to us, why would she do such a thing? I heard something interesting from Mom last night, Shang Hanglu said. With the Dragon Boat Festival coming soon, the family was supposed to gather for a meal. After talking with Shang Hanglu on the phone, Shang Hanglu called her mother. Shang Hanglu asked her mom, is there anything that my little aunt's family avoids or any topics that shouldn't be brought up? I'm afraid I'll blurt something out and upset her. At first, Shang Hanglu's mom said some trivial things like food taboos, and then she remembered something and said, oh, there's one thing you shouldn't mention. What's that? Your grandfather. Their grandfather passed away last year, and Shang Hanglu had learned about it while slowly understanding the family situation. In general, no matter how much enmity there was between father and daughter, once a person dies, there's nothing left to do but move on. Shang Hanglu knew their grandfather had been buried for almost a year, but her little aunt's taboo involved her deceased father, which was worth looking into. At first, Shang Hanglu's mom didn't want to talk about it, but after much pleading she relented. It turned out that Shang Hanglu's little aunt, Shang Hanglu, had fallen in love with a poor boy when she was young. Their grandfather, of course, did not allow his well-raised daughter to run off with a poor boy. It's an old story. He managed to make the poor boy leave and quickly arranged for Shang Hanglu to marry her current husband. Her grandfather wasn't completely cruel. When the poor boy wanted to study but lacked money and resources, their grandfather sent him abroad to study, keeping him away from Shang Hanglu. This was basic protocol. However, the plane the boy was on crashed. Shang Hanglu's grandfather didn't dare tell Shang Hanglu and kept it a secret, telling her that the boy was studying abroad and eventually settled there, getting married. Shang Hanglu resented her father's actions, but the matter was settled, and there was nothing she could do. This became a regret in her heart. Last year, before their grandfather passed, he confessed this secret to Shang Hanglu. Shang Hanglu was so angry that she fell ill, and didn't even attend the funeral. Since that day, no one in the family mentioned their grandfather in front of her. Shang Hanglu listened to the phone call, realizing this was likely the motive. Simply put, Shang Hanglu didn't care about money. She wanted to destroy everything her father had worked for, including Yun Shi. Shang Hanglu relayed this gossip to Shang Hanglu. After listening, Shang Hanglu, who had been like a hungry dog let out of a cage, suddenly stopped using his fork. He thought for a while, then thought some more. With no expression but a serious look, Shang Hanglu said, my little aunt might really not care about money. She just wants to bring down Yun Shi. But to execute the plan, it's not just my little aunt. It's also my uncle. My little aunt doesn't have much say in the company. The one who actually implements it must be my uncle. And my uncle's goal isn't so simple. Shang Hanglu was clueless about running a company. When she was in graduate school, she didn't even bother calculating her own salary. She asked, but if Yun Shi went bankrupt, what good would it bring to a fallen company? Are you dumb? Shang Hanglu finally said what he had been wanting to say but never had the chance to. He chuckled twice. Wow, it feels really good to say that. Then, ow! Don't hit me. After a struggle, Shang Hanglu continued. After all, Yun Shi has a solid foundation. With such a complete structure, a technical team and a production line, there's a high chance someone will buy it, rename it, adjust the business structure and restart operations and profits. It's a good deal. I suspect that before doing this, Uncle has already secretly found a buyer and is just waiting to take a share. Shang Hanglu. She looked shocked. Shang Hanglu waved his hand in front of her face. What's wrong? Why are you so surprised? No, it's just, suddenly you're so clear-headed, your thinking is so sharp, and you're not trying to trick me. It's just, I'm not used to this. Shang Hanglu. This sibling relationship is going nowhere. The Dragon Boat Festival arrived as expected. The Shang family didn't have a meal at home, probably because there had been traces of grandfather Shang's presence in the house. They booked a private room at a restaurant. Shang Hanglu attended with Lin Heng, with her wheelchair. Next week, Shang Hanglu would be able to remove the cast, but after 2 weeks of wheelchair life, she was already maneuvering the chair like a pro. She often zipped around the house these days, whizzing past here and there. It was fast enough to leave afterimages, and it looked pretty dumb, but she was enjoying her dumb moments. So today, at the restaurant, Lin Heng personally pushed her, subtly creating the illusion of a loving couple in front of the Shang family. Shang Hanglu finally met her legendary little aunt. Shang Hanglu had a delicate and elegant appearance, her temperament matching her name, exuding a certain cold, honeyed aura. As Shang Hanglu had said, the little aunt's family, on the surface, treated them very well. Shang Hanglu brought gifts for Shang Hanglu and Shang Hangyu, and also brought souvenirs from her trip for her brother and sister-in-law. Of course, the souvenirs were not cheap little trinkets made in Iwu, but jade earrings made from old mine glass, bought at an auction, extremely rare and valuable. During the meal, the Shang family chatted and laughed happily. The atmosphere was harmonious. Father Shang even discussed company matters with Uncle Yuan Kai, but was stopped by Mother Shang, who said, "Let's just enjoy the meal. No business talk at the dinner table. It's a mood killer." At this moment, Shang Hanglu suddenly felt relieved. Actually, the internal materials were within the reach of her parents. She could get them with a little charm. However, seeing how her father and Uncle Yuan Kai were chatting so casually, she realized that if she asked for those materials one day they might talk and her father could casually say, Hanglu asked me for the financial report, probably to look into the company's situation. That would definitely raise suspicion. She was lucky. Or was it? Quickly she dismissed the thought. She wasn't some naive fool. Definitely not. The meal went on and by 9 o'clock it was over. Taking advantage of Lin Heng's trip to the restroom, Shang Hanglu slipped out first. Lin Heng, pushing a wheelchair slowly, was such a cautious slowpoke. He was the type to block traffic while she, on the other hand, was an expert at maneuvering it. The reason she chose this restaurant was mostly because it had accessible pathways. She was having a great time zipping out of the place in her wheelchair, but accidentally, she turned the wrong way, heading straight for a small step. Although she slowed down, the marble floor was too slippery, and she couldn't stop in time. Shang Hanglu shut her eyes tight. Will I ever get this cast off? Heavens, why are you doing this to me? I hate it. Just then a sharp "Louise" echoed behind her. A strong arm reached out and caught her in the wheelchair. Shang Hanglu immediately recognized the voice. It was Lin Heng's, followed by the arms of her husband Lin Heng. And the person next to him. Thank you, you've really saved me, Shang Hanglu said as she lifted her gaze. When her eyes met the person's face, she nearly froze in shock. It was Shen Wang. Shang Hanglu recalled the incident at the New York restaurant and thought, this can't be a coincidence. Shen Wang and Lin Heng, could they be destined? Shang Hanglu. No, I need to slap myself. Shen Wang steadied her, standing up straight, and slipped his hands into his pockets. He glanced at Lin Heng and then at Shang Hanglu. His expression turned slightly awkward before returning to normal. Shen Wang said, you're going to be a mom soon, yet you're still this careless. Be careful with the baby. Shang Hanglu. Lin Heng. Shang Hanglu frowned. The wind was too loud, I didn't catch that. Could you say it again? Chapter 37. The last time Shen Wang saw Shang Hanglu was in a restaurant in New York. At the time, Shang Hanglu made quite a scene. She was throwing up, holding her stomach, and with various other details, gestures, and expressions. Even though Shang Hanglu didn't explicitly say anything, Shen Wang was sure. Shang Hanglu was pregnant. There was an indescribable, uncomfortable feeling in Shen Wang's heart. It lasted all the way until he returned to China. To be honest, this discomfort lingered in Shen Wang's mind for quite a long time. He felt that it wasn't right that he couldn't stop thinking about it. Shen Wang thought carefully about the reasons. Then Shen Wang was shocked. He thought, how could I, Shen Wang, go back to someone I've already left behind? How could I possibly do that? And she's a married woman. This is absolutely impossible. Shen Wang immediately decided to stop thinking about it. What was there to think about? Then today when he ran into his shouldn't think about married ex-girlfriend from a distance, at that moment Shen Wang thought, No, he wasn't thinking, he was planning to show that he had already moved on. However, he didn't get the chance to show anything because Lin Heng was pushing Louise in her wheelchair, and they didn't run into each other. Then everyone went into their own private rooms. By coincidence, as they were leaving their private rooms, they bumped into each other again. And Louise was alone. Oh, she fell. This is my chance. Shen Wang appeared at just the right moment and steadied Shang Hanglu, saying kindly, you're going to be a mom soon, still so clumsy. Be careful of the baby. Look, this really shows that he had moved on from the past. But why did Louise look so confused? Could it be that he misunderstood? Shen Wang was half doubting, half worried. However, Shang Hanglu was genuinely confused. She was in a wheelchair, and suddenly she was considered pregnant? Shang Hanglu looked down at her stomach. Maybe she had eaten a little too much. So, Shen Wang must have combined her wheelchair with her full stomach and thought she was this damn Shen Wang. So much had happened recently, and Shang Hanglu was still preoccupied with Yun Shi's situation. She had almost forgotten about the New York incident. She was confused and Lin Heng was also confused. At this point, the difference between Shang Hanglu and Lin Heng became evident. Shang Hanglu really wanted to scold the silly male lead, but Lin Heng quickly figured out what was going on. He and Louise wouldn't be having a child, not in this lifetime, but they still had the chance in the future. As for the possibility of Louise cheating, thinking about Louise's skill at lying, Lin Heng thought that it was most likely a misunderstanding on Shan Wang's part. And a misunderstanding wasn't so bad. Lin Heng hurried forward, steadied Shang Hanglu's wheelchair, and pulled her over, forcing Shan Wang to let go. Lin Heng politely said, "The situation isn't stable yet. Once it's more stable, we'll make an official announcement." Shang Hanglu? Shan Wang's expression darkened. So Louise was just acting surprised to cover up the news? Since Lin Heng said it, it seemed to be true. "Thank you for your help," Lin Heng said, then turned to Shang Hanglu. "Take care of yourself." At this moment, Shang Hanglu looked back and seemed to smile slightly at Lin Heng. It looked a bit affectionate. Shan Wang couldn't see it clearly from his angle, but he definitely felt jealous. Very, very jealous. No. He was just a single person feeling a little sour toward couples. This wasn't about not getting over the past, and it definitely wasn't about going back to someone he'd already let go of. Shan Wang could only say, no problem. It was just a small thing." A small thing? Who knows if it was really a small thing? After saying that, Shan Wang, feeling even more jealous, quickly turned around and walked away, trying to clear his mind. As for Lin Heng and Shang Hanglu, they returned to the car. Even if Shang Hanglu wasn't very bright, she understood Lin Heng's move. It was a bit sly and she'd learned something. Looks like Mr. Lin really doesn't like wearing a green hat. And it looks like Mr. Lin is truly an Oscar-worthy actor who's been distracted by his CEO career. Lin Heng spoke first. Mr. Lin was still the same Mr. Lin, and his face was still the same. But before he spoke, he pushed up his glasses. His tone was like that of a teacher during school, speaking with great sincerity, and the moment he uttered a word, Shang Hanglu's internal alarm bells went off. "No, it's the mom mode of Lin's. Yellow warning." Shang Hanglu quickly lowered her head and pretended to be serious, like reciting a prayer. She heard Lin Heng seriously say, "The world is so big. And yet the number of times we run into Shan Wang while eating is a bit too much." Yes, I agree. This must be fate's decision." Lin Heng continued with a serious face. "People who still dwell on their exes aren't good." Shang Hanglu. Lin Heng paused for a moment then added, "It's really bad, it's not a good habit, do you know?" After saying this, he gave Shang Hanglu a meaningful look. Shang Hanglu quickly nodded. She, such a deep and wise person, would never be hung up on the ridiculous male lead of the original story. "I understand. Lin Heng nodded as well, showing basic satisfaction. The couple's discussion ended harmoniously. The next day at the office, the siblings met again for lunch. Still at the same restaurant in the same seat with the same insightful and deep Shang Hanglu and her brother Shang Hangyu. These descriptions are from Shang Hanglu's perspective. Although she still paid the bill, Shang Hangyu didn't order much today. Instead, he picked at his salad with his fork, poking at it absent-mindedly. Shang Hangyu was in a bad mood, so his appetite was poor. Last night, Shang Hangyu had been cautious, demonstrating his skills as the future president's assistant, performing the entire show professionally. But the little ant is a real ant, and remembering how well she had treated them yesterday, just thinking about the things she might have done behind the scenes made Shang Hangyu feel even worse. He couldn't help but ask, "Is it really just because of a lover who died so many years ago? What is driving my little ant to do such things behind the scenes? Is it the distortion of human nature? Or the loss of morality? Let's find out today." "Why are you staring at me?" Shang Hanglu asked. "Can you be serious?" Shang Hangyu stressed. Shang Hanglu put down her fork and said, "Do you know what the 3 main causes of a murder are? Money, love, and hatred. If you think my little ant wouldn't do anything to harm Yunshi for the lover who died years ago, then let me give you 3 other reasons." "What?" Shang Hangyu looked at Shang Hanglu, his eyes hopeful, as if hoping he could blame the mistakes of his aunt on some unknown cause. Shang Hanglu sighed in her heart. This naive, foolish brother. Shang Hanglu raised one finger. "First, because of money." She raised a second finger. "Second, because of money." She paused for a moment and then raised a third finger. "Third, still because of money." Shang Hangyu fell silent. After a long while he said, "Then that's still better than blaming it on a dead lover." Shang Hanglu said, "You have to think about it. She could be doing this for a deceased lover, that's fine. But think about it. If Grandpa had been a little harsher, there were ways to prevent my aunt from seeing that man, but he softened and chose to send him abroad to study. That man eventually accepted Grandpa's sponsorship and studied abroad. That's 1. Could my aunt really not hold on any longer? That's 2. So do you think after so long, this him could really be the reason for my aunt's actions?" Shang Hangyu swallowed. "Why does it feel like you're so good at breaking other people's nice illusions?" Shang Hanglu shyly scratched her head. Oh, even though you're my little brother, you don't have to flatter me like that. It's a little embarrassing. Shang Hanglu. I trust Lin Heng's information, Shang Hanglu said. After all, unlike Shang Hanglu, she had no emotional attachment to Shang Hanglu. But if you don't believe it, we can test it ourselves and see if the information is true or not. Their plan was as follows. Shang Hanglu had a classmate named Lu Heguang, whose cousin was a very rich guy with many businesses, one of which was a venture capital company. Shang Hanglu played the role of a good son who was concerned about the company and his parents, and he introduced this lead to his parents. Shang's father and mother, with the mindset of trying it out, had a meeting with the venture capital company, and everything went as expected. Shang Hanglu, using the excuse of thanking her aunt for a gift, invited her out for tea. Seemingly casual, but actually quite intentional, she leaked this information to her aunt. Sure enough, a few days later, Shang Hanglu heard from his parents that the funding deal had fallen through. But this was different from other venture capital companies. Lu Heguang and Shang Hanglu were good friends. Well, not just good friends, they were true friends. One day, Shang Hanglu went to Shan Haiguan and called Lu Heguang in front of Shang Hanglu. He asked about the reason for the failed funding. Lu Heguang quickly responded, "All right, let me ask my cousin." Not long after, Lu Heguang called back. But he and Shang Hanglu talked for quite a while. In fact, Lu Heguang was even less competent than Shang Hanglu. Shang Hanglu at least had good grades, though he was a bit of a fool. This guy, possibly like Shang Hanglu, had no connection with anything related to finance, and after a long time he couldn't explain things clearly. Lu Heguang became anxious and said, "Forget it, I'll have my cousin talk to you directly. It's too hard to explain." And with that he hung up the phone. Shang Hanglu, anxious, drank a lot of water. When the phone hung up, he hurried to the restroom. Before he came back, the phone rang again. Shang Hanglu thought for a moment and answered the phone. "Hello, I'm Shen Wang, Lu Heguang's cousin." Shang Hanglu. What a coincidence. Just a few days ago, Lin Heng had said that dwelling on an ex is not good, and now she's talking to an ex. Shang Hanglu could only brace herself and say, "Shen Wang, it's me. Shang Hanglu isn't here. I'm answering the phone." Shen Wang was silent for a moment. He had heard from his cousin and knew that he also knew Shang Hanglu's sister, but he never expected that the one answering the phone would be Shang Hanglu. He recalled the scene from the restaurant last time, with Lin Heng and Shang Hanglu being affectionate. How could I go back to someone like that? I can't possibly go back, Shen Wang thought. Then with a calm face he said, "Oh, to save time, I'll just relay the message directly to you." "Okay," Shang Hanglu replied, thinking, well, at least Lin Heng isn't around. Who knows after the call ends? The next moment, Lin Heng opened the door and asked, "There's a simple lunch meeting tomorrow, you need to come with me." Shang Hanglu. I slapped myself. Chapter 38. Shang Hanglu had just gone to the bathroom to relieve himself, not because of constipation, and he soon came out. As soon as he came out, he saw his sister, who was on the phone, and his brother-in-law, who was waiting for her to finish the call. Shang Hanglu was actually a bit afraid of Lin Heng most of the time. His sister, on the other hand, was a bit of a naive, sweet type. Though her temper was far from mild, she was still a hot-headed, sweet kind of person. His brother-in-law, well, no, he just had one brother-in-law. The former brother-in-law, Shen Wang, was no longer a brother-in-law. Lin Heng, however, was a bit of a mystery. Shang Hanglu's animal instincts, no scratch that, his wild instincts, no, his intuition, told him that his brother-in-law was not someone easy to mess with. "Hello, brother-in-law," Shang Hanglu obediently greeted him. Lin Heng nodded in acknowledgement, a substitute for a greeting. At that moment, Shang Hanglu suddenly realized that while he knew Lu Heguang was Shen Wang, his sister didn't, and neither did his brother-in-law. His sister was on the phone with the person now, so she surely knew who it was. But still, his brother-in-law didn't. That meant his sister was talking to her ex-brother-in-law, and her current brother-in-law had no idea? Shang Hanglu felt a cold sweat running down his forehead. Well, it would be better if his brother-in-law continued to not know. Lin Heng looked at the phone in Shang Hanglu's sister's hands, which wasn't her flashy, decorated phone with bling-bling accessories, but Shang Hanglu's phone. Lin Heng asked, "Who's she talking to?" Shang Hanglu thought, "I'm absolutely not going to say my ex-brother-in-law's name. Not a chance." So Shang Hanglu decided to play a word game. He said, "My sister was asking my classmate's cousin for something, so she used my phone." Lin Heng casually asked, "Your classmate?" Shang Hanglu casually replied, "My classmate Lu Heguang." Then Lin Heng. "It's Shen Wang." Lin Heng instantly recognized who Lu Heguang's cousin was. Meanwhile, Shang Hanglu still thought, how could my brother-in-law know my classmate? We're 6 or 7 years apart. He couldn't possibly know my classmate. On the other end of the phone, Shen Wang was speaking in a very businesslike manner with Shang Hanglu. Is Buzheng Financial sort of like your own family at Yunshi? If your own people aren't confident, even if I support it for personal reasons, my risk assessment team here won't back it. So, this matter is looking rather uncertain. Shang Hanglu calmly and coldly replied. Okay, I understand, thank you. Little did he know, she was sweating profusely behind the phone. She hung up very quickly, not dragging things out at all. Shen Wang didn't have to hang up so fast. Am I some kind of monster or something? Shen Wang suddenly thought of a phrase, cutting someone off without any feelings. Then Shen Wang. What am I even thinking about? Meanwhile, Shang Hanglu quickly hung up the phone and tossed it to Shang Hanglu. She turned to Lin Heng and said, "What did you just tell me? I didn't catch it because I was on the phone." Lin Heng didn't respond right away. Shang Hanglu didn't know why, but she suddenly thought about Lin Heng's mother's constant nagging in the car. It's bad to still think about an ex. Shang Hanglu agreed. It was really bad. So she could have just told Lin Heng that she was consulting Shen Wang about something. But what was she even asking about? To confirm if Lin Heng's information was true or not. That's practically questioning Mr. Lin himself. That's something she couldn't say out loud. So instead, Shang Hanglu explained, I was just consulting with my classmate's cousin about a few things. The two siblings were using the same excuse. Not mentioning names, just intentionally blurring the details. Lin Heng didn't speak, though he didn't know what Shang Hanglu wanted to ask Shen Wang. But now he was even more curious to hear what kind of excuse Shang Hanglu would come up with. Shang Hanglu smiled. After all, she hadn't put it on speakerphone. And facing someone who was only scared of fluffy little Lin Heng, Shang Hanglu confidently gave her excuse. I was asking him about tips on raising penguins, and how to pet them specifically. Even Lin Heng was taken aback. A simple little fluffy Lin Heng wouldn't ask any more questions. Shang Hanglu half-jokingly said, Honey, I really want to raise penguins. The air became still. Then Lin Heng calmly responded, I really have a fluff allergy. Therefore, I reject this request. Shang Hanglu. Once again, her dreams were shattered. Lin Heng repeated the details of the banquet to the business manager, Lu, once again. At the end, Lin Heng remembered something. He hesitated. But then he thought about the phone call between Louise and Shen Wangji earlier. He had overheard half of it, and although it seemed like nothing serious still, Lin Heng took a deep breath, exhaled and repeated the process. He said, A month ago, I told you that the branch office is planning a resort park, right? There are 5 parks in total, and one of them is an aquarium. The venue is mostly completed. Yesterday, a batch of animals was brought in to adapt to the environment. But the park is not open to the public yet. However, if you'd like to go, you could come with me. Shang Hanglu remained silent for a moment. Wait a minute, what about Lin Heng's allergy to fluff? Honestly, she liked to joke around sometimes, teasing Lin Heng about his allergy, but she had never forced him to interact with fluffy little animals. The former stray dog Wang Kai, at her house, stayed quietly in its designated area, and never bothered Lin Heng's discomfort. Unable to help herself, Lu moved closer and touched Lin Heng's forehead. Lin Heng was much taller than her, and she was wearing flat shoes at home, so she had to stretch her hand to reach his forehead. Her hand was slightly cold from the air conditioning. Lin Heng's forehead felt warm. So when her fingers touched his forehead, Shang Hanglu felt an unusual warmth. It was a different sensation. She immediately withdrew her hand. Xingyu. Look, Lin Heng is also capable of having a fever. Lin Heng. Shang Xingyu. Wow. I thought my brother-in-law was a robot, but he can get a fever too. Let me see. Lin Heng. After the sibling duo's playful teasing, Lin Heng, with a neutral expression, invited again, devoid of any emotion. There are penguins, several species were brought in. Are you going or not? Yes. I'll go. Shang Hanglu quickly replied. She couldn't care less about Lin Heng's fever now. Penguins are involved, so he's my dad. That's the truth. From Shang Hanglu's book. The banquet went on as expected. Every married man brought his wife along, and they talked politics, business, and some small talk. Shang Hanglu stood in place, being a beautiful yet silent figure. Honestly, she could talk a lot. Normally, in such settings, she could mimic her research institute leaders and chat aimlessly, trying to make both sides think she was impressive while no one understood what she was saying. But today, Shang Hanglu was very quiet. She was quite well known in the circle. Her personality was rather flamboyant, and her face was strikingly beautiful, making her the opposite of melancholy or fresh-faced. Today, however, she was very silent. One of the wives couldn't help but ask, Louise, what's going on with you today? Shang Hanglu hesitated, paused for a while, and then said in a somewhat melancholic tone, I've been thinking a lot about the new resort park that Ruin Yu is building, and my spirits haven't been very high. Someone immediately commented, "It's so lucky for Mr. Lin that his wife can help with his business." Lin Heng politely agreed. He glanced at Shang Hanglu subtly. He lightly held her hand on the table. The implied message was, "Do you still want to see penguins?" Shang Hanglu immediately squeezed his hand back. "Yes, I do. I'll behave well." Finally, the lunch event ended. They changed into more casual clothes and headed to the park, which had not yet opened to the public. The penguin exhibit was designed to simulate the Antarctic living environment for penguins, with refrigeration systems and lots of ice. When Shang Hanglu and Lin Heng entered, they both wore thick padded jackets. Some penguins were let out into the central plaza, which was half land, half water. The penguins could freely swim in the water. The glass walls surrounding the plaza seemed very thin and transparent, but were actually 1 meter thick, keeping the audience and penguins separated. Since Shang Hanglu wanted to interact with them, she had to ask the zookeeper to take her inside. Meanwhile, Lin Heng stood far outside the glass wall, arms crossed, his face buried in his puffy coat, leaving only his eyes visible, like a scarecrow in a rice field, passively ignoring everything. Shang Hanglu, now completely engrossed with the penguins, forgot about Lin Heng. She sanitized her hands and followed the zookeeper into the exhibit. Under the guidance of the professionals, Shang Hanglu finally got to touch the baby emperor penguin. That fluffy feeling, that chubby body, the goofy personality that always queued up behind the biped creatures. So satisfying. Shang Hanglu's face lit up in pure joy. Outside, Lin Heng sneezed. Achoo! So cold. Shang Hanglu continued to interact with the penguins. She petted the emperor penguins, then the king penguins. It was as if she had entered a treasure trove of penguins, completely losing herself in the experience. Lin Heng was still outside, sneezing repeatedly. Achoo! Achoo! So cold and allergic to fluff, how long is she going to keep petting them? After finishing with the king penguins, Shang Hanglu reached for a tiny, round-eyed penguin with a ring of white feathers around its eyes, looking just like a meme character. This penguin was smaller than the emperor penguin chick, but it seemed very soft. Zookeeper. Hey, this Adelie penguin is very aggressive. Please don't touch it. Before the zookeeper could finish, Shang Hanglu was already reaching out and petting it. Then, don't chase me. Don't slap me. Shang Hanglu frantically sped around the exhibit in a wheelchair, but the floor was too slippery. She couldn't go too fast. Behind her, the angry penguin flapped its wings furiously, chasing and smacking at her. It looked like it wouldn't stop until it pulled her hair out. Soon, Shang Hanglu reached the edge of the water, with the penguin still behind her. The ground was slippery and she couldn't stop in time. With a loud splash, she and her wheelchair fell into the water. The fall wasn't far from where Lin Heng was standing, and just before she hit the water, she saw Lin Heng unimpressed, letting out a cold humph. Heh. Then Lin Heng for the first time smiled brightly as if saying, "Do you still want to pet penguins? Shang Hanglu, I hate you. I hereby declare that you are no longer my dad." Chapter 39. Shang Hanglu was on the ambulance, wrapped in a blanket, shivering uncontrollably. Lin Heng, as a family member, was accompanying her on the ride. Shang Hanglu hadn't bumped or fallen, and only a few seconds after she fell into the water, 2 strong caretakers from behind quickly pulled her out, each grabbing one of her arms. The first caretaker said, "Miss Shang, you were really quick thinking. If you hadn't taken off your jacket fast enough, the water would have made you heavier, and it might have been harder to pull you up." This penguin exhibit had an average temperature of less than 10 degrees Celsius, and the water was even colder. The perceived temperature felt like it was below freezing. Shang Hanglu had been in the water for just 2 seconds, but it felt like she had been frozen for 20 minutes. Soaked to the bone, she was trembling on the shore, her teeth chattering, and she said, "Can't you see who I am?" The first caretaker said, "Miss Shang, I'll have someone bring you a blanket, and I'll help you sit in a warmer place. Don't say anything now. I saw how much you were shaking. You could have sung a whole song just from one word." Shang Hanglu. Her lips were still quivering, and she glanced at the silly-looking Adelie penguin that seemed to resemble a meme. "Wait until I come back next time. I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. I'll be back with my rocket team." It was summer, so Shang Hanglu warmed up quickly once she was outside. However, with a leg in a cast and being the boss, the employees took extra care of her. They immediately called an ambulance, and soon she was on her way to the hospital for a checkup. Along the way, the ever-valuable Lin Heng kept her company. Lin Heng was quiet when he entered the penguin exhibit, and he remained just as quiet when he left. It was as if even the sound of his ha had been a mere illusion. The paramedics in the ambulance asked, "Miss Shang, how did you end up in the water?" It was a hot day, and reports of someone falling into water and getting frostbite were rare. Shang Hanglu. Please don't ask me that. The car fell silent. At that moment, Lin Heng spoke up on her behalf. She went to pet the penguins and was chased into the water by one of them. The paramedics. After a long pause they replied, "That's quite a unique reason." Shang Hanglu. "No, please don't talk to me, thank you." However, she had something to ask Lin Heng. Shang Hanglu clutched the blanket. "When I fell into the water, did you laugh at me?" Lin Heng answered without hesitation. "No." Shang Hanglu. "I definitely saw it." Even though the ambulance was bouncing like a roller coaster, with a bed in the back along with a few people and emergency equipment, the space was tight, Lin Heng still sat calmly in his seat, exuding an aura of serenity and grace. This man, who seemed perfect for a dignified sitting posture, still answered without guilt. "No. I really saw it. I absolutely saw it. Now is the time to settle the score. Laughing at me will cost you." Lin Heng. "The process of you falling into the water was really quick. During that time there's no way you could have seen if I was laughing or not. So I wasn't. So now you admit it after I caught you red-handed, huh?" Shang Hanglu was furious. She said, "Humph, I see through you. A simple little. Ahem, your allergy to fluff, how could you take me to see penguins and let me pet them? This must be part of your scheme." Lin Heng calmly responded. "Do you always misinterpret other people's good intentions like this?" Shang Hanglu, a logical genius. "Then admit you laughed just now, and I'll believe this wasn't your plot." The usually mature and wise Lin Heng suddenly went eerily quiet. Shang Hanglu mentally waved her little red victory flag. Then Lin Heng awkwardly said, "Then you admit that it was Shen Wang who called you yesterday?" Shang Hanglu. "How does he know that? I thought I covered it up well. Can I even have a little secret? What did you two talk about yesterday?" Lin Heng asked again. Though he asked 2 questions in a row, Lin Heng was still quite restrained, because he wanted to ask, "What was so important that you needed to consult Shen Wang? Why not ask me?" But alas, Lin Heng was the reserved type, and after asking the second question he stopped. Heaven didn't even give him a chance to hear the answer. The ambulance had arrived at the hospital, and Shang Hanglu was about to undergo her follow-up checkups and treatments. The whole ordeal took up the entire afternoon. The cold from the water might have caused it, and when she quickly moved to the hot outdoor air, the extreme temperature difference hit her hard. She was fine on the way, but by the afternoon a high fever hit, and Shang Hanglu was admitted to the hospital. Shang Hanglu was feverish and delirious, feeling hot one moment and cold the next. In and out of consciousness, she looked at her hand and saw an 4 drip, her muddled brain thinking she was back in her research days. She thought to herself, "This needle. I can't just take it for nothing. I need proof for my sick leave." She pulled out her phone, snapped a picture of her hand with the needle, and quickly posted it to her social media. This is what happens when you pet penguins. Crying. 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 She tossed her phone and the heat came back. Shang Hanglu went back to sleep, drifting in and out of a haze. When she finally woke up, she felt much better. The needle was pulled out, but the needle tip was still in her hand, and the nurse had sealed it with a date like some kind of seal. She looked at her foot. The plaster was off. Wow, the plaster's off. That's great. Shang Hanglu was still somewhat groggy. She turned her head to the left. She saw someone, but her eyes were too blurry to make out who it was. She turned her head to the right. She saw someone again. Still couldn't see clearly. She tried to sit up, but quickly someone helped her raise the bed, and someone else placed a pillow behind her. Shang Hanglu, half-conscious, noticed. There was someone in the lower left corner. There was someone in the lower right corner too. Shang Hanglu. She felt like she had suddenly woken up like Tang Song, surrounded by monsters and demons, all staring at her saying, "Master, you've finally woken up? Louise, you finally woke up. I was so worried about you." A female voice. Then her right hand was gently held. It wasn't Marilyn's voice. It wasn't Marilyn's voice. Who could it be? Who could it be? Shang Hanglu was startled awake. Her eyelids wouldn't flutter anymore. She quickly opened her eyes wide, staring intensely, like 2 stone lions at the entrance. She rubbed her eyes, not noticing the needle in her hand, and suddenly, a hand grabbed the hand where the needle had been. And from her right side someone spoke. He said, "How come such a grown person doesn't know to be careful?" It was a male voice. Not Lin Heng's voice nor Shang Hanglu's. Not Lin Heng's or Shang Hanglu's voice. Who could it be? Shang Hanglu was completely confused. She looked left and right. On the left was Yin Yao, and on the right was Shen Wang. One had a gentle smile mixed with concern. The other had a grumpy expression, with concern hidden beneath it. Shang Hanglu. "No, you two. Did you grab the wrong hand? Why aren't you holding each other's hands? I may be the conductor, But I don't conduct the electricity between you two. At this moment, Shang Hanglu saw Shang Hanglu in the lower left corner. Shang Hanglu said, "Sister, you really? Shut up." Shang Hanglu. Weak, helpless, pitiful. In the lower right corner was Xiao Zai. Shang Hanglu didn't have time to speak with him. She had been shocked enough for one wake-up. Shang Hanglu gave a polite smile, though it was a little stiff. "So how come you all are here?" "I saw your post on WeChat. I was really worried about you," said Yinyao. "I saw your post on WeChat and I came by to visit you," said Shenwang. The foolish little brother parroting. "What a coincidence, I also saw your post and came over." "Shut up." Shang Hanglu. Weak, helpless, pitiful, wanting to cry. Shang Hanglu's two hands were each held by Yinyao and Shenwang. She stiffly asked Xiao Zai. "Then, this little buddy here, are you also here to visit me?" Xiao Zai smiled back. He was already handsome, and with that smile, he looked even more charming, almost endearing. Xiao Zai said, "I just came along with Shang Hanglu to visit you, to see my older sister." Shang Hanglu. In the state of having a chicken in one hand, a duck in the other, and two chubby kits at her feet, Shang Hanglu finally realized the truth from Xiao Zai's answer. Although she had worked hard, going from an unnamed supporting character to being able to speak with the main characters of the original work, and even managing to befriend the female protagonist, this concern and warmth, the hand-holding. Shang Hanglu got goosebumps. She certainly couldn't be this popular. So Shang Hanglu had an epiphany. Shen Wang and Yinyao, just like Xiao Zai and Shang Hanglu, who were pretending to be well-behaved, must have come to laugh at her. Just like yesterday, Lin Heng, as aloof as he was, even he smiled. Shang Hanglu was very displeased. "So what if I flailed while petting penguins? I don't need these people with ill intentions to laugh at me." She was thinking of ways to make Marilyn clear the room and send everyone away quickly. At that moment, the door to her single room opened. Lin Heng himself appeared at the door, holding a thermos, and walked into the room. Lin Heng naturally turned his head to see if Shang Hanglu was awake, but his smooth movement froze as he turned his head. "Oh?" Shang Hanglu looked at him eagerly. "Honey, hurry and clear the room." Lin Heng looked at Shang Hanglu, then at the others in the room. He blinked and quickly stepped back, closing the door behind him. He looked up at the room number. 502. "Yep, that's right." Then he asked Marilyn, who was waiting outside, "Is this the right room?" Marilyn nodded. "Yes, this is the room." A few seconds later, Lin Heng pushed the door open and came back in. And once again he froze in place as he turned to look at Lu Shanglu. Lin Heng. He had just gone to freshen up and change, taking a short nap in between. What exactly happened during that time? Chapter 40. Lin Heng opened the door in a different manner, yet inside were the same people, in the same positions. However, Shang Hanglu, who had initially looked confused, now wore an expression of expectation. Although Shang Hanglu had a single room, the room wasn't as spacious as home, and it was rather cramped. When Lin Heng opened the door and saw the room filled with people, he felt extremely displeased. He double-checked their faces. Leaving aside the matter of Shang Hanglu and his frequently popping up friend, or the fact that his wife, Yinyao, had been inexplicably concerned, just the presence of Shen Wang, one person with a complicated relationship with his ex and a lot of thoughts on his mind, made Lin Heng feel extremely annoyed. Though Lin Heng was nearsighted, as long as he had his glasses, he could turn into a Detective Conan. Lin Heng observed Shang Hanglu's expression. She seemed maybe possibly to be as unwilling to face these people as he was. Instantly, Lin Heng felt a little more at ease. At that moment he saw Shang Hanglu subtly signaling to him. To be honest, Lin Heng didn't quite understand. It wasn't just an eye signal anymore. Her entire face seemed to twitch in a strange way. It looked like Louise was extremely unwilling. Lin Heng felt even more at ease in his heart. Lin Heng cleared his throat and broke the silence in the room. "Why is everyone here?" Lin Heng casually asked. Shen Wang raised his chin, looking displeased as he faced Lin Heng. He said, "Just happened to pass by." Lin Heng's gaze shifted to Shen Wang's hand. "Oh, just passing by. And coincidentally, holding Louise's hand. What a coincidence." Before Lin Heng could make a sarcastic comment, Shang Hanglu quickly jumped in. "I was just passing by too." Xiao Zai said, "Passing by." To be honest, he was just passing by, or rather, he'd been at the hospital for the past couple of days. Aside from Lin Heng, there were 4 visitors in the room, 3 of whom were just passing by, and one who hadn't said anything yet. Shang Hanglu nearly shed tears. Life was truly full of traps. She woke up and suddenly, 4 people were visiting her, making it feel like she had woken up in a spider demon's lair, as if she was so popular. Thankfully, she was clever and didn't get too narcissistic. Out of the 4 visitors, 3 were just passing by. It was hard to imagine the one left wasn't just passing by. At this moment, Yin Yao smiled warmly, looking as beautiful as always, her smile radiating spring-like warmth, instantly overshadowing the men in the room. Yin Yao said, I wasn't just passing by. Shang Hanglu looked at her. Touched. Yin Yao still smiled, but her next sentence wasn't directed at Lin Heng. It was directly to Shang Hanglu. Louise, I came specifically to see you. I saw your post last night and I was so worried, but I was afraid visiting hours were over. So I bought a gift and came over immediately today. Lin Heng. Shen Wang. Shen Wang suddenly felt like he'd been outdone. Why couldn't he just be honest? How could he resolve this sense of unwillingness? But whether they came specially or were just passing by, Lin Heng remained unaffected. Lin Heng also smiled. His smile was a standard version 2.0, warmer than the 1.0 version but carrying a slightly more impatient undertone. Lin Heng said, Louise is fine, thank you all for visiting. However, on my way in, the doctor told me that Louise still needs more rest, so please everyone go home for now. Lin Heng had skillfully hit the point. By saying that, no one could remain behind without seeming inconsiderate of Louise's health. With 6 adults in the room, plus the gifts and flowers brought by the visitors, the space was already cramped. Soon the room was cleared out. Only the patient, Louise, and Lin Heng remained in the room. The once noisy room with everyone talking at once suddenly fell completely silent. Shang Hanglu breathed a sigh of relief. It felt like the great master had finally rescued the master from the spider demon's den. Phew! The silly monsters from the original story had finally left. At that moment, a scraping sound echoed. It was the sound of a chair being dragged across the floor. Lin Heng pulled a chair over and sat next to her bed. With a clink, he placed a thermal food container down. Shang Hanglu's nerves jumped again. She grabbed the food container herself. I'll eat. As she opened the food container, she struggled to use her hand with the foregrip, which was her dominant hand, making it difficult to open. Lin Heng sighed and helped her open it. Although it was homemade food, much better than the hospital cafeteria's offerings, it was still quite plain. Shang Hanglu, sick and with a muted sense of taste, ate a couple of bites and refused to eat any more. Lin Heng adjusted his glasses. In a very nonchalant way, he said, Since you don't want to eat now, how about you answer a few questions for me? Shang Hanglu's eyes darted around. Though she had a bad feeling about this, she could only say, Go ahead. Lin Heng asked, A few days ago when Shang Hanglu came to the house, you used his phone to make a call. Was it to Shen Wang? This wasn't a question anymore. Which meant Lin Heng was very certain. Shang Hanglu, however, said, No. She paused, then continued. It wasn't me calling Shen Wang, it was Shen Wang calling Shang Hanglu's phone. I just happened to pick up. Whether Shang Hanglu was a smart person, no one could say for sure. But everyone could agree that Lin Heng was a smart person. Although the results sounded the same, Shang Hanglu and Shen Wang had talked on the phone, the details made a huge difference. This meant that before Lu Shanglu picked up, she didn't know it was Shen Wang on the other end. In other words, it was all just a coincidence. Shang Hanglu said, It's not good to keep thinking about your ex. It's really not good, but Shen Wang is more than just my ex. He's also the boss of a venture capital firm. Finally, Shang Hanglu decided to tell Lin Heng the truth. Whether out of a desire to question or just for caution, she had indeed double-checked the information Lin Heng had given her, confirming whether it was trustworthy. And it turned out, Lin Heng's information was indeed true. Shang Hanglu thought Lin Heng would be angry, but to her surprise he wasn't. Although Lin Heng didn't show many facial expressions and usually kept his emotions hidden, Shang Hanglu could easily tell the difference between his anger and happiness. If she couldn't, she really shouldn't stick around in the Lin family. Though she wasn't planning to stay there anyway. Lin Heng slowly spoke. I can't blame you for double-checking because if it were me, I would do the same. In fact, I think you did the right thing. I wouldn't be upset by your doubts. After all, we've never had any business dealings before. It's completely normal that we don't trust each other. Trust between people is fragile. The person behind all the schemes in Yunshur was Shang Hanglu's trusted little aunt. Lin Heng understood this and his words reflected that understanding. At this moment, though, he couldn't quite grasp the source of the faint feeling of loss in his heart. It was unpleasant. Lin Heng didn't want to dwell on it. He picked up the bowl of rice and pushed it in front of Lu Shanglu. Eat. Shang Hanglu. What's with that face? You didn't keep your word, Shang Hanglu said resentfully. You said if I answered the questions I wouldn't have to eat, right? This is gross. It's so bland. I don't want to eat. I meant if you didn't eat you'd have to answer a few more questions. Once you're done you can eat. When did I say you didn't have to eat? Saying that, Lin Heng stood up and took off his suit jacket. He was already tall and as he stood, his shadow loomed over Shang Hanglu, giving her a sense of pressure. Then Lin Heng rolled up his sleeves. Shang Hanglu. Could it be that Lin Heng, though saying he didn't care, actually did and was about to hit her? In a sense, Shang Hanglu's guess wasn't too far off. Lin Heng, rolling up his sleeve, said, "You're using your hand to hold the needle. I'll feed you." He scooped up a spoonful of kanji. Shang Hanglu's face turned to pure terror. Oh no. This was scarier than Lin Heng hitting someone. She quickly waved her hands. No, no, no. But before she could protest, Lin Heng, with lightning-fast reflexes, shoved a spoonful of kanji into her mouth. Shang Hanglu. She resisted at first. No, I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. Another spoonful. Shang Hanglu. Being forced to eat kanji was worse than being forced to eat starfish. She felt like a cat being held by the neck and force-fed medicine by her owner. Under Lin Heng's quick hands, Shang Hanglu had almost half a bowl of kanji in no time. At that moment, Marilyn knocked on the door and said, "Sir, madam's friends have come to visit." "Who?" Shang Hanglu said while still eating. Lin Heng raised his voice. "Who are they?" Shen Wang and the others were dismissed. Marilyn replied, "Miss Sher, Miss Xue, and the others." Shang Hanglu. "Oh, then let them in, don't stuff more in. I'll eat myself." Shi Rui and Xue Xiaoying pushed the door open and came in. As soon as they entered, they saw Lin Heng feeding Shang Hanglu kanji with his own hands. Everyone froze in place, stunned. What was going on here? Shang Hanglu turned to look at them. She saw that they were all wearing protective suits, masks and goggles, not leaving a single inch of exposed skin, looking more prepared than for an ICU visit. Shang Hanglu was shocked. What was going on here? The difference was none of them dared to speak. They were afraid that even the slightest noise would blow away the illusion of Lin Heng feeding Shang Hanglu. Shang Hanglu couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" "This isn't an ICU." Shi Rui, who was the most straightforward, replied, "Didn't you say you were petting penguins and then ended up in the hospital? We asked your assistant about your symptoms. Your assistant said it was a cold and fever. We thought about it, penguins are birds and you got sick from petting birds. With the flu going around, that means..." "Bird flu," they all chorused. "Even if it's bird flu, we still wanted to come visit, but we didn't want to catch it, so we took extra precautions." Shang Hanglu. Bird flu. Bird flu. Bird flu. Shang Hanglu couldn't catch her breath and almost passed out from their words. Chapter 41. Avian flu? To hell with your avian flu. Shang Hanglu was almost breathless from the frustration caused by these women. She felt like she was about to spit out blood. Lin Heng nearly couldn't hold in his laughter. He clenched his fist and covered his mouth, clearing his throat twice. There was amusement in his eyes as he picked up his coat and said, "You all take your time talking, I'll head to the company first." He placed the bowl down, grabbed his coat and walked out. The ladies noticed that Lin Heng was as clean and fresh as ever, not even wearing a mask. Xue Xiaoying couldn't help but ask, "It's not avian flu?" Shang Hanglu shot back, "I might as well have African swine fever." The women were all wearing their face shields and protective gear, which completely covered their faces. In the heat of summer, even with the air conditioning, it was stuffy, and worse still, none of these ladies would go out without makeup. Even if it was just a tea gathering in their own yard, they'd still have to put on makeup. With the mask trapping the heat and humidity, staying in it for long periods made them feel miserable and caused their makeup to melt. At first, the women were considering removing their gear, thinking it wasn't avian flu. But when they heard Shang Hanglu's African swine fever, their movements came to a halt. They quickly put their gear back on with lightning speed. Shang Hanglu. Another round of them making fun of her, huh? Fine. She sighed, realizing these were the sisters she was stuck with. At that moment, the 5 or so women dressed like they were in simplified spacesuits surrounded Shang Hanglu's bed, standing there. Shang Hanglu. This scene was even more unbearable than the earlier spider demon's lair. She could only sincerely say, "I assure you, I don't have avian flu, and I don't have African swine fever." The ladies, "Oh, I see." They looked at each other, then started to remove their protective gear. First, they took off their goggles, then the large protective coats they wore, and when they were about to remove their gloves and masks, Shi Rui asked, "But you're still sick, right?" "Yeah." Shang Hanglu replied dryly. After plunging into ice-cold water and then stepping back into the summer heat, could she not catch a cold? Hearing this, the ladies quickly stepped back, not touching their masks or gloves anymore. Shi Rui said, "Then we should keep our distance." Even the usually gentle Xue Xiaoying added, "Better to keep a distance, better to keep a distance." Another one said, "Don't get us infected." Shang Hanglu. Are these people here to visit her? Ah. So mad. The ladies all sat on the long couch at the door, the farthest from Shang Hanglu's bed, yet directly facing her. They looked at each other, then looked at her. It was an awkward silence. Shang Hanglu thought to herself, this is what sisters are like. Sisters? Yeah, right. These are plastic sisters. One of the plastic sisters, Xue Xiaoying, immediately contributed some real gossip, instead of any plastic content. When we came into the hospital just now, we bumped into Shen Wang and Yinyao in the courtyard. Of course, Shen Wang and Yinyao had just left, and right after them these plastic sisters arrived, so it wasn't surprising that they ran into each other. Yes, I saw them too, Shi Rui added. But I remember a while ago, these two were involved in some gossip? Shang Hanglu couldn't help but scoff. Yeah, and it was you who spread it. Shi Rui coughed awkwardly. Maybe I misunderstood back then. After looking closely over the past month, it doesn't seem like there's anything going on. Shang Hanglu was suddenly shocked. Nothing's going on? Shen Wang and Yinyao, how could there be nothing going on? They were the male and female protagonists of the original story. They were supposed to fall madly in love with each other and have a sweet and passionate relationship, eventually having a big, happy family. Shang Hanglu couldn't help but say, did you get it wrong? This sort of thing, sister, you're just too oblivious. My antennae are much more sensitive than yours, so don't question me. Shi Rui shot her a look. Just now, when they were talking downstairs, it was totally professional, like a business meeting. Shen Wang even seemed a bit irritated. After they finished talking, they each got in their own cars and left. Shang Hanglu started to get anxious. So after they finished talking, they just left. What else could they do? Xue Xiaoying understood what Shi Rui meant and explained. It's not about whether they left or not. It's about the atmosphere. You know, when a man likes a woman or vice versa, their gestures and demeanor are completely different from when they have no romantic thoughts. Before, Yinyao and Shen Wang might have had something going on, but now it really doesn't look like they do. At this point, Shang Hanglu's voice became dry and hoarse. But that's not. Xue Xiaoying narrowed her eyes. You seem anxious, what's going on? Are you still looking at your own bowl while eyeing the pot? Shi Rui also seemed to have figured it out. Speaking of which, what was Shen Wang doing at the hospital? Shang Hanglu was in the hospital, and Shen Wang also came to the hospital? If that's just a coincidence, then it's a really big coincidence. The women's eyes turned into searchlights, trying to pierce through Shang Hanglu's thoughts. Shang Hanglu's voice was still dry. He came to see me. The women's gazes suddenly became more charged with an ambiguous feeling. Lin Heng had become so considerate, and now Shen Wang was also visiting Louise first thing in the morning due to her minor illness. TSK. Shang Hanglu again dryly said. Yinyao also came to see me. Her sisters. Shang Hanglu added. She came with Shen Wang to visit me. Her sisters. Together. Alright, I take it back. Shen Wang, that fool, likes the scheming Yinyao. At this moment, Shang Hanglu didn't pay attention to her plastic sister group's thoughts. As she said this, she gradually began to understand some things. Her cast had been removed, and there was about a month left until the deadline for her divorce in the original story. It had been almost a month since the Lin family banquet. If the original plot was followed, Lin Heng should already be in love with Yinyao, and the relationship between Yinyao and Shen Wang would also be progressing steadily. Although they didn't officially become a couple before Lin Heng and his wife's divorce in the original story, it was clear that Shen Wang and Yinyao had mutual affection, and were probably in the ambiguous stage. In the plastic sisters' conversation, Shang Hanglu suddenly realized, while she had been focusing on the family bankruptcy and her divorce from Lin Heng, she had completely missed whether the male and female leads in the original plot were progressing a bit slowly. She couldn't install a camera on Shen Wang and Yinyao to know exactly how far they had gone, but as far as she and Lin Heng's appearances in the original plot went, they had at least played their part, but the expected results hadn't been achieved. Shang Hanglu. She took a deep breath. She cupped her face, resembling the famous painting The Scream. What did I do? Or rather, what did I not do enough of? Shang Hanglu buried her face in her hands. I don't understand. I really don't understand. What did I do wrong? Her actions were misunderstood by her friends. Looking at Shang Hanglu's bewildered expression, her friends thought, could it be that Yinyao was holding hands with Shen Wang earlier, intentionally flaunting it? While Shang Hanglu was lost in thought, her friends had already made a decision. They were going to make Yinyao pay. Yinyao and Shen Wang were supposed to have a relationship, but no one really knew if it had started earlier. They did indeed come downstairs together. They did indeed talk before leaving. But what they discussed wasn't what Shang Hanglu or her friends imagined. Yinyao had just politely greeted Shen Wang, and then proceeded to get into the car. Shen Wang, however, called out to her. He was in a state of disbelief, unsure if he had really come here. But in the hospital room, he found it even harder to believe what he had witnessed. He wasn't like Shang Hanglu, a naturally dense person who was oblivious to feelings unless they were explicitly stated. He understood that girls who were close might greet each other or hold hands. That was normal. He remembered once asking his cousin, who seemed to be isolated in high school, "What's the big deal? Do you all go to the bathroom together too?" His cousin had answered matter-of-factly, "Of course, shouldn't we go together?" Shin Wang. But this time it was different. He asked, "Yinyao, I remember before you transferred schools in high school, you went to an all-girls school, right?" Yinyao. "Yes." Shin Wang. "I heard some rumors about your school back then." At this point Yinyao smiled. It was a beautiful smile, but there was something darker in it this time. Yinyao replied, "Young Master Shun, we're in 9102 now. Do you really think this could still be news? You can't threaten me." Shin Wang was left speechless. Was that an implicit admission? Yinyao continued, "You should be thinking about Lin Heng. If he's still around, what does that leave for us? Even if there is something between us, could you put Louise in a position where people would talk about her?" Yinyao added, "But compared to Edmund, I'd rather see Louise marry you." Shin Wang snorted. He had always believed that it should have been him marrying Louise in the first place. There had been some obstacles along the way, but it had nothing to do with Lin Heng. Yinyao stepped into the car, and with the slam of the door she was ready to leave. She noticed Shin Wang's expression darkening, and as she recalled some gossip from 2 years ago, she paused and lowered the car window. She said, "Because compared to Edmund, you're definitely more my type to handle." Her smile was sweet and effortless, but her words were sharp as poison. After saying this, she stepped on the accelerator and drove off. In the hospital ward, Shang Hanglu and Xiao Zai, who should have left with Shin Wang and Yinyao, were still in the ward. They weren't there just to queue up. They were really just passing through. In fact, Shang Hanglu hadn't even known his sister was hospitalized until Xiao Zai mentioned it earlier. Today, Shang Hanglu and Xiao Zai had come to visit Xiao Zai's father. Xiao Zai's father had been admitted to the ICU. A critical condition notice had been issued last night. Chapter 42. At the Lin family banquet in Long Island, United States, Shang Hanglu casually mentioned that Xiao Zai had a stroke. Actually, someone in the Xiao family had suffered a stroke, and it was true that Xiao Zai's father had been hospitalized for it. Yes, the father who in a Cinderella-like story, worked tirelessly and neglected his family, only to die early. After his death, the entire family business was taken over by his second wife, and his legitimate daughter was reduced to a maid. However, the situation was slightly different. Xiao Zai's father did have a stroke and was indeed in the hospital. His condition was serious, no doubt about that. But he wasn't dead yet. And for now, Xiao Zai couldn't let him die. It wasn't because of some deep father-son bond, but because Xiao Zai's unreliable, scummy father had recently made arrangements with a lawyer to draft a will. The general content of the will was this: after I die, 80% of my estate will go to my youngest son, and the rights to run the company will also be passed to him. Until my youngest son comes of age, his mother will manage the company for him. In other words, if Xiao Zai's father died, Xiao Zai would inherit only a portion of the estate, and a small share in the company his mother left him. The company would have nothing to do with him from then on. That was, of course, assuming his father died. But he hadn't died yet. He was still hanging on. Also, according to some rumors, the will hadn't been notarized before Xiao Zai's father was hospitalized. So, during his coma, it became a major issue as to who would control his assets. The Xiao family was in disarray these days, with both factions hiring lawyers and suing each other. Shang Hanglu had a general idea of the situation at the Xiao family. But apart from helping find a good lawyer, he didn't have much else to offer. Even Xiao Zai himself couldn't do much either. Shang Hanglu asked, "About the lawyer, why don't you ask my sister? She has connections and might know someone more suitable." For someone like Xiao Zai's father, a wealthy man with a massive estate, it was like blood in the water to sharks. As soon as news of the inheritance got out, lawyers flocked in, eager for a slice of the pie. So the two of them moved downstairs. Shang Hanglu's room had finally quieted down. Before long, a nurse came in to administer an injection. Not long after that, blood was drawn. Soon after, another 4-bag was replaced. Not long after that, Shang Hanglu and Xiao Zai arrived. At this moment, Shang Hanglu was lying under the covers, pretending to be a mole, and when she heard the door open, she said, "The patient isn't here, don't look for her." But of course, her younger brother had to come in. And he forcefully pulled the blanket off Shang Hanglu's face. "There's an urgent matter, something worth billions." This phrase sounded so familiar. Shang Hanglu quickly sat up. "You're talking about something important, say it." Shang Hanglu patted Xiao Zai's shoulder. "I told you my sister will help. She might not say it, but she actually likes you a lot." Xiao Zai, who usually had a carefree attitude and didn't care much about things, suddenly had a blush spread across his cheeks at Shang Hanglu's words, looking unexpectedly embarrassed. Shang Hanglu, on the other hand, tilted her head. Ah. She looked like a duck about to be slaughtered, utterly confused. Xiao Zai's embarrassment quickly faded, replaced by a perfectly practiced fake smile. Shang Hanglu then explained the current situation in the Xiao family, which wasn't exactly a secret. Shang Hanglu listened and glanced at Xiao Zai. His face showed no emotion at all. If Shang Hanglu hadn't heard about the Xiao family's situation from her brother, she would have never guessed anything from just looking at him. Honestly, at the age of university graduation, her younger brother still acted like a goofy dog. It was impressive that Xiao Zai could be so calm and composed. But this level of maturity, uncommon for his age, made Shang Hanglu reflect on how brutal the world of the rich was. If you didn't grow up fast, you were bound to get eaten up by it. Shang Hanglu said, I understand. I'll ask around. Xiao Zai remained silent, standing there awkwardly, looking like a child unsure of how to accept someone's kindness. Shang Hanglu continued, since your father made such a will, whether he truly meant it or was pressured into doing so by your stepmother, you can't trust his lawyers right now. Oh, and by the way, give me the names and contact details of the lawyers you've been in touch with. I'll ask some friends for advice. Xiao Zai had a special holder for business cards in his pocket. He reached into his pocket but didn't pull out any cards. Looking at Shang Hanglu, Xiao Zai said, Sister, I've resigned from Huanalong Corporation. His gaze was clear, a kind of clarity she hadn't seen before. Shang Hanglu sighed lightly, you should have quit earlier. I get why you did it. It's just a performance for your stepmother, to show her how useless you are. So she'll let her guard down and stop bothering you. That was exactly the case. But, Xiao Zai paused as if wanting to say, if I hadn't met you at Huanalong Corporation, and if you weren't already married, would you like me? In a romantic sense. At that moment, Shang Hanglu slightly lifted her chin, with sunlight streaming through the window and casting a clear line of light and shadow across her profile. Her eyes were clear, steady in their gaze, looking directly at him as if seeing only him and nothing else behind that look. Xiao Zai understood. His words had no meaning. He let out a light chuckle. He didn't speak, but he felt a little lighter in his heart. He handed Shang Hanglu the business card holder. The small stack on the left is inside. Shang Hanglu took them out one by one, snapped a photo, and then handed it back to Xiao Zai. Xiao Zai took the card holder, thanked her, and then went upstairs again, leaving behind her purebred husky little brother, who tilted his head and asked, What is Huanlongxi? Shang Hanglu. How should I even explain this? Maybe I should just tell him how I know about Huanlongxi? Shang Hanglu continued. What is Huanlongxi? Why do you and Xiao Zai know about it but I don't? You can't do this to me. Actually, Shang Hanglu had already briefly looked it up, but he had only heard part of the pronunciation and wasn't sure about the 3 characters. The character Huan in Huanlongxi wasn't common, so he didn't jump to conclusions. The way he was going on, it seemed like he wasn't going to give up until he got an answer. Shang Hanglu, feeling slightly dizzy, replied, It's a duck shop. Xiao Zai works there sometimes. Shang Hanglu. Huh? Does the Xiao family still do the duck business? How come I didn't know about it? Of course he had no idea. Shang Hanglu rolled her eyes and decided to switch the topic. By the way, how's the matter you were working on? The matter Shang Hanglu was referring to was the investigation into Bu Zheng's shady dealings behind the scenes, which she had assigned to Shang Hanglu 2 days ago. Of course, investigating was a job for professionals, and Shang Hanglu was just the one paying for it. Shang Hanglu was in charge of liaising with the people handling the investigation. After a call with Shen Wang, the brother and sister duo, well, mostly Shang Hanglu, had confirmed that the message from their brother-in-law was true. Though he didn't want to believe it, he had to admit that it was likely that their aunt and uncle were behind it all. The previous day, the two of them met again in a restaurant, this time a Western one. Their meeting was open and above board, but the contents of their conversation were secretive. It was really tricky dealing with people who were sabotaging things from behind the scenes. Should they just issue a public statement cutting ties with the family? Or maybe shout from the rooftops, What they're saying isn't true, it's what we say that's the truth. If explanations worked, then there wouldn't be misunderstandings in the world. Because people tend to trust what they see as fact, while what they hear from others often becomes gossip in their eyes. Shang Hanglu was frowning deeply, his mind clearly elsewhere. What should we do? Shang Hanglu, having believed Lin Heng's message from the beginning, had been considering it carefully. She said, for example, if we were to file a lawsuit. We need to sue. I'm just using it as an example. Shang Hanglu glared at her brother. Let's say person A says they didn't steal something, but the accuser insists that A did, and they get person B to testify that they saw a stealing. How would you argue that A didn't steal anything? Shang Hanglu. But most places have surveillance footage now. Shang Hanglu. Can you let me look good for a second? Just tell me what you think. Shang Hanglu rolled her eyes and continued. If there's no way to tamper with the physical evidence, then first, we should question B's credibility. If B is known to be a liar and has even committed perjury in the past, doesn't that mean B's testimony could be fake too? Shang Hanglu, lost in his emotional turmoil about his aunt's involvement, suddenly understood. So, you mean we need to prove that uncle is a liar? No, find evidence that he's used similar tactics before? Something like that. I suspect he's not a beginner given how skilled he is. And it's said that their venture capital company, when facing risky projects, brings in several companies to invest together to lower the risk. But with Bu Zhang's actions, he essentially convinced others to pull out while he invested the money himself, waiting for Yunshi to be acquired by someone else, and then he would profit. Isn't that just spreading rumors to corner the market? Dragging others into the mess while he reaps the rewards. How shameless. Shang Hanglu immediately said, I know the right investigators. Last time, Lu Heguang's mom hired some detectives to catch a cheater, and they were super efficient. Shang Hanglu. Catching a cheater. My high-level strategy. Is this not good? Shang Hanglu's voice was weak. Let's just make a phone call for now. That was the secret plan the siblings came up with a few days ago. Yesterday, when Shang Hanglu was in the hospital, the investigators had informed Shang Hanglu that they had found the evidence. Now that the room was empty, Shang Hanglu had been holding it in all morning, and finally had the chance to speak. That moment, the busy hospital room door was pushed open again. Mr. and Mrs. Shang, along with Lu Shanglu's aunt Shang Yingxue, and her uncle Yuan Kai made a grand entrance. Oh my dear daughter, how did you end up in the hospital? This was Mrs. Shang's first concern. Shang Hanglu thought for a moment about the reasons behind her hospitalization. She discreetly rolled her eyes. Please don't talk to me, thank you. Chapter 43. Shang Hanglu would rather die than reveal the real reason. She was thinking of coming up with some grand excuse like saving her silly younger brother, or protecting the scared Lin Zong from the penguin's attack. She was ready to make up some story when a cold male voice interrupted at the door. She was petting penguins, but the kind that's hard to deal with, and got slapped into the water. That ruthless, fearless tone that dared to dismantle her reputation. Yes, it was Lin Zong making his entrance. Hadn't he just left this morning? Shang Hanglu immediately asked. Why are you back again? Lin Heng didn't miss Shang Hanglu's use of the word again. Instantly, Lin Zong felt somewhat displeased. What's wrong with him coming a few more times? He said. You wouldn't eat properly this morning, so I came to see if you've eaten lunch. Shang Hanglu. What eating? I'm busy. I'm a very important person. How can I worry about eating? However, Shang Hanglu, who didn't know Lin Heng's schedule very well, but had a general understanding of it, finally regained some rationality regarding the word busy. She closed her mouth. The room grew lively again. Shang Hanglu's parents, aunt and uncle Lin Heng, and Shang Hanglu's younger brother, Shang Hangyu, were all present, making up about 80% of the family. Shang Hanglu's cousin Yuan Yuzhen, who had just had a baby and was still in confinement, didn't come. The parents' arrival was nothing surprising, just some casual small talk and well-wishing. However, the inquiries from her aunt and uncle felt fake and nauseating. Shang Hanglu was fine, wearing a smile that hid her true feelings. Shang Hangyu, however, couldn't keep up the fake smile for long, his face stiffening. After a while he just stopped smiling. Shang Hanglu's mother, Shang Mingshu, asked, Xingyu, are you upset about something? Shang Hanglu immediately helped smooth things over. He's angry with me. I made him move back to the dorm. Just now he asked if he could come back home, but I wouldn't let him. Upon hearing this, Shang Mingshu and Yuan Kai had something to say. Shang Mingshu said, You're trying to help your parents teach your brother, which is a good intention. But isn't this a bit too much? Xingyu's living conditions in the dorm are not ideal. Have you seen the security? Yuan Kai added. Yes, what if something happens? They were concerned about someone taking advantage of their wealth, so they didn't think highly of the people involved. Both of them were trying to act as if they had the best of intentions, while in reality, Shang Hanglu had little patience for them. She said, Yunshi has so many employees living there, so why wouldn't Xingyu be able to live there? Yuan Kai immediately took a commanding tone. You're so stubborn even as a child. How can Xingyu be the same as those employees? As long as he admits his mistake, everything's fine. We've been through this, we have experience, trust us, it's for the best. The siblings probably both laughed inwardly. Listening to them, they'd probably end up with nothing to their name. Shang Mingshu dropped the topic with a stern face, switching to another topic in a similarly superior manner. Let's not talk about that. Anyway, Lulu, you're smart. If I just point something out, you'll understand. Just now, I went with your uncle to see Yuzhen at the maternity center. The baby is so cute. You and Lin Heng shouldn't fall behind your sister's progress. Shang Mingshu said this in a half-joking tone. Shang Xinglu's mother knew her daughter's temperament, so she quickly said, "Young people can handle their own affairs, we won't interfere." However, Shang Mingshu didn't stop. "Sister-in-law, you care too little. Otherwise, could Lulu have fallen out with that person from the Shin family?" "Lulu, I heard some gossip, not sure how true it is, but let me advise you, don't be foolish still thinking about that person from the Shin family. That's just wishful thinking. It's better to be with Lin Heng." After this, the room fell silent. When Shen Wang's name was mentioned, the atmosphere became awkward. Yuan Kai deliberately spoke loudly. "Can you stop talking? Lulu, your aunt is straightforward, don't mind her." Shang Xinglu considered herself a happy, optimistic person who rarely got angry. But when faced with her troublesome relatives, she felt like she had lost. This couple was so in sync, each finishing the other's sentences like they were putting on a show, like a pair of puppeteers, evolving to another level. Just as this evolution was happening, Lin Heng, the domineering CEO, who had barely had any presence, stepped forward, seemingly about to say something. Shang Xinglu, quick on her feet, grabbed Lin Heng's coat. Lin Heng looked at her. His jawline was smooth and well-defined, with not a hint of stubble. His eyes showed no clear anger or icy glare, but his whole presence exuded a different kind of aura, one that was unlike his usual self. The silence lasted briefly, but Shang Xinglu felt that his pause was endless, like the long silence after a snowstorm on a cold night, so long that dawn seemed unreachable. Lin Heng stepped back. Shang Xinglu let out a sigh of relief. She wasn't angry anymore, but if she didn't handle the situation carefully, it might have ended with Mr. Lin stepping in personally. She smiled at the mirror, practicing the elegant smile she had learned from Marilyn. Shang Xinglu said, "Actually, my aunt did make a good point." Her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Shang, sighed in relief. They had expected Shang Xinglu's temper to explode. Shang Xinglu continued, "Who says only men have these flaws? Women have them too. And I think maybe it runs in our family. The red roses turn to mosquito blood, but the white moonlight remains the same. Who wouldn't still long for it? Maybe that longing lasts for over 20 years. Shang Yingshua's smile froze on her face. Shang Xinglu added, "Uncle, since you agree with Aunt's point, I'm sure you know about Aunt's white moonlight. You're both right, I should learn from Aunt's mistakes." Yuan Kai froze for a moment before furrowing his brow and staring at Shang Yingxue. When Shang Yingxue got married, the Shang family had deliberately concealed this matter from Yuan Kai, telling him that he wasn't aware of it. Shang Yingxue was anxious, trying to explain, but was stumbling over her words. Yuan Kai let out a heavy snort and left the room. Shang Yingxue quickly chased after him. "Mr. and Mrs. Shang." Just as they were about to speak, Shang Xingyu interrupted, making a sharp remark in his sister's defense. "Whoever starts it is the shameless one. Mr. Shang. You kids, forget it." Mr. Shang was also angry and left. Before leaving, Mrs. Shang secretly gave Shang Xinglu a thumbs up. After all the commotion, the room finally quieted down. It was at this moment that Lin Heng suddenly asked, "How's the investigation into Buzheng Financial's matters going? Have you made any progress?" Although Lin Heng hadn't been involved in the investigation, and he didn't discuss it with Shang Xinglu beforehand, he had noticed that the two siblings, Shang Xinglu and Shang Xingyu, had been meeting frequently. From their conversations, which were not completely avoiding him, he had picked up on their plan. Shang Xinglu replied, "We've found something. Turns out, this isn't the first time he's done this." Lin Heng nodded. He said, "Assistant Yuan has some reporter contacts. Just call him directly." At this point, Shang Xinglu clung to Lin Heng's arm, showering him with praise. "You're amazing, darling." Shang Xingyu also wanted to praise Lin Heng, so he clung to Shang Xinglu's other arm, trying to get in on the praise. "Brother-in-law, you're amazing." Lin Heng. Mr. Lin furrowed his brows. Then stretching his hand across the bed, he gently pulled Shang Xinglu's hand out of Shang Xingyu's arm and pushed Shang Xingyu aside with a slight look of distaste. "Shang Xingyu. What did I do wrong?" The next day, Shang Xinglu used the contact information from Lin Heng's assistant to arrange for two reporters to interview Yuan Kai. She gave them some inside information and made sure they kept it confidential. The reporters, who were familiar with Yuan's assistant, were happy to oblige. The interview went smoothly, as Yuan Kai enjoyed the attention and loved how the reporters painted him as wise and decisive. Even though the magazine wasn't widely read among the general public, it had a high circulation in the industry, so it gave him significant face. However, after the interview, the reporters, using a known source's tip-off, published another article comparing what Yuan Kai had said in the interview with the actual facts. It was a classic case of him acting like a benevolent collaborator in the interview, but the leak exposed his true nature, taking all the profits for himself while pretending to be fair. The report didn't make much of a splash with the general public, but among those in the finance industry, it sparked considerable interest. People began to recall their past collaborations with Buzheng Financial and question recent internal leaks regarding Yunshi. When Yuan Kai saw the report, he was furious. He immediately tried to contact the reporter, but the number was disconnected. He then tried calling the editor of Finance magazine, but the call was directed to a secretary, who claimed the editor wasn't available. In a fit of rage, Yuan Kai threw his tablet, and when Shang Hanglu came in with tea and fruit to calm him down, she saw him in this state and rushed to call an ambulance. Chapter 44. Shang Hanglu hurriedly sent Yuan Kai to the hospital. Upon arrival, regardless of whether one is rich or poor, everyone feels anxious before the results of the examination come out. Accompanying her were the family's servants, so Shang Hanglu didn't have to worry too much. She first called the Yuan family. Then she called her own brother, Shang Hanglu, who was also the father of Shang Hanglu. Just as the phone was picked up, before Shang Hanglu could start complaining, Shang Hanglu coldly said, "How dare you call me?" Shang Hanglu didn't often read financial magazines. Yuan Kai fainted, and she hadn't had a chance to be reminded that it had already been exposed. Shang Hanglu, pretending to be innocent, said, What do you mean?" Shang Hanglu responded, "What do you mean? You don't know what Yuan Kai has done." Shang Hanglu was already guilty at heart and became even more anxious. Shang Hanglu continued, "Even though you're married and the old man handed over the management rights to me, the portion that was meant for you has never been less. Yet you're still dissatisfied, trying to swallow everything and even splitting Yunshi to hand it over to someone else." Shang Hanglu had a temper, but he was a righteous person. Every time he thought about how he had treated Shang Hanglu well, and then saw her actions, he felt even more sorrowful. He always thought that the rivalry in wealthy families was far from the Shang family. The Shang family was united, and the atmosphere was different from what outsiders believed. Now seeing this, it wasn't just slapping the face with a painful sting, but it felt uncomfortable in the heart. Shang Hanglu said coldly, "How could you be this treacherous? Since you've done this, then I no longer have a sister like you." Without giving Shang Hanglu a chance to defend herself, he directly hung up the phone. In fact, not only did Shang Hanglu not immediately see the reports in the financial magazine, but even Shang Hanglu, who usually followed financial news, hadn't noticed them at first. The real first to notice were the siblings, who already knew the release time and were waiting for the refresh on their tablets. Though the tip-off came from them, the report was written by a journalist. The siblings had already seen it, and they thought the writing, the sarcasm, the photos, and the layout were all worth it. The money spent was worth it. Once the report was released, they immediately called Shang Hanglu. Shang Hanglu was in a meeting at the time. He had initially said, "I'm in a meeting," and was about to hang up. Shang Hanglu quickly said, "I sent you a news article. It explains why Yunshi can't get funding. You need to look at it. It's urgent." If it were any other issue, Shang Hanglu would have waited until after the meeting to discuss it. But this was Yunshi's main issue, so Shang Hanglu paused the meeting and went out to check the article his daughter had sent him. He wasn't expecting much, but once he read it he was stunned. Shang Hanglu's fiery temper, it seemed, was inherited from her father. Shang Hanglu immediately called Shang Hanglu. "How did you get the news so quickly? Who started the rumors about your aunt?" Shang Hanglu and Shang Hangyu had rehearsed their acting for this moment, and started their performance on the other end of the line. Shang Hanglu feigned a sad tone, adopting the "I can't believe my husband cheated" type of abandoned wife emotion, saying with a cry, "I don't believe it either. How could Aunt do such a thing?" Since the phone couldn't see faces, Shang Hanglu cried loudly, sobbing dramatically, though there wasn't a single tear on her face. She had even prepared strawberries, cherries, and other fruits in case she needed to hydrate after her exaggerated sobbing. "This news was only sent a few minutes ago. How did you see it so quickly? Could someone be using you?" Shang Hanglu continued her act. "Dad, we just found out ourselves. I couldn't believe it either. You don't know, now electronic magazines can be sent directly to your inbox with reminders. It came in, and since I was bored in the hospital, I opened it. I didn't know what to expect, but when I saw it I was shocked." Shang Hangyu quickly tugged at his sister's sleeve. Enough, you're not reporting, you're narrating a story." Shang Hanglu stared at the message on the screen, his facial muscles tense, feeling conflicted. After a long pause he finally said, "I see. I will handle this." The blow had to be hard but not too harsh. Shang Hanglu and Shang Hangyu finished their act and didn't say anything more. After hanging up, the siblings gave each other a high five. Although she had to sit in a wheelchair for a while when leaving, it no longer had the same meaning as before. Now, sitting in a wheelchair was just a hospital requirement. Once she stepped out of the hospital, she felt as if the sky was high, and she could fly and jump however she wished. No, not a wild chicken, a wild duck. No, it's a wild swan. Shang Hanglu felt refreshed as she got in the car. It was said that Yuncher's financing plan was back on track and was now steadily progressing. This time it was really progressing steadily. Her foot was also better, the cast had been removed, she had left the hospital, and she was in good health again. Can't someone feel relaxed and at ease? Shang Hanglu had recently avoided a huge bankruptcy disaster. And after counting, she realized that another major challenge remained: divorce. She didn't need to avoid this one. In fact, she had to work hard to achieve it. Perhaps it was due to the changes in the storyline, but now the plot in her mind was no longer a guide to fate, it was more like a cheap martial arts secret manual, sold for 5 yuan on a street corner, completely misleading. Shang Hanglu thought for a moment, considering that maybe because of the changes in the plot, the development between the male and female leads, Shun Wang and Yin Yao, was progressing slowly. As a result, Lin Heng, the male supporting character, didn't have the will to compete or fight for anything. Put simply, the arrogant CEO's bad nature couldn't be unleashed. As for the love story between Yin Yao and Lin Heng, Shang Hanglu recalled the time Yin Yao visited her in the hospital. That hand held hers. She also remembered the last conversation at the resort. That hand held hers again. Shang Hanglu shivered. No, she realized her imagination was getting out of control. She'd better stop thinking about it. For now, Shang Hanglu decided not to expect much from Yin Yao. But if she gave up on the divorce, she wouldn't be Shang Hanglu anymore. So, after returning to Shanghai Manor, she dialed Gu Wanyu's phone number. The phone was answered. Shang Hanglu spoke with the affectionate tone of a TV shopping host. My dear mother, hello. Gu Wanyu. Gu Wanyu stared at the phone for a while, confirming it was Shang Hanglu's call, then answered again. Louise, what's up? Shang Hanglu, as if reciting poetry, said in a rhythmic tone. Dear mother, Lin Heng and I would like to invite you to spend the summer vacation here in our country. Gu Wanyu. Shang Hanglu continued with dramatic pauses. What do you think? I appreciate your kind offer and I'm touched, Gu Wanyu replied coldly. But it's too hot in our country during the summer, and the air quality isn't great. I can't go anywhere except to stay in an air-conditioned room. So I won't come. Shang Hanglu. What? So moved then rejected? How could this be? If Gu Wanyu didn't come, who would she argue with? If Gu Wanyu didn't come, who would push her to have children? Without Gu Wanyu pressuring her, how would she fight with Lin Heng? Shang Hanglu felt distressed. To be honest, Mr. Lin had an exceptionally good temper most of the time. Even when disagreements arose, Lin Heng could resolve them quickly. There was no argument, none at all. This life. No, she definitely didn't intend to live it forever with Mr. Lin. Shang Hanglu finally gave up on the formal tone and said, Mom, here's the thing. Lin Heng's company is about to operate a large resort project soon. It includes 5 theme parks. I went to try them out and it was really fun. First, we'd like to invite you to the opening ceremony, and secondly, we'd like to let you play around a bit before the official opening. At this point, Gu Wanyu hesitated. It was one thing to play at the resort, but the opening ceremony was a big deal, and she and her husband Lin couldn't skip out on it. However, the temperature and air quality in the country, Gu Wanyu was already feeling faint. So she said, let me discuss it with Lin, and I'll get back to you. This answer was as good as half settled. Shang Hanglu was very happy. She exchanged a few pleasantries with Gu Wanyu, ready to hang up when Gu Wanyu suddenly said, By the way, does the resort have a marine animal park? Yes, are you interested in that? Not really, Gu Wanyu said. I just remembered, didn't you go to see the penguins the other day, and they pushed you into the water? Was that why you got sick and ended up in the hospital? Shang Hanglu. Please don't talk to me, please. Did I get it wrong? Shang Hanglu could only reply. Yes, sorry, it was my first time touching a penguin, and I got a little excited. She said this to Gu Wanyu, but her heart was burning with rage. Mr. Lin, this big mouth. He could cause trouble with her family, but now he even called his mother to tell her all this. Fine, now she finally had a reason to argue with Mr. Lin. However, that night, Shang Hanglu waited and waited for Mr. Lin to come back, but he still didn't return. She was so sleepy but still stayed in the living room waiting. Marilyn, watching secretly, smiled and advised, Madam, you should go to sleep. In her heart, she was secretly laughing. The madam was so tired, yet still waiting for her husband. It seemed like their relationship was really strong now. Shang Hanglu couldn't stay awake any longer. Finally, she decided to sleep. Before falling asleep, she thought of a big problem. So she went to another room, moved some things and then returned to her bed. She quickly fell asleep. Mr. Lin worked late into the night. When he finally got home, he had just taken off his tie and hadn't even entered the bathroom when he noticed something on the bed. One of the lumps definitely belonged to Shang Hanglu. The other lump. He walked closer and froze, struck as if by lightning. Sleeping on his side of the bed was Wang Kai, Lin Heng. What now? Chapter 45-0. Since Shang Hanglu adopted Wang Kai, Wang Kai's weight had skyrocketed, transforming from a weak stray dog into a playful, running pig. And this pig, with the appearance of a dog, was now sleeping on 1/3 of Lin Heng's bed. Shang Hanglu had something to say about this. It wasn't some excuse like, I was playing with Wang Kai, got tired, and forgot to put it back in its own room, so it ended up sleeping on the bed. In fact, Wang Kai had already fallen asleep in its doghouse, and Shang Hanglu had rushed over to carry it out and place it on Lin Heng's side. Lin Heng disliked Wang Kai, but Wang Kai didn't mind Lin Heng at all. Wang Kai was easygoing, too lazy to even open its eyes, and just continued sleeping. Shang Hanglu also slept, and she slept soundly. To be honest, her sleeping posture wasn't great. Oh, and Shang Hanglu hadn't tried to hide her sleeping posture. However, ever since that unavoidable night at the Lin family mansion in Long Island, New York, where she and Lin Heng accidentally ended up sleeping together, a new world had opened up. She swore to the heavens that she hadn't done anything improper to Lin Heng. It was just that sleeping in a small corner was too difficult for someone like her, so occasionally she would overstep her boundaries. Also, let's be honest, Lin Heng's physique wasn't built for nothing. The feeling of his muscles. Well, here it's better if we skip 300 words. She had unintentionally ended up hugging President Lin to sleep multiple times. As a resolute woman who had abandoned her previous life, Shang Hanglu thought she couldn't keep indulging in such temptations anymore. So today she decided to move Wang Kai to the other side of the bed. For Lin Heng, who was afraid of furry animals, this undoubtedly meant he needed to change beds. Recently, Lin Heng had been swamped with work. Due to his frequent visits to the hospital for someone who couldn't even eat properly, he had to run around and even asked his assistant to push back less important tasks. After a long day of work, Lin Heng came home late, tired as ever. He headed straight for the bedroom, planning to shower and sleep, only to find Wang Kai on the bed. He took off his glasses, cleaned them, then put them back on. Yep, it really was Wang Kai. The house staff knew about his allergy to fur, so no one would make such a mistake. There was only one person who could have done this, and Lin Heng was sure this person had done it on purpose. The reason was obvious. Lin Heng was somewhat angry, or rather very angry, but instead of shouting, his anger manifested in silence. Lin Heng stared at Wang Kai from a distance for a while. The little short-legged dog was completely unaware, sleeping soundly, just like Louise next to it. Lin Heng considered calling someone to move Wang Kai, but then he stopped. It was late, the staff was following normal hours, and while a couple of them stayed up waiting for him, he had let them rest early out of consideration for their hard work. So now to wake someone up just to move a dog? Lin Heng's hand tightened around the doorknob. Besides, they would see his reaction when he faced Wang Kai. That meant the entire household would know that he wasn't actually allergic to furry things, but rather terrified of them. Lin Heng would not allow such a situation. So he didn't shower, didn't change his clothes. He went to the closet, put on a very thick down jacket, layered it with a parka, and then donned a hockey mask. He finished by wearing 3 pairs of gloves to prepare for the task at hand. Step by step, Lin Heng approached Wang Kai. Step by step, one after the other. Suddenly, with lightning speed, Lin Heng grabbed Wang Kai and lifted it up. Wang Kai jumped in surprise, no longer the soft and fluffy bundle it once was. It became like an agile, slippery creature. Lin Heng, with his gloved hands, couldn't handle it. Wang Kai jumped to the floor, barking loudly. Then, realizing it was its master, it stopped. Wang Kai wagged its tail and walked over, happily rubbing against Lin Heng's pant leg. Meanwhile, Lin Heng, still in his down jacket and parka, had forgotten to wear any pants. He froze in place. Didn't move. Didn't dare to move. Then he shuddered slightly. He stood there for a while, his face darkening. Wang Kai showed no signs of stopping and kept rubbing against his pant leg. Lin Heng gathered his resolve, took off his gloves, picked up Wang Kai, and with his long model-like legs, swiftly opened the door, threw Wang Kai out, and slammed the door shut in one smooth motion. Then, without even bothering to remove his outerwear, he sprinted to the bathroom and began washing his hands. 10 times. Finally, after a long while, he began his original purpose, taking a shower and going to bed. This whole ordeal took him 10 minutes, while throwing Wang Kai out had taken a full 30 minutes. Lin Heng was still upset. He saw that Shang Hanglu was peacefully sleeping on the bed, taking up most of the space, and his anger flared up even more. Lin Heng leaned over and gently pulled at Shang Hanglu's cheek. At first, she thought it was Wang Kai playing with her, so she threw herself over, unceremoniously wrapping her arms around his neck. Due to Wang Kai scratching at the door outside, Shang Hanglu had indeed clung to Lin Heng's neck. Shang Hanglu wasn't actually sleeping very soundly that night. She had placed Wang Kai on the bed, and she kept feeling like Lin Heng would explode in anger, maybe even spank her or something. So when she clung to him, she felt the difference in the sensation, and suddenly woke up with a start. She opened her eyes and saw Lin Heng's handsome face with glasses in high definition. "My Wang Kai?" Shang Hanglu asked. As expected, someone had planned this in advance. Lin Heng, thinking it over, became even angrier. Seeing that Shang Hanglu was about to run when she realized it wasn't Wang Kai, Lin Heng, who had the intention to punish her, naturally wouldn't let her escape. He immediately flipped over and pinned her beneath him. He pressed his legs down on hers and used one hand to hold both of her hands tightly. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't escape. With his free hand, Lin Heng pinched her face, squeezing and pulling while asking, "You're feeling bold now, huh?" "I didn't do anything wrong," Shang Hanglu pleaded. "Still daring to put Wang Kai here? You seriously don't want me to sleep, do you?" No. Lin Heng, expressionless, said, "I don't believe you. You definitely did this on purpose." Shang Hanglu's eyes were full of tears. "I swear, Your Honor, I'm wronged." Seeing her pitiful expression, Lin Heng's anger seemed to disappear. He suddenly smiled. At this point, Lin Heng released her hands. But he said, "Where's the injustice in this? Who else in the house would do something like this besides you?" Shang Hanglu's mind raced. Who could take the blame for this? Who? Lin Heng stared at her pouting lips and watery eyes, and his gaze darkened. Lin Heng, 28 years old, smoked menthol cigarettes, suspected erectile dysfunction, and whether it was because of his busy work schedule or the fact that he and his wife rarely saw each other, he had been kept at bay for a long time. Now he was wearing glasses, and even though the room was dimly lit, Shang Hanglu's expression was very clear to him. Even without the glasses at this distance, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to see clearly. Thinking about this, Lin Heng took off his glasses and casually placed them aside. He gently lifted Shang Hanglu's chin, then leaned down and kissed her. It wasn't just lips meeting lips. Skin-to-skin contact sparked unfamiliar currents. Shang Hanglu froze in place, forgetting to struggle. Meanwhile, Lin Heng's tongue pried open her mouth, and their soft tongues danced between their lips. Shang Hanglu. What am I doing? But she didn't have time to think about it. The kiss felt too good, and her weak willpower couldn't refuse Lin Heng. No one knew when this kiss had intensified, or when it had begun to carry other feelings. Or maybe from the very beginning it had mixed in with other intentions. Shang Hanglu didn't have time to feel anything at all. Her mind was completely muddled. The king-size bed could accommodate all kinds of chaos, and as they rolled to one side, all that could be heard was a crack. Shang Hanglu pushed Lin Heng off and screamed, "Ah, my neck! What's under my neck?" Lin Heng sat up as well. The top of her nightgown, which had been fastened, was now completely undone, revealing a smooth, toned set of abs. Lin Heng picked up the thing that had been crushed. It was his glasses bent out of shape. Looking again, Shang Hanglu had already rolled and scrambled off the bed. She was running towards the bathroom while yelling, "Hubby, I'm sorry. I'm taking a cold shower." Lin Heng. Lin Heng sighed. Wasn't he the one supposed to take a cold shower? The next day, Shang Hanglu sat in a quiet cafe. Soon, a young man in a semi-formal suit arrived. Xiaozai pulled out a chair and sat down, ordering an iced coffee. Shang Hanglu sighed heavily in front of him. Xiaozai smiled, a charming grin that was almost irresistible. "Madam, is there anything I can do to help you?" Shang Hanglu was already immune to his usual charming ways. She continued to sigh dramatically. I'm such a weak-willed woman." Xiaozai, I'm really truly a woman who is easily tempted by good looks," Shang Hanglu said. Xiaozai laughed lightly. "Isn't that pretty obvious?" At that moment, the waiter brought Xiaozai's iced coffee over. Seeing his bright smile, the waiter almost dropped the cup. I wasn't, never mind, you little brat, you don't understand the troubles of us grown-ups," Shang Hanglu said. "Let's get down to business. Louise, whether it's business or personal matters, I'm happy to talk with you," Xiaozai said. Shang Hanglu raised her eyes to look at him. Wait a minute, why wasn't this kid calling her sister like Shang Hanglu? Had he grown a spine? Chapter 46. Where's your sister? Shang Hanglu couldn't help but ask. Xiaozai raised an eyebrow. I don't have a sister, Shang Hanglu said. Didn't you always call me sister before? At first, when he called her that, she always felt something was off. Now suddenly not calling her that anymore, she still felt something was off. Habits are truly scary. Xiaozai, as if it was only natural, replied, I realized you weren't really my sister, so I corrected myself. Shang Hanglu. She stared at Xiaozai for a while. The young man with a handsome face smiled innocently, giving off an air of purity, without any trace of any hidden meaning. Yet Shang Hanglu felt that switching from sister to Louise seemed possibly somewhat different, maybe? She quickly shook her head. No, as a married woman there was absolutely no other meaning. No way. Shang Hanglu decided to throw that thought out of her mind as if it were a baseball pitched at 160 kilometers per hour. Throw it as far as possible. Out of sight, out of mind. Through my inquiries and comparisons, these two law firms are more experienced in handling cases like yours. Among them, XX's success rate is. Shang Hanglu shifted to more serious topics, fully believing that Xiao Zai would be far more interested in matters related to his personal interests, like the lawsuit, than in the meaningless titles. Xiao Zai's father had been in the hospital for some time now, neither awake nor deceased. This had brought the various conflicts between Xiao Zai and his stepmother into the open. The outcome was simple: win and everything is yours, lose and you're kicked out. They chatted for a while, then Xiao Zai suddenly said, I heard that you and Shang Hanglu caught the rat stealing food from Yun Shirley? It wasn't exactly a secret. Shang Hanglu smiled. Yes. So what happened to the rat? Xiao Zai asked half jokingly, half seriously. What happened to the rat, of course, was. Shang Hanglu had her own thoughts but shrugged and said, Do you think someone like me who spends all day eating, sleeping and playing, and is seen as a high society wife but actually a useless one, would know what to do? I don't know, I don't handle business, ask Shang Hanglu. Shang Hanglu directly passed the responsibility. Xiao Zai glanced at her again, took a sip of coffee and seemed to want to say something but stopped. The two casually chatted about other things, had a simple lunch at the coffee shop, and then headed back to their respective offices. Shang Hanglu had just left when she suddenly remembered that her phone was still on the table, so she immediately turned back to grab it. The staff had already collected her phone, and when she entered, they quickly handed it to her. Shang Hanglu thanked them repeatedly, but just as she was about to leave, a group of girlfriends called out to her. One of them, especially tall and slim, used to be a globally famous supermodel. Now, just like Shang Hanglu, she was a high society wife. Her name was Zhang Lishuan, and while she wasn't as close to Shang Hanglu as Shi Rui or Xue Xiaoying, they got along well. During Shang Hanglu's hospitalization for the a fever, Zhang Lishuan had come to visit her. This friend was particularly sensitive to news, gossip, and cameras, possibly due to her past in the entertainment industry. She pulled Shang Hanglu down to sit, winking at her. Come on, tell me, what's your relationship with that young man? I have to say, with those looks and legs. TSK. Louise, you've got it. If you can't, I can. Shang Hanglu, however, remained calm. He's a friend of my little brother. I'm just helping out. You could be a bit more serious. You're starting to sound like Lin Heng now. How boring. Zhang Lishuan slouched in disappointment. I know, he's that Xiao Zai from the Xiao family, right? The one whose father is in the hospital, with unclear asset distribution, and he's fighting a lawsuit with his stepmother. Yeah, he grew up with my silly little brother, Shang Hanglu replied. She wasn't entirely sure if Xiao Zai and Shang Hanglu had actually grown up together, but she assumed their relationship was pretty good. With his family in this situation, of course, he'll help out a little. She made it sound like Xiao Zai was the one in a tough spot. Zhang Lishuan froze for a moment. She had heard that Xiao Zai was quite crafty at a young age. Could his stepmother really not beat him? No, the gossip from the girlfriends had to be true. Trust the sisters. Zhang Lishuan quickly shook her head. Then she suddenly remembered. Speaking of the Xiao family, I just remembered something about his stepmother. Quick, spill it. Don't leave me hanging, Shang Hanglu urged. Xiao Zai's stepmother, she's been cheating on Xiao Zai's father. And the other man is someone from next door. Old Wang. It was time for Old Wang to make an appearance. Shang Hanglu was sure of it. Zhang Lishuan rolled her eyes. What Old Wang? It's someone from the next door who also has the surname Xiao. Though their connection to Xiao Zai's father is distant, the identity of the male lover, well, you know. Shang Hanglu clapped her hands. Impressive, Mrs. Xiao. Zhang Lishuan responded. Isn't it impressive? The best part is we've got the proof. Want to see? The proof referred to a video of Xiao Zai's stepmother and her lover acting intimately at a restaurant. This restaurant happened to be run by one of Zhang Lishuan's old friends from the entertainment industry, so the footage had landed in her hands. Let me see. Send it to me. Shang Hanglu eagerly leaned in, her face full of curiosity. After watching the video, she silently saved a copy. Shang Hanglu hesitated for a moment. Should she show the video to Xiao Zai? After chatting with Zhang Lishuan, Shang Hanglu returned to her office, only to realize it was very late. Too late. Given that she was just a nominal director or whatever, Shang Hanglu didn't even remember the exact title anymore. And since she was about to quit anyway, no one paid attention to her. Shang Hanglu returned home and made herself a cup of red tea. She felt the video in her hand was a bit too hot to handle. She hadn't figured out how to deal with it yet, when unexpectedly, Shang Hanglu came to find her. Perhaps it was this crisis that fully awakened Shang Hanglu's sense of responsibility. Recently, he had been very motivated, growing from a fledgling president to a towering one. Shang Hanglu was deeply gratified. Her yearly dividends were saved. Saved. Shang Hanglu entered her small office, which besides office supplies had everything else. He first gave her a look of disdain. Then he said, "Sis, the situation at Buzheng Financial isn't good. They did something scandalous and people in the industry are speaking out against them. Entrepreneurs who had been harmed by them before are seizing the opportunity to denounce them. Also, recently, little uncle is in the hospital, and there's no one holding things down at the company. He can't come out and handle the connections, so the situation is not great." "So what?" Shang Hanglu glanced at him. "I don't really have any so to say, but mainly it's about Dad." At this point, Shang Hanglu frowned with disapproval. Little Aunt has been shamelessly asking Dad for help. You know Dad's temper, he's quick to get angry but also quick to let it go. Little Aunt has been pleading hard. Originally Dad was firmly opposed, but today he softened a bit during the meeting. "So what did you say?" Shang Hanglu asked. "Me." Shang Hanglu's expression was neutral. "Of course I'm not helping. It's not about whether I forgive them or not, but when it comes to company matters, didn't little aunt and uncle think about what would happen if they took this path? They've burned their bridges, so why should I care about their survival now?" Shang Hanglu spoke in a calm, rational tone, as if it were completely justified. But Shang Hanglu knew that there was no such thing as justified here. She realized that it was easy for him to make this decision because he didn't have any affection for little aunt. Just a few days ago, Shang Hanglu was still a boy, sulking and reluctant to accept reality, yet now he could make such a justified decision with a cold attitude. It was a justified cruelty. Shang Hanglu lightly chuckled. She patted Shang Hanglu on the shoulder. "I'm proud of you." Shang Hanglu was confused. "Huh?" Shang Hanglu. "Just take Dad and Mom's phones, whether they're for work or personal use, and put little aunt's number on the blacklist. Also, tell the security at home and the company not to let them in. That'll solve most of the problem." Oh. Sis, you're brilliant," Shang Hanglu said, trying to flatter her. Shang Hanglu thought to herself, even if they block her everywhere, little aunt would still find a way to track them down. This could solve the surface problem but not the root cause. Looks like she'd need to take stronger action. Shang Hanglu returned home early in the afternoon because she heard that Gu Wanyu and Lin Mao were likely coming back to attend the unveiling ceremony of the resort. To make it easier for Gu Wanyu to criticize her, Shang Hanglu needed to prepare properly. With the weather being so hot recently, every time she gets home, the first thing she does is head straight for the bathroom for a shower. Today she went straight to the bathroom. As soon as she entered, amidst the misty steam, a half-naked man wrapped in a towel walked out from under the shower, wiping his hair. Shang Hanglu. Huh. The half-naked man, none other than Lin Heng, looked up and saw her. Because Lin Heng had learned his lesson, he was wearing contact lenses today. Shang Hanglu. Huh. Why is the money printer back so early? Lin Heng froze for a moment but quickly regained his composure. He went on doing what he was doing, wiping his hair and more hair wiping. Shang Hanglu. This face and those half-wet abs, and the post-shower effect. Huh? Shang Hanglu stood frozen, her mind blank. All she could do was react instinctively. Why are you back so early? Mom and Dad's flight arrives tonight. Shall we go pick them up? Lin Heng said. Okay. Lin Heng. You're home early. Shang Hanglu. There's nothing for me to do there. As she spoke, her gaze slowly drifted from Lin Heng's exposed skin to his lips, the ones she had kissed, the ones she had touched, the ones she had held. Boom! A rush of heat flooded Shang Hanglu's head, and her face turned crimson. Her mind was on fire. Shang Hanglu rushed out of the room. Sorry, hubby. I'm going to take a cold shower. But the bathroom was right there. Lin Heng. No, you ran in the wrong direction. Chapter 47. Shang Hanglu really went to take a cold shower. But it wasn't the cold water from the showerhead in the bathroom. No, she dove straight into the cold water of the private swimming pool outside. In a flash, she stripped off her clothes, changed into a swimsuit in 5 seconds, and then sprinted toward the pool with the speed of a 100-meter dash. And then, splash! A pig fell into the water. Correction. An elegant swan mistakenly jumped into the water. Just as it happened, Marilyn was by the floor-to-ceiling window and saw the whole scene. She quickly ran outside to ask, Madam? What's going on? Shang Hanglu wiped her face and said, I'm just venting some extra energy. Marilyn. Wasn't the madam always complaining about how exhausted she was after work? Even if she did nothing at the office, she was constantly saying she was like a dead dog? Extra energy? Energy. Marilyn, the all-knowing assistant, couldn't quite understand. Meanwhile, Lin Heng came out of the room dressed only to see his wife had left a trail of clothes everywhere, including underwear. Lin Heng. He thought about what just happened. Lin Heng. His male pride was seriously hurt. Lin Heng was sure that Shang Hanglu hadn't developed a hobby of running around naked in the house. So he walked towards the pool and sure enough he saw her swimming in the water. She was swimming fast, as though she were at a competition, really getting the adrenaline going for any sports enthusiast watching. After a few laps, Shang Hanglu climbed out of the pool, completely exhausted. Marilyn had prepared some cold drinks and was waiting nearby. When she saw Shang Hanglu get out, she hurried to hand her a towel and the drink. After the sudden burst of energy, Shang Hanglu was out of breath. She tilted her head back, gulping down half the drink in one go and panted, I'm so tired. I'll definitely be sore all over tonight. Huh. She froze, realizing something. Lin Heng, dressed in just a white t-shirt and black casual pants, had come out from behind the window. Before Lin Heng could speak, Shang Hanglu hurriedly handed the drink and towel to Marilyn, then leapt back into the water. Lin Heng. Lin Heng stood by the pool, his forehead now full of veins. This wasn't even about whether he was hurt or not. It was about being seriously annoyed. Lin Heng stood by the pool and said, "Let's see how many laps you can swim." Shang Hanglu was equally angry. "Don't think that just because you've defeated the cowardly Lin Heng, you can act all smug. Watch as I swim 3,000 meters. After 300 meters. Honestly, swimming was exhausting. Shang Hanglu couldn't take it anymore. She gave up her cold bath and swam back to the side of the pool, half her face still submerged in the water, hiding like a crab. She was like a crab, blowing bubbles on the edge of the pool. Lin Heng walked a few steps and squatted down in front of her. He reached out to pull her up. Shang Hanglu refused to take his hand, still blowing bubbles. Lin Heng didn't try to pull her anymore. Instead, he asked, "Why do you always run away when you see me these past few days?" The crab-like Shang Hanglu attempted to use a highly effective change the subject skill. She angrily asked, "Why did you tell your mom that I dropped the penguin in the water? Don't you care about my face?" Lin Heng froze for a moment. "I didn't. You posted it on your WeChat moments yourself about the penguin being sick. My mom probably just guessed, and you confirmed it." Shang Hanglu. "No, I couldn't have been so foolish." Just by looking at her expression, Lin Heng already knew what had happened. So Lin Heng got back on topic. "Why do you always run when you see me these past few days?" Shang Hanglu wanted to say, Shang Darren, how could I run when I see you? It's more like seeing you, I run because I'm afraid of being seduced by your beauty. It's totally different from just running away from you." But when she thought about Lin Heng's expression, it seemed a little, what's the word? Full of pride? Shang Hanglu, now still lying in the water, stopped blowing bubbles. She just peered up at him with wide eyes and held her breath. At that moment, Shang Hanglu finally realized. Even though Lin Heng might be scared of fluffy things, he was still a man. Erectile dysfunction counts too. Even if their marriage is as plastic as it gets, it's still a marriage. Shang Hanglu calculated this on her fingers. If Mr. Lin didn't cheat, didn't look for all kinds of mistresses, sweethearts, red-faced confidants. Oh sorry, no brothers, then, she might be a little inhumane. But at this point, after consulting the stars and calculating, she realized that there's less than a month left until the divorce deadline. She can only continue this inhumane way. Shang Hanglu poked her head out. She said, "Do you know? Recently in our circle everyone's into Buddhism. Before we'd all fight secretly and openly, but that's no good, no good. It's better if we all do some facials together, drink goji berry tea and recite scriptures, not getting angry. Good for your skin and health too." Lin Heng figured she was just making this up. He decided to let her continue her story. Shang Hanglu continued, "For example, the Diamond Sutra, it's great. Oh, don't misunderstand, it's not like some greasy old men using it to hook up with girls. We're girls, we're here for self-cultivation. Look, lately when Shang Hanglu bothers me, I don't get angry. I don't even curse him anymore. That means I've been purified from the inside out. I've been elevated. So, I think all this prohibition can continue, what do you think?" Lin Heng didn't speak for a while. But he felt this was the worst misuse of the Diamond Sutra he had ever seen. Then Lin Heng, expressionless, said, "I don't think it's a good idea." The two tidied up, mainly Shang Hanglu tidying up, and went to the airport to pick up Lin Maoxian and Gu Wanyu. Actually, everything was arranged by staff, but since Lin Maoxian and Gu Wanyu hadn't come back to the country much over the years, Shang Hanglu and Lin Heng went to show their faces to show respect. The private jet arrived on time. Even though private jets are much more comfortable than public international flights, Gu Wanyu, as a high society lady, was a class above Shang Hanglu, the fake high society lady. She slept like a mess on the plane, and after getting off, she was ready to play for another 24 hours. Gu Wanyu was picky, and after a long flight, she was exhausted. The four went to the restaurant they had booked and had a simple dinner. During the meal, Gu Wanyu had no appetite, and her energy was low. After eating, she wanted to go back to rest. Shang Hanglu was eagerly looking forward to Gu Wanyu returning. There's no such thing as a perfect mother-in-law, and from Shang Hanglu's experience with Gu Wanyu during their time in New York, she knew that if Gu Wanyu got serious, she could be hard to deal with. To this, Shang Hanglu silently clapped her hands in her mind. Hurry, mother-in-law, make things difficult for me. I'm the daughter-in-law who refuses to have children and is nothing but beauty. Shang Hanglu enthusiastically said. Mom, you don't look well. Let's head home quickly so you can rest. Yes, back to the mountain sea view, where we'll have a fiery mother-in-law-daughter-in-law confrontation. Shang Hanglu eagerly awaited this. At that moment, Gu Wanyu said, Louise, thank you for your kindness, but there's no need. This sudden refusal. Shang Hanglu's heart sank. Gu Wanyu continued. The mountain sea view is far from the resort, and we prefer a quieter place. Our schedules and lifestyle are different from yours. Considering all that, your dad and I have decided to stay at the resort's hotel. Edmund said it's already operating and has booked us the presidential suite. Shang Hanglu anxiously said, but you don't come back often, staying in a hotel feels too distant. Why not give us a chance to spend more time with you? At this, Gu Wanyu was shocked. When did Louise become this thoughtful? Could it be? Lin Maoxian said, we know you two are good kids. Thank you for your kindness, but we've already decided. With that, Shang Hanglu could only smile and respect their decision. And smile as she escorted them to the hotel. Finally, she smiled her way back to Mountain Sea View. But her smile froze. How could her mother-in-law be this considerate? Where was the expected fiery clash between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? Does anyone know that her heart is bleeding? That it's crying? Lin Heng said in the car. I didn't expect you to suggest having mom and dad stay at the Mountain Sea View. They rarely come back after all. Lin Heng said. Yeah, it's quite rare. Shang Hanglu thought there might be a chance, so she eagerly asked, so? Lin Heng thought for a moment, then replied, but I don't want to live with them. Shang Hanglu. You, unfilial son. That night, Shang Hanglu once again tried to sneak Wang Xi into the bedroom. But the deep and wise Mr. Lin had already seen through everything. And tonight, he didn't need to intervene. A servant easily carried the dog-like pig back to its rightful bed. When Shang Hanglu came out of the shower, not only was Wang Xi gone, but she also found Lin Heng lying on the bed asleep. She felt a bit guilty and mumbled ba silently, even reciting a few familiar Buddhist scriptures. But Lin Heng wasn't actually asleep. He always sleeps lightly and for short periods. He was just resting with his eyes closed, not even taking off his glasses. He heard everything she said. Shang Hanglu noticed Lin Heng hadn't taken off his glasses, and after thinking about it, she reached out to remove them. She was unusually close to him, and as she removed the glasses, she admired his profile. She sincerely envied his features. His looks were simply extraordinary. Unable to resist, Shang Hanglu traced her fingers along his forehead, down his nose and all the way to his lips. Suddenly, Shang Hanglu snapped back to reality. Desire is emptiness, emptiness is desire. Ba. She quickly wiped away the impure thoughts in her mind, used both hands and feet, and crawled back into bed, bypassing Lin Heng's obstruction. After being groped a few times and waiting a long time, Lin Heng. Just as he was about to open his eyes, Shang Hanglu clicked on an unread voice message. She had the volume on high, so the voice message suddenly blared at full volume. It was a man's voice. He said, You're thinking of me? Okay, see you tomorrow. Sounded familiar. Lin Heng recognized who it was. It was Xiao Zai, the one who got along well with Shang Hanglu. Why was he contacting Louise? And sounding so slick. Lin Heng continued eavesdropping. Lin Heng continued pretending to sleep. Chapter 48. Shang Hanglu never expected that Lin Heng had secretly listened to her voice message. But even if she had known about it in her dreams, she wouldn't have been afraid. Because she was doing a good deed. A good deed, understand? And after getting used to the various tricks of the Huanlong family, Shang Hanglu felt that Xiao Zai's phrase could essentially be ignored as, okay, see you tomorrow. But Lin Heng was different. When Lin Heng heard it, he felt something was off. After thinking about it, he still felt that something wasn't right. Then, connecting the dots with Louise running away from him recently and pulling out some weird, popular Diamond Sutra reasoning, it made even less sense. So Lin Heng patiently waited a bit. He wanted to hear how Shang Hanglu would reply. However, after waiting some more, Shang Hanglu remained silent. Even Lin Heng, faced with this situation where the hat was being dyed, couldn't pretend to be asleep anymore. Lin Heng opened his eyes. The room was dim, with only a small nightlight on the far wall. All the other lights had been turned off. Just as he was about to turn his head to check on Shang Hanglu's condition, smack! Shang Hanglu's hand, without any courtesy, stretched out and slapped him across the face. Lin Heng flinched first, startled, and then furrowed his brow. Lin Heng. Lin Heng pushed her hand away and propped himself up. Shang Hanglu had actually fallen asleep. Sleep. Sleep. Lin Heng couldn't believe it. He almost wanted to say, "Your message still hasn't been replied to?" However, when he thought about Xiao Zai's face and the rare look of inquiry she occasionally showed, Lin Heng adjusted her hand and decided to go to sleep himself. Well, maybe it's better if she doesn't reply. The next day, Shang Hanglu really did meet Xiao Zai. They were still at the same cafe near the company, at the same table, and even ordered the same dishes as yesterday. After some careful thought, Shang Hanglu had decided to hand over the video she had. Although it might not be useful, and could possibly play a role in turning public opinion in some key moment, regardless of how Xiao Zai used it, it wasn't her concern anymore. What mattered was that she had one decision to make, to choose sides. The main business of the Xiao family did overlap with Yuncher's in some areas. From what Shang Hanglu knew, Yuncher bought its LEDs from the Xiao family. If there was a big shift in the Xiao family, it would also affect Yuncher. But since the change was inevitable, she was just choosing to maximize her interests. That was the respectable reason. On a personal level, Shang Hanglu didn't want Xiao Zai to be kicked out by his stepmother. Who would want the Cinderella in a fairy tale to have a bad ending? Everyone hoped for a happy ever after. Shang Hanglu also wished for Xiao Zai to have a happy ever after. Though she felt that this troubled young man, with his exhausted thoughts and character, would never be able to achieve that. But if he could at least have a rich ever after, or even a filthy rich ever after, that would be fine too. When Xiao Zai arrived, Shang Hanglu didn't say much. She directly sent him the video from her phone. Though it was part of a surveillance recording, the technology behind the cameras nowadays was quite advanced. And the video wasn't some copy or pirated version. It was the original footage. Xiao Zai's stepmother's face was clearly visible, as well as the face of the man involved, Xiao Zai's distant cousin. This was no longer just a matter of whether or not Mr. Xiao had a green hat on. If this video was made public, it would be a scandal. The video didn't show any explicit actions, but the implication was clear. The stepmother and the man were dining together, flirting, and even disgustingly feeding each other. Xiao Zai silently watched the video before looking up. The young man politely said, "Louise, thank you. The lawyer is collecting similar evidence. This will be very useful." Although he said that, Shang Hanglu vaguely felt that Xiao Zai's tone didn't quite match the words. She knew that Xiao Zai was very good at hiding his emotions, but was he hiding it too well? A thought flashed through Shang Hanglu's mind. She didn't think about it too much and suddenly asked, "Are you actually already in possession of this?" Xiao Zai smiled. "How could that be? I don't have such great powers." But in that moment, Shang Hanglu was certain, whether he had it or not, he had seen it before, or at least had heard about it. He was unwilling to expose the fact that he already had evidence of his stepmother's wrongdoing, and Shang Hanglu could understand that. However, understanding was one thing, but feeling a sense of coldness was another. Shang Hanglu stirred her coffee, the aroma wafting through the air, but she had lost all desire to drink it. She stood up and said, "Since I've given you the stuff, I'll be going now." At that moment, Xiao Zai's expression showed the slightest crack. The pristine, flawless mask he wore began to split with a crack from the forehead, forming a winding tear. In his eyes, a brief flash of irritation appeared, disappearing almost immediately. As Shang Hanglu passed by Xiao Zai, he grabbed her hand. He pulled her back for a moment before quickly letting go. Xiao Zai looked up and said earnestly, "Sister, I..." Shang Hanglu raised an eyebrow. With no care in the world, she said, "Huh? You're not calling me Louise now? You know to call me sister at this time." Xiao Zai fell silent again. Shang Hanglu tapped his head and smirked. "You're so rude." She waved her hand and left, walking out gracefully. After 2 quiet days, Shang Hanglu felt uncomfortable due to the stillness. She sat by her phone waiting for Gu Wanyu's call. This was the same Gu Wanyu who had been so insistent on her having a child back in the US back then. Shang Hanglu had even argued with her about it. Now, Gu Wanyu was back in the country, yet there was no word from her. Could it be because this was her home turf? Shang Hanglu couldn't figure it out. After some thought, she decided to visit Lin Heng's office. She was planning to ask Lin Heng to have lunch with his mother, so she could tag along and get familiar with her face, in case she needed to take the blame. Yes, today the accusations that Gu Wanyu had thrown out, Shang Hanglu was ready to take them all on. However, just as she arrived at Lin Heng's office, where Lin Heng was diligently working, she received a call from Aunt Wang from her family. Not from Shanghai View, but from her family's side. Shang Hanglu had already blocked her aunt's number, leaving the calls from her family, including her parents, to be ignored by her brother, Shang Hangyu. This method had kept her parents at bay for a while, but as expected, if her aunt wanted to get in touch, she would undoubtedly find someone to do it. Some people, like her father, had thin skin and couldn't resist. But others, like her aunt, had no such qualms. Shang Hanglu had eyes and ears at Yunshi and her family. As soon as something happened, they'd give her a call. Evil would always be met with more evil. Today, she was going to be the worst villain in this valley of villains. Shang Hanglu hung up the phone and stormed out. When Lin Heng asked, "What's going on?" Shang Hanglu responded, "My aunt's issue. My dad's soft-hearted, I need to head over there." Lin Heng nodded, about to say a few words of advice, when the self-proclaimed worst villain had already run off. Lin Heng thought for a moment, fearing that she might act impulsively, so he gave some quick instructions to his assistant and rushed after her. Because of Shang Hanglu's instructions, her family's door held up under the siege of her aunt for a full 30 minutes before finally being breached. This delay gave Shang Hanglu valuable time to arrive. At her family home, there was no one else who could make decisions other than Shang Hanglu. Her parents, as well as Shang Hangyu, were all caught up in Yunshi's ongoing operations, busy as could be. Even though it was after working hours, they hadn't returned home yet. However, Shang Hanglu had already called her brother. When she entered, her aunt was already sitting in the living room drinking tea, looking like she had no intention of leaving unless someone made her. Shang Hanglu wasn't angry, just said, "Aunt, good afternoon." "Good afternoon." Aunt Wang dismissed the incident at the hospital like it never happened. "By the way, Lulu, where's your dad? Is he still at the company?" Shang Hanglu replied, "Yes, he's been really busy lately. I don't know when he'll be back." Aunt Wang smiled and said, "It's fine. I'll wait here for him." Shang Hanglu couldn't help but sneer. "Fine. Who gave you permission to wait here?" She continued, "But this is my house, and you entered without permission. If you don't leave, I'll call the police for illegal entry." Aunt Wang ignored her, just sneering dismissively. Shang Hanglu continued, "I'm calling you aunt as a courtesy. After all, my dad is soft-hearted and nostalgic, and that's why you're here to ask him for help, right?" She smiled mockingly. "But why go through all this trouble for uncle's company?" Aunt Wang's gaze turned cold. "Even if Buzheng Finance collapses, Yunshi's annual dividends, my dad's temper and personality, he will never shortchange you. While there's still money to be had, you should divorce uncle sooner rather than later, or else you'll be sinking even more money into this. Whether you lose the money or not isn't the issue. But does this man even deserve it? Uncle's actions are no secret if you look into it. He's been seeing countless small-time celebrities and even hired escorts just to play around. But some people just choose to block their ears and don't want to hear it." Aunt Wang stared at her, knowing Shang Hanglu was purposely opening old wounds, but she endured and said nothing. Shang Hanglu estimated it was almost time, and she saw Aunt Wang giving her a signal. Shang Hanglu smirked and pulled out her trump card. "Talking about money is pointless. It only damages relationships. But aunt, you should really take care of your health. Some diseases have long incubation periods." "What do you mean?" Aunt Wang asked suspiciously. "Have you checked for AIDS?" Shang Hanglu said with a soft smile. "You!" Aunt Wang exploded, standing up abruptly, pointing at Shang Hanglu and shouting, "What do you think you are? Looking for trouble outside, flirting around, even going to male escort clubs. Bah! Shameless! How did our family end up with someone as shameless as you?" Smack! At that moment, Shang Hangyu stormed in, wrapping his arms around Shang Hanglu, who had briefly fallen into a state of fake crying and victimhood. He turned and shouted angrily, "Get out!" Aunt Wang covered her face in disbelief. It wasn't because Shang Hanglu was pretending to cry, nor was it because Shang Hangyu was yelling. It was because the one who had just hit her was her own brother. Shang Xuesong had finally calmed down. He turned to the household staff and said, "Call security and get her out of here." Chapter 49. Shang Hanglu was scolded by her aunt, but in fact she wasn't sad or upset. However, she cried so pitifully, as if her husband had just died on the side of the road, and she was at the police station identifying the body like a widow. She crying like Lin Heng. Lin Heng, that capitalist vampire, would definitely live to see the end of the world. As this metaphor crossed Shang Hanglu's mind, she suddenly found it incredibly funny. She was afraid that if she wasn't careful and laughed out loud, it would ruin the pitiful white lotus image she had been carefully crafting. So she made a decisive move and pinched her thigh hard. "Ouch, that really hurts." Tears flowed instantly. Shang Hanglu quickly covered her face and cried, her sobs full of grievance. Shang Hangyu was about to explode with anger. He had comforted Shang Hanglu for a long time, but she was still crying. Meanwhile, her aunt was still angrily yelling and cursing, saying things like, Shang Hanglu is just pretending. You've all been fooled by her. She said so many nasty things just now. Shang Hanglu was furious, and he gestured to the security guards. As he lowered his head, he saw Shang Hanglu pinching herself. Yep, she really was pinching herself. Then, his sister cried even harder. Shang Hanglu. He had felt something was off at first, but didn't think too much about it. Now it was clear that Shang Hanglu was really acting. And Shang Hanglu's orders had already been given. The burly bodyguards could easily subdue a delicate lady, but no one could stop her mouth. With a slight gesture from him, one of the guards moved swiftly. There was a sharp crack, and he dislocated Shang Hanglu's jaw like dismantling a Lego set. Shang Hanglu's jaw dislocated, forcing her to become quiet. She was quickly dragged away, and in her wide, tear-filled eyes, there was not only pain but also an expression of disbelief and fear. Shang Hanglu watched this scene stunned. She forgot all about her fake crying. She dumbly looked up at Shang Hanglu, but in his eyes, there was no sign of pity, not even much emotion. His eyes were like clear, high-quality glass beads, transparent and cold. Shang Hanglu didn't know what to say at that moment. He leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "The timing was perfect just now. Dad only heard her scolding you. If you cry a little more, be careful. Dad might see through it and give your aunt the chance to act pitiful." Shang Hanglu snapped out of her daze and immediately began to cry even more sadly and grievously, full of fake grievance. Shang Hanglu was so angry, his head ached. He sat on the sofa, holding his forehead, silent for a long time. Shang Hanglu's crying gradually weakened. After a few more sobs, she finally stopped. Then she said a classic White Lotus line. "Dad, don't be angry, it's not good for you to get too upset. Aunt has been upset lately. It's my fault for making her unhappy just now." At this point, Shang Hanglu's headache became even worse. He glared at Shang Hanglu. "The person is already gone, what are you still acting for? No one understands a daughter better than her father." Usually, even if Shang Hanglu cried out of grievance at home, she could never say such disgusting lines. It was way too out of character, and Shang Hanglu was so angry that he almost lost his mind, but he knew his daughter was acting. Because he knew, he also understood his daughter's intentions. Don't help Shang Hanglu because of a momentary soft heart. Shang Hanglu was very troubled. Why could the two kids understand something so clearly, but he, as a father, was still hesitant? It even required the two kids to join forces to act. Shang Hanglu sighed repeatedly, waved his hand, and went upstairs to calm down. Shang Hanglu and Shang Hanglu exchanged glances. Do you think this will have the opposite effect?" Shang Hanglu remained silent. He didn't know either. Even if he did, he would be the last to know, right? Isn't that always how it goes? At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted. "What's going on? Why are you crying?" someone asked. Shang Hanglu turned around and saw Lin Heng walking in quickly. She hurriedly wiped her eyes, trying to remove all the extra tears, but her red, bloodshot eyes still showed she had been crying. Just as Shang Hanglu was about to explain, Lin Heng suddenly looked over, his gaze behind his glasses as sharp and cold as a blade reflecting cold light. "Shang Hanglu." He quickly waved his hands. It's not me. Brother-in-law, I'm innocent. I didn't make my sister angry." Lin Heng usually didn't show much expression, but his presence was cold and distant, keeping people at arm's length. Now though, he seemed like a massive iceberg from Antarctica, radiating an ominous chill. Shang Hanglu automatically stepped aside. Shang Hanglu quickly said, "This time it wasn't Shang Hanglu who made me cry. This time." Shang Hanglu's hair stood on end. "Sister, when have I ever had the ability to make you cry?" Shang Hanglu explained, "Just now my aunt tried to approach Dad, but I said some harsh things to anger her. When she scolded me back, Dad happened to overhear, so I just played along with it. Now my aunt's been kicked out." She wasn't ashamed of her acting. In fact, she felt proud of it. Honestly, it wasn't a big deal, and Shang Hanglu had no intention of making it public. She just told Lin Heng the truth when he asked, without any concealment. Lin Heng might think she was scheming, but to her this was just how she handled her family affairs. And she didn't think she needed to ask Lin Heng for approval on how to handle her own matters. Anyway, after confessing, the likely outcome would be a quick drop in favorability and accelerating the divorce. Shang Hanglu froze for a moment. Why was she viewing this situation from the worst-case scenario perspective? In fact, isn't this worst-case scenario a good thing? Shang Hanglu froze again. Yes, lowering the affection toward her was a good thing, so why feel down about it? Get excited. Just then Lin Heng reached out and pulled Shang Hanglu into his arms. He whispered, "You've worked hard." Shang Hanglu's eyes involuntarily widened. Hard work. What had she worked hard for? She had hurried back to put on a show, got several people to cooperate, playing the roles of the White Lotus, the villain, and the poor little thing, just to make her father realize that her little aunt couldn't be of help? Oh, and in the end she even got a little pinch from herself. What's so hard about this? Not hard at all. She tried to think this way, but her brain betrayed her, and she buried herself in Lin Heng's embrace. It was still that indescribable scent, a refreshing mint mixed with a certain woody undertone, from the cologne. Light and faint, very pleasant. It calmed her. Shang Hanglu, a lively and active person with a rich inner monologue, surprisingly stayed this still for quite a while. She didn't know how long it had passed, only that it felt a bit too long. This didn't seem right. Shang Hanglu forced herself to turn her head. Shang Hangyu was slouched on the sofa, eating fruit while watching them, his expression like that of a bystander in a meme. Shang Hanglu. She stared at Shang Hangyu. Shang Hangyu continued eating his fruit. Shang Hanglu pushed away Lin Heng and asked, "Why are you staring at me?" Shang Hangyu kept eating fruit and said, "You too, this is quite rare. I've never seen this before, so I just wanted to see how long you can keep hugging." Lin Heng. Shang Hanglu. Then Shang Hanglu took off her high heels and grabbed one of them, chasing after Shang Hangyu. Shang Hangyu? He threw the fruit away and ran, wondering, what did I do wrong? After dinner at the Shang family, Shang Hanglu and Lin Heng went home. They had lingered a bit long at the Shang family's house, so it was already late by the time they got home. Shang Hanglu went to take a shower, and then Lin Heng went to shower as well. At that moment, Shang Hanglu received a call from Gu Wanyu. Gu Wanyu said the custom-made dress had already been delivered to the hotel, and asked Shang Hanglu to come try it on tomorrow. She also wanted to go shopping tomorrow and asked if Shang Hanglu had time. Shang Hanglu quickly replied, yes. What she was thinking inside, however, was, Gu Wanyu, she finally came to find me. The most wicked villain in the Wicked Valley, and tomorrow, I'll make sure it's settled. Come on, let's have an explosive showdown filled with tension between us, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Shang Hanglu suppressed her excitement and said a few more words on the phone with Gu Wanyu. Then Gu Wanyu hung up. The moment the call ended, Shang Hanglu jumped 3 feet high on the bed. Great! Lin Heng happened to come out and asked, what's so exciting? Your mom asked me to go shopping, Shang Hanglu said in a playful tone, still jumping on the bed. Lin Heng heard that and turned around to walk away. Shang Hanglu was confused. What was Lin Heng doing? She had asked Gu Wanyu to stay at Shanghai Guan, but Lin Heng had refused. Now when Gu Wanyu was mentioned, Lin Heng just turned around and walked away. Could it be? Could Gu Wanyu actually be Lin Heng's stepmother? At that moment Lin Heng came back. He handed her a black card and said, if you see anything you like, buy it. Shang Hanglu stopped jumping. She slid off the bed. Her eyes widened as she took the card. She didn't seem happy but rather hesitated. Lin Heng seemed puzzled. Don't you buy things when you go shopping? Of course. My mom usually likes expensive things, so you can take this card too, Lin Heng said. Shang Hanglu turned the black card over and looked at it. Honestly, as an enthusiast of trivial things, she had heard of the legendary black card in the past, but she had never actually seen one. Shang Hanglu opened her mouth and was about to bite it. Lin Heng's pupils contracted, and with quick reflexes, he grabbed the card. Indeed, like a dog, Shang Hanglu had tried to bite Lin Heng's hand. Lin Heng had already figured her out. You can't be sure if it's real or not by biting it. Shang Hanglu scratched the back of her head, somewhat embarrassed. She then, with dog-like behavior, grabbed Lin Heng's hand and licked it to comfort him. Her soft tongue was wet and soft, and when it licked the sore spot, it seemed to carry a slight electric current. Lin Heng's gaze darkened suddenly. He was very particular about cleanliness. If he touched something dirty, he would want to wash his hands 10 times, and if his clothes got a tear or a woman's tears, he would immediately burn them and take 3 showers. He had clearly let someone lick his hand. But Lin Heng didn't pull his hand away. Instead, he reached with the other hand and caressed Shang Hanglu's cheek, running his fingers through her thick hair, his fingers brushing past her sensitive ear, sending waves of strange shivers through her. Shang Hanglu didn't look up. She didn't dare to look up. Suddenly, she covered her mouth, collapsed on the bed and rolled around in pain. Ah, poisoned. Your hand is poisonous. It's poisonous. Lin Heng. Lin Heng looked at her dramatic performance on the bed. Lin Heng. Shang. Xing. Lu.